100 years ago, the game descended into reality and monsters rampaged across the world. He started out awakening a god-level skill system, even though he himself was a nobody who couldn't learn normal skills. His skills were increasingly bizarre. Come, protect me. Could summon people to take hits for him. Dad, help. Could summon his father or godfather for assistance. Steal his clothes. Could strip the target of all their equipment. And one sword opens the gate of shame, delivered a uniquely personal experience to enemies. With these skills, he quickly made a name for himself. An SSS-ranked campus belle praised him. My husband he has the bearing of an emperor. Game bosses would rather commit suicide than face him. Gods and demons from other realms trembled at the mere mention of his name, exclaiming, "Stay away from me." On the podium, a bespectacled male teacher was pounding his desk. His voice was heavy, but carried the kind of passion only a lifetime of habit could forge. You all know there are three main categories for job classes: combat, support, and life. If you go further, there are over 10,000 types of professions. Which path you'll walk in the future? Today, we can probably begin to tell. He paused, scanning the young faces in the classroom. Based on the latest statistics, the entry standard for top-tier professional universities this year are even harsher. The top 10 universities require combat classes to score at least an A in testing, support classes AB+, and life classes at least a C+. Don't think that lower scores will give you a chance. Only a few actually make it in. A low murmur spread through the classroom. Also, tomorrow's assessment instance has been decided. Normal, nightmare, hell, 3 difficulties for teams of 1 to 3 people. For top 3 universities, the threshold is even higher. You must challenge nightmare difficulty to barely meet the admission line. At this, the teacher's tone softened a bit, as if he remembered he was speaking to a group of students. I hope all of you perform well tomorrow, get into a university that suits you, and follow a path that allows you to survive. Now, let's all shout our motto together. Asterisk, asterisk, damn all. A repressed yet furious curse shattered the tense atmosphere in the classroom. He clutched his head, his face pale and cold sweat dripping from his brow. He just transmigrated. This wasn't a dream, nor an illusion. Unfamiliar memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave, forcibly cramming into his original life and causing such immense pain that he nearly passed out on the spot. This was a world where reality and games coexisted. 100 years ago, a massive world called God's Cataclysm descended upon Blue Star. Maps expanded, instances popped up everywhere, and secret realms emerged. Humanity's way of surviving was rewritten completely. Since then, awakening a profession, entering dungeons, and improving one's strength had become the only way to live. Unfortunately, Bai Yi's awakened profession was nobody. Potential rating, F. Even the name sounded like a joke. What's even funnier was that this profession had no unique characteristics whatsoever. Average attributes, inability to learn any skills, and pitifully low growth potential. Simply put, a person no one would ever remember, no matter where they went. No, even less than ordinary people. In this world, without strength, you didn't even have the right to determine your own fate. And he was that unlucky guy fate had pressed into the mud. Bai Yi stopped spacing out. Apologize now. A voice came from beside him. It was his desk mate, Zhang Daxian, who nudged him lightly with an elbow, half reminding him, half anxiously urging him. Snapping back to reality, Bai Yi followed Zhang Daxian's gaze. Their homeroom teacher, Qiu Yuan, was approaching with a dark expression. His face was as gloomy as if someone had just flipped a table in front of him. Morning, Teacher Qiu, Bai Yi greeted casually. Morning. Qiu Yuan let out a cold chuckle. Standing in front of Bai Yi, his voice wasn't loud, but sharp like a knife. The assessments are imminent, and here you are, acting clueless. I acknowledge that you can't learn skills. That's your inherent limitation. But if you continue goofing off like this, it won't take long before even kindergartners could beat you to the ground. Bai Yi blinked and muttered under his breath. It's not that bad. Beating up 2 kids should still be manageable for me. Chiu Yuan almost choked from sheer frustration. He merely wanted to put some pressure on this kid to shape up and get serious. Yet not only did this punk refuse to admit his mistake, but he even retorted so flippantly. This wasn't just being stubborn, it was outright asking for trouble. The previously tense classroom was now filled with stifled laughter. Chiu Yuan's face darkened further. "Hold out your hand," he ordered, drawing a ruler from his belt, his tone as frosty as ice. "Come on now, corporal punishment isn't appropriate," Bai Yi replied lazily, raising his eyes to meet the teacher's. "Stop with the excuses," Chiu Yuan snapped, glaring at him. "Be a man. Own up to your actions. Are you a man or not?" At that moment, time seemed to freeze. In Bai Yi's vision, three options suddenly appeared. Furrowed tightly, his gaze swept across the class, then fell back on Bai Yi. "So," he said coldly, "this come help protect me. Skill of yours pulls someone at random to take the hit meant for you? Even if it doesn't target specific individuals, that's quite an unusual ability." Bai Yi shuruk nonchalantly. "Unusual, but effective," he said, a smile playing on his lips. "Teacher, if you're not convinced, we can test it a few more times." A mixture of gasps and laughter erupted in the classroom. Is this guy insane? He's practically asking to be hated by everyone. Only Bai Yi would have the guts to say something like that. Zhang Daxian, still nursing his arm, couldn't resist rolling his eyes. "Bai Yi, could you not? At this rate, everyone will start avoiding you like the plague." Ignoring the banter, Bai Yi turned to the teacher and pointed out calmly. "Anyway, Teacher Chiu, you've already tested it twice. Isn't it clear how my skill works? Now that you know, surely you wouldn't want to punish others because of me." Teacher Chiu's jaw clenched tightly. He glared at Bai Yi, but he couldn't refute him. The boy's carefree attitude and his peculiar new skill had thrown the entire classroom into chaos. After a moment's silence, Teacher Chiu finally huffed, "Fine. Everyone, settle down and open your textbooks. I don't have time to deal with this nonsense." Despite his stern tone, the atmosphere in the classroom remained energetic as students whispered and chuckled about Bai Yi's bizarre new ability. Bai Yi leaned back in his chair, looking pleased with himself. He knew he had just made a name for himself in this new world. With his newly acquired skill, things were bound to get more entertaining. His head throbbed. "So what you're saying is, you're blaming me?" He spread his hands, smiling smugly. "Well, you definitely can't blame me." The whole class was about to lose it and rush to intervene. "Teacher, please calm down." Everyone could see that Bai Yi wasn't the least bit flustered. Both attacks had somehow been mysteriously deflected onto others. If Chiu Yuan tried a third time, who knew who the next unfortunate soul would be? Chiu Yuan, of course, understood this logic as well. But he was really curious about Bai Yi's ability. Someone once considered incapable of even learning a basic skill had suddenly awakened such an ability. It was exceedingly rare. He wanted to keep testing it. But looking at the students in the classroom, he suppressed the urge. Safety first. Pushing up his glasses, he turned and walked back to the podium. "That's it for today's lesson. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, everyone meet punctually at Dongwu City's Professional Plaza. Don't be late." "Okay, class dismissed." "Goodbye, teacher." As soon as Chiu Yuan left, the entire class erupted into chaos. Everyone was busy searching for teammates to prepare for tomorrow's dungeon. Potential A, reinforcement type berserker. Can tank damage head-on. Looking for a healer or a status booster. Goal, nightmare level evaluation. Potential C, control type ice mage. Looking for a tank to protect me. Don't bother me if you're doing less than normal difficulty. Potential B, damage dealer fire archer. Anyone offering a stable DPS slot? I can shoot through every monster. The previously quiet classroom had instantly transformed into a noisy marketplace. Even Bai Yi, who had always been treated as useless, suddenly found himself surrounded by several people. "Bai Yi, what's your plan for tomorrow's dungeon? Need a strong DPS? I think your skill seems defensive. Join us. We have one warrior and one mage, both with a potential." We're just missing someone like you who can stand at the front. My heels are solid. Want a reliable healer? But he almost laughed aloud. He looked at the people who had suddenly become so enthusiastic and slowly said, "Aren't you all afraid I'll drag you in to take the hits instead? My skill affects both enemies and allies." As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of the people around him all changed instantly. "Ugh, my house is on fire. I need to leave immediately." Yeah, yeah. And I suddenly remember my dad caused a big mess at home. I need to check it out. Within mere seconds, everyone who had been surrounding Bai Yi scattered completely. Bai Yi stood there, his smile deepening. These people were only interested because they saw potential use for him. The moment they perceived even the slightest risk, they fled faster than anyone. But that was fine. He hadn't truly planned on binding himself to anyone anyway. Starting from today, his life was going to be completely different. When Bai Yi finished speaking, the living room instantly fell silent. Zheng Ping froze for 2 seconds, even forgetting to put down the cloth in her hand. "What did you say?" "Say that again." Her voice noticeably tightened, as if afraid she'd misheard. "I've awakened a skill," Bai Yi said, looking at her and articulating each word clearly. This time, Zheng Ping finally understood. Her initial reaction was shock, followed by instant reddening of her eyes. In this world, awakening a skill meant everything. No one knew this better than she did. It wasn't just an ordinary achievement or a casual compliment, but rather the very beginning of one's ability to truly change their fate. Bai Yi had always been average in talent, not particularly outstanding at school. She never voiced her worries, but deep down, she'd always been concerned for him. She feared he wouldn't go far, feared he'd be looked down upon, feared that no matter how hard he tried, he'd still end up standing in someone else's shadow. But now Bai Yi said he'd awakened. Those words were like a ray of sunlight suddenly streaming into the room. "Really?" Zheng Ping's voice trembled. "Really?" Bai Yi nodded. Zheng Ping's face broke into a smile, and before long, tears began to fall. "Good, good." She repeated the word twice, as if a heavy stone pressing on her heart had finally been lifted. Watching his mother's reaction, Bai Yi felt a warmth swell in his chest. He could sense that this woman was genuinely happy for him, not out of formality, not out of politeness. That heartfelt joy only made him more acutely aware that he was no longer a mere bystander, but an integral part of this family. "Mom, don't get too excited yet. I have even better news for you." Bai Yi deliberately paused, "Te sinker." Zheng Ping quickly wiped her tears and tried to compose herself. "What news? Spit it all out at once. Don't leave me hanging." "My skill is pretty incredible." "How incredible?" Zheng Ping stared at him, her expression a mix of anticipation and cautious hope. But he didn't immediately respond, knowing that what he'd say next would truly shock her. "The skill I awakened is called Come Forth, Protect the Crown." Zheng Ping blinked, clearly not understanding. The name sounded so strange that she didn't even know how to respond on the spot. Bai Yi chuckled and continued explaining. "Simply put, someone will take the hit for me at critical moments. Although it's not very stable yet. As long as the skill activates, someone will definitely be pulled over." Zheng Ping was silent for a while. She understood the significance of this skill all too well. In a combat-oriented world, a life-saving skill is far more valuable than it seems. Especially for someone starting from scratch, this was practically a game-changing opportunity. But soon, another concern came to her mind. "Want to be very dangerous?" Bai nodded without hiding the truth. "Yes, dungeons are no joke. If you really die, there's no coming back." Zheng Ping's face turned even paler. This was her biggest fear. She wasn't afraid of Bai Yi's lack of ability. She was afraid that just as he finally saw a glimmer of hope, he would risk his life. But Bai Yi's next words made her heart tremble. "But Mom, I don't want to stay in the same place my whole life." His voice was calm, yet full of conviction. "Before, others looked down on me because I was weak. Now that I have a chance, I can't just keep hiding. Even if there are dangers ahead, I have to try." Zheng Ping looked at him, her gaze slowly changing. Suddenly, she realized that the sun standing before her really seemed different from before. It wasn't his appearance that had changed. It was an indescribable resolve in him. It was a determination, a refusal to let fate continue to trample him underfoot. Her nose stung with emotion, and all she could say in the end was, "If you've made up your mind, then go for it. I won't stop you." Warmth surged in by Yi's heart. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the door. Immediately after, someone banged on the door roughly from outside. "Is Bai home? Come out." The voice was aggressive, full of obvious provocation. Zhang Ping's expression changed, unconsciously glancing at Bai Yi. Bai Yi, however, narrowed his eyes. He recognized the voice. It was someone who used to love making fun of him the most. Moreover, the timing of their visit was suspiciously perfect. Even Bai Yi himself still found it hard to believe. His son, the one everyone used to think of as a failure, had actually awakened a skill. It should have been something worth celebrating. But in this household, the atmosphere had somehow turned strange. "Mom, why aren't you happy at all?" Bai looked at Zhang Ping, puzzled. Zhang Ping sighed and gave him a reproachful glare. "How could I be happy? Your dad and I were hoping you'd get expelled from school, so you wouldn't have to bother with college and could just work with us in the city management department." Bai rolled his eyes in exasperation. He almost forgot that while most parents wish their kids would achieve great things, his parents never considered that the only good path. The reason was simple. He was too weak. Weak to the point that even if he awakened a skill, no one dared to truly trust in him. To them, no matter how strong a skill was, it didn't mean Bai could magically become amazing overnight. In this family with only one son, no one was willing to gamble with his life. As Bai was just about to return to his room, the sound of a door opened from the entrance. "Honey, I'm back." "You're back," said a tall, sturdy middle-aged man with a neat buzz cut as he walked in. It was Bai Yi's father, Bai Zongheng. Seeing Bai Yi at home, Bai Zongheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately smiled. "Son, why are you home so early today?" Bai Yi responded emotionlessly. "I wasn't expelled, so don't get too happy." With that, he turned and went upstairs. Bai Zongheng stood in place, frowning as he looked at his son's sulking demeanor. "What's wrong with that kid today?" Zhang Ping shook her head, her voice tinged with helplessness. "He said he awakened a skill. Judging by the looks of it, he wants to take the exam tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Bai Zongheng immediately became agitated. "That's unacceptable. At his age, he shouldn't be worrying about exams every day. He should be playing and dating. This is just nonsense, so irresponsible." With that, he stomped upstairs angrily. He had no intention of letting his son walk too dangerous a path. Meanwhile, upstairs in his room, he was carefully studying his newly awakened skill. Asterisco asterisco, come fort, defend. Level, LV1. Rank, effect asterisk after silently reciting the skill activation phrase. The targeted individual within sight is forcibly summoned to the user's side. If their mental strength exceeds the user's, the summoning fails and a random being within a 1 kilometer radius is summoned instead. The summoned target cannot move for 3 seconds. Limitations asterisk both parties must be within the same space for the skill to activate. The more Bai looked at it, the more he realized how extraordinary the skill was. 3 seconds of immobility. What did that mean? It meant that, if used properly, he could totally utilize this for monster hunting. Tomorrow was the Hell difficulty dungeon. With his current stats, entering would almost certainly be suicidal. But what if he treated this skill as a control technique? Stun the monsters for 3 seconds first, then use a sharp weapon to finish them off. He might actually pull it off. With that thought, he suddenly felt more confident. He decided to start testing it. To test the effect. After all, in the same house, the most likely to be summoned would only be his parents. He picked up the hammer on the table, ready to first verify his skill. However, before he could make a move, the door was suddenly flung open. "Son, Dad has something to..." As soon as Bai Zongheng stepped into the room, he froze in place. He saw Bai holding an iron hammer, standing there mid-action. In that instant, Bai Zongheng's mind exploded. Without thinking, he lunged forward, snatched the hammer, and then immediately yanked down Bai Yi's pants with a horrified expression. shouting, "Is it just because I don't want you to go to college? You can't take it this far. Quick, come with me to the hospital. It might not be too late to save you." He was utterly dumbfounded. "Dad, I'm Fine." Fine. Zhongheng's eyes widened as he stared at him intently. "It's already swollen like this, and you still say you're fine?" "No, it's supposed to be like that." "Nonsense. I'm your father. How could it suddenly turn like this?" "It's true." Zhongheng paused for a few seconds, finally coming to his senses. He took a closer look. The next second, his face went dark. Muttering curses, he turned and walked away. "Damn it. Put your pants back on and get downstairs." He stood frozen, full of question marks in his mind. What on earth was that about? He had no idea what his father had imagined. After a while, he still went downstairs. At the dining table, Zhongheng and Zheng Ping both sat there with serious expressions, staring at him like interrogating a criminal. "Speak up. What exactly are you planning to do?" Zhongheng asked with a sullen face. "That's right, shout, if something's on your mind, just tell mom and dad. Don't keep it to yourself," Zheng Ping said more gently. He pulled out a chair and sat down, his face filled with helplessness. "Dad, did you misunderstand something?" "Misunderstand?" Zhongheng sneered. "Then tell me, what did I misunderstand?" He rubbed his forehead, utterly speechless. "I just wanted to test out my skill earlier. Plus, I'm not that foolish. I wouldn't actually harm myself." As soon as he said this, Zhongheng and Zheng Ping exchanged glances, clearly breathing a sigh of relief. He finally understood why Zhongheng reacted so strongly earlier. His father must have mistaken it for something utterly absurd. "Xiao Yi, are you telling the truth?" Zheng Ping still looked a bit worried. "Of course it's true." After a brief silence, Zhongheng looked a little awkward. "Did I really misunderstand?" Yi sighed, stood up, and stepped back a few steps. "Watch this." Saying that, he raised his fist and aimed it at his own head. "Someone guard me." The moment he spoke, Zhongheng disappeared from his chair in an instant. In the next second, he reappeared right in front of Yi, taking the blow for him. "Damn it!" Zhongheng clutched his head, completely stunned. He stared at Yi, his eyes filled with shock. "Son, what kind of skill is that?" Yi's punch seemed unremarkable, yet had forcibly pulled Zhongheng out of his seat. That kind of sensation wasn't like being hit. It felt more like being yanked away by an invisible hand. Zhongheng was utterly dumbfounded. One had to understand, the level gap between him and Yi was enormous, almost absurd. This is the skill I just mastered today." Yi felt a surge of pride. Zhongheng was level 50, a whole 49 levels higher than him. Yet despite such a crazy gap, Yi could still forcibly control him for 3 seconds. This skill was ridiculously powerful. "Where did you get this skill?" Zheng Ping frowned, her worry showing. "Be honest, don't try to fool us." Zhongheng also came to his senses, his expression turning serious. They both understood something important. Skills have quality tiers: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and even rarer levels above those. A skill like Yi's, which ignored such a significant level disparity and forcibly controlled someone, had to be of exceptional quality. Such a skill would be enough to stir envy in many people. If it caught the eye of someone with bad intentions, serious trouble could follow. He had already prepared his explanation. Smiling lightly, he said, "Don't you remember? My talent is omniscience and omnipotence. A few days ago, I visited an antique mall and picked up a hidden gem." Zhongheng stared at him for a long time, finally stroking his chin and nodding skeptically. "Makes sense. With your limited talent and that face of yours, it's not like you'd acquire something like this through normal means. Other than luck, there really isn't any other explanation." He was at a loss for words. He even started to wonder if he was really their biological child. Zheng Ping, however, still hadn't completely eased her concern. "Even if you found it, you shouldn't casually use it on people with such a huge level gap," she said seriously. "This kind of skill is too eye-catching. It could easily cause trouble." Yi nodded. "Don't worry, I'm not stupid." After a brief pause, he looked up and turned his gaze toward his father. Mother, but there's something I need to discuss with you. Go ahead. Bai Zongheng leaned back in the chair, feigning calmness. Bai took a deep breath. Tomorrow, I'm going to participate in the hell-level instance assessment. The room instantly fell silent. The next second, Bai Zongheng suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Honey, call the funeral home. One of us is definitely leaving tonight. Sit down. Zheng Ping held him down and turned to Bai Yi, her expression unprecedentedly serious. Are you serious? If I recall correctly, the minimum recommended threshold for hell level is potential A. Is there some genius in your team taking you along? Bai Yi Shuruk. Right now, it's just me and Zhang Daxian. 1F, 1A. Maybe someone else will join us tomorrow, but I feel like no sane person would want to join this team. You ungrateful brat. Bai Zongheng pounded his chest in anger. It's practically suicide. Bai Yi spread his hands, his tone calm. Only fools would choose to die, and I'm clearly not one of them. Bai Zongheng's face turned red with anger. Honey, let's head to the bedroom. What for? Zheng Ping instinctively asked. To make another one. This son is ruined. Bai Yi. Though the scene was dramatic, the atmosphere hadn't truly broken. Zheng Ping looked at Bai Yi, silent for a few seconds, and finally sighed. All right, since the child has his own ideas as parents, we can't just keep stopping him. Her tone softened. I know we can't convince you, but there's one thing you must promise us. Mom, go ahead. Don't push yourself. If you encounter real danger, leave the instance immediately. Bai Yi nodded seriously. I promise. Only then did Zheng Ping smile a little. All right, I trust you. She got up and headed to the kitchen to reheat the food, giving Bai Zongheng a pointed look before leaving, a look that couldn't be clearer. Bai Zongheng sighed helplessly, looked at Bai Yi, and finally softened his tone. Are you sure you've thought it through? Yes. Bai Yi replied decisively. All right. Bai Zongheng waved his hand. Since you're so insistent, I won't stop you. Tell me, is there anything you need? I'll help you if I can. Bai Yi's eyes brightened, and he suddenly grinned. Well, Dad, since you're asking, I do have one thing to request. Say it. How about giving me a little sister? Bai Zongheng froze for a second before raising his hand, ready to hit him. Dream on. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. This little joke finally eased the heavy mood in the room. In the kitchen, Zheng Ping heard the laughter from outside and let out a breath of relief. The child, he really is grown up. After dinner, Bai Yi returned to his room. Although he hadn't asked for much, Bai Zongheng insistently handed him 30,000 gold coins to buy a good weapon. Bai Yi didn't turn it down. Lying on the bed, he opened the official store. Weapons like skills were categorized into tiers. Black iron grade was out of the question, too weak. He couldn't afford silver grade yet either. From the start, he focused his search on bronze grade weapons. But soon, problems arose. Gear like professions and attribute points is binding. You can't just buy whatever you want. A bronze greatsword usually required at least 15 strength. Daggers demanded high agility. Twin blades, bows, not suitable either. Bai Yi browsed through each item, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. For the first time, he truly felt the headache caused by profession restrictions. He spent several minutes scrolling through the store, but didn't find a single weapon he could directly equip. It's not that the store wasn't comprehensive. It's just that most weapons were crafted by life-class forging specialists. To sell easily, they typically only made equipment usable for mainstream professions. As for someone like Bai Yi, with an uncommon and less conventional profession, no one would bother customizing a weapon for him. Bai Yi was ready to lower his standards and settle for a black iron weapon just to get by. But at that moment, a piece of information suddenly appeared in his mind. As a mature adult, you should learn to solve problems yourself instead of waiting for me to help you. Page 872 of the Bronze Store, 5th row, has a weapon waiting for you. Omniscience and Omnipotence activated. Bai Yi froze for a second. This was the first time he had seen this talent in action. So, it worked by directly sending information into his mind. He didn't hesitate and immediately turned to page 872 of the store. Sure enough, in the 5th row, he found a very peculiar-looking blade. Name, a rusty Shochuan knife. Grade bronze. Attribute requirements. None. Attribute enhancement. None. Durability. 100/100. Seller's description. Blade length 2 feet 2 inches. Incredibly sharp. A deal you won't regret. Price. 25,000 gold coins. Omniscient insight. After quickly scanning the details of the 3 dungeons, he decisively clicked the registration button for Ogre Forest. Inferno difficulty. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Daxian couldn't help but shout. This is Inferno difficulty. It recommends a potential rating of A to S. With our current skill levels, wouldn't going in there be a death wish? He cast a sidelong glance at him, his tone calm. Relax. I'm confident. I won't let you lose your life. Zhang Daxian took a deep breath. Meeting Bai Yi's unwavering gaze, he finally gritted his teeth, nodded, and selected Inferno difficulty as well. As time slowly ticked away, the majority of the students opted for normal or nightmare difficulty, with only a small handful signing up for Inferno difficulty. Finally, the moment the countdown hit 0, the massive bronze gates swung wide open, and a powerful gravitational pull engulfed the successfully registered students one by one. Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian's figures, too, vanished amidst the blinding radiance. Glancing over the 3 copies, no special findings. Since there didn't appear to be any issues, there was no need to delay further. I'll register as a team, Bai Yi said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Daxian immediately nodded. Bai Yi didn't hesitate and directly submitted the registration information. Ding! The team, everyone downstairs is my grandson, has signed up for the Ogre's Forest. Health difficulty. Members, please confirm. Bai Yi, confirm. Zhang Daxian, confirm. Congratulations. Registration successful. Commencing teleportation. As a mechanical voice concluded, Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian's figures disappeared simultaneously. The trial officially began. Damn, are these 2 crazy? Choosing hell difficulty? Qiu Yuan stared at the trainee registration notice. Milk still in his mouth, he spat it out in shock, right onto the face of the female teacher across from him. Qiu Yuan, what are you doing? The female teacher exploded instantly, her voice sharp enough to blow the roof off. She had been discussing the registration choices with the students, but now, inexplicably, she was sprayed in the face. What kind of situation was this? Not even her husband treated her this way. Sorry, Teacher Wang. I really didn't mean it, Qiu Yuan said apologetically, embarrassed, yet inwardly in utter turmoil. Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian, these 2 guys at levels below the minimum trial standard, dare to sign up for the highest difficulty dungeon? Is this a death wish? Isn't it the same as voluntarily walking into the blade? What if something happens to them in the dungeon? How will he explain it? 5 minutes passed quickly. By the time the once crowded plaza cleared out, a huge holographic screen appeared mid-air. All participating trainees' information was displayed clearly. Hell difficulty dungeons have always attracted the most attention because successfully completing them guarantees placement in top-tier universities. Today, not only were teachers and principals from various schools present, but even a large number of junior students had been temporarily excused from classes to witness this trial. No kidding, Hell dungeon monsters average level 4. Some of these creatures could already be boss level in a normal mode dungeon. Exactly. However, the candidate's potential isn't too low either. Potential grade generally has a total attribute of around 50 points, while grade S can even reach 60 points. I truly envy these seniors. Each one's a high-potential combat profession. Hey, take a look. Isn't that silver-haired guy acting a bit strange? Someone suddenly called out, instantly drawing everyone's attention. In the forest, a tall and slender, silver-haired youth appeared. He looked unnaturally clean, completely out of place amidst the eerie and bloody environment. However, what truly shocked people wasn't his appearance, but his class and potential level. Passerby, potential F. Is this guy seeking death? How does someone with potential F dare to enter Hell Dungeon? I know him, Bai Yi from Dongwu High School. Rumor has it that when he awakened into the Passerby class, it caused quite the stir at the time. After all, It's a new class that's only appeared in recent years, categorized as a special class rather than part of the usual groupings. Then shouldn't it be strong? For someone with potential F still bold enough to lead a team, he must have some trump card. Strong, my ass. The city mayor personally granted him access to all skills below gold tier in Dongwu City for free learning. But guess what? This guy couldn't learn a single skill. After that, people just started calling him the most useless class, bar none. Huh, I'm dying of laughter already. Go ahead and inherit my credit card debt. What a pity. With such a clean, handsome face, his mind doesn't seem too right. The crowd erupted in laughter. In their eyes, Bai Yi was no different from a hapless person about to be chased down by monsters. On the other hand, Bai Yi was completely unaware of the outside world's reactions. Once the teleportation portal opened, he became entirely isolated. By the time the dizziness subsided, he found himself in a primitive forest. The trees here were towering, their branches and leaves overlapping thickly, almost entirely blocking out the sky. A strong stench of blood permeated the air, while fragments of flesh clung to the nearby tree trunks. Giant bones were scattered across the distant woods. Judging by the size of the skeletons, the creatures must have been at least 2 meters tall in life. "Wake up, Daxian," Bai Yi said, lightly kicking the still unconscious Zhang Daxian, while surveying the surroundings. This was no ordinary forest, but a treacherous hunting ground where any momentary lapse could be fatal. Zhang Daxian quickly came to his senses, shaking his head before pulling out his equipment. His movements were swift, and his expression immediately turned vigilant. Instinctively, he stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Bai Yi. "You didn't skimp this time," Bai Yi remarked, glancing at Zhang Daxian's equipment. It was clear that Zhang Daxian had poured substantial resources into preparation. His sword and shield were both bronze grade, and each item had added 3 attribute points. Of course, we're gambling with our lives in this exam. There's no way around spending money, Zhang Daxian grinned before lowering his voice to ask. "So where do we go next?" Although his attributes surpassed Bai Yi's, the true core of this team was never him. It was Bai Yi. The reason was simple. Bai Yi possessed omniscience and omnipotence. In a place like this, knowing where the dangers lurked was far more valuable than brute strength. Nowhere, Bai Yi raised his hand to point at the ground beneath them, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips as a glimmer of unfathomable light flashed in his eyes. "Daxian, watch closely. Today I'll show you a live magical transformation." Bai Yi did not hesitate in the slightest. He pulled out the Xiaochuan blade and silently chanted in his heart, "Summon reinforcement, guard me." The next moment, a flash of white light streaked through the air. A tall, green-skinned humanoid creature, towering at 2.5 meters, suddenly appeared before him. The creature was clearly confused at first, pausing briefly before letting out a thunderous roar, as if venting its rage at being forcefully summoned here. Zhang Daxian was dumbfounded on the spot. This wasn't some miraculous human transformation. It was more like he had just delivered someone directly into the monster's jaws. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect Bai Yi to summon an ogre right in front of him. Instinctively, Zhang Daxian wanted to rush forward to draw the monster's attention. But as soon as he took his first step, he saw Bai Yi already in action. His movements were clean, calm, and surprisingly composed, with a certain air of confidence that was hard to put into words. The slightly weathered Xiaochuan blade plunged directly into the ogre's heart. The ogre had no time to react. A muffled growl escaped its throat before its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. "Congratulations on defeating a level 5 ogre. You've earned 250 XP and 500 divine energy points. Congratulations on leveling up. Level 1, level 3. All attributes plus 2 points. He stared at the notification in silence for a second. He had leveled up, but the attribute distribution was evenly spread. Plus 1 in every category, as if guiding him toward a jack-of-all-trades build. Competent in everything, but excelling in nothing. But he understood this wasn't a flaw in the system. It was the limitation of his class, Passerby. The system could grant him skills, but it couldn't fundamentally alter the restrictions of this class. Hoping to gain more attribute points through typical level-ups was largely unrealistic. The real game changer would be the rewards granted after dungeon completion. Whoa, that was badass. Zhang Daxian's eyes lit up. The assessment had only just begun, and he had already taken down an ogre, a level 5 ogre no less. And it had been defeated instantly. Zhang Daxian, who had been feeling a bit cocky after his own level-ups, now fully grasped just how ruthless Bai Yi could be. So how was that? Was that badass enough for you? Bai Yi similait faintly. Badass. Super badass. Zhang Daxian looked at him with admiration, his eyes practically glowing. If it keeps going like this, can't we just stay in place and keep farming monsters? The method to clear this dungeon wasn't complicated. Kill 15 ogres, or take down the dungeon boss directly. If Bai could keep summoning ogres, then this was indeed a route both effortless and safe. But Bai shook his head. In theory, yes, but it's too slow. His tone was calm. Besides, we didn't come here just to clear the dungeon. We came to take first place. First place. Zhang Daxian chuckled bitterly. With just the two of us, how can we compete with those geniuses? This dungeon wasn't exclusive to the two of them. Many other students from different schools were participating, each one meticulously selected for their exceptional skills. Taking first place from them would undeniably be more challenging than merely killing monsters. Don't think too much about it just yet, Bai Yi said, flicking the blood off the Shotron blade as his gaze shifted forward. Let's do what needs to be done first. With that, he looked up again and turned his attention to Zhang Daxian. This time, it's your turn. Be prepared. No problem. Zhang Daxian immediately set aside any distractions, his expression turning serious. He activated his skill again. White light flashed, and another ogre appeared in front of them. This time, the ogre had a bit of raw beast meat dangling from its mouth, as if it had just been interrupted mid-meal and forcibly transported here. The creature's eyes locked onto the two humans. It immediately bared its fangs, raising its wooden club as if ready to strike, but never got the chance to move. The next moment, a large sword cleaved toward it. A cold gleam flashed. The unlucky ogre barely had time to struggle before it was bisected in two. Congratulations on defeating a level 3 ogre. You've earned 100 XP and 300 divine energy points. Current experience, 250/400. He looked at the notification, a smile tugging at his lips. As I expected, if a teammate finishes the kill, I can still gain divine energy, he said. For Bai Yi, divine energy was the key. It was the core resource he relied on for acquiring skills. Allowing Zhang Daxian to land the finishing blow was a move to confirm one thing. If a teammate killed a monster, would Bai Yi still receive divine energy? And now, the answer was clear. That's enough. Coming back for more, Zhang Daxian had already tasted the benefits, his eyes glowing with excitement. In just a short while, he had gained multiple advantages. This feeling of effortlessly growing stronger made it impossible for him to stop. Hold on, Bai glanced at him. My skill has a cooldown. I can't use it endlessly. Summon guards. This skill had a cooldown of 10 seconds. Deducting the 3 seconds of control time, there was still a 7-second gap in between. This was one of the reasons he had to bring Zhang Daxian along. If he encountered an enemy he couldn't handle temporarily, at least Zhang Daxian, as a tank, could step in first to buy time. He ignored Zhang Daxian and turned his attention to the fork in the road ahead. Soon, 2 paths information simultaneously appeared before him. On the left path, there was an ogre camp with roughly 15 ogres remaining. They seemed to be cooking something. Given Bai Yi's and Zhang Daxian's stature right now, barging in might actually result in them becoming ingredients for the pot. On the right path, 500 meters into a small forest, 2 ogres were locked in a barehanded brawl. The scene was beyond chaotic, truly an eyesore. He glanced at it briefly and immediately made a decision. Killing them one by one is too slow. We'll go to the place with fewer prey on the right. All right, I'll follow your lead. Zhang Daxian had no objections whatsoever, even taking the initiative to walk ahead of Bai Yi. As the tank, he knew exactly where he should stand. The real decision-maker now was Bai Yi, and Bai Yi was fully prepared to push forward further. This time, if they could truly clear the Hell-level dungeon, all the credit would undoubtedly go to Bai Yi. At the outset, Zhang Daxian merely noticed that Bai Yi didn't have a team and thought it wasn't easy for him to aspire to a top-tier university. That was why he decided to carry him for a bit. However, now, the roles had reversed. The real leader had become Bai Yi. Sometimes life works like that. You think you're helping someone, but in the end, you realize you're the one being uplifted. Bai Yi didn't reject Zhang Daxian's protection. After all, Zhang Daxian's physique was already at 21 points, nearly double his own. Under Bai Yi's guidance, the two had not walked far before reaching a small forest and spotting two green creatures engaged in a wild fight. A burly ogre was frenetically ramming into a smaller counterpart. The scene was revolting enough to make one wince. Bai Yi glanced at their stats. Name, ogre, male. Level, LV5 strength, 22 physique. 9, -15, agility. 8 spirit, 6, -8, omniscience. This fight has been going on for an hour. Its stamina and spirit are draining. Now, it's the perfect opportunity to launch a sneak attack. But interrupting at this moment, does it really count as ethical? Bai Yi sneeded internally. They're not even human anymore, so why bother with ethics? Even if they were human, he couldn't afford to care today. He signaled Zhang Daxian to attack. Zhang Daxian immediately understood, stood up forcefully, gripped his sword with both hands, and slashed down fiercely. Earth Cross Slash. The bronze tier combat skill was instantly unleashed. A layer of earthy yellow light lit up the sword, transforming into a cross-shaped strike that shot out with a powerful force. The male ogre, charging ahead, suddenly froze. It instinctively sensed danger, but was already too late. Its eyes widened in alarm, unable to even raise its club before being sliced into several pieces by the cross slash. Zhang Daxian had the strength to challenge hell-level difficulty on his own. Bai Yi's presence simply made everything smoother and more exaggerated. Roar! The remaining female ogre on the ground let out a furious roar, picked up a wooden club, and charged at Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian. But it hadn't taken more than a few steps when a white light suddenly descended from above, engulfing it entirely. In the next moment, a rusty dagger had already plunged into its chest. Bai Yi stood calmly in place, his expression composed. "Don't thank me. Just sending you off to reunite." He smiled faintly, withdrawing the dagger. The female ogre's body went limp, collapsing to the ground, and soon disintegrating into an experience notification. Congratulations on killing a LV4 ogre, gaining 120 experience points and 400 god power points, X2. Congratulations on leveling up, LV3, LV4. All attributes increased by 1 point. Current experience, for 90/800. Bai Yi's lips curved into a slight smirk, his eyes brimming with newfound confidence. Hell-level difficulty didn't seem so terrifying after all. This was only the beginning, and they had already taken down 4 ogres. Meanwhile, the outside world was already in an uproar. Bai Yi, an F-ranked, seemingly inconspicuous professional, dared to choose the Hell-level dungeon. This news had spread far and wide. Even representatives from top 10 universities were drawn to the commotion. Everyone wanted to know who had given Bai Yi the courage to make such a bold move. The projection is up. Look, a shout from someone in the crowd immediately shifted everyone's gaze toward Bai Yi. The screen displayed an astonishing scene. Bai Yi, who had just woken up not long ago, made a casual gesture, and a 2-meter-tall ogre appeared out of thin air. This scene left many people gaping in shock. That was a level 5 ogre with 25 points of strength. A single swing from its club, and Bai Yi wouldn't even have a chance to dodge. Yet, he had summoned the monster directly in front of his face. This kind of operation was something even potential S-rank professionals wouldn't dare to do. Some timid girls instinctively covered their eyes, afraid to watch further. In their minds, the next second would see by E being smashed into pieces. However, the audience was soon filled with a louder uproar. Oh my God, by E is incredible. How'd he do that? Killing monsters so quickly and efficiently. Unbelievable, just unbelievable. That move completely stunned me. In the school seating section, Chiu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing. The test had barely started for 10 minutes, yet Bai Yi's team had already killed 4 ogres. The 2 originally level 1 members on his team had directly leveled up to level 4. What shocked Chiu Yuan the most, however, was Bai Yi's skill, which he had always considered to be a passive ability, being actively released to summon an ogre. This was practically turning a defensive skill into a control-type skill. In his 10-plus years of teaching, Chiu Yuan had never seen such a groundbreaking move. Bai Yi's performance left everyone in a daze. Even several recruiters from top 10 universities nodded in approval. Among them, 3 exchanged glances and then stood up, heading toward the resting area of East Marshall High School. Principal Sun, what exactly is Bai Yi's talent? Asked Li Bin, a representative from Qingbei University. The fact that recruiters from 3 universities were actively inquiring about Bai Yi instantly made everyone from East Marshall High School feel immense pride. Bai Yi's talent is omniscience and omnipotence. Chiu Yuan recalled carefully and said seriously. When awakening a profession, talent appears alongside it. Although talents weren't categorized by rank, they were as vital as a soul for a professional. Omniscience and omnipotence. Li Bin furrowed his brows and quickly looked up its details on his interface. Soon, he found the description for this talent. Omniscience and omnipotence. Able to perceive more information than ordinary people, but unable to access intelligence above one's own level. After reading it, Li Bin sighed lightly. What a pity. I thought he would have a better talent. After saying this, he turned to leave. His attitude was unmistakably clear. In his eyes, Bai Yi's potential ceiling wasn't that high. Even if Bai Yi successfully cleared the dungeon, it wouldn't be worth another invitation. This outcome left both Sun Shun and Chiu Yuan feeling helpless. To outsiders, Bai Yi's profession and talent were classified as part of the special lifestyle category. While top universities did recruit lifestyle-oriented students occasionally, everyone knew that was mostly for show. Firstly, those who truly followed the lifestyle professional route rarely ventured into hellish dungeons. Secondly, no one expected lifestyle professions to save the world during critical moments. Watching the 3 recruiters leave with disappointment, Chiu Yuan grew increasingly frustrated. Why should someone's future be predetermined solely based on their talent and potential? He clenched his fists as he looked at Bai Yi's calm demeanor on the screen and shouted at the retreating figures of the recruiters. Just you wait. The strong also stumble, and ordinary people can still rise against the odds. The 3 recruiters simultaneously paused and glanced back at him. They looked at the agitated class teacher with some surprise before expressions of disdain emerged on their faces. To top university recruiters, their ability to evaluate others far surpassed that of a high school teacher. The representative from Moda University chuckled coldly and said, Mr. Chiu, I understand your sentiments. Bai Yi's performance today is indeed outstanding, but that's only temporary. We consider potential because high-potential individuals gain more attribute points as they level up. Bai Yi's skills are strong, and his understanding of them is unique. The problem, however, lies in his ordinary talent and base stats. While he may shine now, what happens when he reaches level 10 or level 20? If he encounters an opponent with dozens of attribute points more than him at the same level, will he still handle it as effortlessly as he does now? Chiu Yuan was momentarily speechless. He knew the other party wasn't entirely wrong. He wanted to argue further, but Principal Sun Shun gently held him back. Sun Shun quickly offered an apologetic smile. Please don't mind him. Mr. Chiu is just exceptionally protective of his students. It's fine. How can we take offense? Teachers like Mr. Chiu are a blessing in the education system. One of the recruiters replied before the three representatives left without further discussion. Inside the dungeon, unaware of what was happening outside, Bai Yi was currently lying low in a bush alongside Zhang Dehian, silently observing the scene ahead. The two were extremely cautious, even keeping their breathing as quiet as possible. Not far away, a three-person team was fighting against 6 ogres. The fierce battle between humans and demons ensued. Bai Yi squinted his eyes, and the information of 3 individuals immediately appeared before him. Name: Chun Song level 3 class. Warrior attributes: Strength 20, Constitution 18, Agility 12, Spirit 9 skill. Heavy slash, bronze. Name: Wangbo level 3 class. Mage attributes: Strength 9, Constitution 14, Agility 10, Spirit 25 skill. Flaming Serpent Dance, bronze. Name: Simba level 3 class. Archer attributes: Strength 15, Constitution 9, Agility 21, Spirit 12 skill. Precision Strike, bronze. Are we really going in? Zhang Daxian hesitated as he looked at the battle ahead. Although these 3 weren't from their school, taking advantage when others are in a heated fight seemed a bit dishonorable. But Bai clearly thought differently. He casually plucked a blade of grass, placed it in his mouth, tilted his head, and smiled. Daxian, do you know what's the most important thing for someone to achieve great success? Not sweating the small stuff? Wrong. It's being unscrupulous. Ahem, are you serious? Bai grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Of course, someone as weak as me occasionally being underhanded seems quite reasonable, don't you think? Zhang Daxian twitched his lips, unable to hold back his internal complaint. Weak? With those skills of yours, you call yourself weak? That's clearly a cheat-level ability that isn't even playing fair. Bai glanced at the battle scene ahead, his voice calm. It's about time. Our turn to steal the kill. As he finished speaking, his gaze fell on an ogre that was on the verge of being killed. He murmured softly, "Come to me." A flash of white light. The dying ogre appeared in front of Bai Yi the next second. A glint of cold light. A blade pierced straight into its heart. Bai Yi didn't exert much effort as he claimed the prey. Congratulations on killing LV4 ogre, gaining 120 experience points, 400 divine power points. On the other side, Chen Song watched helplessly as the ogre before him vanished in a thin air and couldn't help but curse loudly, WDNMD. He was completely dumbfounded. He was just about to strike the killing blow, but before his blade landed, the target disappeared. The ogre had simply vanished, as if evaporating into thin air. Chen Song, Wang Bo, and Simba were all stunned. What just happened? Wang Bo, while commanding fire serpents to entangle the remaining 2 ogres, frowned and asked, "The ogres can teleport now." Chen Song couldn't help but shout, turning back to resume fighting. There were still 5 ogres left, leaving him no time to think. For now, he could only chalk it up to a glitch or some strange anomaly. Soon after, Simba, who had been hiding in the back shooting arrows, noticed something wasn't right either. He locked onto one ogre that showed a clear opening and launched his skill without hesitation. Precision Strike. The next second, a faint cold light surrounded the arrowhead. The skill significantly improved his hit rate. In Simba's eyes, the perfect attack trajectory quickly appeared. When the ogre's movements aligned with the trajectory, he released the bowstring. The arrow shot out like a dart toward the ogre's heart. Got it, Simba thought with a smirk, convinced that the experience points were in the bag. But just as the arrow was about to pierce the target's chest, the unexpected happened again. The 2.5-meter tall ogre suddenly vanished. The arrow missed, embedding itself deep in the soft soil, leaving a small crater. Simba was completely at a loss. What the hell is going on? Hearing the commotion, Wangbo immediately asked, "What happened now?" Chun Song chimed in. "You saw an ogre vanish too?" Simba's face darkened as he nodded. He had seen it clearly. Just before the arrow landed, a white light flashed, and the ogre disappeared. At that moment, realization dawned on him, and his expression turned grim. We're being played. Simba gritted his teeth. Played. Vank Bofros. Yes, Simba said, his jaw tight. There's likely a spatial class player nearby. Upon hearing this, Chun Song cursed loudly. That explains why those ogres kept disappearing. It's someone messing with us. He yelled as he hacked at the ogres swarming him. You idiots, we're all getting tricked here, stop. Who are you calling idiots? Simba and Wong Bo were startled. I mean these damn ogres. Chun Song was fuming, pointing angrily at the two beasts in front of him. You two beasts, can you understand human speech? Roar. The two ogres tilted their heads, clearly clueless about what he was saying. The next second, one of them swung a massive club at Chun Song. From their perspective, this human had suddenly stopped fighting and was babbling incomprehensibly, a total fool. The battle quickly resumed. Meanwhile, in the distance, Zhang Daxian couldn't help but give Bai Yi a thumbs up when he saw the scene. When it comes to being shameless, I only serve you. In just a short while lying in wait, they had already taken down two ogres. Most crucially, Simba and his group of three had clearly realized they were being targeted. The problem, however, was that they didn't have the capacity to fight back. Ogres, with their low intelligence, didn't care who was ambushing whom or who was scheming. As long as there were humans in sight, they would charge forward. To them, humans were simply prey. Bai Yi merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. He focused on their next target, his expression eerily calm. His thoughts were straightforward. Everyone participating in the Purgatory Dungeon assessment was a competitor or even an enemy. Since they were enemies, did it really matter what tactics he used? Besides, his mental power had already reached a level of 13, far surpassing most ogres. This meant there was no longer a need to rely on random summons and gamble on luck. After all, if luck turned against him and he summoned the boss directly, he wouldn't be helping his opponents. He'd be sending himself to his doom. Bai Yi whispered a warning with a serious tone. Daxian, be careful. Next time, those three might be free to come at us. With the number of ogres dwindling, Simba's group could turn on them at any moment. Zhang Daxian nodded solemnly, his expression turning serious. Bai Yi added no further words and immediately activated his skill. A nearly defeated ogre was forcibly teleported in front of him the next second. Before the ogre could react, its chest was pierced through with a knife. It let out a muffled groan and fell heavily to the ground. Congratulations on slaying LV4 Ogre. Received 120 XP and 400 God Power. Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up. LV4, LV5. All attributes +1. Current XP, 50/1600. Found you. This time, Simba finally located Bai Yi in Zhang Daxian's position. Perhaps due to the frustration of having his prey snatched repeatedly, he had completely lost control, his eyes filled with madness. He drew his longbow fully and loosed an arrow directly at Bai Yi's location. No! Wong Bo shouted urgently, but it was already too late. This was, after all, just an assessment. Conflicts, competition, and even fighting among participants were allowed, but lethal force was strictly forbidden. Simba's arrow was obviously aimed at a vital point. It was true that Bai Yi had stolen his prey, but if Simba actually killed him, there would be far more severe consequences than mere disqualification. He might be sent straight to prison. Bai Yi watched the arrow flying toward him, his gaze cold as ice. He had long anticipated it. Simba would eventually act against him. So, he wasn't flustered at all. At that moment, Zhang Daxian had already raised a shield, firmly positioning himself in front of Bai Yi. Clang! The arrow struck the shield with a sharp sound. However, Simba's strength was far from enough to shake Zhang Daxian. Zhang Daxian sneered coldly and retorted, "What is this? Can't handle losing, or just shameless enough to aim for lethal strikes? You're the ones who pushed it too far." Simba roared back in fury. Finally, some of Simba's anger subsided as a sense of relief set in. He had been impulsive just now. Driven by rage, he had shot the arrow. But these two were way over the line. Stealing 1 or 2 kills could be tolerated, but every time a monster was about to die, they teleported it away. It was like slapping them across the face in front of everyone. Taking it too far? He chuckled lightly and shook his head. We're just making reasonable use of the rules. No one ever said stealing kills was prohibited. But you, breaking the rules to attack me first. If it weren't for my companion here, you'd already be a murderer. After a slight pause, he added with a smirk, from that perspective, don't you owe my companion a thank you? Shut up with your nonsense. Simba's face flushed red with anger. You've stolen so many kills from us, and I can't even shoot a single arrow to deal with you. The more he spoke, the more incensed he became, and the more indignant he felt. This man's words were venomous, yet he spoke with a confident righteousness that made Simba feel infuriated and oppressed. But deep down, he was beginning to waver. Anyone who could steal 3 ogres in a row wouldn't be below level 3, right? Someone at least level 3. How could they possibly be killed by just 1 arrow from him? Enough, sighed Wang Bo, who had just finished dealing with another ogre. You really should thank that guy. Simba froze for a moment, but his anger still lingered. Wang Bo, whose side are you even on? He couldn't understand. He was standing up for their team's honor, so why would even his teammates side against him? Chun Song approached, patting Simba's shoulder and speaking in a low tone. Take a look at that guy's attributes first. Attributes. Simba frowned in confusion and turned his gaze back to Bai. Shortly, a simplified profile appeared. Name, level, LV5. Attributes, Strength 14, Constitution 14, Agility 14, Spirit 14. Simba's expression froze instantly. What the? He was completely dumbfounded. A level 5 person with a total attribute of only 56 points? And what about himself? With A-grade potential, he was only level 3 but already had a total attribute of 57 points. What was up with this guy? Could he be any weaker? By this calculation, that arrow just now really might have taken his life. A cold sweat broke out across Simba's back. Well, now do you believe me? He looked at his shocked expression, the corners of his mouth curling upward slightly. In this assessment, no one could hide their panel. As long as someone used the appraisal skill, the simplified attributes would be laid bare. Exactly. Hurry up and apologize, Zhang Daxian chuckled from the side. He was genuinely impressed by Bai Yi. Not only had Bai Yi taken someone else's monster, but he had also turned the situation around to force the other person to bow first. Such a move was ruthless, pinning the opponent down completely. I'm sorry, brother. I was too impulsive. Simba struggled for a moment, but eventually bowed his head in apology. Although he felt sour inside, looking back, it was indeed his own impulsiveness. Shooting at a critical point like that, if he had really ended up killing someone, his life would have been over. And this Bai Yi in front of him looked so weak. Maybe if he apologized, the matter would just blow over. Fine, I'm magnanimous, so I'll forgive you, Bai Yi said with a wave of his hand, his expression intentionally feigning reluctant generosity. His demeanor was just downright infuriating, and Simba nearly ground his teeth to dust watching him. Let's go. Chin Song gave Bai a long look before finally choosing to leave. If he could, he would have liked to teach this monster-stealing guy a lesson. But the reality was clear. Bai Yi's attributes were too low, and if they really fought and someone got killed, nobody could bear the responsibility. So for now, they had to swallow their pride. As the trio walked off, Zhang Daxian let out a sigh of relief. You're something else, coming up with a trick like that. Battles aren't just about attributes, Bai Yi said with a smile. You have to use your brain. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding crowd erupted. No way, this Bai Yi is so sly. But I like it. He stole someone else's monster, then made them apologize in the end? That's insane. This isn't just playing well, he's completely mastered the rules. That said, even if it came to a real fight, Senior Bai Yi might not necessarily lose. If he summoned his beasts, taking opponents down one by one in seconds, who could withstand that? Please stop hyping him up. If this keeps up, all the girls will flock to him, and how are us lonely single guys supposed to survive? Instantly, Bai Yi became the center of attention again. Stealing monsters wasn't exactly a glorious deed, but the assessment rules didn't explicitly forbid it. What was actually against the rules was Simba's attempt to target a critical area straight away. Even the principal of Dongwu number 3 high school couldn't help but shake his head. No shame in losing. Interesting, this young man is very interesting, said Wang Ritian, the admissions representative from top 2 Tianfu University. He couldn't stop smiling. It had been a long time since he'd encountered someone so engaging. 3 job holders with A-grade potential were thoroughly outmaneuvered by Bai Yi, a guy with only F-grade potential. This was undoubtedly the most entertaining moment of the entire assessment. Looking at his peers around him, he chuckled and said, "Since none of you are interested, I'll personally have a chat with Bai Yi later." "Old Wang, let me warn you," someone beside him said, shaking his head. "His talent and potential are clear. Didn't we discuss this before? Guys like him might steal the limelight now, but later on they might not. Of course, I just hope none of you come fighting me for him later." Wang Ritian sneered, saying no more. On the other side, Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian had already left the crowd. "Where are we heading now?" Zhang Daxian asked. Glancing around, Bai Yi's voice was calm, but carried a tone of undeniable confidence. "With our current strength, we should go hunt elite monsters." "Elite monsters?" Zhang Daxian's eyes lit up, and the bit of fatigue he felt was instantly replaced with excitement. Regular monsters only drop basic materials, and if you were lucky, you might get more experience. But elite monsters were different. They were stronger, more dangerous, and more valuable. They had the chance to drop equipment blueprints or even skill stones. However, the issue was clear. Elite monsters had skills and physical prowess far superior to regular monsters. Going head-to-head recklessly could easily lead to a gruesome end. "Are you sure about this?" Zhang Daxian couldn't help but ask. "Bai Yi similит. Do you trust me?" "Of course I do," Zhang Daxian grinned. "If I don't trust you, who else would I trust?" "Then let's go," Bai Yi said, offering no further explanation. He understood all too well that his current attributes weren't strong. In a direct confrontation, they were at a disadvantage. So this fight couldn't follow conventional methods. He had to gamble on his judgment, gamble on his omniscience. Almighty, let's gamble on the most dangerous yet most effective plan. The two of them traversed through the forest, following the route Bai Yi had memorized long ago. The deeper they went, the quieter it became. A silence so eerie it made their skin crawl. Finally, they stopped in front of a cave. The entrance wasn't large, but an overwhelming stench emanated from within. Bai Yi stood still, ensuring no one was nearby before whispering, "The elite monster is inside. If we fight head-on, we might not win. So do you still trust me?" Zhang Daxian was stunned at first, but then frowned. "You've already phrased it this way. How can I not trust you?" "Good." Bai Yi nodded. "Then let's go big. Say it. Once we're inside, block the entrance." "What?" Zhang Daxian nearly jumped on the spot. He stared at Bai Yi, his face full of disbelief. "Bro, this isn't thrill-seeking. This is a death wish. The cave is so small. If we block the entrance, we'll have no way out. Isn't that just trapping ourselves in a dead end?" This statement is not exaggerated at all. Once the entrance is sealed and the monsters inside rush out, there will be nowhere to hide. Yet Bai Yi remained calm. "Don't worry, I won't gamble with my life." Zhang Daxian looked at him and was silent for a few seconds. Finally, he gritted his teeth. "All right, let's do it. Worst case, we'll risk it all today." After saying this, he turned around to move the stones, preparing to seal the entrance completely. Bai Yi stood still and slowly exhaled. He knew this step was risky, but he had no other choice. If he wanted to kill this elite monster, this was the fastest and most reliable method. Soon, everything was ready. Bai Yi glanced at Zhang Daxian and nodded. "Let's go." The two of them charged into the cave one after the other. As soon as they stepped inside, a strong stench assaulted them, almost suffocating them. The smell was both fishy and foul, like a mix of rotten meat, muddy water, and excrement, making their stomachs churn. But he didn't need to think much to know that this monster was completely unhygienic. It seemed to treat this place as its dining, sleeping, and waste area. A monster that grew up in such an environment would only be fiercer and wilder in combat. "Roar!" The next second, a deafening roar echoed from deep within the cave. Heavy footsteps approached step by step. Bai raised his eyes, and information quickly appeared before him. Name, Elite Ogre level, LV7 attributes, Strength 32, Constitution 29, Agility 20, Spirit 18 skill. Savage charged seeing these stats. Even Bai couldn't help but feel a sinking sensation in his heart. As expected, it was strong. These numbers were far beyond what ordinary monsters could compare to. Even Zhang Daxian, who was level 5, would stand no chance in a direct confrontation. As for himself, his attributes were even weaker. A head-on clash would only lead to a quick death. Seal it. He lowered his voice and immediately gave the order. Zhang Daxian didn't hesitate for a moment and pushed the giant stone he had prepared earlier into place. With a loud rumble, the entrance was sealed tightly. The retreat was completely cut off. The atmosphere instantly became oppressive. Zhang Daxian gripped his greatsword tightly, standing beside Bai Yi, his eyes fixed ahead, ready to fight at any moment. Bai Yi, however, remained composed. He simply stared into the darkness, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Cool me. The next second, he raised his hand and shouted, "Guard!" In an instant, a towering figure appeared out of thin air. It was an elite ogre, standing 3 meters tall with a massive build and bulging muscles, like a moving mountain, directly blocking Bai Yi's front. Quick attack! Bai Yi shouted, retreating sharply. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Daxian unleashed all his strength, directly activating the skill Earth Cross. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed through the air. The elite ogre clearly sensed the approach of death. It struggled frantically, its eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. It couldn't understand why it had suddenly been pulled here, nor why its body felt pinned down, unable to move at all. But it no longer had the chance to figure it out. Zhang Daxian's strike was clean and decisive, piercing straight through its chest. The elite ogre was instantly killed. Congratulations on killing LV7 Elite Ogre, gaining 1,200 experience points and 8,000 points of divine power. Damn, no wonder it's an elite monster. The rewards are worth 10 ordinary ones. Bai Yi's eyes lit up. The experience points were secondary. What truly caught his attention was the astonishing amount of divine power dropped this time. It dropped loot. Zhang Daxian shouted excitedly. Bai followed his gaze and saw a glowing green crystal lying on the corpse of the elite ogre. Zhang Daxian ignored the disgust and directly reached into its chest to retrieve it, handing it to Bai. Here, Bai glanced at the information on the crystal. Name, Savage Charge Grade. Bronze effect. Charge at the enemy with full force. The greater the strength, the higher the damage. Omniscient and omnipotent. You can't learn this, so stop staring at it. Bai fell silent for a moment, then sighed. You keep it. I can't use it. Even if you can't use it, you can sell it. Zhang Daxian shook his head. Either way, I can't take it. This assessment was mostly thanks to you. Teaming up already split the experience in half, so I've already benefited from you. I can't take this skill stone on top of that. Bai looked at him, understanding his meaning. Zhang Daxian didn't refuse because he didn't want it, but because he didn't want to take advantage of Bai Yi. They wouldn't have made it this far without Bai Yi's judgment. If it weren't for Bai Yi, they wouldn't have been able to move that massive boulder to the cave entrance, nor would they have been able to use the terrain to trap and kill the elite monster. Bai Yi had been clear from the start. What he exploited was the rule that it must take effect within the same space. The cave entrance itself didn't count as a complete space, so if they summoned directly, the system wouldn't pull the elite monster over. It might target something else randomly or even summon an ordinary ogre. But once the massive boulder blocked the entrance, the situation changed. The entrance was sealed and the space was divided. At that moment, the conditions were met and the elite monster was forcibly drawn into the scenario. This wasn't brute force. It was using the rules to kill the enemy. Bai knew very well that his victory wasn't just due to his intellect, but also because Zhang Daxian was willing to cooperate. With this in mind, he said, "Let's do it this way. I'll take the boss drops, and you can have everything else. Is that fair?" Zhang Daxian was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Fair. This time, he didn't refuse. Both Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian understood that neither was trying to take advantage of the other. They were simply leaving each other some dignity. "Let's get out of here. This place stinks." Bai Yi frowned, waving his hand to fan the air. "Let's go." The two quickly left the disgusting cave. Meanwhile, in another elite monster's cave, a bolt of lightning suddenly exploded. A girl with short blue hair stood in place, her long sword still crackling with residual electricity. With a single strike, she had just instantly killed an elite monster. "Oh!" Tsuruashi exhaled deeply, staring at the fallen elite ogre. Her expression showed a hint of fatigue, but even more confidence. For her, killing this elite monster wasn't too difficult, but it was by no means easy. "If nothing unexpected happens, I should be the first to kill an elite ogre," she murmured. She raised her hand and made a light swipe in the air. Soon, a leaderboard for the dungeon appeared before her. The next second, her expression froze. Faint arcs of electricity flickered in the air, and the aura around her became noticeably unstable. If someone were present, they might even notice her body trembling slightly, not from fear but from anger. Elite Monster Kill Leaderboard. First place. Everyone below me is my grandson. Time, 5 seconds. Second place. Tsuruashi. Time, 1 minute 32 seconds. Third place, none. Normal Monster Kill Leaderboard. First place. Everyone below me is my grandson. Kills, 7. Second place. Tsuruashi. Kills, 6. Third place. Suzidong. Kills, 4. No matter which leaderboard she looked at, the top spot was always occupied by that absurdly ridiculous name, "Everyone below me is my grandson." And she was always stuck in second place. "If I ever find out who came up with that name, I definitely won't let them off." Tsuruashi gritted her teeth, her mouth twitching uncontrollably. "Fine, you're strong." She acknowledged that. "Fine, you're fast." She acknowledged that too. But that name, wasn't it just infuriating? This was the college entrance exam dungeon. Who would use such a name in a place like this? She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. But when her eyes landed on the 5 seconds record again, her heart couldn't help but tremble. 5 seconds. What kind of concept was that? She was well aware of how difficult it was to kill an elite monster. Even though she was an SSS-level potential lightning magic swordsman, with attack power almost unmatched among her peers, it still took her a full minute and 30 seconds to take down that monster. Yet the other person had only needed 5 seconds. This wasn't just fast, it was an overwhelming crush. If she really encountered that person, could she win? Tsuruashi's gaze shifted slightly at the thought, but instead of fear, a hint of interest emerged. "I really want to see what kind of person this is." She smiled faintly, lifted her long sword, and walked out of the cave. After Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian left the cave, they didn't go far. They found a secluded spot and stopped to rest. Zhang Daxian sat to the side, beginning to absorb the newly acquired skill stone. Bai Yi wasn't idle either. At this moment, he was staring at his own panel, a feeling he had never experienced before slowly rising in his heart. He was becoming increasingly aware that he seemed to be growing stronger step by step. And this growth wasn't just an increase in numerical stats. It felt more like he was gradually grasping the rules of this world. Once he understood the rules, many things that had seemed impossible would become achievable. He lowered his head, looking at his hands, his gaze deepening. He suddenly felt that, at this moment, he might truly be capable of anything. Bai Yi's divine power had already accumulated to 14,400 points. According to the system's prompt, he could now draw his next skill. Guards protect me. While strong, it was ultimately more of a control-type skill, not the kind he most desired. This time, Bai Yi wanted to draw an offensive skill. He opened the system panel, decisively deducted 10,000 points of divine power, and began the draw. Soon, the system presented 3 options. Option 1, Beauty Rules. After activation, the side with higher attractiveness will have their attributes enhanced, and their damage doubled. Conversely, the side with lower attractiveness will have their attributes reduced, and the damage they deal to the higher attractiveness side have the option 2, no retreat. After use, the target must complete whatever they have in mind to do. If they have no clear goal, they cannot retreat. Option 3, escape from Jia. When attacked lethally by someone whose name contains the character Jia, the attack will be automatically nullified, and the user will be teleported to a safe location. To lock a specific option for it to reappear in the next draw, 2,000 points of divine power are required. He was momentarily stunned. Only now did he truly realize how absurd this system was. In a sense, all 3 of these could be considered divine skills. Moreover, they were abilities with rule-based effects. Setting aside their limitations, any one of them would be worth it. But 10,000 points of divine power didn't come easily. He didn't make an immediate decision, but instead began to analyze carefully. The first option, Beauty Rules, was clearly a buff-type skill. Simply put, the more attractive side would become stronger and could even deal higher damage to the opponent. If used in the upcoming boss fight, it could be quite useful. Although the judgment criteria were a bit odd, at the very least, he shouldn't lose out to an ogre, right? The second option, No Retreat, seemed more like a control skill based on its description. It could force the target to complete what they wanted to do and prevent them from retreating. In critical moments, this effect could also be life-saving. More importantly, it could synergize well with guards Protect Me. After all, those summoned usually appear with their backs to him. The third option, Escape from Jia, was strong in its own way. But the problem was that its limitation was too specific. It could only be triggered by someone whose name contained the character Jia. This condition was too restrictive. If there were a skill to change someone's name, then it might be more practical. After pondering for a moment, he finally made his decision. Choose the first option and lock the second. After all, who knew what strange things the system might offer next time? Once he confirmed his choice, the system interface immediately changed. Name by level. LV5 experience, 1250/1600 class, Passerby talent. Omniscient and omnipotent, no information can be hidden from Passerby. Your eyes can see all concealed information, and you always manage to obtain some special intelligence. A passerby holds infinite possibilities, so don't underestimate yourself. Strength, 14 stamina, 14 agility, 14 spirit, 14 skills. Guards Protect Me, LV1. Beauty is Justice, LV1. Divine Power, 400 points name. Beauty is Justice level, LV1 grade. Effect. By silently reciting the skill's incantation, you can initiate a beauty judgment with the person you lock eyes with. The side with higher beauty will have their attribute values increased, and their damage to the other side will be doubled. The side with lower beauty will have their attribute values decreased, and their damage to the higher beauty side will be halved. The effect only applies to both parties. Judgment Rule. The subjective perception of people within a 10-meter radius. Restriction. Cannot be used on individuals more than 10 levels higher than yourself. Duration. 30 minutes. Being able to ignore a 10-level difference is already quite impressive. As the skill levels up, its effects will surely continue to evolve. However, the Judgment Rule is a bit tricky. If surrounded by monsters, this skill might not be as effective. After all, in the eyes of those monsters, their leader might appear more pleasing than a human. At this moment, Zhang Daxian's voice pulled Yi back to reality. Yi, I've mastered my skill. What about you? Yi snapped out of his thoughts and considered briefly. Continuing to farm regular monsters wasn't ideal. Neither of them had area of effect skills, so the efficiency was too low. There were no elite monsters nearby either, so it wasn't worth wasting time searching for them. Only one option remained, heading to the boss's location. Let's go find the boss, Yi said. All right. Zhang Daxian laughed heartily. To be honest, I feel invincible right now. Following he had made things almost too easy for him. They could effortlessly take down elite monsters. So how hard could the boss be? He glanced at him and immediately poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Don't get too excited. Boss fights aren't that simple. My skills might not all be useful, and there will definitely be others trying to interfere. Thinking we can take it down easily is unrealistic. He was confident, but never blindly arrogant. In this dungeon, they weren't the only ones with S-rank potential. If anyone else wanted to contest the boss, trouble was inevitable. Especially with more people around, his skills would be more prone to issues. Zhang Daxian put away his grin and nodded seriously. Don't worry, I was just joking. I won't let my guard down. Then let's go. Bai Yi oriented himself and led Zhang Daxian toward the boss's location. The journey was far from peaceful. Bai Yi didn't go out of his way to avoid the regular ogres they encountered. Time was too precious now. Whenever they ran into ogres, Zhang Daxian would charge in immediately. But Bai Yi would step in first and take down the ogre directly, not even giving Zhang Daxian a chance to act. With their current attributes, fighting these monsters was a one-sided crush. Congratulations on killing a LV5 ogre. You've gained 80 experience points and 300 divine power points. Congratulations. You've successfully leveled up. Level LV5, LV6. All attributes plus 1 point. Current experience 100/3200. Current divine power 1,900 points. We're finally almost there. Zhang Daxian split an ogre in half with a single sword strike, then bent over, panting. Along the way, they had already taken down 8 ogres. After fighting continuously for most of the day, even with his decent stamina, he was starting to feel the strain. Bai looked ahead and spoke calmly. 800 meters ahead is the final ogre fortress. He paused before continuing. Inside, there's a level 10 boss, along with 3 level 7 elite monsters and 20 regular ogres. If the two of us rush in now, we'll just be served up as dinner. Zhang Daxian followed his gaze, and his expression grew serious. The fortress didn't look large, but it exuded an oppressive aura that made people uncomfortable. This place was clearly not something 2 people could take down by force. Let's rest for a bit, Bai Yi said. We'll wait for the others to arrive and then figure out a way to take down the boss together. Zhang Daxian was momentarily stunned. Wait for others? Who? Of course, the other participants in the assessment, Bai Yi replied calmly. This fortress isn't something the 2 of us can handle, and I have no intention of charging ahead to clear the path for others. Zhang Daxian frowned. But will the others be willing to team up with us? Bai Yi smiled faintly, his gaze carrying a hint of meaning. They won't have a choice. As long as they're in the vicinity, there's no way to avoid it. After hearing this, Zhang Daxian stopped asking questions. He simply sat down on the ground, took some food out of his backpack, and tossed a portion to Bai. Then let's wait patiently. Hopefully, it won't take too long. After all, the ones coming later are all the highly anticipated S-class professionals. Bai Yi accepted the food, but didn't eat it immediately. Instead, he gazed thoughtfully toward the south. There a figure was slowly approaching. Didn't expect someone to arrive even earlier than me. Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian had only rested for a short while when a tall, slender girl dressed in a black bodysuit walked over. She had a refined appearance, and her sleek blue short hair made her look both cold and mysterious. Wow, Bai Yi, a stunning beauty has arrived. Zhang Daxian perked up noticeably. Though he usually seemed rough around the edges, his reaction to a pretty girl was quicker than anyone else's. Bai Yi, however, had no interest in such matters. What truly caught his attention was the absurdly exaggerated stats on her attribute panel. Name: Su Ruashi level, LV5 or potential, SSS talent, Child of Thunder class, Magic Swordsman attributes, Strength 52, Constitution 45, Agility 44, Spirit 52. Bai Yi stared at the string of numbers, his heart sinking involuntarily. The disparity was overwhelming. Both were level 5, yet she was already this strong, while he was still struggling at the bottom. This was the difference between SSS level potential and F level potential. Suruashi was also sizing them up. She glanced at Zhang Daxian first, her expression remaining relatively calm. But when her gaze landed on Bai Yi's attributes, her brows furrowed instantly. With stats this week, how did you even make it here? She asked bluntly, her tone bordering on rude. Baiyi's mood soured immediately. He was not one to take insults lying down, and he retorted on the spot. I flew here. Zhang Daxian nearly burst out laughing. Suruwashi froze for a few seconds before realizing he was deliberately mocking her. Her face darkened, and a powerful aura erupted from her. I was just curious, not trying to offend you. Was there really a need to be so sarcastic? Baiyi remained unfazed, even cracking a smile. Sarcastic? I was just stating the truth. Didn't your grandmother get eaten by the big bad wolf? You. Suruwashi's face turned pale with anger. She had never been so blatantly provoked before, especially by someone whose stats seemed pitifully weak. You're too much, she gritted her teeth. I challenge you to a duel. Sure, Baiyi replied casually. But before we start, I have a question for you. What question? Did you buy insurance? Suruoxi is native. Afraid you'll lose too badly? Baiyi raised a finger and wagged it lightly. I'm afraid you won't be able to afford my funeral expenses. Suruoxi fell silent instantly. No matter how angry she was, she couldn't ignore the reality. Baiyi's stats were indeed absurdly low. So low that if she made a move, she might seriously injure or even kill him. At that point, she wouldn't be a prodigy anymore. She'd be a murderer. But just letting it go, she had been humiliated by this guy. Was she just supposed to act like it never happened? Suruwashi was so furious that she nearly ground her teeth to pieces, yet she couldn't actually make a move. Baiyi, seeing this, became even more relaxed. See? I told you didn't have guts. He shrugged, his tone full of provocation. In the assessment, many rules were laid out clearly, and no one could act recklessly. That's why he wasn't afraid at all. At least here, he wouldn't be taught a lesson on the spot for speaking too harshly. And this was the confidence that allowed him to confront everyone head-on. Baiyi's lips curled slightly. He had already calculated everything in his mind. He looked at the incoming fire fist and didn't retreat. Instead, he stepped forward to meet it. Suruwashi froze. Zhang Daxian was dumbfounded. Everyone could see that Baiyi's strength was far inferior to Su Zidong's. Going head-to-head like this, wasn't it suicidal? Yet, Baiyi did it anyway. The next second, the two fists collided fiercely. Bang! A muffled sound exploded, and a wave of air spread out violently, causing the surrounding atmosphere to tremble. But the anticipated scene of Baiyi being sent flying by a punch didn't happen. He stood in place, completely unmoving. Su Zidong's expression, however, changed instantly. Shock, bewilderment, disbelief. His fire fist had been caught? How was that possible? Su Zidong gritted his teeth, trying to exert more force, but he quickly realized that his scorching power seemed to have hit an invisible wall. Not only could it not push through, but it was also being forcefully pushed back. He felt the impact on his fist, but his mind grew even calmer. This was the result he had been aiming for. In that instant, he wasn't taking a risk. He was gambling. Gambling on his special ability, gambling on the opponent's reaction, gambling that the opponent would lose judgment due to anger. And now, he had won the gamble. What's wrong? Weren't you acting all arrogant just now? Baiyi spoke calmly, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. With this level of strength, you dare to stand up for others. Su Zidong's face turned ashen. He had never suffered such humiliation, especially in front of someone who seemed far inferior to him. You're asking for death, he roared, raising his other hand abruptly as flames surged again. But just as he was about to continue his attack, Baiyi suddenly withdrew his fist, shifted his stance, and moved so quickly it was as if he had predicted Su Zidong's next move. Su Zidong's punch missed, causing his entire body to lose balance. In that instant, Baiyi moved his foot, directly circling to Su Zidong's side and rear, and drove his knee fiercely into Su Zidong's waist. Ugh! Su Zidong let out a muffled groan as his body staggered forward 2 steps. Surui's pupils contracted. Only now did she truly realize that the seemingly carefree boy in front of her was not the useless person she had initially thought. On the contrary, he was dangerous. And not just dangerous. He was the kind of danger that thought quickly and played by no conventional rules. Zhang Daxian stood behind them, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. Whoa, Bai Yi, that's way too sneaky. Bai Yi didn't look back. He simply stared at Su Zidong, his expression as calm as if he were doing something completely ordinary. No choice. The other side is too impulsive, he said. People like this are the easiest to be led by their emotions. As long as you make them angry first, they've already lost half the battle. Su Zidong clutched his side, his chest heaving violently, his eyes filled with fury. But this time, he didn't charge forward immediately, because he finally realized that his punch just now had revealed too much. The opponent hadn't just endured it, he had counterattacked. This meant he wasn't relying on brute force, but was fighting based on judgment and rhythm. The most troublesome opponents were often not the strongest, but the ones who could exploit every flaw. Su Ruashi also took the opportunity to step forward, trying to explain. Su Zidong, calm down for a moment. We really aren't, shut up. Su Zidong interrupted her coldly, his gaze still wary. You spoke up for him earlier, and now you want to explain? Do you think I'll believe you? Su Ruashi was stunned, then felt a bit helpless. She knew that if this fight continued, it would only escalate further. But now, whatever she said seemed redundant. In Su Zidong's eyes, she and Bai Yi were already tied together. On the other side, Bai Yi suddenly laughed. He looked at the misunderstanding before him, not anxious at all, but rather as if he had already foreseen a more amusing outcome. He raised his hand and waved lightly at Su Ruashi, as if deliberately provoking her, or perhaps adding fuel to the fire. Don't rush, Bai Yi said leisurely. This is just the beginning. Bai Yi stood his ground, not retreating even half a step. In contrast, Su Zidong let out a muffled grunt, his entire body forced to stagger backward, his arms trembling. Clearly, he had suffered a significant loss. That's all you've got. Bai Yi sneered, his expression relaxed as if nothing had happened. Yet it was precisely this calm demeanor, coupled with the completely unexpected outcome, that left Zhang Daxian and Su Ruashi stunned. Su Ruashi blinked, her face full of disbelief. She had clearly seen it just now. Su Zidong's punch carried immense force. So how did it end up with him being the one force back? Zhang Daxian was equally dumbfounded. This situation defied all logic. 2 against 1. You guys are shameless. Su Zidong spat on the ground, still trying to maintain his bravado, though his confidence was already wavering. That punch just now had been his full strength, yet Bai Yi had effortlessly deflected it, even forcing him to retreat. This kind of disparity couldn't be explained away by mere posturing. Bai Yi clasped his hands behind his back, his tone lazy and tinged with obvious mockery. Classmate, you're mistaken. With your level of skill, there's no need for my dear Ruashi to step in. If you're not convinced, feel free to try again. We'll have plenty of chances in the future. Su Zidong glared fiercely at Bai Yi, but ultimately plopped down on the ground. He knew full well that continuing to fight would only bring more humiliation. A wise man knows when to retreat. For now, the most important thing was to save face. In his view, Bai Yi's attributes were absurdly high, practically overwhelming him in every aspect. Under such circumstances, charging forward again would be nothing short of asking for trouble. Seeing that Su Zidong had given up, Bai Yi shrugged, turned around, and flashed Su Ruashi a mischievous smile. All right, my dear, let's not bother others with our personal matters. Get lost. Who's your dear? Su Ruashi instantly flared up. From the beginning, this guy had been taking liberties with her, his words and actions seemingly designed to provoke her. She really wanted to punch him directly. With that thought, Su Ruashi charged forward again. Since Bai Yi had managed to block the attack from that fire punch ability user earlier, it meant he might not necessarily be able to block her punch. She raised her hand and aimed straight for Bai Yi's face. Seeing this, Bai Yi not only remained unflustered but even smiled. He suddenly turned to Su Zidong and deliberately shouted, "Someone protect me! F*** your mother!" Su Zidong, who had been planning to watch the drama unfold from the sidelines, was abruptly yanked by an unseen force and dragged in front of Bai Yi. The next second, bang, a solid punch landed squarely on Su Zedong's nose. Blood immediately began to flow. Su Ruashi was completely stunned. Her eyes widened, unable to process what had just happened. What was going on here? Zhang Daxian was equally dumbfounded, his mouth twitching. This was just too wicked. Bai Yi was the one who instigated the fight, yet Su Zedong was the one who kept getting hit. Bai Yi, however, acted as if nothing had happened, even going so far as to apologize to Su Zedong in a serious tone. "Sorry, my girlfriend has a bit of temper. Let me apologize on her behalf. Can you two just stop fighting?" Su Zedong clutched his nose, trembling with rage. He genuinely wanted to curse. What kind of nonsense was this? If you two want to argue or fight, go ahead and do it yourselves. Why is he always the one getting hurt? I'm sorry. I really don't know why you're always the one getting hit. Su Ruashi was completely bewildered, her tone softening. She looked at the unlucky boy in front of her and even felt a twinge of guilt. This person had clearly done nothing, yet he had been attacked by her twice for no reason and couldn't even fight back. It was truly unfair. Bai Yi glanced at Su Zedong, who was clutching his nose, and deliberately sighed. "Ruashi, you'd better stop hitting me, or this poor guy will keep taking the fall. By the way, what's your name again?" "Su Zedong, from Dongwu number 2 High School." Su Zedong gritted his teeth as he replied. He was absolutely furious. That short-haired girl was obviously Su Ruashi, ranked second. And the white-haired boy in front of him, who looked as ordinary as could be, had absurdly high stats, even far surpassing his own. The most ridiculous part was that he couldn't beat either of them. He was supposed to be an SS-rated genius in terms of potential. Yet here he was being used as a human shield by these two in turn. How could he swallow this humiliation? After hearing this, Bai Yi's smile became even more infuriating. "So it's Brother Su. A pleasure to meet you. We're from the Everyone Below Us is our grandson team downstairs. I'm Bai Yi. This is my teammate Zhang Daxian. And as for her, well, you should already know, Su Ruashi. So the first place team is you guys?" Su Ruashi and Su Zedong spoke almost simultaneously, their voices full of shock. But soon, both fell silent. To be the first ones to arrive here, and to hold the two of them back so firmly, there didn't seem to be any other explanation besides them being the first place team. "That's right, it's us." Bai nodded with a smug smile, making no effort to hide his pride. Su Ruashi snorted and sat down on the ground, though her gaze never left Bai Yi. She had originally thought she would be meeting the strongest experts from the various rankings. Now it seemed she had indeed met them, but she couldn't figure out why. Logically, the strongest person in the team should have been Zhang Daxian. So why was it that the one making decisions, the one who truly acted like the leader, was this carefree, cheeky Bai Yi who constantly took advantage of her? And then there was that move just now. Teleporting someone over to take a hit for her was clearly Bai Yi's skill. That much she could understand. But how had he managed to directly repel Su Zedong? How had he done that? It wasn't just Su Ruashi. Zhang Daxian was equally puzzled. Taking advantage of the temporary ceasefire, he leaned over to Bai Yi and whispered, "Boss, how did you manage to knock Su Zedong back just now? His stats are way higher than yours." Su Zedong might not be as strong as Su Ruashi, but he was still far superior to Bai Yi. Normally, Bai Yi shouldn't have been able to withstand that punch head-on, let alone counter it and knock him back. Zhang Daxian couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. Bai Yi simply smiled and replied mysteriously, "It's my new skill. It's normal for others not to know about it." He spoke casually, as if it were no big deal. But in reality, he had secretly used an ability on Su Zedong just moments ago. In that instant, the two people around him unconsciously felt that Bai Yi's face was more pleasing to the eye, more imposing, and even more trustworthy. This sudden impression caused his stats to skyrocket temporarily. Bai Yi's plan had been a complete success. Not only had he managed to suppress Su Zedong, but he had also used the unique effects of his skill to firmly take control of the situation. Su Zedong's attacks had almost no effect on him. On the contrary, whenever Bai Yi seized the opportunity, Su Zedong would suffer even greater losses. Later, Bai Yi exploited the stat gap between them to pull Su Zedong directly in front of him, leaving the latter with no choice but to grit his teeth and take a fatal blow on Bai Yi's behalf. From start to finish, every step had been part of Bai Yi's calculations. Outside the assessment arena, the atmosphere was electric. Oh my god, this Bai Yi is just too clever. The more I watch, the more I like him, ha ha ha. Look at Su Ruashi and Su Zedong's expressions. Two top-tier geniuses being completely played by someone with only F-level potential. Now, that's a true badass. This is just absurd. What exactly is his skill? It definitely doesn't seem like a mere bronze-level ability. Su Zedong's stats are way higher than his, yet he couldn't do anything against him. And that's not even the most shocking part. How did he manage to force Su Zedong to retreat just now? A guy with total stats of only 56 actually grabbed Su Zedong, who has over 140 in total stats, and completely dominated him. The onlookers grew more and more excited as they spoke. Bai Yi's performance once again left everyone stunned. Who is Su Ruashi? The only SSS potential super genius in Dongwu City. And who is Su Zedong? The universally acknowledged SS-level genius of Dongwu Second High School. Yet these two brightest stars were utterly overshadowed by Bai Yi, unable to lift their heads. How could this not shock people? This also made many start to reconsider a question. Was F-level potential truly destined to be worthless? Bai Yi gave a definitive answer through his actions. No. Potential only determines the starting point. What truly determines how far someone can go are their brains, their courage, and their ability to make decisions in the moment. And the scariest thing about Bai Yi was that he not only dared to take risks, but also managed to win them. However, his maneuver against Su Zedong still left most people baffled. Even Wang Riqian couldn't help but mutter under his breath. This kid, there's something uncanny about him. The outside world couldn't see the details of the candidate's skills, so even he couldn't figure out how Bai Yi managed to ignore Su Zedong's attacks. But he was certain that Su Zedong had gone all out just now. That was a genuine full-force strike. In other words, Bai Yi truly had the ability to suppress an SS-level genius on his own. Thinking of this, Wang Riqian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! As expected of someone I've got my eye on. Strong enough, smart enough, students like this are so rare. The faces of the other recruitment representatives darkened, especially Li Bin, the representative from Qingbei University, whose expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He had originally set his sights on Su Ruashi and Su Zedong. But now look at this. These two once brilliant geniuses have been completely outplayed by Bai Yi. Even if Su Ruashi and Su Zedong eventually joined Qingbei, today's scene would forever be Wang Riqian's greatest triumph. The problem was, he had already spoken earlier. It was now impossible to go back and try to recruit Bai Yi. All he could do was grit his teeth and curse inwardly. Damn it, why does this Bai Yi have to be so ridiculously strong? Inside the assessment field, as time passed, 6 more candidates arrived at the gathering point. These were mostly ranked in the top 10, with most being S-level and a few A-level. It was clear they had come to try their luck, hoping to snag some points. Once the group was nearly complete, Bai Yi dusted off his clothes and slowly stood up. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he spoke naturally. Everyone, thank you for coming. The boss here belongs to me, Bai. As for the elite monsters and smaller mobs, feel free to take them. The atmosphere instantly shifted. Many people frowned on the spot. This was way too arrogant. A nobody like him, daring to claim the boss for himself right off the bat. A burly male student was the first to step forward, his expression unfriendly as he said, "Hey, who do you think you are? The boss is all yours? Don't you think you're being a bit too cocky? How about we have a little competition first?" Bai Yi ignored him. He simply turned his head to look at Su Zedong. The moment Su Zedong met his gaze, his body instinctively shuddered, and the memory of that earlier feeling of helplessness flooded his mind. That experience of being forcibly dragged over, completely unable to resist. He never wanted to go through it again in his life. So this time, he almost reflexively stood up. I agree with Bai Yi's statement. Su Zedong looked at the burly man, his tone firm, but his eyes clearly guarded. If anyone's not convinced, fight me first. He wasn't stupid. If a fight broke out, the one to suffer might not be Bai Yi, but most likely himself. Instead of stepping out to confront directly, it was better to help Bai Yi hold the ground for now. As long as he didn't clash head-on with Bai Yi, everything else was negotiable. The burly man's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. Su Zedong, the SS-level blazing fist master from Dongwu No. 2 High School. He snorted coldly, but eventually sat back down. He could clearly sense that his attributes were far inferior to Su Zedong's. Not to mention that the latter had silver-level skills, while he only had bronze-level skills. If it came to a fight, he would undoubtedly be the one at a disadvantage. The others, seeing Su Zedong stepping up to support Bai Yi, began to feel uneasy. Soon, their gazes turned to Su Ruoshi, who was ranked second. Su Ruoshi, sensing their stares, simply shook her head lightly. I have no objections either. These 4 simple words made many people gasp. Even Su Ruoshi didn't object? That meant Bai Yi wasn't bluffing. He truly had the confidence to back it up. For a moment, everyone began to reassess this seemingly unremarkable young man. What card was this Bai Yi hiding? Why were even 2 top-tier talents willing to stand by his side? Bai Yi looked at Su Ruoshi and smiled faintly. Thank you. He had initially thought that Su Zedong would be the only one to speak up for him. He hadn't expected Su Ruoshi to support him as well. Don't thank me, Su Ruoshi said calmly, her gaze falling on him. You have 10 minutes. If you can't do it, let me handle it. Su Ruoshi watched Bai Yi retreat, a slight, relaxed smile playing on her lips. She admitted that this boss was strong, far beyond the level of ordinary monsters. But for her, the real challenge was never about defeating a boss. It was about resolving the battle in the shortest time possible. What intrigued her more was Bai Yi. This man, despite his apparent disadvantage and attributes, dared to step forward as if he had already planned everything out. All right, let's move out then, Bai Yi said. The group quickly divided their targets and charged toward the fortress where the boss was located. The fortress wasn't large. In fact, it was rather crude. The perimeter lacked proper defensive structures, with only a few rows of rough wooden stakes serving as makeshift barriers. Yet, even so, the ogres inside immediately caught the scent of humans. They roared excitedly. Roar! Roar! Heavy footsteps followed, thundering through the forest like muffled thunder. Over 20 tall, green-skinned monsters charged out of the fortress, their eyes filled with bloodlust. The one at the forefront was particularly striking. It stood nearly 4 meters tall, with shoulders as broad as a wall, and wielded a wooden club thicker than a human leg. Just standing there, it exuded an oppressive aura. Name: Ogre Lord. Level: LV10 attributes: Strength 72, Constitution 48, Agility 26, Spirit 69. Skill: Death Strike. Concentrates all strength for a heavy blow, with a high chance of causing stun upon hit. But he looked at these stats and instinctively swallowed. This thing was no joke. If he hadn't just learned his second skill, this battle would have been almost unwinnable for him. If you can't hold on, leave it to me, Su Ruoshi said calmly, noticing his reaction. She wasn't mocking him. She was stating a fact. With Bai Yi's current attributes, a head-on clash would only lead to his loss. But she was different. She had full confidence in facing this boss. Bai Yi, however, merely glanced at her and smirked. What kind of man would admit defeat? With that, he turned to Zhang Daxian, his tone suddenly becoming serious. Don't make a move later. Leave this boss to me. Zhang Daxian froze for a moment, clearly not expecting him to say that. Are you sure? I am. Bai lowered his voice and quickly whispered a few words in his ear. Zhang Daxian was initially puzzled, but his expression quickly changed, and he nodded immediately. Su Ruoshi and Su Zedong could both tell that Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian must have discussed something in advance. But now, there was no time to ask further questions, as the ogres were already charging forward. The ground trembled. and the air was filled with a foul stench. The oppressive feeling was as if the entire forest had been awakened by the monster's footsteps. Kill! Someone shouted first. In the next second, everyone rushed toward their respective targets. Bai moved as well. He didn't retreat. Instead, he provocatively beckoned toward the ogre lord, his tone laced with obvious taunting. Big guy, your opponent is me. The ogre lord understood. Although it couldn't speak, its intelligence was sufficient to grasp the provocation. It let out a furious roar and immediately took heavy steps, charging straight at Bai Yi. Its massive body was like a small mountain, and as it approached, the pressure made it hard to breathe. It wasted no words, directly raising its wooden club and smashing it down with force. The swing tore through the air with a sharp whooshing sound, as if it intended to crush Bai Yi into pulp. Bai Yi had only one thought in his mind. Summon, protect me. In the next second, he activated his skill. A regular ogre was instantly teleported in front of him. But before the unfortunate creature could react, the ogre lord's heavy club had already come crashing down. Boom! A dull thud echoed. The ogre was smashed into a bloody pulp on the spot. Taking advantage of the moment, Bai Yi had already retreated more than 10 meters. Roar! The ogre lord's eyes turned red with rage. It hadn't expected its attack to be blocked by one of its own kind, let alone that it had been outsmarted by a human. Enraged, it immediately charged after him. Bai Yi glanced at his skill cooldown, quickly calculating the time in his mind. 5 seconds left. While retreating, he made an extremely infuriating face at the ogre lord. In a direct confrontation, he was no match for it. But from the start, he had never intended to fight head-on. The cooldown for Summon, Protect Me was only 10 seconds, while the control duration was 3 seconds. This meant that as long as he timed it precisely, he could repeatedly use this brief window to pull himself back from the brink of death. For enemies that weren't absurdly fast, this was an incredibly frustrating tactic. Of course, the downside was obvious. The ogres teleported in front of him would all be instantly killed, and these deaths wouldn't count toward Bai Yi's experience points. But he couldn't worry about that now. Surviving was the only priority. On the other side, Tsuruashi also noticed Bai Yi's fighting style. At first, she thought he was deliberately stalling for time. But as the fight dragged on, she realized something was off. Bai Yi wasn't running aimlessly. He was calculating. He was calculating distances, cooldowns, the ogre lord's charge speed, and even the consequences of every potential mistake. This man was calmer than she had imagined, and crazier. But just as she was momentarily distracted, an elite ogre beside her suddenly lunged, launching a savage charge. Tsuruashi's eyes turned cold, and the black sword in her hand instantly unsheathed. In the next moment, lightning exploded. The blade pierced straight through the elite ogre's chest. The creature's movements froze, and the ferocity in its eyes quickly faded. Tsuruashi withdrew her longsword, flicking off the blood, her expression as indifferent as if she had merely cleared away a piece of debris. Foolish. After speaking, she looked up in Bai Yi's direction, her expression subtly changing. She was beginning to wonder how this man planned to end the battle. Meanwhile, Zhang Daxian had already retreated to the back of the group as per Bai Yi's instructions. He didn't need to engage in direct combat, but he had only given him one task: hide himself and stay as far away from the crowd as possible. Zhang Daxian didn't understand why, but he followed the instructions anyway. He knew very well that Bai Yi was never the type to speak carelessly. If Bai Yi made such an arrangement, there had to be a reason. At least so far, Bai Yi had never let anyone down. As soon as Bai Yi steadied himself, a dull crashing sound echoed in his ears. The massive ogre lord was already charging at him like a madman, smashing wildly and giving him no chance to catch his breath. Almost there, Bai Yi quickly estimated the distance in his mind and finally let out a sigh of relief. The repeated use of "guards, protect me" earlier had nearly drained all his stamina, but it had also allowed him to shake off the other 5 ogres and create a significant gap from the main group. Now within a 10-meter radius, only Zhang Daxian remained. That was enough. His new strategy was to exploit this range limitation to trigger the conditions for looks or justice. As long as the number of people around him worked in his favor, the skill would activate with 100% effectiveness. He took a deep breath, locked his gaze on the ogre lord in front of him, and activated the skill. Judgment successful. 2 people and 1 monster detected nearby. Ratio 2 to 1. Skill activated. 2 people. He froze for a moment and instinctively glanced around. There was clearly only Zhang Daxian nearby. Where was the second person? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. The massive wooden club was already hurtling down with a fierce gust of wind. "You damn beast, chasing me like this." Baiyi's eyes turned cold as he drew his Xiuquan blade and slashed upward to meet the attack. Clang! A deafening metallic clash erupted, shaking the air around them. In the next moment, the ferocious ogre lord was forced to stagger backward by the impact. Zhang Daxian stood frozen in shock, his mouth agape. But soon, he remembered what Baiyi had said earlier, and a glimmer of hope lit up in his eyes. Maybe Baiyi really could win. Roar! The ogre lord was utterly enraged. It couldn't comprehend how a human it had been relentlessly chasing could not only block its attack head-on, but also force it to retreat. To the ogre lord, this was a humiliation. The next second, a dark green glow appeared on the wooden club. It was preparing to use its skill, Death Strike. "Watch out, it's about to use a skill." Zhang Daxian couldn't help but shout a warning. In a battle of this level, he was completely out of his depth and could only stand on the sidelines, anxious and helpless. But Baiyi remained calm. With looks or justice in play, the opponent's damage would be directly halved. No matter how strong this boss was, could it possibly be harder to withstand than Su Zidong's silver tier skill? As he pondered, the wooden club came crashing down. The howling wind was so fierce it stung his face, as if it could smash a crater into the ground in the next second. But Baiyi didn't retreat. With a twist of his wrist, his blade swung upward in a sharp arc. What should have been an overwhelming, suffocating blow was deflected mid-air by Baiyi, who only had 14 points of strength. The ogre lord's massive body wavered in the air, lost its balance, and stumbled backward heavily. The entire scene erupted. What the hell? That's insane. 14 points of strength deflecting the ogre lord? Is this guy hacking? Unbelievable. Is he Popeye reincarnated? Who is this guy? This is way too over the top. Even Su Ruashi, who had been about to rush in to help, stopped in her tracks, her brows furrowing tightly. It was happening again. Earlier, when Baiyi faced Su Zidong, he had also displayed this inexplicable dominance. But if Baiyi truly had hidden strength, even enough to solo the ogre lord, then why had he used others as shields when facing her before? Could it be that he wasn't incapable, but had deliberately avoided letting her get hurt? As this thought crossed her mind, Suruashi's face grew slightly warm, and even she found the idea absurd. She quickly averted her gaze, not daring to think further. At this moment, he didn't give the ogre lord any chance to regain his footing. He moved forward, ready to end the battle directly. But just then, an unexpected event occurred. "Ha, the boss is mine." A greedy and arrogant laugh suddenly rang out. He turned his head sharply, his expression changing instantly. "Get out of the way." A boy holding a dagger had somehow already rushed to the ogre lord's side. He stared at the fallen lord, his eyes filled with greed and triumph, as if victory was already in his grasp. In the next second, he unhesitatingly plunged the dagger into the ogre lord's chest. But before he could celebrate, a massive hand suddenly grabbed him. "Ah, someone save me." The boy let out a piercing scream, but his strength was too weak. He couldn't break free from the ogre lord's grasp. Before anyone around could react, the ogre lord tightened his fingers in fury. With a muffled crack, the boy who had just been dreaming of stealing the boss was instantly crushed into a bloody pulp. The air fell silent. The spectators outside were all stunned. Dead. Oh my god, isn't that the genius from Ninth High? The S-grade potential shadow assassin, Moeen. He just died like that. This was the first real death since the assessment began. No one had expected that the one to die wouldn't be by E, who had F-grade potential, but instead the S-grade genius Moeen, whom everyone had high hopes for. The assessment was nearing its end. Why did he rush in so recklessly? Several recruitment representatives silently shook their heads. Deaths were always a possibility in the assessment, but years of safety education had made people almost forget this fact. Today, reality delivered a harsh slap to everyone's face. An S-grade genius was gone, just like that. This was no small loss for the entire Federation. My grandson just died like that. M.O. Bynes' body suddenly went weak. He burst out laughing, and tears spilled down his face. He could not understand it. They had already reached the final stage. Why would Moeen rush in for a kill like that? Didn't he know the Ogre Lord had absurdly high durability? Unless the blow was overwhelming, a stab to the heart alone would not kill it. Chiu Yuan and Sun Shun exchanged a look and shook their heads. They could see what had happened. Moeen must have thought he had already worn the Ogre Lord down. He had probably assumed the boss was weakened, so he used stealth and tried to sneak in for the last hit. If that worked, he would steal the boss cleanly. But he had misread the situation. The Ogre Lord had not been weakened at all. He simply was not afraid of it for reasons no one else understood. Greed had cost him his life. If Moeen had not tried to steal the boss, he would not have died like this. Inside the trial, everyone was stunned by how suddenly Moeen was killed. Only then did he realize there had been a second person nearby. So this guy had been hidden beside him the whole time. Looking at Moeen being chewed by the Ogre Lord, he shook his head with regret. He certainly had no good feelings towards someone who wanted to steal his boss. But the truth was, even if he had wanted to save Moeen, he could not have done it. His charm-based skill only worked when dealing with the Ogre Lord itself. To everyone else, he was still just that weak-looking guy with every stat stuck at 14. There was no way he could shift Moeen out in time. And besides, everything had happened too fast. Even he had not expected this kind of accident. That one death changed everything. Now everyone was fully alert. Only then did they remember something important. This was a trial. People could die here. This was not a game where you could die and respawn. If you died here, you were really dead. Roar laughed and raised its wooden club again, smashing Tor by E. This time, E was done playing. Guards, protect me. His skill activated instantly. The Ogre Lord, which had been charging forward, suddenly appeared right in front of E. A broadsword stabbed in from behind. It pierced straight through the Ogre Lord's chest. Roar, roar, roar. Death screamed through its body. E sneered and twisted his right hand hard. The blade spun a full 360 degrees inside its heart. Blood sprayed from the Ogre Lord's mouth. 3 seconds later, it forced through the pain and reached out, trying to grab E. It looked like it wanted to repeat its old trick. But who was E? Never understood how a human this weak could kill it so easily. Congratulations on killing LV-10 Ogre Lord. You gained 2,400 EXP, 14,000 Divine Power. Current EXP, 2, 500/3, 600. Current Divine Power, 15,900. We got it. E killed the boss. Then let's finish this up too. Everyone's morale shot up at once. Bai wanted to say a few more words and show off a little. But the trial did not give him the chance. The next second, his body and Zhang Daxian's both began to flicker. Then they vanished. Congratulations to team. Everyone downstairs is my grandson for killing the boss and triggering the clear transfer. Your team difficulty, hell level, slain. Your team result, SSS rank. Please claim your trial rewards. Congratulations. You received 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Congratulations. You received a secondary profession scroll. Congratulations. You received 200,000 gold. Congratulations. You received a bronze skill stone, Death Strike. Congratulations. You received, when E could see again, the world around him was empty. Not far away stood a teleport gate. This must have been the trial's transit space. He glanced at the new messages on his game panel. These were the rewards for clearing the trial. They came directly from Blue Star's will. They had nothing to do with the exam itself. And E, staring at the free attribute points he had been thinking about day and night, smiled. Without the slightest hesitation, he dumped every single free point into Spirit. Used one free attribute point. All attributes plus one. You used one free attribute point. All attributes plus one. Wait, what? He stared blankly at the screen as the system messages flooded past. Every time he clicked to increase Spirit, it turned into all attributes plus one. What the hell was this system? After checking the rewards, he was satisfied. The extra attribute points had turned out to be far more valuable than he expected. With his talent, every point he added worked like several points in someone else's hands. That meant his weak starting numbers were no longer a dead end. They were just the beginning. He could finally see the logic behind his strange average stats. It was all tied to his special talent. Even though his overall attributes were still low, they were already close to what an A-rank potential student would have. That realization made his breathing quicken. If he kept growing, then even those so-called top geniuses might not be able to keep up with him. He then looked at the rest of the rewards one by one. 1.1 level way. The stronger the skill, the more points it cost. His skill, Protect the Emperor, needed 30 points just to raise one level, and he could not afford that yet. The 200,000 gold coins were useful, but not shocking. It was a decent sum, about what his father earned in 2 years. Not life-changing, but enough to matter. Skill or support type. Still, that meant new possibilities. The skill stone was useless to him for now, because he still could not learn that kind of skill himself. He would have to sell it for money. And the last reward was a title. It boosted damage against ogres and gave bonus experience. Not bad, but not the kind of thing that could change everything. Overall, the haul was solid. People, for a moment, he thought he had done something wrong. Then he saw Zhang Daxian in the crowd, and right beside him was a familiar face, his homeroom teacher, Qiu Yuan. Congratulations, Qiu Yuan said with a broad smile. As an ordinary student with F-rank potential and a mediocre profession, and yet he had taken first place. Anyone in Qiu Yuan's position would be proud. He scratched his head and smiled back. Teacher, if it weren't for your care, I never would have awakened that skill. The words were half a joke, but not entirely. Qiu Yuan had never been bad to him, so he was not about to embarrass him in front of everyone. Before the conversation could continue, several university recruiters pushed forward. One of them spoke first. I'm from Specialty University. Our admission rule is simple. As long as you have a specialty, you're in. Another recruiter jumped in immediately. Don't listen to that. We're from the specialty-style university. Come to us, and you'll have an unforgettable college life. You know what I mean? A third man smiled and said, if you are Guanbao University, we can offer you all kinds of resources. He laughed and shook his head. Sorry, but I'm not interested in any school below the top 3. That answer stunned the crowd for a second. Some of those schools sounded shady, and honestly, if this had been before, he might have considered them. But not now. His goal had changed. He wanted only the best. Only the top universities were worth his time. A burst of laughter came from the side. Well said. I like your attitude. The speaker was Wang Rui Tian, the representative from Tianfu University. He stepped out of the crowd with several other recruiters beside him. A few of them looked uneasy, especially the people from Qingbei. Qiu Yuan quietly explained the names to Bai. These were the recruiters from the top 10 universities. Bai nodded and greeted them politely. I'll get straight to the point, Wang Ruitian said. Flushed face. I'm from Qingbei University. I'll be direct too. If you come to Qingbei, we can assign you a top-level mentor one-on-one. We'll also give you free access to every dungeon below gold rank. Bai Yi's eyes widened. Every dungeon below gold rank? That almost made him say yes on the spot. Right now, dungeons were exactly what he needed. He wanted them for one reason only: attribute points. His reaction did not go unnoticed. The recruiter from Modi University stepped in at once. Hello, Bai Yi. I'm Zhang Ke from Modi University. We can offer you the same dungeon access. On top of that, we have many subclass training programs. If you're interested, you can use any materials below gold rank for free. The room went quiet. Down. Modi University was clearly willing to spend real money on Bai Yi. The other recruiters stopped talking. They knew this had already become a serious battle. Bai glanced around, saw the silence, and understood that the real offers were now on the table. He was just about to make a decision when Wang Ruetian smiled faintly and turned to the others. You're all done talking, right? Then let me tell you what Tianfu University can do. Really? Bai looked at Qiu Yuan doubtfully. He always feels, whenever the class teacher mentioned getting rich, his expression would turn a bit mysterious, as if deliberately keeping people in suspense. Of course it's true, Qiu Yuan smiled. Don't rush. Once the official news comes out, you'll know. Bai nodded and didn't ask further. Since the teacher wasn't saying more, it meant there was no point in asking now. Should I head back then? He asked. Go ahead, Qiu Yuan waved his hand. Hurry and share this good news with your parents. Bai responded and turned to leave. Not far away, Zhang Daxian stood with a lingering smile on his face. Being able to walk this far alongside Bai was already satisfying for him. But Bai hadn't gone far before a tall figure blocked his path. Su Ruashi stood in front of him, hands on her hips, with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Bai, we meet again. Bai looked at her, first stunned, then smiled. What a coincidence. He deliberately slowed his tone. What? Did you come here specifically to find me? Su Ruashi glared at him, her cheeks slightly flushed. You have the nerve to ask? She lowered her voice. You said nonsense in front of so many people, and now you want to act like nothing happened? Bai blinked, feigning innocence. What did I say? Stop pretending. Su Ruashi raised her hand in frustration and pointed at him. You said in front of everyone that I was your... She paused, clearly struggling to say the words. Husband, Bai finished for her, his tone as casual as if discussing something ordinary. Su Ruashi's face turned even redder. That day, Bai had indeed infuriated her, but strangely, she hadn't truly forgotten about it afterward. On the contrary, every time she thought about it, an indescribable feeling would arise in her heart. Part anger, part something else. Bai observed her expression and had a hunch. He shrugged, deliberately stepping half a step closer, and asked with a smile, So, are you here to hold me accountable now? His tone was light, but his gaze was direct, as if seriously studying her. Su Ruashi had intended to maintain her imposing stance, but his look made her feel a bit uneasy. Still, she didn't back down. She took a deep breath, as if making a firm decision. So what if I am? She raised her chin. Let me tell you, I've also chosen Tianfu University. From now on, we'll be classmates. Bai was slightly taken aback. This news genuinely surprised him. Based on his initial judgment, with Su Ruashi's qualifications, Qingbei University seemed like the more likely choice for her. Although Tianfu University was also strong, its best resources had already been allocated to him, so logically, it shouldn't have attracted her. Yet, she had still chosen it. Bai stared at her for 2 seconds, and a bold guess suddenly popped into his mind. One even he found a bit daring. Could this girl actually have some feelings for him because of that joke? He quickly dismissed half of the thought. But regardless, Su Ruashi staying at Tianfu University was not a bad thing for him. At least life at school wouldn't be too dull in the future. Bai smiled, his tone softening slightly. All right, since we'll be classmates from now on, let's look out for each other. Su Ruashi felt an inexplicable sense of relief upon hearing this, but she still refused to show weakness. Stop being so cheeky, she said, looking at Bai. You better remember what you said today. Bai raised an eyebrow. I've said quite a lot. Which part are you referring to? Su Ruashi was momentarily speechless, almost angered again. She realized that every time she talked to Bai, she never seemed to gain the upper hand. Yet, she couldn't help but want to talk to him. This feeling annoyed and confused her. Bai noticed her expression and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He knew that while Su Ruashi appeared strong on the outside, she wasn't someone completely unreasonable. That, on the contrary, she would remember a small matter for a long time and would seriously ponder over the meaning behind someone's words. Such a person may appear tough on the outside, but their heart is not as hard. As the two locked eyes, Qiu Yuan, not far away, also glanced over with a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't say anything, just lightly adjusted his glasses. Some things young people have to experience for themselves to truly understand. By E, of course, noticed the teacher's gaze, but he didn't pay it much mind. Right now, what mattered most to him wasn't these trivial details, but figuring out what kind of resources he would gain next. As for Suruashi, since she had already chosen to stand by his side, there would be plenty of time to get to know her better in the future. Bai E was momentarily stunned, not expecting Suruashi to suddenly bring up such a topic. He instinctively looked at her, trying to discern any hidden meaning from her expression. But Suruashi simply smiled, with demeanor natural, as if she were joking, yet also as if she were seriously confirming something. Are you asking this to better understand the scope of my abilities? Bai asked. Suruashi nodded, not beating around the bush. Yes, I want to know what exactly allowed you to defeat that boss. That's not something that can be explained by luck. She looked at Bai E, her tone calm, but there was a hint of probing in her gaze. If you truly have a special skill, it means your path is different from that of ordinary people. Bai was silent for a moment. He knew there was no point in continuing to hide it. Sooner or later, this matter would spread, though he couldn't reveal too many details. You guessed right, he said. It is indeed my skill, but I won't disclose the specifics. While driving, Wang Ritian glanced at them through the rearview mirror, clearly also waiting for an answer. Hearing Bai's admission, he nodded, as if confirming his own judgment. I see, Wang Ritian said. No wonder you could handle it alone. Honestly, I've seen many confident students, but there aren't many like you who dare to face a boss head-on. Suruashi also fell silent, seriously contemplating something. She understood that the stronger the ability, the more important the secret. Especially in this world, skills were a person's trump card and couldn't be easily exposed. She just hadn't expected Bai E to admit so straightforwardly that he had a special ability. Then let me ask one more question, she said. Is it true that the Wanderer class can't learn pre-existing skills? Under normal circumstances, no, Bai E replied quickly. At least from what I've tested so far. Only skills at the gold level or below have any reference value. I haven't had the opportunity to verify higher level skills yet. Wang Ritian listened intently. That could be a bit troublesome, he said. If you could know in advance which direction suits you, it would save a lot of detours. Suruashi thought for a moment and then said, Actually, you could try consulting a diviner. Maybe they can see what skills suit you. Bai shook his head. I don't really believe in that, he said bluntly, without beating around the bush. To him, divination felt too abstract, especially as someone who had crossed over to this world. Relying on such methods to determine the future seemed too unreliable. He trusted the results he could figure out step by step. Suruashi didn't argue, just smiled lightly. Then how about I read your palm? She suddenly asked. Bai raised an eyebrow, but didn't refuse, extending his right hand directly. Sure, go ahead. Suruashi reached out with both hands, gently holding his palm, and lowered her head to examine it for a while. She looked very serious, as if it were the real deal. Bai had initially cooperated casually, but her focused expression made him unconsciously tense up. He even began to wonder if divination in this world might actually be that mystical. After a few seconds, Suruashi let go of his hand and suddenly sighed. Your hand is very large, she said. You must feel very lonely. Bai froze. His first reaction wasn't doubt, but a sudden jolt in his heart. He did indeed have that feeling. Even in this world, where he had family, classmates, and a new identity, deep down he still understood that he was different from the people here. He knew his past and was aware that he ultimately did not belong to this world. That kind of loneliness, as if separated by a thin membrane, might not be apparent to others. Yet Suruashi had only taken one look at him and hit the nail on the head. Why do you say that? Bai couldn't help but ask. Suruashi, however, couldn't hold back a laugh, her eyes full of mischief. Because people with big hands are usually lonelier. Bai froze for 2 seconds before finally realizing what she meant, his expression stiffening instantly. She had just played him. Wang Ritian standing nearby, burst out laughing. Ha ha! By E, my brother, your reaction is still a bit slow. By E scratched his head helplessly, but the corners of his mouth gradually lifted into a smile. He had initially wanted to see if Tsuruashi truly had some special ability, but he hadn't expected to be outmaneuvered by her first. Still, he didn't find the feeling unpleasant. The car drove all the way to a lavishly decorated restaurant. The lights were bright, the entrance clean and tidy, and even the greeters exuded a sense of refinement. Wang Ritian handed the car keys to the valet and led the two of them into a private room. "Nobody hold back today," he said, pulling out a chair and sitting down. "You both got into Tianfu University, so this meal has to be a happy one." Bai Yi and Tsuruashi didn't stand on ceremony and quickly ordered their dishes. Before long, the table was filled with steaming hot dishes, their aroma wafting through the air. Wang Ritian raised his glass, his expression turning a bit more serious. "Come on, let's have a drink first," he said. "The first toast is to celebrate your official admission to Tianfu University. The second is to congratulate you on your excellent college entrance exam results. You didn't let yourselves down." He looked at the wine in his glass, hesitating for a moment. "I don't drink," he said. "How about I use tea instead? A man who doesn't drink, how's he supposed to get by out there?" Wang Ritian laughed, slapping the table and deliberately making his words sound heavy. "You're going to be someone important in the future. Can't you even handle this kind of situation?" Tsuruashi also laughed, raising her glass with a hint of provocation in her eyes, as if testing Bai Yi's limits. "Exactly. Even I can drink a little. Don't tell me you can't handle this." Bai Yi felt his teeth clench in frustration. He could tell that the two of them were clearly teaming up to put him on the spot, obviously wanting to see him make a fool of himself. But the one thing a man fears most is being told to his face that he can't do something. He puffed out his chest, grabbed a bottle of Erguo 2, and slammed it onto the table. "Drink? Fine. I'll drink. I'll keep you company all the way tonight." Wang Ritian's expression changed instantly upon hearing this. He quickly shot Bai Yi a look and lowered his voice to advise him. "Bai Yi, that's enough. Don't overdo it. Enough." Bai Yi slapped the table, his tone suddenly rising. "Brother, are you saying that as a grown man, I can't even outdrink a woman?" As soon as he said this, Tsuruashi tilted her head back and downed an entire bottle of liquor in one go. Clean, decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Bai Yi was completely stunned. He had intended to put on a show of bravado, but she hadn't even given him a chance to react. Wang Ritian was equally dumbfounded. He had assumed that Tsuruashi, with her quiet demeanor, wouldn't be much of a drinker. Now he realized that this girl was no pushover. She was the real deal. He silently set the bottle down, picked up a peanut, and placed it in Tsuruashi's bowl, his tone softening noticeably. "Don't just drink. Eat something to line your stomach. It'll help you not get drunk so easily." Wang Ritian quickly chimed in. Yes, eat some food first." The corners of Tsuruashi's mouth lifted slightly, as if she had just one around. She was supposed to be the most dazzling person in the room today. But with Bai Yi's arrival, all the attention had shifted to him, leaving her feeling a bit indignant. She had always been more outstanding than her peers, striving to be the best at everything. Facing Bai Yi, she was even less willing to admit defeat. As Tsuruashi leaned slightly closer to Bai Yi, her voice tinged with a hint of alcohol as she softly asked him, "I've finished mine. What about yours?" Bai Yi's Adam's apple moved. He had originally planned to stop, but he hadn't expected Tsuruashi to keep her eyes on him. Glancing at Wang Ritian beside him, it was clear from his expression that he was thinking, "You got yourself into this, deal with it." He steeled himself and decided to go all in. "If I get drunk, you'll have to take responsibility." Tsuruashi's eyes flashed with a clear challenge upon hearing this. "All right, if you really get drunk, I'll make sure to get you home." With the conversation reaching this point, he had no way to back out. He grabbed another bottle of Erguo 2, tilted his head back, and started chugging. The liquor burned as it went down his throat, making his brows twitch, but he gritted his teeth and finished it in one go. Wang Ritian immediately clapped his hands. Good. But before he could celebrate for long, Suruashi had already picked up another bottle, showing no signs of stopping. By E, I have to say, my opinion of you has changed a bit, she remarked, lightly shaking the bottle in her hand, her eyes filled with a competitive spirit. Bai Yi's heart sank. He finally realized that the person he had underestimated wasn't Suruashi's drinking capacity, but her sheer determination not to lose. By his estimation, he could probably manage one more bottle before he would end up vomiting. But for men, greatest fear isn't being unable to drink, it's losing face. His mind raced, and he quickly shifted the focus to Wang Ritian. Brother, don't just sit there watching. Join us. You're the happiest one here today. You've taken on such a talented apprentice. Shouldn't you toast her with a few bottles? Wang Ritian froze, cursing inwardly. Why drag me into this just because you can't keep up? Isn't this setting me up? But before he could refuse, Suruashi had already raised her bottle and smiled at him. Brother Wang, Bai Yi is right. We're all happy today, so let's not spoil the mood. No one leaves until we're drunk. As soon as she finished speaking, she tilted her head back and took another swig. Wang Ritian was completely out of options. With a junior being so straightforward, he couldn't afford to back down as an elder. It would be too embarrassing. So, he could only force a bitter smile and join in with a bottle. And so, the three of them drank more and more, and the atmosphere grew increasingly wild. By the end, Wang Ritian was clearly drunk, unable to even stand properly. He climbed onto the table and started mimicking drunken boxing. Pointing at Bai Yi, his face flushed red, he laughed and said, "Let me tell you, I feel like I'm floating on air right now." Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh and quickly reached out to steady him. Brother, come down. The table's about to collapse under you. But at this point, Wang Ritian was completely out of it, utterly intoxicated. Over the past 2 hours, he had taken on most of the drinking for Bai Yi. If it weren't for him holding the line, Bai Yi would have been knocked out by Suruashi long ago. Suruashi wasn't in great shape either. Her cheeks were flushed, her gaze slightly unfocused, and she swayed gently in her chair as if trying to stay awake. Bai Yi turned to look at her, his tone unconsciously softening. Are you okay? Suruashi raised her eyes, looking at him in a daze, as if she wanted to say something but was a beat too slow. Her voice was soft, carrying the tenderness of someone slightly drunk. Bai Yi, you're the first man my age who's ever truly made me admire him. Before Suruashi could finish, Wang Ritian suddenly bent over and threw up all over the place. In an instant, the awkward, almost romantic mood was shattered. Bai Yi quickly pulled out a few tissues and handed them over, then turned back to Suruashi. What were you saying just now? The smell in the air was so bad that Suruashi was fully awake now. She twirled a strand of hair around her finger, looking a little embarrassed. Nothing. Let's just go back. All right. Bai Yi nodded, then patted Wang Ritian on the back. You feeling any better, bro? Much better. Wang Ritian wiped his mouth and waved at the waiter. Bill. Not long after, the three of them left the restaurant. I got to rush back to Tianfu City and finish my report. Wang Ritian gave them a sly smile. Before either of them could react, he called for a designated driver, got in the car, and left. He didn't even leave them room to object. That left the two of them standing there in silence. The night breeze brushed past them again and again. The atmosphere grew a little awkward. Bai looked up and said, Nice weather tonight, huh? Steps ahead, turned her pretty face back toward him, and said playfully, Didn't you say you'd walk me home? My place isn't far. Let's walk. Sure. Bai Yi smiled and hurried after her. Dongwu City at night was full of neon lights. The two walk along a quiet path lined with trees. Ever think about giving up? Suruashi asked casually, her head lowered as she kicked at leaves fallen. Of course I did. Bai looked up at the starry sky, his eyes steady. But if you're alive, you keep moving forward. I may just be an ordinary nobody, but who says a nobody can't kill a god? Suruoxi nodded softly. Honestly, you proved it today. You outshined me, and you outshined every so-called genius in Dongwu City. That's right. Bai Yi Goodinut. I'm not short on anything. Confidence is the one thing I've got plenty of. Arrogant. They kept talking, one sentence at a time. Little by little, the streets around them grew emptier. And then, out of the darkness ahead, 7 or 8 tattooed thugs stepped out from a narrow alley. Expression. Seeing this, Suruwashi frowned and was about to step forward, but Bai Yi raised a hand to stop her. Leave it to me. He moved half a step forward and placed himself between her and the thugs. Then he raised his eyebrows at the guy with the huge dragon tattoo and said, "What are you looking at?" Hadn't even finished speaking before Bai Yi's fist smashed straight into his face. The punch was clean, hard, and fast. There was a sharp crack. His nose broke on the spot. "Damn it, you bastard. You hit me from behind. That impressive either. If you're gonna fight, then shut up. Otherwise, get lost." Inside, but he was almost laughing out loud. Finally, he'd gotten one of those classic hero saving the girl moments. Once he dealt with these small-time punks, Suruwashi would definitely be impressed by how cool he was. Maybe she'd even invite him to her place? Should he accept? Or accept? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. His aura surged. He looked ready to tear through everything in front of him. At this point, he was no longer the weak loser he used to be. These punks weren't even close to his level. Even if 100 of them came at once, they still wouldn't be his match. But the group attack he expected never came. Instead, the thug with the broken nose suddenly cried out, "Sis, you're just going to stand there and watch your little brother get beaten up? Who are you calling sis?" "Her, he's calling me." Suruwashi covered her face in embarrassment and stepped between them. "This is my little brother, Su Wei." "What the hell? Wrong person?" He squinted and looked carefully at the thug in front of him. Now that he looked closer, ignoring the ridiculous tattoos and flashy hairstyle, his face really did resemble Suruwashi's a little, so the hero saving the girl plan had failed, and he'd broken his future brother-in-law's nose instead. This was bad, really bad. So this was a misunderstanding. It's fine. Suruwashi shook her head. Suruwashi rushed up fiercely. Fingers like sharp hooks lunged straight for Bai Yi's throat. Everyone around held their breath. In their eyes, this strike was both swift and ruthless, leaving Bai Yi no time to dodge. But in the next second, everyone was stunned. Bai Yi merely shifted slightly to the side and easily avoided the attack. Then, with a casual motion, he slapped Su Wei on the butt. Smack! The crisp sound echoed sharply, even more piercing in the quiet night. Su Wei froze, his face instantly turning red. The onlookers were dumbfounded. They had expected a fierce, head-on clash, but the outcome was utterly absurd. Bai Yi stood there calmly, even slipping his hands back into his pockets, and asked indifferently, "Want to keep going?" Su Wei's companions were the first to react, exchanging bewildered glances filled with shock. Just moments ago, they had been boasting about Su Wei's fighting prowess in the area. But now, he hadn't even engaged directly and had already made a fool of Su Wei. This wasn't just a matter of a skill gap. It was a complete domination in speed and reflexes. Suruwashi was also taken aback. She knew her brother's abilities better than anyone. Though Su Wei was brash and hot-tempered, he wasn't weak. Among his peers, he was undoubtedly outstanding. But Bai Yi's move just now was so fast, it was almost imperceptible. This indicated that his agility far surpassed Su Wei's. Suruwashi's heart tightened. She suddenly realized that Bai Yi's growth might be even more astonishing than she had imagined. Su Wei covered his face, which burned with both pain and humiliation. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with confidence, thinking his strike would at least force Bai Yi to take him seriously. And yet, he hadn't even touched him and had instead been publicly humiliated with a slap on the butt. This was even more embarrassing than taking a punch. "You!" Su Wei gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with defiance. "You did that on purpose to mock me." Bai glanced at him, his tone still calm. "I just want to show you not to be overconfident." The words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Su Wei's head. He froze for a moment, his expression growing even darker, because he could tell that Bai Yi wasn't provoking him, but rather offering a reminder. Yet the more composed Bai Yi was, the more humiliated Su Wei felt. He had been praised for his talents since childhood, admired wherever he went. But today, in front of his sister, he had been effortlessly subdued by a man who didn't even seem to flaunt his strength. The disparity was unbearable. Again, Su Wei growled, planting his feet firmly, clearly ready to make another move. But Tsuruashi had already furrowed her brows and stepped between them. That's enough. Her tone was light but firm. You've already lost. Su Wei's face darkened further at her words. Sis, I wasn't even serious yet. It doesn't matter. Tsuruashi looked at him, her gaze cold. You can't even keep up with his speed. Were you still unwilling to accept? Su Wei opened his mouth to argue, but couldn't find the words. Deep down, he knew his sister was right. That one move earlier had already made things clear. If Bai Yi had truly wanted to hurt him, it wouldn't have taken any effort. In other words, Bai Yi had held back. Realizing this, the anger in Su Wei's heart gradually subsided, replaced by a more complex mix of emotions: shock, shame, and a faint sense of admiration. Bai Yi, on the other hand, didn't press further. He simply stood there, his expression calm. He understood that a true strong man didn't need to prove himself by belittling others. On the contrary, moments like these called for composure, because he knew that what lay ahead wouldn't just be Su Wei. Did you put all your points into agility? More or less. Bai Yi scratched his head, smiling nonchalantly. Ew, how can you be so infuriating? Su Wei nearly lost it on the spot. Being ambushed earlier was bad enough. What's even more infuriating is that after the fight had already started, Bai Yi leisurely informed everyone, sorry, but my attribute points are already very high. The more Su Wei thought about it, the more stifled he felt. It was the first time he had met someone so good at hiding their cards. This wasn't a fight. This was clearly letting you think you had a chance, only to kick you into a pit at the last moment. Brother-in-law, you're overthinking this. Bai Yi shook his head and said seriously, this isn't called being underhanded. It's called keeping a backup plan. If it were a life and death struggle, and you didn't even know how strong I was, wouldn't you be the one to die? That kind of makes sense, Su Wei nodded instinctively, but the next second, he snapped back to reality. Who's your brother-in-law? Bai Yi was not only sneaky in fights, but also had a sharp tongue. The more Su Wei looked at him, the more he felt that this guy was even more like a rogue than he was. Standing to the side, Tsuruashi's lips curved slightly, as if she was in a very good mood. I told you long ago, he might not lose, she said calmly, but with a certain confidence. In today's assessment, Bai Yi is the top scorer in Dongwu City. As soon as she said this, everyone around was stunned. The top scorer in Dongwu City? These words were like a stone thrown into water, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Su Wei, in particular, looked utterly defeated. He turned to Tsuruashi with a bitter face. Sis, are you really my sister? If you had told me earlier that Brother Bai was the top scorer, why would I have come here to get humiliated? That's what you get for not learning your lesson. Tsuruashi couldn't help but laugh. Her laughter left the young people around her in a daze. Normally, Tsuruashi was always cold and indifferent, rarely showing such a genuine smile. But he stood there a bit puzzled. He didn't understand why Tsuruashi was so happy. Was it just because he had taught her brother a lesson? Well, we'll head back now. Be careful on your way home. Tsuruashi quickly put away her smile and didn't explain further. After saying goodbye to Bai Yi, she turned and dragged Su Wei away. So strange. Bai Yi shook his head, not thinking much of it. He hailed a cab and went straight home. As soon as he walked in, he found his parents sitting in the living room, as if they had been waiting for him. Before Bai Yi could say anything, Bai Zongheng spoke first with a stern face. You still know how to come home? Bai looked confused. What did I do? You became the top scorer in the college entrance exam. And for such a big deal, you just made a phone call to inform us? Bai Zongheng was clearly dissatisfied. Didn't I already tell you? You call that telling us? Bai Zongheng's voice rose. For something like this, shouldn't you have taken us with you? Bai. Only then did he realize that his father wasn't angry about him not sharing the good news, but about not taking the family to the scene. Chen Ping also nodded in agreement. Her tone was gentler than Bai Zongheng's, but her meaning was the same. Xiao Yi, Our family's financial situation may be average, but we can still afford to treat someone to a meal. After all, they're representatives from a top university. If you treat them to a meal, they might look out for you a bit when you get to school. He was momentarily stunned, but then understood. He had thought his parents wanted a freeload, but it turned out they were thinking about his future. That's really not necessary, Bai smiled. Teacher Wang values me a lot. He then recounted the conditions Wang Ritian had offered him in full detail. But when he mentioned that the other party was willing to let him use all materials below the gold level, Zongheng suddenly looked up, his expression changing. Son, did you do something you shouldn't have? No, I didn't. Then how would they know your skill level? Zongheng frowned. Bai thought for a moment and shook his head. They probably don't know. I've always been very careful when using my skills. That makes it even stranger, Zongheng said, growing more suspicious. I know my son's situation better than anyone else. Logically speaking, you're not some kind of genius, so why would anyone offer such good conditions? Zheng Ping nodded in agreement. In their eyes, he had always been quite ordinary before. Even though he had now become the top scorer, they still believed it was mostly due to taking advantage of that special ability. He knew they wouldn't easily believe him, so he had no choice but to explain the situation regarding his second skill. He didn't hide anything. He trusted his parents, after all. After listening, Zongheng was initially stunned, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Now this makes sense. He slapped his thigh, his face full of pride. With your looks, you're exactly like me when I was young. Who wouldn't call you handsome when you walk out? Bai Yi. The more Zongheng thought about it, the more excited he became. In his view, Bai Yi's second skill was another incredible ability. Coupled with his son's existing foundation, the future was bound to be promising. Zheng Ping looked at Bai Yi, her eyes filled with both relief and concern. You're becoming more and more impressive, and of course, Mom is happy, she said softly. But no matter what, safety always comes first, understand? Bai Yi nodded. I understand. He stood up, stretched lazily. All right, I'm going back to my room to sleep. Good night. Good night. The next morning, Bai Yi was woken up by the chirping of birds outside the window. He got up, washed his face, tidied up briefly, and had breakfast before heading out. Today was the day the results were announced. Although most people had already been preemptively recruited by various universities yesterday, there was still the final award ceremony. He wasn't sure if others would receive rewards, but he and Zhang Daxian definitely would. He hailed a car and quickly arrived at the classroom. As soon as he entered, the room erupted in congratulations. EG is here. Your performance yesterday was insane. Dongwu No. 1 High School really made a name for itself this time, producing a top scorer. The coolest part was that line, Ruo Shi, your husband is here to help you. That was explosive. EG, tell us, when did you start connecting with the school beauty from Dongwu Private High School? What's so hard about that? Just need a pair of hands. Bai Yi smiled, pushed through the crowd, and returned to his seat. As soon as he sat down, Zhang Daxian leaned over and asked in a low voice, Last night, I deliberately left you an opportunity. Did you seize it? Opportunity? Bai Yi was momentarily confused, then realized and laughed, cursing, so you did it on purpose. Of course. I just wanted you to spend more time with that school beauty. So how did it go? Don't even mention it. On the way to sending her home, I ended up beating up her brother. I still don't know what will happen next. Zhang Daxian spat water all over the desk, staring at him wide-eyed. How do you manage to stir up trouble wherever you go? I don't know either. Maybe it's just natural? Bai Yi shrugged. Even he found the situation absurd. Originally, Su Ruo, she seemed like she wanted to say something to him. But then Wang Ritian suddenly appeared, loudly gagging, and forcibly interrupted their conversation. Just when he had a chance to play the hero saving the beauty, it turned out the other party was the school beauty's brother. The relationship was a complete mess. Ahem, everyone, pack up your belongings and head to the playground. Homeroom teacher Chiu Yuan clapped his hand at the door, reminding everyone to go downstairs. The students quickly lined up and followed him to the playground. Along the way, students from other classes instinctively made way for Class 3. Clearly, Bai's performance yesterday was too outstanding to ignore. 10 minutes later, all the teachers and students of the school had gathered. Principal Sun Shun stood up, picked up the microphone, his voice brimming with joy. Students, first of all, congratulations on achieving excellent results in yesterday's assessment. The school has already applied for scholarships for you. Any student admitted to a top 20 university will receive rewards provided by the school. As soon as the words were spoken, a wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd. In previous years, only students ranked in the top 10 received such treatment. This year, the threshold was expanded to the top 20, effectively granting tangible benefits to more people. Naturally, everyone was thrilled. Sun Shun raised his hand to quiet the crowd, and once the scene settled down, he continued, "There's one more thing. Yesterday, the rankings for Jinan province were released. The provincial top scorers are our schools by Yi and Zhangdaxian. Come on, let's give them a round of applause." In an instant, the playground was filled with thunderous applause. Bai Yi and Zhangdaxian exchanged glances, both a little surprised. If it were just the top scorers of Dongwu City, that would be understandable. But now they had unexpectedly become the top scorers of the entire province. This was beyond their expectations. Jinan province has a total of 11 cities. Yesterday, the highest score anyone achieved was an SS rating. But here at our school, with Bai Yi and Zhangdaxian leading the team, they directly achieved an SSS rating. And this was with a potential F-level configuration, successfully clearing a Hell-level dungeon. Throughout the entire assessment process, they didn't use any recovery items and barely sustained any injuries. The more Sun Shun spoke, the more excited he became, clearly having prepared this lengthy speech in advance. Bai Yi listened with a hint of helplessness. The principal's ability to exaggerate was truly remarkable. Finally, the Provincial Education Bureau and the Dongwu City Real Estate Bureau have decided to reward Bai Yi and Zhangdaxian with a scholarship of 1 million gold coins each, along with a villa in the core business district. Wow! Upon hearing this, Zhangdaxian immediately jumped up in excitement. Bai Yi glanced at him and said calmly, "Daxian, calm down. This is just the beginning. How can I not be excited?" Zhangdaxian's eyes sparkled. "1 million gold coins and a villa. Aren't you thrilled?" "Ridiculous. How could someone like me, Bai, get excited over such a small reward?" "Then how do you explain the fact that your mouth is practically grinning from ear to ear?" "Oh, I'm just practicing my smile." Zhangdaxian. Soon, after the principal's brief speech, the commendation assembly finally came to an end. As the crowd dispersed, Qiu Yuan led by Yi and Zhangdaxian to the principal's office to claim their rewards. "Follow me." "Got it." The two responded cheerfully, walking briskly forward under the envious gazes of their peers. As soon as they entered the office, Bai Yi saw Sun Shun talking to a middle-aged man. Upon noticing their arrival, Sun Shun immediately smiled warmly and introduced them enthusiastically. "You're here, have a seat. This is Liu Shaowen, the top editor from Dongwu City's publishing house. A pleasure to meet you." Liu Shaowen adjusted his glasses and smiled sincerely. "I'm here today to conduct a brief interview with you. I hope you can cooperate." Just as Zhangdaxian was about to agree, Bai Yi raised his hand to stop him. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Bai Yi was well aware of what such interviews entailed. They might claim it's just a few simple questions, but in reality, they were likely after exclusive content. If they wanted an interview, they'd have to offer something substantial in return. It wouldn't come for free. Liu Shaowen noticed Bai Yi's hesitation and was momentarily surprised, but he quickly smiled again. "I must not have explained clearly. It really is just a few simple questions, nothing involving your privacy. Additionally, I brought you a little gift." As he spoke, he pulled out 2 cards from his pocket. Each of these contains 100,000 gold coins, a small token of congratulations for becoming the provincial top scorers. "Editor Liu, you're too kind. How could we possibly accept this?" Bai Yi said politely, but his hands moved swiftly, taking the cards without hesitation. His face immediately lit up with a smile. "Please go ahead and ask. I'll answer everything to the best of my ability. All right, then I'll just ask a few simple questions. An hour later, the meeting concluded with both parties satisfied. Bai Yi had secured the money, Zhang Daxian had benefited as well, and Lu Shaoan had obtained an exclusive interview and impressive results. As for Bai Yi, he knew that the real benefits were just beginning. Looking at the three career options on the scroll, Bai Yi held his breath. He originally thought that, with his passerby profession, at most he would unlock a few ordinary subprofessions. But the result before him completely exceeded his expectations. Trainer potential, SSS. Alchemist potential, SSS. Appraiser potential, SSS. In an instant, Zhang Daxian's eyes widened, and he almost spilled the coffee in his hand. This is just ridiculous. All three are SSS. His voice changed, drawing the attention of people at nearby tables. But he was also stunned. He instinctively rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. This wasn't just good luck. It was as if the system had deliberately stuffed all the best things into his hands at once. After Zhang Daxian recovered, his first reaction wasn't envy, but genuine happiness for Bai Yi. Brother, you're really taking off this time. He patted Bai Yi's arm hard. With these three subprofessions, forget about college. Wherever you go in the future, you'll be in demand. Bai Yi didn't say much on the surface, but deep down, he understood better than anyone. The potential of subprofessions was not just for show, especially the appraiser. In this world, the vast majority of equipment wasn't ready-made. Many items were first crafted by blacksmiths and then handed over to appraisers for processing. If blacksmiths were responsible for birthing weapons, then appraisers determined their final quality. An ordinary weapon, poorly appraised, could be rendered useless. But a top-tier weapon, in the hands of a truly skilled appraiser, could even be transformed into a divine artifact usable by anyone. The difference was not minor. The more Bai Yi thought about it, the more he felt this profession was perfect for him. Trainer? It leaned more toward raising pets or cultivating plants, which didn't appeal to him much. Alchemist and appraiser, on the other hand, were both very practical. One could refine potions, save lives, and enhance combat power. The other could see through the essence of equipment and determine how far a weapon could ultimately go. But Bai Yi quickly made his choice. Alchemy was too time-consuming. To master it, one would need to invest a tremendous amount of effort. And what he lacked most right now was time. He didn't want to trap himself amidst a pile of bottles and jars, slowly grinding away. In contrast, the appraiser profession suited his pace better. It was quick, impactful, and became increasingly important as time went on. With this in mind, Bai Yi didn't hesitate any longer and directly reached out to choose the appraiser profession. The light on the scroll flickered slightly before completely dissipating. Zhang Daxian, watching from the side, was dumbfounded and couldn't help but sigh. You really have a knack for making people jealous wherever you go. Bai Yi smiled faintly but didn't respond. However, he knew in his heart that this was just the beginning. The real shock for everyone was yet to come. Bai Yi looked at the ordinary bronze saber in his hand, feeling no emotion. It was of ordinary quality, with no additional attributes, not even the most basic enhancements. But he wasn't disappointed, because what he truly cared about wasn't whether this saber was valuable, but whether he could successfully train in this subprofession. The appraiser profession, on the surface, seemed like treasure hunting or relying on luck. But in reality, it was more like a very practical path. If you wanted to become stronger, brute force alone wouldn't cut it. You had to first understand things. Once you understood, you'd know what to keep, what to discard, what was worth spending money on, and what wasn't. Bai Yi understood this very well. So he didn't stop and instead picked up the next saber. Appraisal successful. Congratulations on appraising an ordinary bronze saber. Experience +1. Another ordinary one. Still ordinary. After several consecutive attempts, Bai Yi's expression began to change. Not with frustration, but with calmness. He knew this was normal. If he started finding rare items after just a few appraisals, that would be the real problem. Subprofession leveling was never something that could be achieved overnight. Looks like I need to build a solid foundation first, Bai muttered to himself. He quickly opened the panel again to check his experience.skill. I have appraisal level. LV1 experience. 4 out of 100 consumes 5 points of mental energy each time and only earns 1 experience point per use. It seems slow, but this path is viable. Most importantly, this skill breaks the profession restriction. This means that many pieces of equipment that were previously unusable can now be directly identified. For others, this is just a basic ability of a secondary profession. But for Bai, it's almost like opening a new door. Previously, he relied on the system to follow the main storyline. Now, he has truly started to develop his own growth path. He is no longer passively getting stronger. He can now choose his own direction. Thinking of this, but he didn't waste any time and appraised the remaining bronze knives. The process was tedious, and the results were ordinary. But his experience points did steadily increase bit by bit. This is what real growth looks like. No miracles, no shortcuts, just repeated effort. Only by persisting through the monotony can one hope to encounter a true turning point. Meanwhile, things were getting lively at home. Zheng Ping had just finished a phone call and was still in a dazed state. At first, she thought it was a scam call and almost reported it to the police. But after confirming the news again, she was completely stunned. The house was real. The million was real. Bai stood nearby, watching his mother's mix of shock and joy, and felt a sense of relief. He knew that this step wasn't just about leveling up his secondary profession. It was also about truly giving his family a better life. His father had worked hard all his life to save up for a small house. But now, he had earned a reward from a college entrance exam that they had never dared to dream of. There's no absolute fairness in this world, but those who work hard should at least have the chance to be seen. Bai returned to his room and closed the door. What he needed to do next was simple. Continue appraising, continue accumulating experience, and continue truly mastering this secondary profession. Because he had a faint feeling that the eye of appraisal might just be the beginning, and the real changes were yet to come. The bronze knife shook slightly, leaving him a bit disappointed. As expected, it wasn't that easy. Aside from being profession unrestricted, this knife had almost no attribute bonuses and was even inferior to his previous Xiaochun Dao. However, Bai quickly came to terms with it. He had just started his secondary profession. It wouldn't be so easy to directly appraise top-tier equipment. If it were as simple as casually identifying divine gear, those appraisal masters who make a living from it would have long been out of work. Thinking this, he didn't get discouraged and immediately began the next appraisal. Appraisal successful. Congratulations on identifying a common bronze knife. Experience plus 1 dot. Appraisal successful. Congratulations on identifying a common bronze knife. Experience plus 1 dot. In the blink of an eye, all 5 bronze knives were appraised. The results were as expected. Aside from gaining 5 experience points, there were almost no other gains. Bai's mental energy was nearly depleted, so he had to stop. He ate something and fell asleep immediately. In the following days, Bai devoted almost all his energy to appraising. Since it was already vacation time, he would wake up at 8 a.m. every day, appraise 5 pieces of equipment, and then rest. By 8 p.m., when his mental energy had mostly recovered, he would do another round. With his 29 points of mental energy, relying solely on natural recovery without medication, he could appraise up to 11 pieces of equipment per day. As his proficiency gradually improved, his gains began to change. Initially, he could only appraise common equipment. Later, he occasionally managed to identify excellent equipment. This small change finally started to make up for the previous losses. After all, buying the wrong common equipment could result in a loss of 5,000 gold coins per piece. Although he currently had over 1 million gold coins, he couldn't afford to keep throwing money away like this. That day, he woke up as usual as he glanced at the panel displaying the soon-to-be upgraded Eye of Appraisal, and a trace of excitement flickered in his eyes. 10 days. It was finally about to level up. He opened the game store and skillfully purchased an unidentified bow. Then he directly used the Eye of Appraisal on the bow. Appraisal successful. Congratulations on identifying an excellent bronze longbow. Experience +2. Ding, congratulations. I have appraisal has leveled up. Level +1. New effect added. Reduces equipment requirements during appraisal. Reduce equipment requirements? Bai Yi's eyes lit up instantly. Didn't this mean he now had a chance to equip silver grade gear? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Let's test it out and see how much it reduces. His gaze immediately shifted to the unidentified silver grade equipment. Considering his preference for close combat, Bai Yi ultimately chose a dagger. I have appraisal. In the next moment, a faint light flashed in his eyes, and the dagger in his hand began to emit an unusual glow. Appraisal successful. Congratulations on identifying an excellent silver dagger. Experience +3. Name, silver dagger. Grade, silver. Equipment requirement, agility greater than 35, -10. Attribute bonus, agility +10 points. Durability, 200 to 200. Omniscient and omnipotent. Not bad. Keep working hard. Success will come. Bai Yi froze for a moment, then broke into a grin. It really reduced the requirement. He picked up the dagger and casually twirled it, creating a flourish. In the next second, he clearly felt his attack speed increase. Previously, due to insufficient attributes, most silver-grade equipment was out of his reach. But now, things were different. With the effects of no class restriction and reduced equipment requirements, he no longer had to worry about his gear lagging behind his growth. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Hello, 7 melons on 1 vine. Bai Yi glanced at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered the call and casually asked, "Hello, who is this?" A familiar yet slightly unfamiliar female voice came from the other end. "Huh, men really are all pigs, forgot me so quickly." Bai paused for 2 seconds, thought carefully, and finally realized who it was. "Oh, it's you, Shio." "Em Surui." A furious shout, barely restrained, made Bai instinctively hold the phone a little farther away. Only then did he remember it was that woman. Still, he was a bit surprised. Why was she suddenly calling him? Bai asked, "What brings you here? Can I call you for no reason?" "You can, of course you can," Bai replied straightforwardly. "Just tell me, are we going through the usual routine, or should I hang up directly?" Suruashi was clearly taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, "I haven't even said anything yet." "What do you mean by that?" Bai lazily explained. "Generally speaking, people who don't usually contact me suddenly call for one of 3 reasons: borrowing money, sending an invitation, or asking me to help with a group buy discount. So, which one is it for you?" There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a soft laugh. "I'm calling to ask if you're interested in going to the professional association with me to take on a mission." After hearing this, Bai pondered for a moment. Taking on a mission? Sure, but he hadn't been certified yet. He replied directly, "I can, but I haven't gone through certification yet." "That's not a problem. I haven't either. Are you free now? Let's go together." "All right." After a brief conversation, the two hung up. He changed his clothes and headed out. This world was vast, and humans were only a small part of it. Beyond the high walls, countless monsters lurked in the shadows. Within society, cultists of the evil god stirred up trouble and chaos. The professional association was the place where professionals took on missions, earned gold coins, and gained attribute points. The IT can be said that, apart from dungeons, this is almost the only stable way to obtain free attribute points. And for Bai Yi, free attribute points are exactly what he needs most right now. He took a taxi and quickly arrived at the Dongwu City Professional Association. As soon as Bai got out of the car, he saw Suruashi had also arrived. Today, she was clearly dressed up. Her long blue hair stood out in the crowd, and her beauty was hard to ignore. Bai stood on the steps at the entrance of the association, hands clasped behind his back, deliberately striking a commanding pose. "You're here," he said. Suruashi looked up at him, her tone calm. "I'm here." Bai continued his act. "You shouldn't have come." Suruashi blinked. "Then should I leave?" Bai froze for a moment, then quickly coughed twice, dropping his pretense of depth. Forget it, let's go in. Tsuruoshi looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. Bai, however, felt a bit regretful. He had intended to mimic a grand and imposing opening, but the other party didn't follow the script at all, and the atmosphere was instantly ruined. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. They walked into the hall together. It was crowded, almost filling the entire first floor. In Dongwu City, those with strong abilities would generally come here to take on tasks, earn experience, and improve themselves. Because in this world, level is confidence and strength is identity. As soon as Bai Yi entered, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. Isn't that the provincial top scorer, Bai Yi? He's actually here at the professional association. Quick, take a picture and post it on social media. The one next to him is Tsuruoshi, right? He looks even more handsome in person than in videos. It's a pity he already has a girlfriend. Otherwise, I'd definitely go after him. The murmurs around them grew louder, and some people even started walking directly toward him. A boldly dressed girl, blushing, softly asked him, Bai Yi, see, can I get your autograph? Bai nodded politely. Sure, where should I sign? The girl bit her lip and suddenly lifted her skirt slightly, revealing a dazzlingly fair section of her leg. Can you sign here? Just as Bai was about to agree, he felt a chill down his back. He instinctively turned around. Tsuruoshi was staring at him, her gaze as cold as a knife. Bai immediately snapped out of it. He awkwardly smiled. Let's pick another spot. In the end, he could only sign his name on the girl's arm. But this seemed to open some kind of floodgate. Soon, a group of people surrounded him, asking for photos and autographs. The hall quickly descended into chaos. Security personnel hurried over to maintain order, finally calming the scene down. But he let out a long sigh, rubbing his forehead. Being famous was not easy at all. He finally understood why celebrities in his previous life always avoided crowds. In the days following the announcement of the results, he had barely gone out, staying home to frantically level up his secondary profession. He hadn't expected to be mobbed like this the moment he showed his face today. Tsuruoshi looked at his disheveled state and couldn't help but laugh. Dongwu City hasn't had a provincial top scorer in a long time, she said. Now that there's finally one, of course everyone is excited. Not to mention, you rose to the top with F-level potential, which is already a hot topic. Bai Yi sighed helplessly. Looks like I'll need to wear sunglasses when I go out in the future. Let's go, time for the test. Tsuruoshi nodded. The two followed the staff to the combat power testing area on the second floor. This area tested a person's real-time reactions and combat abilities. Although the two of them were already quite famous in Dongwu City, they still had to undergo testing. After all, reality wasn't like a dungeon. Here, you couldn't recklessly go all out like when fighting monsters. Want to compete? Tsuruoshi turned her head to look at him, a hint of provocation in her eyes. She was naturally competitive and always wanted to measure herself against Bai Yi whenever she had a chance. Sure, Bai Yi didn't back down. Let's see who gets the better score. He wasn't one to back off from such challenges. The two quickly approached the service counter. The staff member behind the counter was a young lady with a sweet smile. Have you participated in a combat power test before? No, Bai Yi played. All right, here's your number card. Please wait in testing hall number 1. Bai Yi took the number card and glanced at Tsuruoshi. She stood beside him, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, exuding confidence. Bai Yi knew well that defeating her wouldn't be easy, but he wasn't flustered. The more critical the moment, the calmer he needed to be. A few minutes later, it was his turn to enter the testing hall. A set of rules appeared on his panel. This test allowed the use of weapons and skills. Seeing this rule, Bai Yi felt a wave of relief. If skills weren't allowed, he might not have been able to confidently defeat Tsuruoshi. The combat power test is about to begin. This test mode, simulated battle. Are you ready? Ready. Bai Yi drew his silver dagger and gripped it tightly. Simulated battle begins. As soon as the announcement ended, 5 monsters appeared in front of Bai Yi. They were a pack of wolves with 3 eyes each. Their eyes glowed green, their mouths open to reveal sharp fangs, with saliva dripping down between their teeth. They looked exceptionally ferocious. Bai Yi quickly scanned their information. Three-eyed fawn wolves, level LV8. Strength, constitution, agility, and spirit all were above average, especially their agility, which was notably high. The most troublesome thing about these creatures wasn't their individual strength, but their tendency to act in packs with seamless coordination. This was also the most common type of monster near Dongwu City. If one couldn't handle such a small wolf pack, it would indicate they were unfit to take on missions, let alone survive independently outside. Awoo! The lead wolf let out a low growl. In the next second, the five wolves scattered simultaneously, surrounding Bai Yi from different directions. They didn't attack immediately, but waited for an opportunity. They were smart. They knew that once their prey panicked, openings would naturally appear. Bai Yi stood his ground, his gaze growing colder. He gripped his dagger tightly, lowering his body slightly, ready for the first round of confrontation. This wasn't an ordinary test. It was a true life-and-death simulation. It seemed as though the wolves were searching for Bai Yi's weaknesses. Awoo! One of the wolves howled, and in the next moment, all five three-eyed fawn wolves lunged at him simultaneously, their speed as swift as the wind. Bai Yi didn't panic. His current agility, boosted by the silver dagger, had already reached 39 points. In terms of speed alone, he had a clear advantage over these wolves. He sidestepped, easily dodging the attack from behind. Then, his dagger plunged fiercely into the body of one of the three-eyed fawn wolves. A flash of blood. Bai didn't stop. He immediately activated the skill, Guards, Protect Me, forcibly pulling another three-eyed fawn wolf in front of him. The wolf, just dragged over and still unprepared, was met with the cold gleam of Bai Yi's dagger, which swiftly severed its head. In the blink of an eye, two three-eyed fawn wolves had fallen. Come on, Bai Yi roared, his voice carrying an oppressive force. When dealing with a wolf pack, retreating was not an option. The more afraid you were, the fiercer they became. The stronger you were, the more hesitant they would be. His movements were too fast, his aura too fierce. The remaining three wolves froze. They bared their fangs and growled lowly, but didn't immediately attack. They were afraid. Bai was well aware of this. Unfortunately, these were merely simulated monsters. They could mimic a wolf's instincts, but wouldn't truly flee. After a brief hesitation, the three wolves lunged at him again. Bai stood his ground, not even stepping back. Just as they were about to sink their teeth into him, he activated his skill once more. Guards, Protect Me. The nearest wolf was instantly pulled in front of him. This sudden change caught the other two wolves off guard, leaving them no time to adjust their direction. In the next moment, the wolf that had been summoned was already vanishing in a flash of blade light. Bai Yi followed through with another slash, taking down another wolf. The last wolf didn't last long either. Congratulations on passing the test. Are you ready to proceed to the next level? Let's begin. While Bai Yi was undergoing his test in Dongwu City at the Mo family residence, a man with a gloomy expression was staring at the news broadcast from the professional association. When he saw Bai Yi's figure, the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. After all these days, you've finally shown yourself. His gaze was icy, as cold as a blade. Why is it that my son is dead, yet you can stand here, admired by so many? Bai Yi, your mistake was being too dazzling. A genius like you will never be spared by the cult of the evil god. Emohi took out his phone and dialed a number. It's me. Bai Yi has left his home, likely to carry out a mission. Get ready and make sure he doesn't come back alive. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line. Then a hoarse voice spoke. Do you understand what this operation entails? I understand, Emohi said coldly. I'll handle the organization side. You just do your part. He paused, his tone growing more sinister. The Su family's genius, Su Ruashi, is also there. If this succeeds, it'll be worth it. All right, we'll take it, the person on the other end said in a low voice. May the glory of the evil god endure forever. May the glory of the evil god endure forever. Emohi raised his hand and pressed it lightly against his forehead in the unique gesture of the cult of the evil god. It wasn't respect. It was more like a kind of frenzied faith. After hanging up, He stared at Bai's photo and burst into laughter. Bai, let's see how you survive this time. On the other side, Bai's test had finally concluded. Test duration, 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Overall score, S dashed. Congratulations on passing the test and becoming a soldier-level professional. Bai halit lightly. Not bad. He was satisfied with this result. After all, during the test, he hadn't been able to use his main combat skills. Under such restrictions, achieving an S was already quite good. However, Bai was also well aware that if he were to compare this score with Tsuruoshi's, he might still fall a bit short. He sighed and walked out of the testing hall. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped out, he saw Tsuruoshi standing outside, her face brimming with unconcealed pride. It seemed she already knew the results. So how did you do? Tsuruoshi tilted herchin, her simile obvious. But he didn't bother arguing with her and directly handed over his score sheet. See for yourself. Let me take a look. Tsuruoshi took it and glanced down. The next second, the smile on her face slowly froze. She stared blankly for a while before looking up at Bai. You, how did you clear so many levels? Bai was a bit surprised. Isn't this test all about how many levels you can clear? Tsuruoshi's expression changed noticeably. She had just realized that this test wasn't solely about single-level speed. A significant part of it was about whether one could keep advancing. While her single-level performance was faster, she had been stuck at the 10th level. Bai, on the other hand, had made it all the way to the 15th level, 5 levels more. How could she not be shocked? Bai glanced at her score sheet and couldn't help but laugh. So you got stuck, huh? Tsuruoshi's face darkened with anger. She snorted and turned her head away. Fine, you win. Bai chuckled, but didn't press the matter further. The two chatted for a while before heading to the mission hall together. The hall was large and crowded. On the surface, it was a place to accept missions. But for Bai, the real danger was just beginning. The bar had no deafening music, only low murmurs of conversation. It felt more like an old Western saloon. Guests sat in small groups. The atmosphere quiet yet tinged with an indescribable sense of oppression. And in the center of the bar, a row of holographic screens continuously scrolled through mission information, like a cold, unblinking eye staring at everyone who entered. As Bai and Tsuruoshi stepped through the door, they immediately drew a number of gazes. They didn't say much, merely nodding politely to those around them before heading to a corner to sit down, casually ordering 2 cups of cappuccino. Bai picked up his cup and asked in a low voice, "What's your take on this?" Tsuruoshi's expression grew more serious as she lowered her voice. This time, the target is a murderer from the cult of the evil god. It said that he infiltrated Dongwu City a few days ago. As soon as he entered the city, he killed a student with A-level potential. Bai raised an eyebrow. That bold. He had assumed that no matter how chaotic a place like this might be, there would still be some kind of bottom line. But now it seemed that beneath the polished surface lay a layer of darkness that couldn't bear the light of day. Doesn't the association care? He asked. Of course they do, Tsuruoshi sighed. But the problem is this guy is very good at hiding. No one knows what he looks like. Even with a citywide manhunt, it's hard to root him out. Bai nodded thoughtfully. He himself had a similar ability to see through hidden information, so he understood just how troublesome an opponent like this could be. The truly terrifying ones were never those who fought head-on, but those who lurked in the shadows, impossible to find. If you didn't even know who your enemy was, how could you possibly respond? So, you want me to act as bait with you? Bai quickly grasped the key point. Tsuruoshi's lips curved into a slight smile. What scared? Of course, Bai rolled his eyes. This guy dared to kill a student with A-level talent. Do you think we're invincible? Tsuruoshi, however, remained calm, gesturing subtly in a certain direction. Don't worry, I've got someone with me. Bai followed her gaze and quickly locked onto an unassuming middle-aged man. Name, Su Tianchao level, LV-48 class, second advancement martial artist attributes, strength 352, constitution 311, agility 325, spirit 282. Bai froze for a moment, then looked at Tsuruoshi with a meaningful expression. Is that your dad? Tsuruashi was momentarily stunned, almost failing to react. How did you know? Bai cleared his throat, pretending to be calm. You practically handed me the clue. How could I not figure it out? Only then did Tsuruashi realize, her face darkening instantly. What do you mean, our dad? That's my dad. You said it yourself. But he spread his hands, feigning innocence. Tsuruashi, for a moment, she didn't know whether to be angry or to admire this guy's quick wit. But he took a sip of coffee and said leisurely, having your dad around does make me feel a lot safer. But after the mission's done, how are we splitting the rewards? We can't just work for nothing, right? Tsuruashi shot him a glare. Of course, it'll be divided according to the team. We're taking this mission as a team, no problem with that, right? Sure. Bai nodded. Then let's call the team one big happy family. Tsuruashi facepalmed, no longer wanted to argue with him. Fine, I'll go accept the mission. You wait here. No problem. Bai agreed readily. As Tsuruashi got up to accept the mission, Bai remained seated, his expression gradually becoming more serious. He knew that while it seemed like they were just here to complete a task, in reality, every one of them was walking on a knife's edge. The fact that the cult of the evil god's assassin could infiltrate Dongwu City so quietly showed just how patient and skilled he was at staying hidden. The bait mission sounded simple, but at the critical moment, any mistake could be fatal. Relying on others for protection wouldn't be enough. Bai glanced down at his remaining divine power. 15,900 points. He decided to draw another skill to increase his chances of survival. Draw. The next second, the system notification sounded. Ding, draw successful. Please choose one of the following 3 skills. Option 1, no retreat. After activation, if the target has something they must accomplish in their heart, they must move forward. If the target has nothing they want to do, they cannot retreat backward. Option 2, Zhongsan's death. After activation, all people named Zhongsan nearby will inexplicably die. Option 3, Dad comes. When needed, you can summon your father, including Godfather, to come and assist you. If you wish to lock in a specific option, it can appear again next time, but it will cost 2,000 points of divine power. Bai looked at these 3 options and almost burst out laughing. This time, the skills were even more absurd than last time, especially the third one, Dad comes. The name was so straightforward, it felt like a heavy hammer striking the heart. Yet, ironically, such blunt and crude abilities often prove the most useful. In real danger, just shouting once would summon his father to cross distances and provide support. Given the current situation, this was practically a life-saving trump card. Moreover, his father was a level 50 general class professional, with strength even surpassing Tsuruashi's father. With this in mind, he hesitated little and directly chose Dad comes. As for Zhongsan's death, it was indeed ruthless, but its flaws were obvious. It was too prone to accidentally harming innocents, and the real enemy might not even have that name. While it had destructive power, its practicality was unstable. Comparatively, Dad comes was more reliable and better suited to the current circumstances. As for the remaining 2 options, he didn't bother to dwell on them. He decided to re-roll next time and see if he could get a more suitable ability. Selection successful. Congratulations on acquiring the skill Dad comes. Current divine power remaining. 5,900 points. Name, Dad comes level. LV1 grade. Effect. After shouting a specific phrase, you can summon your father, including Godfather, to your side, ignoring distance and spatial limitations. Duration. Determined by distance, space, and level difference. Minimum unit is 1 second. Restriction. Can only be used once per day. Dad time is precious. He had just acquired the new skill and was in high spirits. This skill had come at the perfect time. With it, the upcoming dangerous tasks wouldn't leave him completely unprepared. Tsuruashi returned to her seat and saw Bai looking relaxed. She couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so happy?" "Nothing much." Bai suppressed his emotions and casually asked, "Did you get the mission?" "Got it." Tsuruashi sent the mission details over. Mission name: capture an A-class fugitive mission level. A-class completion reward: 300,000 gold coins, 20 divine crystals. After reading it, Bai's expression shifted slightly. Divine crystals were exactly what he needed right now. These weren't just rewards. To him, they were more like keys to rapid growth. One crystal equaled one free attribute point. Normally, they could only be obtained by completing missions or entering high-level dungeons and secret realms. Occasionally, they circulated on the black market, but such items were so precious that almost no one would trade them lightly. Bai nodded, no problem. Then let's go. Tsuruoshi stood up and smiled at him. The two left the professional association together. Their goal today was simple. On the surface, it was a couple's date. In reality, it was to lure out those hiding in the shadows. As long as they appeared to be casually strolling, it would lower the enemy's guard. Just as they stepped out of the association's doors, Tsuruoshi extended her hand toward Bai. Consider yourself lucky. Bai was stunned. What do you mean? Hold it. Tsuruoshi said matter-of-factly. We're a couple now. Bai paused, his expression slightly complicated. That wasn't part of the plan earlier. Well, it's added now. Tsuruoshi raised her chin slightly. Hurry up, or are you not a man? She looked at Bai, her gaze carrying a hint of provocation. Bai chuckled. This girl was truly bold. Even something like this, she dared to bring up on her own. All right. He held her hand and chuckled softly. I suspect you're taking advantage of me, and I even have evidence. Tsuruoshi's face heated up, but she refused to back down. Stop talking nonsense. He felt the softness in his palm and was a little surprised. Her hand was warm and soft. Where are we going now? He asked. Shopping, Tsuruoshi said naturally. The fewer people there are, the more suitable it is for us to act. Bai immediately understood after hearing this. The so-called shopping was just a cover. The real purpose was to lure the enemy step by step into the right position. The two quickly entered a nearby mall. Not far away, Su Tianchao was quietly following them. He watched from a distance as his daughter held hands with Bai, and his brows furrowed slightly. This girl, could she really be taking this act seriously? He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Now is not the time to worry about such things. Compared to his daughter's emotional issues, the threat of the cult of the evil god was far more dangerous. As long as the other side dared to make a move, he would have to step in immediately. Not long after Su Tianchao left, on a high-rise building outside the mall, a man in a black suit picked up the phone, speaking in a low voice. The target has entered the mall, accompanied by a bodyguard with an estimated strength above level 40. Initiate Plan B. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by a questioning voice. Isn't it too risky to directly use elder-level combat power this time? The man in the suit sneered, tugging at his tie. This is an order from above. We just need to execute it. When do we act? When they leave the mall. The man in the suit stared at the crowd below, his tone as cold as ice. I'll find a way to distract the guards. You just need to keep an eye on that bodyguard. After hanging up the phone, the coldness on the man's face instantly turned into a sinister smile. He turned around and looked at the woman tied up tightly behind him, his voice full of greed. This face is really something. From now on, it's mine. Inside the mall, in a women's flagship store, Tsuruoshi stood in front of a mirror, wearing a white off-shoulder dress. She spun around in front of Bai and asked softly, "Does this look good?" Bai glanced at her and nodded. It looks good. This wasn't just a perfunctory response. Tsuruoshi had a tall figure and a good temperament. No matter what she wore, she easily drew attention. But the problem was, they weren't here to shop. Bai checked the time and felt a bit helpless. They had been in the mall for 2 hours already. They hadn't done anything they were supposed to do and had instead tried on several outfits. If it weren't for the mission, he would have turned around and left. Accompanying a woman shopping was often more exhausting than fighting monsters. After changing, Tsuruoshi said to the store clerk, "Please wrap this up for me and put it on this gentleman's tab." The clerk immediately nodded. "All right, sir, please follow me to the counter to pay." Bai was stunned. "Wait, why am I paying?" Tsuruoshi blinked innocently. Because you're my boyfriend right now. Can't you even fulfill such a small request? As she spoke, she deliberately tugged on Bai Yi's sleeve, as if acting coquettishly. Bai Yi looked at her and understood. This woman was doing it on purpose. But he could only sigh. Just this once. He walked to the counter and paid for her. Tsuruoshi took the clothes, casually put them in her backpack, and a sly smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She thought to herself, this is payback for all the times you've taken advantage of me before. Bai Yi, of course, had no idea what she was thinking. He just glanced at the time and said in a low voice, it's about time. We should go eat. Tsuruoshi rolled her eyes. Did you forget why we're here today? Bai Yi looked innocent. Weren't you the one dragging me around shopping? That was to make it look more convincing. But you're acting a little too convincingly. Bai Yi looked at her. Anyone who doesn't know better might actually think you're here for a date. Tsuruoshi paused slightly, a trace of unease flashing across her face. This is called making the fake seem real. Bai Yi chuckled softly, leaned in closer, and lowered his voice. I almost believed it myself. Tsuruoshi raised her eyes to look at him, sharply asking, what did you just say? Bai Yi's expression remained unchanged. I said, I'm afraid you're acting a little too convincingly. Tsuruoshi's cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned away, not daring to look at Bai Yi again. Yet at that moment, her heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She suddenly realized that although Bai Yi often spoke flippantly and acted unseriously, his reactions in critical moments were startlingly quick. That mischievous streak of his made it hard to completely dislike him. The atmosphere suddenly grew a bit ambiguous. The two of them walked together toward an open area. They hadn't gone far when Bai Yi noticed that people were quietly closing in around them. He squinted his eyes to observe. Soon, a line of information appeared in his vision. Name, Fan Jianxiang, level, LV-15. Cultist of the Evil God, recently received some kind of order, seemingly to kill you. Bai Yi jursit inyardi. He scanned the surroundings and realized there was more than one cultist of the evil god in the crowd. This wasn't a fishing expedition at all. They were the prey being targeted. Come with me. Bai Yi grabbed Tsuruoshi's hand and turned to rush toward the more crowded area. Tsuruoshi was startled by his sudden action and was about to ask a question when fog began to rise around them. The fog came too quickly. In just a few seconds, it completely enveloped everything around them. Their vision was cut off, and their sense of direction was utterly disoriented. Bai stopped in his tracks, choosing not to run blindly. In such a situation, staying still was actually safer. Tsuruoshi also realized something was wrong. However, she didn't panic. She knew her father was not far away. As long as he noticed something unusual, he would definitely come over. She raised her hand, pulling out a black longsword, stepped forward, and shielded Bai Yi behind her. Don't worry, I have a tracking device on me. My dad should be able to find me soon. Bai Yi looked at her, his expression calmer than she expected. He didn't reveal the truth, because he knew the most dangerous thing right now wasn't the lack of visibility. It was the enemies lurking all around them. Tsuruoshi's father was most likely already intercepted. Bai Yi took a deep breath and finally stopped holding back. Ruashi, listen to me. Tsuruoshi was slightly startled, but still nodded. Unleash your ultimate move in that direction. Bai Yi casually pointed in a direction. The fog could obscure vision, but it couldn't block his unique detection ability. In his perception, there were panels all around them. The enemies were not only numerous, but also high-level, averaging in the teens. If they fought head-on, there was no chance of winning. So, the best option was simple. Run. Tsuruoshi didn't hesitate. She immediately raised her sword. In the next second, lightning exploded. Her entire demeanor transformed in an instant. The previously cool and composed Tsuruoshi now exuded a sharp, chilling, killing intent. Thunder Judgment, she shouted softly, swinging her longsword. With a deafening boom, a massive lightning slash struck fiercely in the direction Bai Yi had pointed. Bai Yi didn't even look at the result. He grabbed Tsuruoshi's hand and turned to run. He wasn't aiming to kill the enemies, but to create chaos. The thicker the fog, the easier it was to mislead the enemies. And Tsuruoshi's strike had successfully drawn everyone's attention. Sure enough, in the next moment, all the assassins around them rushed toward the direction where the lightning had struck. Bai Yi's lips curled into a faint smirk. Catch him? Not so easy. Meanwhile, not far from them, Su Tianchao had just sensed something was wrong and was preparing to rush over to help. But as soon as he took a step, a figure wearing a fox mask blocked his path. No passage ahead. You'd better stop. Su Tianchao is Gaze Darkant. Cult of the Evil God, Elder Green-Faced Fox. He immediately recognized the other party's identity. The masked figure before him was none other than the green-faced demon fox, one of the 12 elders of the cult of the evil god. His level was conservatively estimated to be around 55. Like Su Tianchao, he was also a general-level professional. Su Tianchao knew very well that level alone couldn't determine everything. But the fact that the opponent dared to block his way alone meant he was fully confident. Getting past him easily was simply impossible. That's right. The green-faced demon fox stood with his hands behind his back, his tone indifferent. You're no match for me. There's no need to waste your energy. Under normal circumstances, Su Tianchao might have chosen to back down. But now, it was his daughter who was in trouble. How could he possibly retreat? Whether I can beat you or not, I'll only know after I try. As his words fell, a cold glint flashed in Su Tianchao's eyes, and he suddenly raised his right fist. In the next second, his entire body shot forward like a cannonball, aiming straight for the green-faced demon fox's head. This punch had no frills. But the simpler it was, the more direct and dangerous it became. The green-faced demon fox's expression changed slightly, clearly not expecting Su Tianchao to strike so ruthlessly right from the start. He hurriedly raised his hand, pulling out a horsetail whisk and giving a light flick. An invisible wave immediately spread toward Su Tianchao. It was the weapon's ability capable of neutralizing most attacks. But in the next moment, the green-faced demon fox's eyes suddenly narrowed. Almost instinctively, he leapt backward. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The spot where he had just been standing had completely collapsed. The ground was forcibly blasted into a deep pit, with rubble flying and dust billowing everywhere. The green-faced demon fox stared intently at Su Tianchao, his tone changing for the first time. How is it possible that you're completely unharmed? Su Tianchao didn't answer. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: save his daughter. In the next second, he roared again. Tiger strike fist. Roar. A deep and ferocious tiger's roar seemed to erupt from his fist. His right arm was instantly enveloped in a ghostly light, the air torn apart by the force of his punch, and even the sound of a sonic boom echoed. Faintly, Su Tianchao seemed to see a fierce tiger charging out from the force of his punch. A golden skill. This time, the green-faced demon fox finally dared not underestimate him. He swung the horsetail whisk, drawing a circle in front of him. In the next second, ripples of light spread outward, forming layers of invisible barriers pressing towards Su Tianchao. But this time, those light ripples that could previously block enemies were as fragile as paper before Su Tianchao, almost completely ineffective. The green-faced demon fox's expression changed, and he finally remembered Su Tianchao's innate talent: absolute force. Any energy-based attack that landed on Su Tianchao would have its power significantly weakened. He cursed inwardly, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. Su Tianchao had no intention of wasting time with him. The only person he truly worried about was Tsuruoshi. As long as his daughter remained in danger, every second he delayed felt like a knife cutting into his heart. Taking advantage of the tiger's force entangling the green-faced demon fox, he suddenly pushed off the ground and charged toward Tsuruoshi's direction. But just as he had taken a few steps, another green-faced demon fox suddenly appeared ahead, as if materializing out of thin air, firmly blocking his path. A clone. Su Tianchao's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected this demon fox to possess such a skill. I'll play with you, the green-faced demon fox said, a strange red light flashing in his eyes. Not only did he not retreat, but he also raised his fist and actively struck at Su Tianchao. "Get out of my way!" Su Tianchao, now red-eyed with urgency, couldn't care about anything else. He swung his fist to meet the attack. A muffled sound exploded. The two fists collided, sending shockwaves in all directions. Logically, the green-faced demon fox, having taken a direct hit, should have been sent flying. But the reality was entirely different. The green-faced demon fox stood motionless, while Su Tianchao was forced to retreat dozens of steps, his right fist trembling uncontrollably, as if his bones had been forcibly shattered. "How is your strength this high?" Su Tianchao's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the two green-faced demon foxes before him. He finally realized that this battle was far more troublesome than he had anticipated. "I told you long ago, don't waste your energy." The two green-faced demon foxes slowly merged into one, their tone light and casual, as if discussing something utterly mundane. "You can't kill me, and I can't kill you. So why waste time?" It paused, then continued with a cold sneer. "The commotion here has already alerted the Security Bureau and the Professional Guild. I suggest you leave now, or when reinforcements arrive, there will be plenty of people after your head." Su Tianchao's heart sank. He could clearly tell that the other party was deliberately stalling him. But the more anxious he became, the more he couldn't afford to lose his composure. His daughter was still over there. Bai was over there too. And the cult of the evil god had even sent someone at the elder level, which meant they were truly determined to eliminate Su Ruoshi and Bai this time. The thought sent a chill down Su Tianchao's spine. He regretted it. He regretted agreeing to his daughter's seemingly simple baiting plan. If he had known earlier that the cult of the evil god would go to such lengths, he would never have let Su Ruoshi step into this foggy area. Not even half a step. "This place will remain safe for the next 20 minutes, the green-faced demon fox added leisurely. The words were like a knife, stabbing deeply into Su Tianchao's heart. 20 minutes? Forget 20 minutes. If they delayed even 2 more minutes, something could happen to Su Ruoshi. "You traitor to the human race, I'll fight you to the death." Su Tianchao could no longer suppress his fury. His figure flashed as he lunged forward again. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. Faster, faster. Even if it cost him his life, he had to reach his daughter. On the other side, Bai Yi, relying on his omniscience and omnipotence, combined with Su Ruoshi's thunder power, fought while retreating, carving out a path through the fog. They managed to draw away many enemies, temporarily easing the pressure around them. The two of them moved swiftly, and it seemed they were about to break out of the fog. But just then, Bai Yi suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Su Ruoshi immediately became alert. "There's someone ahead," Bai Yi said, narrowing his eyes, his expression more serious than ever. It wasn't for no reason. The person blocking their path was their target this time, an A-rank wanted criminal, Chu Liang. As Bai Yi's gaze swept over, a line of information appeared before him. Name: Chu Liang level, LV25 class, Rogue Sorcerer attributes, Strength 132, Constitution 166, Agility 115, Spirit 172. After reading it, Bai Yi's expression grew even colder. The gap was too vast. Not just a little, but a chasm that couldn't be bridged by skill alone. Ha ha ha. Chu Liang stood ahead, his laughter cold and grating. "Two little brats, you sure run fast. No wonder you topped the provincial exams and were rated with SSS level talent. So many people have been chasing you, and you almost managed to escape." He squinted, as if savoring the prey's final struggle. But unfortunately, this is where your luck runs out. The fog slowly dispersed. A man in a black suit with a sinister, delicate face finally appeared fully before them. Su Ruoshi's face turned pale instantly. She recognized this man. Chu Liang. She knew very well that encountering this guy alone, with her father held up elsewhere, was almost a death sentence. The gap between them wasn't just 5 or 10 levels. It was nearly 20. Such a disparity couldn't be bridged by a few extra pieces of equipment. Tiska, what a pretty face, Chu Liang said, staring at Tsuruoshi with undisguised greed in his eyes. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you. As he spoke, his facial features suddenly twisted, and in the next second, his face transformed into that of a woman, his smile growing even more grotesque. That was his talent, the ability to seamlessly graft someone else's face onto his own. The very nature of this ability exuded a nauseating malice. Tsuruoshi gripped her long sword tightly and stepped in front of Bai Yi. She knew she was no match for Chu Liang. She also knew that the chances of winning this battle were slim. But the more it was like this, the less she could retreat. Bai Yi, I'm sorry. It's my fault for dragging you into this. She turned her head and gave Bai Yi a light, yet resolute smile. Find a way to leave. I'll hold him off. Her tone was calm, but in her heart, she had already prepared for the worst. She was indeed a genius, but being a genius didn't mean being invincible. In the face of absolute power suppression, many things were useless. The only thing she could do now was buy Yi a little time, even if it was just a few seconds, even if it meant sacrificing herself in the end. Because if it weren't for protecting her, Bai Yi wouldn't have been caught in this ambush. Bai Yi stood behind her, feeling as if something had struck his chest hard. He could tell that Tsuruoshi, though not voicing her fear, was already using her life to carve out a path for him to survive. At moments like this, the ones who could step forward and shield others were the ones with true courage. Tsuruoshi's entire body was trembling. She was truly terrified, but even at this moment, her first instinct was to stand in front of Bai Yi and try to buy him some time. Bai Yi looked at her, his heart softening. This girl, clearly scared out of her wits, still wanted to protect others. It was a kind of foolishness that made one's heart ache. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand, smiled at her, and said, "Step back. Leave the rest to me." Tsuruoshi was stunned. Before she could react, she saw Bai Yi raise his hand, his expression suddenly becoming extremely serious, as if even the surrounding air was being influenced by him. Chu Liang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. At this point, you're still trying to act tough? Kid, you've got some guts. How about joining the cult of the evil god? If you agree, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. Bai Yi looked at him, his tone calm. If I join you, what can I get? Almost anything you want. Power, status, wealth, even long life. Bai Yi nodded, as if seriously considering it. Sounds good. He paused. But I need to ask my dad about this first. The smile on Chu Liang's face froze. Bai Yi didn't give him time to react. He took a step forward, and his entire demeanor suddenly changed. In that instant, he no longer looked like a student cornered with no way out, but rather like a hunter who had already prepared for the kill. Watch closely. Bai Yi grinned. This move is going to be awesome. The next second, he raised his right hand and shouted into the air, "Dad, come." Tsuruoshi was completely dumbfounded. Chu Liang was first stunned. Then his expression changed, and a strong sense of unease surged in his heart. Ding! Summoning successful. In an instant, a fierce wind rose, mist churned, and the surrounding atmosphere seemed to be forcibly disrupted by an invisible hand. A figure descended from the sky, landing heavily on the ground. It was a middle-aged man, whose features bore some resemblance to Bai Yi. His silver hair was slightly disheveled, and his demeanor was steady. He held a newspaper in his left hand, and his right hand had been resting on his waist, clearly in the middle of something before being abruptly summoned here. "Son." Bai Zongheng looked around, then at the two completely unfamiliar people in front of him, his face full of confusion. Bai Yi raised his hand and pointed at Chu Liang, smiling. "Dad, someone from the cult of the evil god is trying to recruit me. I thought I should ask you about it first." Chu Liang's heart went cold, and he turned to flee. But as soon as he moved, Bai Zongheng was already in front of him. People from the cult of the evil god deserve to die. Bai Zongheng's voice was not loud, but every word carried a chilling edge. He raised his hand and delivered a clean, decisive chop. There were no unnecessary movements, no flashy techniques, but as his hand came down, the air exploded, dust surged, and even the gravel on the ground was sent flying. Bang! The hand chop landed precisely on Chu Liang's shoulder. Chu Liang didn't even have time. to scream before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, completely unconscious. Bai Zhongheng clapped his hands, casually tidied his hair, and struck a pose he thought was very cool. He raised an eyebrow and smiled at Bai. "So what do you think? Is your old man handsome or not?" Bai smiled, "Still a bit behind me." Suruwashi stood frozen in place, covering her mouth, completely stunned. She never would have imagined that Bai would actually call his father over. Even more unexpected was that the seemingly powerful Chu Liang was taken down in a single move. What kind of ability was this? Who exactly were these people? He turned his head and, seeing her dazed expression, spoke in a much more relaxed tone. "Don't look at me like that. Let me introduce you. This is my dad, and also your future father-in-law." Father-in-law, hello," Suruwashi blurted out, then immediately realized her mistake. Her face turned red as she quickly corrected herself. "Hello, uncle." Bai Zhongheng finished tying up Chu Liang, looked up at Suruwashi, and gave her a warm smile. "You're Xiaoyi's classmate, right?" "Yes," Suruwashi nodded, still a bit dazed. At this moment, Bai Yi's expression turned serious. He lowered his voice and said, "Dad, you don't have much time, so I'll keep it short." Bai Zhongheng frowned. "What do you mean I don't have much time?" Bai Yi didn't explain and went straight to the point. 500 meters south, there's a high-ranking member of the cult of the evil god. He should be a big catch. Go quickly and take him down with Ruashi's father. Bai Zhongheng glanced at him, knowing this wasn't the time to ask questions. He nodded. "All right, we'll settle this later." With that, his figure flashed, and he sped off to the south. The mist at the scene began to gradually dissipate, and Chu Yang lay motionless on the ground. He let out a soft breath, finally feeling a sense of relief. If he hadn't just acquired this summoning skill, this situation would have been truly dangerous. His previous methods were simply not enough to deal with someone so much stronger than himself. But now, the tables had completely turned. Suruwashi looked at Bai Yi, her gaze filled with a newfound complexity. She found it increasingly difficult to see through this boy. Every time, she thought they had reached a dead end. Yet Bai Yi always managed to turn the situation around at the most critical moment. This time, she had even been prepared to risk her life. But in the end, Bai Yi resolved the crisis effortlessly, as if nothing had happened. Suruwashi bit her lip, her heart filled with complexity, and finally couldn't help but speak. "Bai Yi, how do you have so many? Why didn't you use them earlier? Were you just waiting to make a fool out of me?" No. You should be happy." "Why?" "Because you're the first person to see all my cards." Bai Yi stretched lazily and looked up at the cloudless blue sky. A confident smile appeared on his face. "Welcome to my world, my precious little princess." "Arrogant," Suruwashi muttered, her face turning red as she looked away. She did not dare meet Bai Yi's eyes anymore. The truth was, the current Bai Yi had a terrifying kind of appeal to her. Every glance pulled her deeper in. One more look, and she felt like she might fall completely. "The fight over there is almost done too." "What happened?" Even though Bai Yi's father had gone to help, Suruwashi was still worried about her own father. Unlike Bai Yi, she could not see everyone's level. She had no way to judge how dangerous the situation really was. "That cultist is badly injured and ran away." Bai Yi let out a sigh. It was a shame they had not caught the main target. 5 minutes passed quickly. By the time Bai Yi's father reached the other side, the timer was already nearly up. Bai Zhenghong and Su Tianchao had only managed to injure the green-faced fox demon before time ran out. Once the demon saw the plan had failed, it retreated at once. Not long after they finished talking, Su Tianchao arrived in front of them, covered in wounds. "You two are okay?" Su Tianchao asked. "Dad, are you all right?" Suruwashi's face changed at once. Seeing her father covered in injuries for the first time, she immediately panicked. "I'm sorry," she said in a low voice, holding on to him. "If I hadn't suggested this plan, you wouldn't have been hurt." Today had gone far beyond anything she had expected. If Bai Yi had not been here, the outcome would have been unthinkable. "I'm fine. Just some skin wounds." Su Tianchao patted her head to calm her down, then turned to Bai Yi. "This time, we really owe you. But how did you get your father here?" The fog had blocked not only visibility, but also all outside communication signals. That meant only people inside the fog could receive a signal. So how had Bai Yi's father shown up? At that moment, Bai Yi looked a little embarrassed. To be honest, that was my skill. Your skill? You can summon your father. Even someone like Su Tianchao, who had seen plenty in his life, was stunned. There really was such a bizarre skill in this world. It's true. Bai Yi shouted something like, "Dad, come here," and then Uncle Bai suddenly dropped from the sky. Su Ruashi said, trying to recall it. Su Tianchao imagined the scene and his mouth twitched. Where had this kid learned such a ridiculous skill? Still, no matter how strange it was, the result was undeniable. Either way, thank you. You saved my daughter's life. As he spoke, Su Tianchao bowed deeply to Bai Yi. Bai Yi jumped a little and quickly reached out to help him up. You're being too polite. I was helping myself too. How about dinner tonight? Su Tianchao asked, a trace of admiration flashing in his eyes. A young man with strength, courage, and manners was rare these days. And if he ever became his son-in-law, that would not be a bad outcome at all. Maybe another day. My dad is probably still confused, and I need to go home and explain everything first. Fair enough. I won't force you. Su Tianchao laughed heartily and patted Bai Yi on the shoulder. Come by any time you want. I will. Next time I have time, I'll definitely come drink with you. Bai Yi smiled, then pointed at the unconscious Chu Liang on the ground. What do we do with him? Don't worry. They're here. As soon as Su Tianchao finished speaking, the sound of sirens rang out around them. The police had finally arrived. A man in uniform walked over with a deep frown on his face. The moment he saw Su Tianchao, his expression immediately turned concerned. President Su, are you all right? Chief Wang, you certainly came quickly, Su Tianchao said coldly. Do you even know what happened here? What happened? Wang Liping looked around in confusion. Then his eyes fell on Bai Yi and Su Ruashi, and his face changed. Judging from the destruction around them, the cult's real targets had been Bai Yi, the top scorer in the province, and Su Ruashi, this once-in-a-generation genius. If these two had died in Dongwu City under his watch, then not only would he lose his position, even the mayor of Dongwu City would be forced out immediately. Bai, little brother and your daughter are both okay. They're fine, just almost died. Bai gave a cold laugh. He was extremely dissatisfied with how slowly the police had shown up. This had been a large-scale attack. Even if the cult had blocked outside contact, it should not have taken this long. This really was an emergency. Wang Liping began, trying to explain, but his voice already lacked confidence. Bai Yi, Su Ruashi, and Su Tianchao had just left when the aftermath at the scene had just truly begun. Wang Liping wiped the sweat from his forehead while explaining with a forced smile. Just now, members of the cult of the evil god were attacking residents all over the city, and our manpower was completely scattered. Then we heard reports that a large amount of mist had appeared here, so I rushed over immediately. Su Tianchao glanced at him but did not press further. All right, this person is an A-level wanted criminal, Chu Liang. He's been captured now, so the mission is complete. Good. I'll confirm with the association right away. Wang Liping quickly lowered his head to operate the panel. Thank you for your hard work. Not long after, Bai Yi and Su Ruashi's systems simultaneously displayed a mission completion notification. The reward will be distributed to you within an hour. Thank you again, Wang Liping said with a smile. All right, then we'll be leaving now. Su Tianchao understood that the other party wasn't intentionally neglecting them. Dongwu City was already lacking in armed forces, and under such chaotic circumstances, it was commendable that they managed to arrive in time. The three left the scene, their figures quickly disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, at the Mo family villa, the atmosphere had completely changed. Mohe stared at the news delivered by his subordinates, his entire being seeming drained of energy as he collapsed heavily onto the sofa. How could this fail? He muttered to himself, his gaze vacant. This time, he had invested manpower, resources, and his entire network. By all accounts, he should have died outside today. But the result was the complete opposite. Not only did Bai Yi survive, but the situation had spiraled out of control. The more Mo he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, and the sense of foreboding in his heart grew rapidly. No, he couldn't wait any longer. He suddenly stood up, grabbed a coat, and threw it on, not even bothering to pack his belongings, and rushed out the door. As long as he could leave Dongwu City and ride out this storm, there might still be a chance. But as soon as he pushed open the villa door, his steps came to an abrupt halt. Outside the door, a crowd had already gathered. Wang Liping stood at the forefront with a team of law enforcement officers, waiting leisurely as if they had been there for a long time. Mr. Mo, the wealthy tycoon, Wang Liping sneered. Where are you planning to go? Need me to give you a lift? Emohi's heart sank sharply, but he forced himself to remain calm. Wang Liping, what are you doing? Wang Liping didn't waste words with him and directly raised the arrest warrant in his hand, reading it aloud. Emohi, we suspect you are involved in the cult of the evil god dissemination case, multiple kidnapping cases, murder cases, robbery cases, and other heinous crimes. You're now officially under arrest. If you have any objections to the enforcement, you may hire a lawyer to present your defense and feedback. After finishing, he shook the silver handcuffs in his hand, a mocking smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Now, Mohi, the highest-ranking official of the cult of the evil god in Dongwu City, you are under arrest. Emohi's face turned deathly pale in an instant. At this moment, Bai Yi was still completely unaware that there was an even deeper conspiracy behind the attack he had just experienced. After parting ways with Su Ruoshi and Su Tianchao, he returned home. By then, it was already dark, just in time for dinner. But as soon as Bai Yi entered the house, his expression changed. The room was filled with a heavy stench, like a sewer had exploded, making him wrinkle his nose in disgust. The living room was empty. Zheng Ping was in the bathroom doing laundry, but Bai Zongheng was nowhere to be seen. Bai Yi covered his nose and walked to the bathroom door, where he saw a complete mess inside. Although it had been cleaned, the traces were still visible. It was clear that the toilet had exploded. Suppressing his nausea, he asked, "Mom, did you and Dad have a fight? How did the toilet end up like this? Shouldn't you be the one answering that?" Zheng Ping didn't even look up, her tone clearly displeased. "Me?" Bai Yi was baffled. "What does this have to do with me? Didn't you summon your dad today?" "Yeah," Bai Yi replied, still confused. "But what does that have to do with the toilet?" He was still thinking to himself. He summoned his dad, not the toilet. No connection? Zheng Ping looked up and glared at him. "Do you know what the first thing your dad shouted when he came back was?" "What did he shout?" As soon as he walked in, he yelled, "You vile old thief! Take this blow from my staff." Bai Yi froze for a moment. "Isn't that pretty normal?" "Normal?" Zheng Ping was so angry she laughed. "Your dad took that staff and smashed the toilet and the drain pipe together. Water and filth sprayed all over his face, covering him from head to toe. When I saw him like that, I almost didn't recognize him." As she spoke, she shook her head helplessly and pointed upstairs. "Now your dad has taken 20 showers and rinsed his mouth 50 times. Bai Yi was silent for 2 seconds, then couldn't help but mourn for his dad for a minute. Afterward, he remembered something else. What about the house the Education Bureau promised? Has that been settled? He glanced at the mess in the bathroom and decided to address the important matter first. It's settled. At the mention of this, Zheng Ping's mood visibly improved. They're currently working on removing the formaldehyde, so in a little while, we can move in. As she said this, a smile finally appeared on her face. Ever since Bai Yi had become the top scorer in the province, everything at home had started to change. Now, when she walked outside, neighbors and acquaintances would almost always greet her proactively. Some even came specifically to ask how she had raised such an outstanding son. Every time she heard such comments, Zheng Ping would calmly reply, "My son Bai Yi is nothing special." Though it sounded modest, the pride in her voice was unmistakable. As the two were talking, Bai Zongheng finally came downstairs. But as soon as he saw Bai Yi, his temper flared up. "Honey, call the funeral home." He pointed at Bai Yi, fuming. "One of us has to go today." Bai Yi smiled helplessly. "Dad, you're using the wrong phrase. Is your butt itching for a beating?" Bai Zongheng glared at him. "Dad, calm down. Bai wasn't flustered at all. He even deliberately smiled at him, took a can of beer from the fridge, opened it, handed half to his dad, and took a few sips himself. Your son here almost got killed today, and you're still fussing over this little thing? As soon as he said this, the anger on Bai Zongheng's face disappeared. He pulled out a chair, sat down, and his expression turned serious. Tell me, what happened? Bai nodded and began recounting everything that had happened today, from Suruashi's invitation to the ambush by the cult of the evil god, to finally learning a new skill and summoning his dad directly. Bai detailed the entire day's events. As Bai Zongheng listened, his expression grew darker and darker. Even Zheng Ping, who had been cleaning the bathroom, stopped what she was doing to listen intently to her son's harrowing tale. When Bai finished, he took a sip of water and calmly said, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Bai Zongheng was the first to speak. "That girl, she's really your girlfriend?" Zheng Ping immediately chimed in. "Have you held hands? Kissed? Booked a room?" Bai looked at his two gossiping parents and fell silent. "Your son just crawled back from the brink of death. Could you focus on the important stuff first?" Bai Zongheng quickly dropped the joking expression and asked seriously, "Let's not get sidetracked. What's the deal with this skill of yours?" Bai thought for a moment and said, "This skill can only be used once a day. No matter where I am, I can summon Dad to my side. It takes as little as 1 second." Bai Zongheng froze. 1 second? What can you do in 1 second? Zheng Ping reacted quickly. At a critical moment, it could block a fatal blow for Xiao Yi. The corner of Bai Zongheng's mouth twitched, and he blurted out, "How about I become your son instead?" Zheng Ping rolled her eyes disdainfully. "Keep dreaming." Rejected. But soon, she put away the joking tone and looked at Bai Yi seriously. "Xiao Yi, be honest with Mom. Where exactly are these skills coming from?" Bai Yi met her gaze and deliberately tested her, saying, "If I say this is a skill that comes with the profession, Mom, would you believe me?" "I believe you," Zheng Ping replied without the slightest hesitation. "As long as it's you saying it, Mom believes you." She paused for a moment and then solemnly reminded him, "But this kind of skill, you'd better only use it in the most dangerous situations. Things that are too special tend to attract trouble." Bai Yi understood what she meant. If "come, protect me" could barely be explained as some kind of summoning ability, then Dad come was entirely different. This ability was too direct and too strange. Once used, it could instantly pull Bai Zongheng directly to his side. This was nothing like an ordinary skill. It felt more like an unreasonable trump card. But he also understood that his current strength was not yet stable. This kind of ability, indeed, couldn't be casually exposed. He put away his smile and nodded seriously. "I understand." Dinner ended quickly. Bai Yi returned to his room, and not long after sitting down, he received a notification that the task was completed. "Congratulations to your team, a loving family, for completing the A-level commission task. Please collect your task rewards promptly." The rewards are finally here. Bai Yi muttered softly and immediately opened his inventory to check. Sure enough, there was an additional 300,000 in cash and 20 divine crystals. Without hesitation, he used all 20 divine crystals. Before long, a brand new panel appeared before him. Name, by E level. LV6, experience, 2500/3600. Profession, bystander, talent, omniscient and omnipotent. No information can be hidden from a bystander. Your eyes can see all concealed information, and you always seem to acquire some special intelligence. A bystander has infinite possibilities, so don't underestimate yourself. Strength, 59. Stamina, 59. Agility, 59. Mental power, 59. Skills, come protect me, LV1. Charisma rules, LV1. Dad come, LV1. Divine power, 5,900 points, skill points. 15 points, gold coins. 1.32 million. This feels amazing. He couldn't help but laugh as he felt the surging power within him. Who said bystanders were useless? With his current stats, he could easily crush those so-called S-class geniuses of the same level. After causing such a big commotion today, it seems I won't be able to take on any tasks for now. Leaning back in his chair, he began planning his next steps. Then, I'll take advantage of the remaining holiday time to continue improving my secondary profession. With that thought, Bai Yi immediately started purchasing weapons and investing in enhancing his secondary profession. Half a month later, Bai Yi's mental power had skyrocketed, and his eye of appraisal could now be used almost 24 times a day. Supported by his immense mental power, his skill proficiency also improved rapidly. During this half month, he stayed at home and didn't go out again. It wasn't that he didn't want to go out, but he simply couldn't. After the Cthulhu cult's attack, the subsequent investigation quickly yielded results. Mo He, the son of Mo Bayan, the principal of Dongwu City's No. 9 high school, was arrested, and Mo Bayan was suspended as a result. No one had expected that a high school teacher would turn out to be the leader of the Cthulhu cult. Because of this incident, Bai Yi and Suruashi were directly placed under key protection by Dongwu City. To avoid drawing attention, Bai Yi simply stayed home obediently. Notably, during this time, the family moved into a new house, conveniently becoming neighbors with Zhang Daxian. During the day, Bai Yi either trained his secondary profession or chatted idly with Zhang Daxian through the window. Occasionally, Zhang Daxian would even bring over some food to replenish mental power. To be fair, ever since awakening his chef's secondary profession, his cooking skills had indeed improved significantly. At night, it was time for Bai Yi and Suruashi to have their awkward conversations. I don't know why, but ever since that day, Suruashi would occasionally seek him out. After that incident, Suruashi would almost chat with Bai Yi every day. Each time, Bai Yi would open the book Advanced Love Lessons, guaranteed to win the girl of your dreams, and copy a line from it to reply to her. Unfortunately, the results were always less than satisfactory. Like today, Suruashi, Bai Yi, have you eaten? Bai Yi, I have. What about you? Suruashi, sigh, I don't have much of an appetite. My stomach feels a bit bloated. Bai Yi looked at the screen, recalled the classic response from the book, and felt confident that this time he could handle it better. Bai Yi, I understand. Suruashi, what do you understand? Bai Yi, you're constipated. In the next life, I'll be your intestines and make sure everything flows smoothly for you. Suruashi, get lost. Bai Yi stared at those two words, remained silent for 2 seconds, then shook his head helplessly and set his phone aside. He looked down at his secondary profession experience bar. Just a little more. With one final push, he could level up to level 3 tonight. Bai Yi perked up and immediately invested the 150,000 he had just earned, buying 5 silver weapons. He now understood very well that the higher he advanced in his secondary profession, the harder it became to improve, but the rewards were also greater. If he could break through this time, the path ahead would become much smoother. Identification successful. Congratulations on identifying an excellent silver longbow. Experience +2. Identification successful. Congratulations on identifying a standard silver dagger. Experience +1. Identification successful. Congratulations on identifying an excellent silver longsword. Experience +2. The next second, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations! Eye of Identification has leveled up. Level +1. New effect. When identifying equipment, base attributes +10%. If the attribute bonus is less than 5 points, it will be calculated as 5 points. Bai Yi's eyes lit up. This is amazing. He quickly did the math in his head. For the same piece of equipment, others would identify it within the normal range, but for him, the base attributes would directly increase by 10%. Don't underestimate this percentage. When applied to equipment, the gap would become increasingly significant. For example, a silver broadsword might normally have attributes ranging from 5 to 20, but in his hands, the values would jump to a range of 10 to 25. And what if it were gold or even diamond-grade equipment? The improvement wouldn't just be marginal. It would be a complete transformation. Thinking of this, Bai Yi's hands itched, and he couldn't wait to test it on a piece of gold or diamond weaponry. Unfortunately, reality wasn't so accommodating. With his current level 3 Eye of Identification, the The failure rate for identifying gold or diamond-grade equipment was still too high. If he failed, the equipment would be destroyed outright, a loss he couldn't afford at the moment. Moreover, such high-grade items weren't something he could easily get his hands on. But he had no choice but to suppress the thought for now. He stretched lazily and contentedly laid down to sleep. The next morning, his phone's ringtone woke him up. "Hey, little bro, are you up?" "No, but you woke me up." He rubbed his temples, his tone full of helplessness. Without even looking, he knew it was Wang Ritian. "Haha, sorry about that. Want to go back to sleep?" "Forget it, brother Wang. Just get to the point. Here's the thing. I called to let you know that there's only a week left before school starts. Are you ready to come over?" He didn't even think about it. "What's there to prepare? I can leave anytime." "All right, then I'll head to Dongwu City in about 3 days. We can go together then." "Sure." Bai nodded. The two chatted a bit more before hanging up. Tianfu City was far from Dongwu City, so far that just thinking about it would give an ordinary person a headache. But in this world, what truly limited people was never distance, but money. Years ago, when Blue Star expanded significantly, the nation's territory also grew by hundreds of times. The roads between cities are no longer the kind where you can drive for a few hours and arrive at your destination. Since then, people's modes of travel have completely changed. High-speed trains, cars, planes, and ships. These traditional methods still exist, but the truly safest and most stable option has become the teleportation array. However, the cost of using teleportation arrays is terrifyingly high. Not only does it require money, but it also consumes a large amount of resources. For distances like Dongwu City to Tianfu City, a single teleportation costs 500,000 per person, and even students only get half price. This amount of money is a mountain for many families. So most people simply don't have the means to travel back and forth easily. As for planes and cars, they aren't completely unusable, but the abundance of monsters in the wild keeps the accident rate high, and no one dares to gamble with their lives. He roughly estimated that once he went to Tianfu City, being able to return once every 6 months would already be quite good. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly sank. The farther away from home he was, the more he understood what truly mattered. He got up, dressed, and prepared to go downstairs to talk to his parents. But before he reached the bottom of the stairs, he heard two voices speaking. "Child's father, how can I not worry about Xiao? He going so far away on his own." What's there to worry about? The child is grown up. He has to go out and make his way in the world." Standing at the stairway, he glanced down through the railing. He saw his parents sitting in the living room, their eyes slightly red, and even their voices carried a hint of reluctance. In that instant, Bai Yi's heart tightened sharply. Only then did he realize that his parents had truly aged. Their hair had already started to turn white, yet in his eyes, they were still the ones who shielded him from the wind and rain. Bai Yi's throat felt blocked, and an indescribable bitterness surged in his heart. He originally wanted to go down immediately, give them a hug, and tell them he would take good care of himself. But in the next second, the conversation downstairs drifted up again. 18 years. I can finally take a break. I don't even know how to describe my feelings right now. Yeah, just thinking about being away for 3 years makes me so happy I want to open a bottle of 82 DDT to celebrate. Dear, once Xiaoi leaves, what do you most want to do? Is that even a question? Of course it's to do. Bai Yi, eat. The downstairs fell silent for a moment. Yes, to eat a big bowl of rice. Bai Zongheng instinctively added, but halfway through his words, he suddenly froze. He turned his head sharply and saw Bai Yi already standing at the stairway, holding a water cup, looking at them calmly. The air instantly became a bit awkward. Bai Zongheng coughed twice and forced out a smile. Son, you're up so early today. Bai Yi took a sip of water, slowly put down the cup, and looked at them with a faint smile. Don't be so awkward. I was worried you might be reluctant to let me go. Seeing how happy you are now, I'm relieved. Zheng Ping stared at Bai Yi for a moment, then raised her hand to touch his forehead. Do you have a fever? I'm not sick. Zheng Ping frowned. If you're not sick, why would you think your parents can't live without you once you're gone? Bai Yi was silent for 2 seconds and rolled his eyes. Fine, I'm the one who's sick. Zheng Ping and Bai Zongheng exchanged a glance and immediately nodded in unison. Definitely not lightly sick. 3 days later, a black sedan stopped in front of Bai Yi's villa. Su Ruoxi and Wang Ritian got out of the car together. Wang Ritian looked over the villa, then scanned the people patrolling discreetly nearby, nodding in satisfaction. Last time, the incident happened because they were careless. But if the same problem occurred again, it wouldn't be a mistake, it would be negligence. Fortunately, this time, the Dongwu City Guard Bureau had clearly learned its lesson. I'm going to find Master Zhang. Bai Yi is your responsibility, Wang Ritian said, then strode toward the house next door. Su Ruoxi adjusted her clothes and rang the doorbell at Bai Yi's home. The door quickly opened. Zheng Ping stood at the doorway and saw a pretty and clean young girl standing in front of the door. She was momentarily stunned. Young lady, who are you looking for? Hello, Auntie. I am Bai Yi's classmate, Su Rui. Su Ruoxi nodded politely, her tone graceful and composed. Zheng Ping's eyes lit up, and a smile immediately appeared on her face. Oh, so you're the girl who went on a date with Xiao Yi? Come in. What a lovely young lady you are. Auntie, you flatter me. Is Bai Yi ready? Why don't you sit in the living room for a bit? I'll go call him. No need. I'm already here. Bai Yi, dressed in white, came downstairs. When he saw Su Ruoxi, he raised his hand in greeting. Morning, my little darling. Su Ruoxi glanced at him but didn't respond. Instead, she turned to Zheng Ping. Auntie, I'll wait for you outside so you can chat a bit longer. This early? I thought you'd leave after lunch. The teacher said the portal has a morning discount. If we don't leave soon, you might go bankrupt. Zheng Ping couldn't help but laugh. That teacher of yours sure knows how to save money. She turned and held Bai Yi's hand, speaking softly. Xiao Yi, Mom is really reluctant to let you go. Do you understand? Bai Yi's throat tightened, and his eyes grew a little misty. Mom, I know. But where's Dad? Why isn't he here to see me off? Wait a bit longer. Your dad will be back soon. He has a lot to say to you, too. Bai Yi nodded. So, his parents did care about him after all. At least, they weren't the kind of people who would easily abandon him. Su Ruoxi stood to the side, watching him with a faint smile. I didn't expect your parents to care about you so much. Bai Yi didn't reply. His thoughts were suddenly in turmoil. Maybe, just maybe, he had misunderstood them over the past few days. Some parents don't lack love. They just don't know how to express it. As he was thinking, Bai Zongheng came running to the door. I'm not late, am I? He nodded at Su Ruoxi inside the house as a greeting, then quickly walked up to Bai Yi. Son, today's the day you leave for college. As your father, I don't have much to give you, so I went out early to prepare something for you as a send-off. Bai Yi's eyes grew even hotter. Dad, there's really no need to go to such trouble. It's not like I'm not coming back. Bai Zongheng patted his shoulder, his expression unusually serious. Come on, let's step outside. The group walked out to the front yard together. Bai Zongheng pulled Zheng Ping forward a few steps, then turned back to look at Bai Yi. Are you ready, son? I'm ready. Bai even felt a bit of anticipation. He thought he was finally about to hear some heartfelt encouragement. But the next second, Bai Zongheng dramatically pulled out dozens of fireworks from his backpack. Zheng Ping wasn't to be outdone and directly took out a swanahorn. Bai Yi froze on the spot. Su Ruoxi was silent as well. Bai Zongheng cleared his throat. Ready, start the music. Then, the couple began singing on the spot. The flowers bloom on the grave. It's the beauty you've longed for so much. Bai Yi. Su Ruoxi. The sound of fireworks and the swanahorn made the entire entrance anything but peaceful. Bai Yi stood there, his expression complicated, and finally let out a heavy sigh. He understood now. The child was just an accident. The parents were the true love story. Su Ruoxi glanced at him and couldn't help but whisper, I suddenly feel a bit sorry for you. Bai Yi looked at her and extended his hand. Thanks. Let me lean on you for a moment. Amid the absurdly lively farewell, Bai Yi and his group finally left the villa area. Zhang Daxian sat in the front passenger seat. Bai Yi and Su Ruoxi sat in the back. The car moved forward, and the scenery outside the window receded continuously. Zhang Daxian looked out the window and curiously asked, "Where are we going to use the teleportation array?" Wang Ritian smiled and explained, "The military base. Every teleportation portal is guarded by the military. In this way, if any city encounters a beast tide, support can arrive immediately." For these young people who had never traveled far, everything in the outside world was fresh and new. They admired the scenery along the way, chatted, and gradually relaxed. Soon, the vehicles reached their destination. He glanced at the chart, his expression calm, but his heart was far from at ease. F-level potential. These four words were like a nail, piercing directly into everyone's eyes. The surrounding murmurs grew louder instantly. Is he the Bai who was admitted under special circumstances? He's really handsome, but what a pity his potential is too low. Someone like him entering our school will probably be left behind by others very quickly. He heard everything clearly, but he neither got angry nor argued. He understood, well, that in a place like this, words were useless. The only way to silence others was to use strength to shut them up. He raised his head and swept a calm gaze around, his eyes steady, as if telling everyone, those who look down on him now will regret it sooner or later. Wang Ritian stood beside him and also sensed the tense atmosphere. He had long known that, he would inevitably become the center of attention upon arrival. He just hadn't expected things to escalate so quickly. "Let's finish the registration first," Wang Ritian reminded in a low voice. "This is a school, not the outside world. Don't act impulsively." Bai nodded without speaking, but he already had other thoughts in his mind. Since he had entered this school, he wouldn't allow himself to be trampled on forever. Anyone who wanted to make him a laughingstock would have to be prepared to pay the price. The student council girl initially wore a professional smile, but when she saw Bai Yi's potential level, her smile visibly froze. She paused for 2 seconds before softly confirming, "Is this really F level?" "Yes," Bai Yi replied calmly. The girl fell silent for a moment, her gaze becoming more complex. She had seen many geniuses and many overestimated individuals. But someone like Bai Yi, who was the national top scorer yet had only F-level potential, was a first for her. It was simply too abnormal. Normally, the higher the potential level, the greater the future growth space. And F-level was almost equivalent to starting far behind others, a gap that couldn't be easily bridged through effort alone. Yet Bai Yi's face showed no trace of frustration. Instead, he was unusually composed. This calmness inexplicably made her uneasy. She lowered her head to continue reviewing the form, but just as she was about to turn the page, she suddenly stopped. She had noticed the subsequent information. The next second, her eyes widened sharply. How is this possible? Her voice wasn't loud, but it was like a pebble thrown into calm water, drawing everyone's attention. He also raised his eyes, his expression unchanged. But at that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the registration area. Several senior students strode in, their gazes locking directly onto Bai Yi. The leader smirked coldly, his tone aggressive. "You're Bai Yi, right? I heard you're quite arrogant. Just entered the school, and already so many people remember you." He paused, his eyes full of disdain. "But in my opinion, you're nothing special." The surrounding crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone realized trouble was brewing. Bai Yi looked at the other party, his gaze devoid of any emotion. He knew that what he truly had to face wasn't just a potential level. It was everyone in this school waiting to see him fail. And now, the conflict was only beginning. Bai Yi stared at the four-dimensional attributes on the panel, his entire body stiffening. Total attributes of 59. His first reaction wasn't joy, but doubt, wondering if he had misread it. These attributes were too absurd. All four values were identical, which was already strange enough. Even stranger was how shockingly high the numbers were. Clearly, F-level potential was universally recognized as the worst tier. Logically, someone like Zhang Daxian, with A-level potential, should have total attributes that far surpassed Bai Yi's. But now, the result was completely reversed. What's wrong? Wang Ritian noticed the shock on the face of the student council girl and immediately leaned over to take a look. The next second, his expression completely changed as well. Bai Yi, just over half a month ago, had an all-attribute score of only 14, so weak it was almost unbearable to look at. But in such a short time, it had skyrocketed to 59. This growth rate could no longer be described as exaggerated. Bai Yi, are you sure this is your latest attribute? Wang Ritian's voice was trembling slightly. Could it be fake? Bai Yi Shuruk. How on earth did you do it? Natural talent. Guess. Wang Ritian was silent for 2 seconds before finally giving a thumbs up. You're incredible. He was genuinely astonished by Bai Yi's ability to repeatedly shatter his understanding. However, regarding the matter of attributes, Bai Yi didn't plan to keep it hidden for long. Dungeons were officially monitored, and as soon as one entered a dungeon, attributes would inevitably be exposed sooner or later. Whether it was sooner or later didn't make much of a difference. Under Wang Ritian's urging, the girl quickly helped the 3 of them complete their enrollment registration. Here are your student IDs, each containing 100 credits, she said as she handed over the cards. The importance of credits should have already been explained to you by Teacher Wang. Besides earning credits through tasks, dungeon exploration, and monster kills, you can also directly exchange them for gold coins. The current exchange rate is 1 million gold coins for 100 credits. She paused and added, additionally, your registration fees have been fully waived, but you'll still need to cover your own accommodation costs. You can now choose the level of dormitory you'd like to stay in. Dormitories have levels? Zhang Daxian was momentarily stunned. Yes, the girl explained with a smile. It's clearly written on page 25 of the beginner's guide. The 3 immediately flipped open the guide. It was clearly stated. 6-person room, basic decor, 10 credits per year. 4-person room, refined decor, 20 credits per year. 2-person room, deluxe decor, 40 credits per year. Private villa, luxurious decor, 100 credits per year. My goodness, this is way too expensive. Zhang Daxian was the first to complain. Even the cheapest option costs 100,000 a year. This price was already far higher than outside rates. But he couldn't help but frown as well. This school seemed to be burning money everywhere. Then I'll choose the private villa, Tsuruoshi decided without hesitation while Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian were still hesitating. She took out a card and handed it directly to the girl handling the registration. And please charge 2 million to exchange for some credits. All right. The girl's eyes lit up, and her tone became noticeably more enthusiastic. Recharge and accommodation recommendations both came with commissions, so of course, she was happy. Tsuruoshi's transaction alone was enough for her to earn a significant amount of credits. At this moment, Tsuruoshi turned to Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian, her smile carrying a hint of meaning. What about you two? Surely you don't plan to stay in a 6-person room? Zhang Daxian's face scrunched up, and he quietly leaned over to Bai Yi's ear. What do we do? Are we really going to stay in the cheapest option? Bai Yi, however, wasn't worried at all. He glanced at Tsuruoshi and instead smiled. Isn't this simple? After speaking, he walked directly over to Tsuruoshi, deliberately turning back to Zhang Daxian with a grin. No way, Daxian, you're not seriously thinking about staying in a 6-person room, are you? Zhang Daxian looked utterly exasperated. Tsuruoshi raised an eyebrow. Have you made up your mind? He spread his hands, speaking confidently. Well, I have you, don't I? Have you forgotten what our team is called? One big happy family. Since we're a family, of course, we should live together. Tsuruoshi's face darkened. Get lost before I bite you. Got it. Bai Yi retreated with a grin, knowing when to stop. In the end, Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian also chose villas. On one hand, they were the top scorers of the true South Province, so they couldn't afford to lose face. On the other hand, the most critical reason was quite practical. All other room types were already fully booked. Compared to the noisy 6-person rooms, the 2 of them naturally preferred the quiet of private villas. 6 people squeezed into one room. Others were singing while you were reading, others were snoring while you were sleeping, others were watching videos and laughing nonstop. Just imagining it is enough to drive someone crazy. Living in a villa, at least, offers peace and quiet. It's also much more convenient for many things. After making their choice, the female staff handed the student IDs back to the three and said with a smile, "Your villas are next to each other and have already been registered. Once you arrive, you can enter by facial recognition." "All right, thank you." The three expressed their gratitude and followed Wang Ritian out. After walking for a short while, they arrived at a villa area with beautiful scenery. Bai Yi was assigned to Villa 101, Su Roashi to Villa 102, and Zhang Daxian to Villa 103. Wang Ritian led them to their respective doors and stopped. "You'll be living here from now on," he said seriously, looking at the three of them. "Remember, in this school, credits are life. Without credits, you won't be able to do many things. How far you can go from here depends entirely on yourselves. Your home is here now. Most questions can be answered in the freshman handbook. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to call me. I wish you a pleasant campus life. Goodbye, Mr. Wang." After watching Wang Ritian leave, the three chatted briefly before eagerly heading into their respective villas. The villas weren't particularly large, but they were definitely not small either. The yard had a garden and a swimming pool, and the main building was a two-story structure with 4 bedrooms and 3 living rooms. The interior was luxuriously decorated, clearly showing that the school spared no expense in such places. Bai first carefully inspected the house to ensure there were no surveillance devices before placing his luggage by the bed and unpacking it piece by piece. 10 minutes later, he finished tidying up, casually picked up the freshman strategy handbook, and began flipping through it seriously. The entire university was divided into 4 major academies and 8 main zones. The 4 academies were the Martial Combat Academy, Combat Skills Academy, Skills Research Academy, and Auxiliary Professions Academy. The Martial Combat Academy, as the name suggests, was for those preparing to fight on the front lines. It primarily taught close combat and physical enhancement techniques and was one of the largest academies in terms of student numbers at Tianfu University. The Combat Skills Academy leaned more towards skill application. It didn't focus on whether one had skills, but rather on how to use them more ruthlessly, accurately, and powerfully. Their goal was straightforward: to maximize the damage and effectiveness of every skill. The Skills Research Academy was more inclined toward intellectual professions. Most of the people admitted here had analytical, creative, or deductive professions or talents. They might not be suited for the front lines, but they were equally important. Many new skills and even innovations that changed combat methods originated here. Lastly, there was the Auxiliary Professions Academy. The name might sound ordinary, but its role was far from it. Professionals in life-related and support fields generally studied specialized knowledge here. Many of the school's supplies and resources were produced and provided by them. After reading about the 4 academies, Bai Yi continued flipping through the handbook and came across the 8 main zones: the Teaching Zone, Commercial Zone, Residential Zone, Dungeon Zone, Retirement Zone, Teleportation Zone, Tianfu Tower, and Competition Zone. These names were self-explanatory and easy to understand at a glance. What truly made Bai Yi pause and take a closer look were the Retirement Zone and Tianfu Tower. The Retirement Zone was specifically for people who had retired. After all, Tianfu University was so vast that it was almost like an independent city. Those who had made significant contributions to the school or the nation could be allowed to live here and enjoy their later years. The school would take care of their food, clothing, housing, and transportation, ensuring they had no worries in their old age. Additionally, families of those who had died in service were also arranged to live here. Reading this, Bai Yi felt a slight emotional stir. This arrangement at least showed that the school wasn't just coldly focused on resources and power. It had its own principles and warmth. As for Tianfu Tower, it was even more intriguing. According to the handbook, this tower was an ownerless piece of star-level equipment. The founder of Tianfu University back then, Qin Tianfu, ranked 5th among the top 10 emperor-level professionals in Huaxia, was unable to take it away. In the end, he simply built the now-renowned Tianfu University around this tower and named it Tianfu Tower. Inside the tower lies another world, and the challenges each person faces upon entering are different. According to the manual, Tianfu Tower has a total of 100 floors. Each floor cleared grants a reward of the power of rules. Legend has it that clearing all 100 floors grants a powerful force capable of changing one's destiny. The problem is, to this day, no one has ever reached the 50th floor. This is because Tianfu Tower treats everyone equally. Whether you are a low-level soldier-class professional or a king-level or emperor-level professional standing at the pinnacle of humanity, the tower will match you with a corresponding difficulty level upon entry. It is precisely because of this tower that Tianfu University has firmly held its position as the second-best university in the country. Freshmen can challenge it once for free, but each subsequent attempt costs 500 credits. Seeing this, Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes. That's outrageous. 500 credits, which converts to 5 million. At that price, you could even buy a piece of top-tier golden equipment. However, he quickly squinted his eyes, and another thought arose in his mind. Just because others couldn't see through it didn't mean he couldn't. He possessed omniscience and omnipotence. Since the origin of this tower was unknown, could it reveal more information? With this in mind, Bai got up and walked to the window, looking into the distance. Tianfu Tower was truly tall, absurdly tall. From almost any corner of Tianfu University, one could see the white tower piercing the clouds. He stared at it for a few seconds. The next moment, a line of information appeared before his eyes. Name, Heavenly Dao Tower Type. Special grade. Floors, 100 omniscience and omnipotence. If you're a man, challenge all 100 floors. Each floor cleared grants attribute points, skill points, and mysterious rewards. If you can conquer all 100 floors, the tower will be yours. So, are you ready? Bai's gaze sharpened. So, the reward for clearing all 100 floors is the entire tower? He was silent for a moment, quickly making up his mind. If there was truly a chance, he had to try this place. After all, this wasn't just ordinary equipment. It was an artifact surpassing the starry sky level. If he could really get his hands on it, who wouldn't be tempted? Suppressing these thoughts for now, Bai continued reading. What followed were introductions to various mentors and their fees. Dean level, one-on-one guidance, 100 credits per hour. Vice Dean level, one-on-one guidance, 70 credits per hour. Senior Mentor level, one-on-one guidance, 50 credits per hour. Intermediate Mentor level, one-on-one guidance, 30 credits per hour. Junior Mentor level, one-on-one guidance, 10 credits per hour. After reading, Bai let out a light sigh, his expression turning somewhat helpless. As expected, just like Wang Ritian said, without credits, you really can't get anywhere. He lowered his head and continued flipping through the pages, his brows gradually furrowing. Fees for venue usage, dungeon registration, and so on, all require credits. Credits, 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 credits everywhere. Just as Bai was about to become numb from all these rules, a turning point finally appeared. He saw the Freshman Credit Earning Guide. When the words Freshman Competition Benefits Overview entered his sight, he almost burst out laughing. It turned out that the real path to quickly turning things around was right here. The Freshman Competition was an annual event held by Tianfu University. For students, it wasn't just a competition, but also an opportunity to earn credits. As per tradition, the higher the ranking, the more credits awarded. First place, 200 credits per month. Second place, 150 credits per month. Third place, 100 credits per month. Although there were rewards for lower rankings as well. Even just making it into the top 10 was already very rewarding. These credits are converted into gold coins, enough to save ordinary students a significant amount of expenses. Compared to working outside or slowly completing tasks, this path is obviously faster and more cost-effective. However, getting into the top 10 is by no means an easy task. Tianfu University is a top-tier institution, and there are many freshmen every year. Those who earn the title of provincial champion are never just one person annually. City champions are even more numerous. Moreover, the format of the freshman competition is not fixed. Sometimes it involves professional duels. Other times, it's dungeon speed runs. The rules change, and so does the difficulty. However, Bai is not too worried about himself. With his current skills and attributes, getting into the top 10 is not a big problem. The real challenge is reaching first place. He knows very well that the top 10 is just the starting point. If he truly wants to gain the school's attention and make others remember him, he must stand at the very top. So his goal is clear. Not the top 10, not the top 5, but first place in the freshman competition. Meanwhile, in another conference room, the atmosphere was completely different. When Wang Ritian pushed the door open and entered, more than a dozen people were already seated inside. Each of them had a calm and composed demeanor, exuding an oppressive presence just by sitting there. If Bai Yi were present, he would immediately recognize that these people were the deans and vice deans mentioned in the freshman handbook. Wang Ritian nodded at the elderly man seated at the head of the table, then pulled out a chair and sat down. "Old Qin, I'm back." The elderly professor with a head full of white hair raised his eyes and nodded calmly. "Since everyone is here, let's begin the statistics on this year's freshman enrollment." A vice dean in charge of admissions stood up, flipping through the documents in his hand, and reported seriously, "Old Qin, as of now, 25,000 freshmen have completed their enrollment procedures. Most of them are pre-admissions for the auxiliary colleges. The proportion of freshmen in the main professions has decreased compared to previous years. There are only 9 provincial champions and 35 city champions." As soon as he finished speaking, someone sneered. "Isn't this obvious? Someone gave the only privilege to a freshman with only F-level potential. If it weren't for that, how could the quality of this year's champions be so much worse than previous years?" The speaker was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses, her tone sharp and unreserved. Her words were clearly aimed at Wang Ritian. Wang Ritian's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze darkened slightly. He knew that these people always valued surface-level talent and rankings. In their eyes, someone like Bai Yi, with F-level potential, wasn't even worth serious consideration. At this moment, Yi Yanhu, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy, burst into laughter. Teacher Wang's approach this time was indeed a bit inappropriate. But let's not talk about Bai Yi for now. Isn't there an SSS-level Su Ruashi from Dongbu City? Although she's not the provincial champion, her strength is definitely outstanding. Our Martial Arts Academy will reserve her first." As soon as these words were spoken, Kabu, the dean of the Combat Skills Academy, slammed the table and stood up. "Nonsense! Su Ruashi is a magic swordsman. What business does your Martial Arts Academy have here? A swordsman who relies on skill output is clearly more suited to our Combat Skills Academy." Soon, the conference room descended into chaos. The reason these people had gathered here today was largely to compete for outstanding freshmen, especially for a genius like Su Ruashi with SSS-level potential. No one was willing to let her go. Everyone wanted to recruit her into their academy, to gain prestige for themselves and resources for their academy. On the other hand, this year's provincial champion, Bai Yi, was not mentioned at all. It was as if his name wasn't even worth their time. Wang Ritian watched this scene, and all he could do was sigh inwardly. He had originally wanted to tell these people that Bai Yi's attribute growth in just over half a month had already surpassed that of A-level potential professionals of the same level. But now, it seemed that saying such things would be completely pointless. These people only see the potential label, but fail to notice a person's true growth rate. Once they witness Bai Yi's strength firsthand, they will naturally understand. Wang Ritian has never misjudged anyone. At this moment, Qin Tianfu, who had remained silent, lightly coughed. The meeting room immediately quieted down. "There's no need to rush," Qin Tianfu said slowly. "After tomorrow's freshman competition ends, everyone can compete based on their abilities. For now, let's discuss the competition format." After speaking, his gaze deliberately fell on Wang Ritian, carrying a hint of approval. He was aware of Bai Yi's latest situation and knew what had happened during the attack on Bai Yi. Therefore, he understood clearly that what Bai Yi needed now was not to be directly assigned but a fair opportunity to showcase himself. If they predetermined the outcome now, Bai Yi would lose the freedom to choose. At that point, he would have no choice but to settle for another mentor. This would significantly diminish the school's importance in his eyes. Once Qin Tianfu spoke, the arguments finally ceased. The group then began discussing the competition format. After more than 3 hours, the final plan was decided. This year's freshman competition would be changed to a solo duel for professional practitioners. This decision was not just about fairness. More importantly, they wanted to use this opportunity to gauge Bai Yi's true strength. In a one-on-one arena, all external assistance would be stripped away, leaving only the practitioner's most authentic abilities. Qin Tianfu and Wang Ritian exchanged a glance and shared a faint smile. They were both looking forward to it, eager to see what kind of performance Bai Yi would deliver tomorrow. At the same time, all registered freshmen received the latest notification. Attention, attention! By decision of the school committee, the freshman competition will commence at 9 a.m. tomorrow in the competition zone. The preliminary rounds of the freshman competition began quickly. The broadcast repeated the announcement across the campus. This competition would be a solo duel for professional practitioners, with the highest allowable equipment being silver grade. All participating students must register on the campus network by 10 p.m. As soon as the news broke, the entire school erupted. This wasn't just a competition among freshmen. For many upperclassmen, it was also the most exciting event of the year to place bets and spectate. Some opened betting pools, others bet on underdogs, and some even saw this competition as their chance to turn their fortunes around. Almost everyone was waiting to see who would rise to fame in this tournament. Interesting. I want to see just how strong this Bai Yi guy really is, a self-proclaimed highly talented male student said with a defiant smirk. A solo duel? This is practically a gift from the heavens. Another male student clenched his fists, his eyes filled with ambition. This time, I must make everyone remember me and finally make my dad proud of me. Bai Yi. This time, the first place will definitely be mine, another male student muttered under his breath. He had once been dumped by his girlfriend because Bai Yi was too dazzling. Since then, he had only one thought in his mind: to defeat Bai Yi and reclaim everything he had lost. Not far away, a stray cat emerged from the bushes, tilting its head as if watching the commotion, or perhaps not understanding anything at all. Bai Yi stood in place, listening to the broadcast, and instead smiled. A solo duel? This was clearly aimed at him. The school must have figured out that some of his skills were too well suited for group battles. As long as he had enough people, he could turn the entire situation upside down. But now, by switching to one-on-one, they had effectively stripped away his greatest advantage. If this had been in the past, he might have felt some pressure. After all, in a crowd, many unexpected events could occur, and no one could guarantee absolute victory. But now, things were different. The current Bai Yi was no longer the same person from half a month ago who was still bound by rules. This competition was a perfect opportunity for him to see just how far the school wanted to test him. Early the next morning, Su Ruoshi and Zhang Daxian were already waiting at Bai Yi's door. After all, the three of them were from Dongwu City, so they were familiar with each other and naturally closer. As soon as Bai Yi opened the door, Su Ruoshi immediately asked, "Do you feel confident about today's competition?" "Of course," Bai Yi replied with a relaxed smile. "What about you two? How are you feeling?" Zhang Daxian scratched his head and grinned. "Me? Just SOSO. If I can make it into the top 50 or top 100, that'd be good enough. At least I'd get some rewards." "That won't do," Bai Yi said as he pulled out a silver greatsword and a piece of armor from his bag, handing them directly to Zhang Daxian. "I spent 600,000 on these for you yesterday. See if you like them." Zhang Daxian took them, and his eyes immediately lit up. The stats were incredible. He almost instantly equipped the gear, and his panel attributes skyrocketed, with his physique and strength significantly boosted. 4 silver tier equipment. This was already considered top-notch. "I don't even know how to thank you," Zhang Daxian said, his voice trembling with excitement. "Don't rush to thank me," Bai Yi interrupted with a casual smile. "What's our relationship? Brothers?" Zhang Daxian immediately nodded. "Exactly. Even between brothers, accounts should be settled clearly. Bai Yi said seriously. 2 pieces of equipment plus appraisal fees. That'll be 700,000. Zhang Daxian. Suruashi couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Don't you know what kind of person Bai Yi is? He's openly making 10,000 off you. Ruashi, that's not fair. Bai Yi retorted with a serious expression. With the stats on this equipment, these 2 pieces are worth at least 750,000. If I didn't know how to appraise them myself, I'd actually be losing money on this deal. Suruashi froze, staring at Bai Yi for a few seconds before suddenly becoming suspicious. You know how to appraise? Don't tell me it's another F-rank skill. You'd be scared if I told you, Bai Yi said, raising his chin slightly. My secondary profession is SSS rank. Suruashi rolled her eyes. All right, listening to you is a complete waste of time. Clearly, she didn't believe him at all. A primary profession at F rank and a secondary profession at SSS rank? Who would believe such a thing? Daxian, back me up, Bai Yi said, turning to Zhang Daxian. I'll knock 10,000 off your bill. You said it. Zhang Daxian immediately chimed in, explaining with a proud expression. It's true. Back when Bai Yi got his secondary profession scroll, it really did show 3 SS rank secondary professions. Suruashi was stunned. She looked at Bai Yi, then at Zhang Daxian, and her expression finally changed. The next second, she immediately put on a flattering smile, grabbed Bai Yi's hand, and softened her tone. Bai Yi, I have a piece of silver equipment here. Can you appraise it for me? Please. Her reaction was perfectly normal. Who wouldn't want an SSS rank appraiser? Just like primary professions, the higher the talent in a secondary profession, the stronger the results would be in the later stages. If Bai Yi truly had the potential of an SSS rank appraiser, the results of his appraisals would undoubtedly far surpass those of ordinary appraisers. 10,000 per item, no bargaining, Bai Yi said flatly. Aren't we like family? Suruashi immediately tried to act pitiful. You're still charging me? Even between brothers, accounts should be settled clearly. Let alone the fact that we're just friends, Bai Yi said calmly. When it comes to money, I've always been serious. Suruashi stared at him speechlessly. You're really something else. In the end, she still paid 20,000 for Bai Yi to appraise 2 pieces of equipment. The results showed that both items had an additional 20 attribute points, far exceeding the standard for ordinary silver tier equipment. Meanwhile, Zhang Daxian also paid the 600,000. After deducting the cost of the silver equipment, Bai Yi made a net profit of 400,000 from this deal. Looking at the numbers increasing in his account, Bai Yi felt a wave of satisfaction. As expected, most people earn their first pot of gold by seizing opportunities unknown to others. At 8:40 a.m., Bai Yi, Suruashi, and Zhang Daxian finally arrived at the competition area. It was a massive square. In the center of the square, numerous arenas had already been set up. Each arena was waiting for new students to step up and compete. But as soon as they arrived, the surrounding crowd seemed to ignite, immediately stirring into commotion. Isn't that Bai Yi, whose potential is only rated F? He actually showed up. You don't know, do you? His odds are incredibly high. Almost no one thinks he has a chance. If you bet on him to take first place, you could get 20 times your stake. 20 times? Betting 10 credits would win 200 credits. Exactly. Only the student council president would dare to open such odds. No one else would have the guts. These discussions were not concealed at all, and they were even deliberately loud, as if trying to embarrass Bai Yi. But Bai Yi didn't care in the slightest. He simply looked at the senior student who had just spoken and calmly asked, "What you said earlier, is it true? Can I place a bet?" The senior student was momentarily stunned, initially thinking Bai Yi was here to cause trouble, and his voice rose a few notches. "What? You can't handle the truth about your lack of skill. Bai Yi simidit. You've misunderstood. I just want to know where I can place a bet. You want to bet on yourself? Why not?" The senior student stared at Bai Yi for a few seconds before finally raising his hand to point in a direction. "See that spot over there, where a group of people is gathered? The student council is running the betting there. If you have enough credits, you can give it a try." "Thanks." After saying this, Bai Yi walked straight toward the indicated area. His appearance was already striking. White hair, tall stature, standing out conspicuously in the crowd. Soon, the student council president, Xia Kelly, also noticed him. She lightly jumped down from her chair, stood in front of Bai Yi, and looked up at him. Bai Yi, what are you doing here, Miao? Bai Yi looked down at her, and his first impression was she was really short. Not just ordinarily short, but the kind of petite figure that could almost be overlooked in a crowd. On his second glance, he noticed the cat ears on her head and the tail behind her. The tail was even gently swaying, looking nothing like a mere decoration. Bai Yi felt a flicker of curiosity, but showed no reaction outwardly. He simply asked, "Are you the student council president?" Hum. What do you want, Miao? I want to ask if I can bet on myself to win." Xia Kelly shook her head. "No, rules are rules, Miao." Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, deliberately stepping forward, his tone becoming slightly playful. "Rules are meant to be broken, aren't they? Or are you afraid I'll win?" Xia Kelly narrowed her eyes like a wary little cat. "Such a low-level provocation won't work on me, Miao." Bai Yi chuckled it. He turned and walked away, speaking as he went. So the student council is just like that. Bold enough to open odds, but too timid to accept bets. Looks impressive, but in reality, you don't even have the guts for this. TSK, what a disappointment. Stop right there, Miao. Xia Kelly was indeed provoked. She stared at Bai Yi, silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly spoke. "If you're willing to use your freshman privileges as collateral, I can let you place a bet, Miao." Bai Yi stopped in his tracks and turned back with a smile. "All right, it's a deal." Xia Kelly was actually uncertain deep down. She wasn't impulsive. On the contrary, she was very cautious. Before acting as the bookmaker, she had already studied Bai Yi's college entrance exam footage. But the more she watched, the more she found him unfathomable. Sometimes Bai Yi seemed capable of summoning monsters directly to his side and instantly resolving them. Other times, he would use inexplicable methods to easily defeat formidable opponents. Such a person couldn't be judged by common sense. If it were just ordinary credits, she would never let Bai Yi place a bet. But this was different. What he was putting up was his freshman privileges. That means free use of golden materials and free access to the instance. Such value far exceeds just a few dozen credits. "I'll value this privilege at 100 credits. How about that, Miao?" Xia Kelly tentatively asked. Bai Yi shook his head on the spot. "Do you think I'm a fool? At least 200 credits." Xia Kelly barely hesitated. "Deal, Miao." Su Ruashi, standing nearby, rolled her eyes. Zhang Daxian couldn't help but show a speechless expression. Su Ruashi lowered her voice and said, "Are you stupid? This privilege is worth way more than 200 credits, even several times that." Bai Yi, however, smiled nonchalantly. "This is called great wisdom appearing as foolishness." Of course, he knew the freshman privilege was valuable. But the problem was if he set the price too high, Xia Kelly would never agree. Truly smart people don't aim for the highest price. They make the other party feel like they're getting a bargain, then quietly take the benefits. Bai Yi understood this well. What he wanted wasn't just to earn some credits. He wanted everyone to see clearly. Those they underestimated today would shatter their judgments in the most direct way. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the edge of the square. Bai Yi looked up and saw a dozen deans slowly walking onto the high platform, surrounded by the crowd. At the forefront was an elderly man who seemed to be in his twilight years. Yet the oppressive aura he exuded made everyone present instinctively hold their breath. That was the founder of Tianfu University, Qin Tianfu. Look, that's a living emperor-level professional. Is this the pinnacle of human combat power? I heard he's almost 100 years old, but he looks just over 60. If only I could become an emperor-level professional someday. Excited murmurs, though hushed, rippled through the crowd. To these freshmen, the man before them was almost like a legend. Qin Tianfu raised his hand. The gesture was small, and his voice was not loud, but it was as if an invisible hand had gripped everyone's throats, silencing the square instantly. "Let me start with a brief self-introduction," he said calmly. I'm the founder of Tianfu University, Qin Tianfu. My name should already be in your freshman handbook, so I won't repeat it." His gaze swept across the crowd, slowly settling, as if weighing the worth of each individual. This year's freshman competition has 1,562 participants as of the registration deadline. I'm pleased. At least it shows you have ambition. Now, I will announce the competition rules. At this, everyone perked up their ears. This competition will adopt a single-player arena format, divided into 2 stages. The first stage is the elimination round, lasting 2 hours. The second stage involves drawing lots for rankings to determine the final champion. The competition area before you contains a total of 100 arenas. This means that only 100 people will ultimately secure a spot in the top 100. Your task is to continuously challenge and defend arenas within 2 hours. To fight for your ranking, each participant starts with 100 points. Successfully challenging an arena earns you 30 points. Failure deducts 20 points. Successfully defending an arena earns you 40 points. Failure deducts 10 points. Additionally, successfully defending an arena grants you a 10-minute rest period. Each battle has a time limit of 10 minutes. If after 5 minutes the disadvantaged side still cannot turn the tide, they will be deemed defeated. At this point, he paused, his tone carrying a hint of deeper meaning. Finally, don't think about exploiting loopholes in the rules. We may be old, but our eyes are still sharp. As his words fell, a low murmur spread across the square. Many people immediately realized one thing. Defending an arena, at first glance, seemed disadvantageous. Defenders were more likely to be targeted, especially if their strength was unstable. If they encountered someone specifically aiming to take them down, even if they weren't directly eliminated, they could be severely injured, making it impossible to continue later. Thus, most people initially plan to only attack and not defend. Winning a match is considered a gain. If you can't win, switch to another target. At least you won't trap yourself in one spot. But now that the rules have been announced, the situation has changed immediately. Defending a ring not only earns higher points each time, but also grants an additional 10 minutes of recovery time. This means that as long as you can defend for several rounds in a row, your score will quickly pull ahead. In other words, those with real strength will become increasingly stable and gain more advantages as they fight. "These people are still too naive," Bai said, shaking his head lightly as he listened to the discussions around him, a hint of disdain in his eyes. The school organized this competition to see who truly has strength, not to see who can play tricks. Some people always try to gain an advantage through opportunistic means. But in the face of true strength, such ideas are often the first to be shattered. Zhang Daxian looked at Bai and asked, "So, should we rush to the ring right away?" Suruwashi didn't answer immediately. Instead, she first observed the people around her who were already eager to act, and then analyzed in a low voice. "Don't rush in and grab a ring right away. First, find a relatively weaker ring to fight for, establish yourself, and then consider defending. Defend for as many rounds as you can, but the most important thing is not to injure yourself. Preserving strength is the top priority." Her words were calm and realistic. Bai nodded in agreement. The first person to rush out isn't necessarily the smartest. Rushing too quickly might mean hitting the hardest obstacle first. Sometimes, speed doesn't guarantee victory. Stability is more important. After hearing this, Zhang Daxian didn't say much more and simply nodded. "All right, I'll follow your lead." Seeing that the crowd had quieted down, Qin Tianfu spoke again. "All right, enough talk. You have 5 minutes to prepare. Once the time is up, the competition officially begins." After speaking, he led a group of leaders to the spectator seats. Immediately after, he waved his hand. In the next moment, holographic projections lit up simultaneously across the campus. Rings numbered 1 to 100 appeared before everyone, and the battle conditions of each ring were clearly visible. This display of technology made many freshmen exclaim in amazement. As expected of a top 2 university, Just the foundation and grandeur alone had already left ordinary schools far behind. During the preparation time, everyone was busy checking their equipment and supplies. Zhang Daxian took out a large pile of food from his backpack and distributed it to Bai, Yi, and Su Ruashi. I prepared all of this yesterday, he said seriously. Although it's not as good as recovery potions, it can be crucial in critical moments. The effects of food and potions are different. Potions have a limit. Once their effect reaches the maximum, it diminishes. But food is different. It can replenish stamina in emergencies and help someone hold on in certain situations. He accepted the food and then took out his own equipment. He had already sold the silver dagger he used last time. Now, he was wearing armor that added 18 to his constitution, holding a brick that added 17 to his strength, wearing shoes that added 16 to his agility, and had a necklace around his neck that added 15 to his spirit. It could be said that he had armed himself to the teeth. However, he chose the brick not for comedic effect, but because he understood that his skills were suited for killing monsters, not for this kind of ring competition. In school fights, the most important thing isn't winning beautifully, but avoiding injuring classmates. So he deliberately switched to a weapon that looked simple and even a bit ridiculous. Anyway, his equipment turnover was fast. He could frequently exchange for new silver weapons through appraisals. For him, such items were merely temporary tools. Zhang Daxian was no exception. His equipment had also been updated. After all, this was a competition with no restrictions on methods. Although silver-level equipment wasn't officially limited, given the current level of these freshmen, they couldn't even wear gold-level equipment. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The moment a teacher ignited the fireworks, the entire square seemed to burst into flames. All the freshmen rushed out almost simultaneously, frantically heading toward the nearest arenas. No one wanted to fall behind, as they all understood that whoever seized the opportunity first might gain an early advantage. The Tianfu University Freshman Competition, Phase 1, had officially begun. In the blink of an eye, all 100 arenas were occupied. The next second, dazzling red lights lit up around the edges of each arena, signifying that they were full. Unless someone won or the time ran out, no one else could get on. Over 500 people were competing for 100 spots, leaving the majority standing below, watching helplessly as opportunities slipped away. Yi and his 2 companions were among them. However, it wasn't because they were too slow, they simply hadn't planned to rush in immediately. The reason was simple. Yi wanted to observe first. More precisely, he wanted to avoid trouble. Some opponents might not seem the strongest, but encountering them could still be a hassle. Especially when facing truly formidable opponents, clashing early would only waste energy or even put oneself in danger. If he and Su Ruashi were to face each other in the first round, there would only be one outcome. One of them would inevitably get injured. And once injured, not only would it affect the subsequent matches, but might also waste precious potions, benefiting others. In such circumstances, being the first to step onto the stage was definitely not a wise choice. While observing the surrounding arenas, Yi quickly identified potential strong opponents. 2 minutes later, he had memorized the names of those whose potential exceeded S level. Lowering his voice, he said to the other 2, 1, 6, 9, 12, 24, 30, avoid the people on these arenas. The others are worth considering. Zhang Daxian and Su Ruashi immediately memorized the appearances of these individuals. Most of them were freshmen with potential ranging from S to SS level. While they might not necessarily defeat Yi and Su Ruashi individually, clashing with them early would undoubtedly drain a lot of energy and focus. As they whispered among themselves, victories and defeats were already unfolding around them. Some managed to hold their arenas, turning the arena's color gray, which meant the spot was permanently sealed and no one else could enter. Others succeeded in challenging the arena, remaining on stage to await the next round of challengers until they were defeated or successfully defended until the end. The rules were simple, but the real challenge lay in maintaining an advantage amidst the chaos. After understanding the situation, Yi smiled faintly. "All right, it's time for us to move." The other two nodded and dispersed in different directions. Bai Yi himself leisurely walked toward the nearby arena number 3. He didn't rush to step onto the stage, but stood below, looking up at the ongoing battle while flashing a polite smile to those around him. Everyone, could you do me a favor and let me go next, okay? With fewer arenas and more people, an odd scene of queuing had actually emerged. Initially, there were 4 or 5 people waiting to challenge the arena. But upon hearing Bai Yi's words, their expressions changed. They had, of course, heard of Bai Yi's name. Even if the rumors were exaggerated, no one dared to underestimate him. After exchanging glances, they wisely stepped aside. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yi was the only one left below the arena. Bai Yi wasn't in a hurry. He casually pulled a chair out of his backpack and sat down. Then, he took out a lollipop and slowly popped it into his mouth. Watching the fight above, he began to comment leisurely. His demeanor didn't resemble that of a competitor at all. Instead, he looked more like a live commentator. Come on, why is your punch so weak? Didn't eat, or are you holding back on purpose? I'm worried for you. And you, since it's an unrestricted fight, don't bother with rules. That kick just now could have sent him flying off the stage. Why hesitate? This scene is just too embarrassing, like 2 rookies sabotaging each other. The 2 students on the stage had darkened faces. It was too frustrating. Ever since Bai Yi started speaking, their focus had been completely disrupted. The rhythm they had barely managed to maintain was thrown into chaos by him. How were they supposed to fight like this? The 2 exchanged glances, finally stopped simultaneously, and raised their hands to signal a protest. Before long, a Space Element instructor with a referee badge on his sleeve appeared directly on Platform 3. What's going on? The defender immediately complained. Teacher, Bai Yi has been interfering with us from below, seriously affecting the match. I think his qualification should be revoked. The challenger chimed in. Yes, he keeps talking down there, and we can't concentrate at all. This is so unfair. The referee turned to look at Bai Yi. Bai Yi sat in his chair, a lollipop in his mouth. Looking innocent, his gaze as clear as if he had done nothing wrong. The referee's mouth twitched. This kid really knew how to stir up trouble. But the problem was he hadn't actually violated any rules. The competition rules were unrestricted, and at least in this regard, the referee couldn't directly intervene. After 2 seconds of silence, the referee could only turn back to the 2 on stage and say helplessly, since he hasn't broken any rules, just finish the match as quickly as possible. Defender, challenger. Bai Yi winked at them, smiling harmlessly. A minute later, the defender finally lost. Bai Yi's figure flashed as he jumped directly onto the stage. Looking at the opponent he had tormented to the brink of collapse, he smiled and asked, "Shall we follow the procedure or start directly?" Bai Yi, let me tell you, Wang hadn't even finished speaking when he was hit hard on the head, and with a loud bang, he fell to the ground. Bai Yi looked down at the brick in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. This thing is still the best, simple, direct, and solves the problem in one go. With Wang down, Bai Yi successfully became the defender of Platform 3. But a new problem arose. No one in the audience dared to come up anymore. These people weren't foolish. They all knew to avoid the real powerhouse. Unlike those unknown geniuses, Bai Yi was the provincial champion, extremely famous. He was the kind of person who overshadowed all the freshmen. Even though many privately thought his title might be a bit exaggerated, no one wanted to be the first to challenge him unless they were forced into a corner. As a result, the situation became deadlocked. Bai Yi grew anxious. If no one came to challenge him, his points wouldn't increase. But going out to challenge others himself would be too time-consuming. He couldn't just stand there waiting. In desperation, Bai Yi shouted toward the school leaders, "Teachers, can we change the rules? If anyone beats me, they can take all my points." As soon as he said this, before Qin Tianfu could respond, the surrounding freshmen's eyes lit up. Beat Bai Yi and take all his points directly. If they lost, it would only cost them 20 points. Everyone could do the math. Qin Tianfu didn't immediately agree, but looked at the deans beside him and asked, "What do you think of Bai Yi's proposal? Since he suggested it himself, we as teachers can certainly accommodate him." "Exactly. At this stage, he is indeed at a disadvantage. Since he's willing to raise the stakes to attract challengers, let's go with his idea. I agree. Almost everyone nodded. Qin Tianfu finally spoke. All right, from now on, if anyone could defeat Bai Yi, they could take all his points. If they lose, they'll still only lose 20 points. He paused and added, additionally, if any platform goes 10 minutes without a challenger, the defender will automatically advance. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding students immediately sprang into action. After a brief scramble, a beautiful girl was the first to jump onto the stage. Bai Yi immediately perked up when he saw the person approaching. It wasn't for any particular reason, just that the girl was very beautiful. Her name was Su Xiaoxiao. Her long, shiny black hair draped over her shoulders. Her figure was slender with well-defined curves, and the presence of her chest was particularly hard to ignore. Bai Yi's face instantly lit up with an innocent smile. He walked up to her, extended his hand, and said, "Don't be nervous. I don't hit women. Let's get to know each other first, and maybe even become friends." Su Xiaoxiao's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this. Although her potential was rated A+, she couldn't guarantee she would definitely win against Bai Yi. Now that Bai Yi was offering her a way out, she certainly wouldn't refuse. She immediately smiled, confidently extended her hand, and shook his. "Bai Yi, my name is Su Xiaoxiao, and I'm from Western City." Bai Yi interrupted directly. Su Xiaoxiao froze for a moment. "How do you know? Have you been there before?" Western City was located in the western part of the country. It wasn't a large place, nor was it particularly resource-rich, so it rarely attracted much attention. Yet Bai Yi had guessed it in one go, which surprised her. Bai Yi replied earnestly, "To be honest, my mother's hometown is Western City. So the moment I saw you, I felt a special sense of familiarity. You could say it's fate." At this point, he suddenly changed the subject. "By the way, Su, do you have a boyfriend?" Su Xiaoxiao blushed, lowered her head, and softly said, "Not yet. That's great." "Huh? What's great about that? Because starting now, you have a boyfriend," Bai Yi said with a smile. Su Xiaoxiao's face turned even redder, and she didn't even dare to look up at him. Her heart was racing, and she felt completely flustered, setting aside whether Bai Yi's strength was real or not. Just his face alone was enough to make him a star. What's more, he was half a hometown connection to her. And now, in front of the entire school, he was directly confessing to her. Who could resist that? The audience below the stage was equally stunned. No way. Are we here to watch a competition or a dating show? I am speechless. A proper arena match suddenly turned into a public display of affection. He looked so strong just now, but now he's completely changed the moment he saw a pretty girl. I can't stand people like this who lose their composure in front of women. With all those accolades, he still surrenders immediately when it comes to women. Pathetic. Haha, you're too naive. My gut tells me Bai isn't that simple. There's definitely going to be a twist later. If I'm wrong, feel free to roast me when he becomes famous. Bai Yi's series of actions made everyone feel like they'd been force-fed a mouthful of sugar. Even the school leaders were getting restless. If it weren't for Qin Tianfu holding them back, they would have rushed up to remind Bai Yi. This is an arena, not a matchmaking event. Su Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. She gently tucked her hair behind her ear, looked up, and softly asked, "Bai Yi, then tell me, who is my boyfriend?" Just as Bai Yi was about to speak, Gao Wan suddenly charged forward. In Gao Wan's eyes, not a single word from Bai Yi could be trusted. This guy was too unpredictable. His previous two opponents, one was caught off guard, and the other was directly knocked to the ground. Anyone who still treated him as an ordinary student was just gambling with their own points. So when Gao Wan made his move, he went all out. His dagger gleamed like a cold flash of light, aiming straight for Bai Yi's vital points. But Bai Yi simply shifted his body slightly, effortlessly dodging the attack. His movements weren't fast, but they were precise enough to avoid the most dangerous angle. Gao Wan's heart sank. He finally realized that Bai Yi wasn't just someone who relied on tricks. This guy not only schemed, but also had ridiculously fast reflexes. Can you at least let me finish my sentence first? Bai Yi frowned, his tone even carrying a hint of helplessness. Of course, Gaowan wasn't about to listen to a this moment. Whoever stops for even a second might lose. Unfortunately, he was still half a step too slow. Bai Yi took advantage of the situation, raised his hand, and swung the brick directly at Gaowan's head. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Gaowan staggered from the blow, nearly losing his footing. The crowd below the stage fell silent for a moment. No way, he dodged even that. Gaowan is a tough contender in the A rank, but why does it feel like he's still no match for Bai Yi? Don't rush to conclusions. That was just a probing move. The real fight hasn't started yet. Gaowan gritted his teeth and forced himself to steady his stance. He knew he couldn't let Bai dictate the pace any longer. Bai Yi's fighting style was simple and direct, but it was precisely this kind of straightforward and brutal approach that could easily disrupt the rhythm. If he panicked even a little, he'd be completely overwhelmed. Taking a deep breath, Gaowan's figure flickered as he charged forward again. This time, he didn't opt for a frontal assault, but instead circled to the side, aiming to strike from Bai Yi's blind spot. However, it was as if Bai Yi had anticipated his move. With a slight pivot and a subtle step back, he effortlessly dodged, leaving Gaowan lunging at empty air. The next second, the brick swung again. Bang! Another dull thud. Gaowan felt his head spin. He finally realized that Bai Yi wasn't just swinging the brick randomly. Every strike was calculated to force him into a predetermined position. This guy's strategy wasn't simply about defeating the opponent. It was about disorienting them first and then finishing them off in one decisive move. The more they fought, the more alarmed Gaowan became. Meanwhile, the spectators below the stage gradually began to see the pattern. Bai Yi wasn't using any flashy techniques. He didn't even have particularly advanced combat skills. Yet, relying on the most straightforward judgments, the most ruthless strikes, and his precise grasp of his opponent's psychology, he had turned what should have been an evenly matched fight into one completely under his control. This wasn't brute force. This was suppression. It was about cornering the opponent step by step into a dead end. Gaowan finally realized that if this continued, he would be slowly worn down. His eyes turned cold as he prepared to make one last desperate move. But Bai Yi was a step ahead, raising his hand first. The familiar brick glinted coldly under the sunlight. Gaowan's heart tightened, and just as he was about to retreat, Bai Yi had already closed the distance. It's over. As the words fell, the brick came crashing down. Gaowan's vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground. The referee hesitated for a moment before announcing the result. Bai Yi victory. Below the stage, after a brief silence, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Everyone now knew that the dark horse of the first phase had fully emerged. Gaowan was not Su Xiao. He took the brick hit full force from Bai Yi. His eyes rolled back, and he dropped straight to the ground, unconscious. Bai Yi looked at the man twitching on the floor and shook his head with a pitying smile. I was hoping to give you a little stage time. Too bad you just weren't up for it. With Bai Yi's strength at 76 and Gaowan's stamina only 59 even with gear, there was no way Gaowan could block that brick. In other words, unless someone was at least S rank, they had no chance against Bai Yi in a direct fight. And even then, Bai Yi still didn't need to use a skill. In the audience seats, several deans frowned. They had all noticed that something about Bai Yi was off. Even with equipment bonuses, Bai Yi, whose overall stats were balanced and ordinary on paper, should not have been able to beat an A-plus potential career head-on. What? Do you see? Yi Yanhu asked the people beside him. K. Ibui nodded, looking stunned. Are Bai Yi's stats messed up? He was actually faster than Gaowan just now. And from the force of that hit, his strength is probably pretty high too. He pulled up Bai Yi's profile. The moment he saw the numbers, his face changed completely. No way. What is it? Yi Yanhu snatched the profile and looked for himself. At first, everything seemed normal. But when he reached Bai Yi's attributes, his expression froze. Level 6, all stats at 59, and you're telling me this student has F-rank potential. Soon, more and more people checked Bai Yi's file. Every one of them looked shocked. Under normal circumstances, even an S-rank genius would need to reach level 8 before their total stats got this high. Bai Yi's numbers were balanced, with no obvious weakness or specialty. But having these stats at level 6 was already enough to outclass most S-rank candidates. Old Qin, this file was updated today, wasn't it? Yi Yanhu turned to Qin Tianfu, who was smiling as usual. Yesterday, Bai Yi's profile had still shown a pathetic total of 14 points. Today, it had jumped to this absurd level. I only found out today, too, Qin Tianfu said with a grin. Bai Yi is a real talent. Of course, there were ways to raise stats this much. He could have absorbed divine crystals nonstop. He could have entered the Tianfu Tower. Bai Yi's record was clean. He had only received 2 stat rewards. That meant Qin Tianfu could roughly guess where Bai Yi's power had come from. But that raised a bigger question. Was that talent really as simple as it looked? No matter what, our combat academy wants him, Kabui said first. Hold on, Yi Yanhu replied with a smile. You might be missing the point. At his shield blocking skill, Bai Yi had taken one ordinary and turned it into a dozen different tactics. What exactly are you going to teach him? Don't forget, he can't learn any gold rank skills or below from the market. What? Are you planning to hand over your diamond rank secret techniques to him? That shut Kabui up. The Combat Academy's biggest strength was skill variety. They taught combinations, chains, and battle tricks. But Bai Yi's skill was unique. We'll talk after the match is over, Qin Tianfu said cheerfully. Ended, the area beneath the stage had already emptied out. Ah, being invincible is so lonely. Bai Yi smiled and glanced toward the crowd, where Xia Kelly's face was dark with anger. Meow, I'm so mad. She not realized now that Bai Yi had been hiding his true strength? People like that were the worst. 10 minutes passed quickly. The referee stepped onto the third arena and raised a hand. Bai Yi has successfully advanced. The third arena is now closed, saw Suruashi waving at. You were too slow, Suruashi said with a teasing smile. Suruashi's movement just now. Indeed, he managed to get ahead of Bai Yi. But when it came to verbal sparring, Bai Yi had never been afraid of anyone. Suruashi deliberately looked at him provocatively, trying to embarrass him. Bai Yi, however, simply gave a faint smile, as if he didn't take her seriously at all. Could it be that you've never been in a relationship before? He asked. Suruashi was taken aback. Why are you asking that? Bai Yi's tone was calm, but there was a hint of deliberate mischief in his smile. Because people who've truly been in a relationship usually don't mind if a man is slow. They're more likely to mind if he's too fast. Suruoxi Fronith. What does it have to do with being in a relationship? He spread his hands. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Someday, if there's a chance, I'll let you experience it firsthand. Suruashi, seeing her momentarily at a loss for words, Bai Yi felt even more pleased. She was still too inexperienced to spar with him. Soon, the first round of selection ended, and the list of the top 100 was officially announced. With Bai Yi's cooperation and information support, Zhang Daxian had narrowly squeezed into the top 100. He walked over to Bai Yi and Suruashi, exhaling deeply, looking completely drained. That was tough, he said with a bitter expression. With my skills, making it into the top 100 is already pure luck. I don't think I stand a chance at the top 50. In the previous rounds, he had been teetering on the edge of elimination in almost every match. A slight delay would have meant being knocked out. There was no helping it. His potential rating was only A level, which was considered average at Tianfu University. That's not necessarily true. Bai Yi patted his shoulder, his tone relaxed. You might get lucky this afternoon and turn things around. Let's hope so. Zhang Daxian sighed, clearly lacking confidence. At this moment, Suruashi also spoke, her tone carrying a hint of concern. I wonder what the format will be this afternoon. Hopefully, the three of us won't face each other right away. That's unlikely. Bai Yi simidit. Since the school wants to make the competition exciting, they wouldn't let the truly strong contenders clash too early. If the results come out too quickly, there'd be no suspense in the matches. He spoke casually, but he was very clear in his mind. He was determined to claim first place. No matter who the opponent was, even if it was Tsuruoshi, he wouldn't back down. He understood that the school would do its best to avoid having the top 10 contenders meet too early. Otherwise, the rankings would lose fairness and the matches would lose their appeal. Just then, the broadcast sounded again. Attention, students. The first stage of the competition has concluded. Congratulations to those who made it into the top 100. It is now lunchtime. Please proceed to the cafeteria in an orderly manner. The second stage of the competition will officially begin at 2 p.m. There will be a broadcast notification at that time. Upon hearing the announcement, the three of them followed the crowd toward the cafeteria. Bai had been feeling quite relaxed, but as soon as he entered the cafeteria, his expression changed. Zhang Daxian was no different. His steps slowed down immediately. What's wrong? Tsuruoshi looked at them curiously. Why did you two suddenly stop walking? Bai coughed lightly. I just realized I'm not very hungry. Zhang Daxian immediately chimed in. What a coincidence, I'm not very hungry either. How about we find a place to rest first? I think that's a good idea. Bai nodded seriously. Ruashi, you go ahead and eat by yourself. Tsuruoshi looked at them speechlessly, just about to ask if they'd lost their minds, when her gaze shifted and landed on the notice board at the entrance. The message was clear. Buffet, 1 point of academic credit per person. No gold coin transactions accepted. She instantly understood. These two weren't not hungry. They simply didn't have any academic credits left. He stared at the board, inwardly cursing. One meal costing 1 academic credit was equivalent to about 10,000 gold coins. That was ridiculously expensive. What made it worse was that he had just paid his dorm fees and bought equipment, leaving his pockets completely empty. At this moment, he was truly broke. Only now did Bai fully grasp the meaning of the saying, you enter school with a smile, but after it starts, you won't even have time to cry. Brother Wong really didn't lie to him. Without credits, even eating here becomes a problem. Tsuruoshi looked at their grim expressions and couldn't help but laugh. How about this? She deliberately dragged out her words. If you call me sis, I'll treat you to this meal. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai was the first to object. He raised his hand and pointed, his tone becoming agitated. Tsuruoshi, are you kidding me? Zhang Daxian also chimed in, shouting, exactly. Even if I, Zhang Daxian, starved to death outside, I would never go against my conscience and call you sis. He immediately followed up, right? Sis, don't mind this guy, let's go eat. Tsuruoshi, Zhang Daxian. But despite their tough words, their feet didn't hesitate at all. He had already taken the lead and walked into the cafeteria. Zhang Daxian froze for a moment, then quickly chased after him, shouting as he ran, Sis, I was wrong earlier, okay? Tsuruoshi stood in place, first feeling helpless, then unable to hold back her laughter. Once inside the cafeteria, the three of them were quickly drawn to the food on display. The variety was astonishing, the presentation exquisite, even more extravagant than high-end restaurants outside. Spending a few credits here was definitely worth it. After Tsuruoshi swiped credits for all three of them, each received a unique password. By entering the password into the machine, they could take whatever food they wanted. As soon as Bai and Zhang Daxian got their passwords, they dashed off like wild horses to grab food. Since it was a buffet, they didn't care about taste, just grabbed the most expensive items first. Before long, their table was piled high with all kinds of seafood and meats they'd never seen before. Bai and Zhang Daxian exchanged a glance and almost simultaneously began devouring the food. Tsuruoshi watched their behavior and couldn't help but shake her head. You two are embarrassing, you know that? Embarrassing? Bai replied while gnawing on the leg of some unknown beast. Just live your life well and stop worrying about what others think. If people envy you, it means you're doing better than them. Zhang Daxian nodded in agreement, his mouth stuffed with food, making his words a bit muffled. Exactly. The most important things in life are eating, sleeping, and playing games. Don't care too much about others' opinions, or life will be exhausting. He glanced at him and casually added, right, just like Daxian. If you treat yourself as trash first, then no one else can hurt you. Zhang Daxian froze mid-action. Watching the two of them bicker, Tsuruoshi suddenly felt a twinge of envy. She had grown up under the label of a genius, and because of that, she was always cautious in everything she did. She was constantly afraid that any mistake would be criticized or magnified. But now, she suddenly realized that sometimes living simply could actually be easier. Just as Bai Yi and the others were eating, a man walked over and stood in front of their table. Bai Yi looked up at him. The man was decent looking, with a deliberately arrogant expression that made it clear he wasn't here with good intentions. But what caught Bai Yi's attention wasn't the man himself, but the prompt that appeared before him. A random passerby who wants to cause you trouble. Suggestion: fight back immediately and don't give him a chance to disgust you. Bai Yi glanced at the prompt and instantly lost interest. Sorry, I don't give autographs to men. With that, he lowered his head and continued gnawing on his lobster, not even sparing the man another glance. Lin Ba's mouth twitched hard. I'm not here for your autograph. Oh, Bai Yi suddenly seemed to realize something, put down his lobster, and reached out to shake Lin Ba's hand with exaggerated enthusiasm. Got it, brother. You're here to shake hand with me, right? You should have said so earlier. Lin Ba looked down at his hand being gripped, his face darkening on the spot. Zhang Daxian and Tsuruoshi were both stunned. Bai looked at them with an innocent expression, completely clueless as to why their faces were so strange. It was just a handshake. What was the problem? The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Bai Yibidinkit. What's wrong? Zhang Daxian coughed lightly, holding back a laugh as he reminded, Bai, you didn't wash your hands. Bai Yi looked down at his shiny, greasy hands, then at Lin Ba's murderous expression, and finally realized something was wrong. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he let go of Lin Ba's hand and casually wiped his hands on Lin Ba's clothes. Sorry, bro. They're clean now. Zhang Daxian. Suruxi. Lin Ba was about to explode. Bai Yi, you've gone too far. He looked at the grease on his hand, then at his now dirty clothes, and finally couldn't hold back anymore. He lunged at Bai Yi, but in the next second, his movement suddenly froze. Because in front of Bai Yi, a middle-aged woman with a wok had appeared out of nowhere, blocking his path. Even more absurdly, his grab accidentally landed on the woman instead. Lin Ba's face turned pale, and he froze in place, barely breathing. He stared in horror at the woman, whose expression had instantly turned dangerous, and swallowed hard. Ma'am, if I said it wasn't intentional, would you believe me? The woman glared at him. What do you think? The next second, a loud slap landed on his face. Lin Ba clutched his cheek, completely stunned. Not long after, the restaurant manager arrived. The manager, wearing glasses and slightly overweight, looked displeased, clearly having heard about the commotion. Are you two the ones causing trouble here? Bai Yi immediately raised both hands, looking innocent. It's not my fault. I'm the victim. Lin Ba was so angry he almost jumped on the spot. How dare you say it has nothing to do with you? Bai Yi looked serious, even a bit aggrieved. I was just eating peacefully, and you came over to shake my hand. I was being polite and cooperative, but then you suddenly wanted to fight. How is that my fault? Lin Ba roared. Then what about the woman? Bai Yi spread his hands confidently. That's a skill. Manager Pang Dehai fell silent. Lin Ba also fell silent. Even Zhang Daxian and Tsuruoshi lowered their heads, unable to bear looking at Bai Yi's absurdly serious nonsense. Pang Dehai glanced at Lin Ba, then at Bai Yi, whose face was dark with anger, and finally focused on the matter at hand. So, you dragged Aunt Zhang into this? He asked, his tone unfriendly. Bai Yi nodded, then shook his head. To be precise, it wasn't intentional. My skill has a random element, and the school leadership should be aware of that. He spoke with such composure, showing no sign of guilt. But that's not the point. The point is this classmate here, who resorted to violence without provocation, completely disregarding campus rules and restaurant order. I suggest punishing him by making him clean the restaurant toilets for 100 years. Lin Ba was so furious his voice changed. Bai Yi, stop spouting nonsense. Pang Dehai raised a hand to calm things down, clearly having made up his mind. All right, I won't report this to the school. Lin Ba had just breathed a sigh of relief when the next sentence made his face darken. However, since you injured one of our restaurant staff, you must pay compensation. As a freshman, you'll be fined 10 credits. Why? Lin Ba protested immediately. Why am I the only one punished and not Bai Yi? Pang Dehai sneered. Because you started it. The lunchtime farce finally ended under Pang Dehai's firm stance. Lin Ba stood there, his face alternating between green and white, seething with anger but unable to vent it. He had intended to suppress the situation in front of everyone, but instead, he became the laughingstock. The onlookers' amused gazes felt like needles, making him unbearably uncomfortable. Pang Dehai didn't give him a chance to continue causing trouble. He directly pointed to the notice board at the entrance, instructing him to pay the fine for wasting the remaining food. Only then did Lin Ba see clearly that the restaurant had long made its rules clear. If too much food is left uneaten, extra credits would be deducted. At that moment, he truly understood that he had not only lost face, but had lost completely. Gritting his teeth, he paid the credits and turned to leave without daring to look back. Bai Yi stood nearby, watching his furious expression without a shred of sympathy. People like Lin Ba always like to use their slight advantage to suppress others, but when faced with stricter rules, they still had to bow their heads. Although this meal ended on an unpleasant note, it made one thing clear to everyone. At this school, having a temper wasn't enough. What truly mattered was understanding the rules and knowing one's limits. Shortly after lunch, everyone's phones received the latest notification from the school. The second phase of the competition was officially divided into two parts. The 68 contestants ranked lower would first compete in a ring-grabbing match, while the top 32 contestants would enter the final ranking match. Bai Yi and Su Ruoshi were unsurprisingly placed in the second part, while Zhang Daxian remained in the first part to fight for a higher rank. Daxian, good luck, Bai Yi said, patting his shoulder. Zhang Daxian smiled, his expression relaxed. Getting this far, I'm already satisfied. I'll try to break into the top 50 first. If that doesn't work, I'll figure something else out later. His words were calm and genuine. Bai Yi looked at him and felt a bit of admiration. Some people, knowing they couldn't catch up to the top-tier monsters, would still charge forward recklessly, only to end up battered and bruised. But Zhang Daxian wasn't that kind of person. He knew his position and understood how to proceed. He fought for what he could, and if he couldn't achieve it, he didn't give up. This clarity was rarer than blind impulsiveness. Soon, 2 p.m. arrived. Although the final ranking match hadn't officially started, Bai Yi and the others arrived at the venue early. The rings had already been set up, 40 in total, neatly arranged in the center of the field. The rules for the first part were somewhat similar to the first round, but this time they were more direct and brutal. It wasn't just about who won or lost. The system would comprehensively calculate a series of data, including the damage dealt, time spent, injuries sustained, and more, to give a total score. When the time was up, rankings would be based on the scores. In other words, it wasn't just a test of strength, but also of stability and rhythm control. With the referee's signal, the first part of the competition officially began. Zhang Daxian was the first to rush onto the ring. His luck was good. His opponent in the first match wasn't particularly strong. He didn't rush to fight head-on, but played steadily, seizing an opportunity within 3 minutes to knock his opponent off the ring. In this match, he earned 32 points, temporarily ranking 49th. Seeing this result, Zhang Daxian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But his joy didn't last long, as his second match brought him a truly tough opponent. This time, he struggled and ultimately lost. However, he didn't take the beating in vain. His performance was impressive enough to earn him another 22 points. Although his rank dropped to 62nd, his total score didn't completely collapse. Finally, the competition ended. Zhang Daxian's final rank stopped at 51st, just one place short. Just a little more, and he could have broken into the top 50 and earned better rewards. Bai looked at the result and felt a bit regretful for him. Just that tiny bit more, and you could have squeezed into the top 50. You'd have earned a lot more credits. Zhang Daxian, however, simply shrugged and smiled lightly. It's fine. There's always next time. He showed no resentment or complaints. Being able to accept defeat was the true qualification to keep moving forward. All right, it's our turn next, Bai Yi said, stretching lazily, flexing his wrists, and gradually focusing his gaze as Hiroshi stood to the side, her gaze filled with fighting spirit. Bai Yi, if I face you later, don't hold back. Her tone was calm, but her meaning was clear. She wanted a direct confrontation with Bai Yi, not probing, not perfunctory, but a fair and square battle to determine the victor. Bai Yi listened and suddenly smirked mischievously. Even if you call me dad, you'd still fight me to the end? Tsuruoshi didn't even flinch and replied directly, yes, even if I call you dad, it's the same. Zhang Daxian, standing nearby, was completely stunned. He looked at Bai Yi, then at Tsuruoshi, and only one thought remained in his mind. Something about their relationship feels off. Bai Yi and Tsuruoshi merely exchanged a glance without offering any explanation. Some things don't need to be said aloud. They're secrets shared only between the two of them. At that moment, the atmosphere in the arena fell completely silent. The second part of the competition was finally about to begin. Qin Tianfu stood up, his voice echoing throughout the venue. Next is the final segment of the freshman tournament, the decisive battle everyone has been waiting for. To ensure fairness, this round will use a random draw for matchups. Now, please look at the big screen. As his words fell, all eyes turned to the front. Screens across the school lit up simultaneously, and the draw results began to appear. No issues. Continue sending the rest of the content, and I'll directly adapt it into a pure narrative suitable for American readers. Let's go. Bai Yi grabbed a brick and hurled it forcefully at an empty spot on the ground. Yes, an empty spot. Even the referee was dumbfounded by this scene. Was this guy crazy? But in the next second, the one who truly panicked was Huang Lu. Although her real body was still in stealth mode, her face already showed a look of terror. Even the decoy she used to confuse others froze in place. Bang! The brick smashed into the floor, creating a sizable dent. Right next to the brick, Huang Lu's pale face appeared as her figure materialized. She finally understood why Su Xiaoxiao had been unconscious for so long. With that kind of force, forget about taking a hit. Just watching it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Only one thought remained in her mind. But he can actually see her. How is this possible? She refused to believe it. Despite the chill running down her spine, she tried to quietly retreat to create some distance. But as soon as she moved, Bai Yi's fist was already coming at her. Bang! It landed squarely on her face. Huang Lu's vision went black, and she nearly collapsed on the spot, her mind filled with a buzzing noise. Before she could recover, Bai Yi had already smirked and calmly said, "Got you." Everyone was stunned. In the next moment, Bai Yi launched a flurry of attacks into the air, his movements so fast they were dizzying. His punches and kicks rained down like a storm, leaving no room for his opponent to breathe. Lushan Rising Dragon Strike, Pegasus Meteor Fist, and a series of moves no one could understand were unleashed in rapid succession. The pace was fast, the force was brutal, and the combos were terrifyingly smooth. By the end of the sequence, he had racked up a 999-hit combo. When the crowd finally snapped out of their shock, the stage now featured a girl who had been beaten beyond recognition. Huang Lu lay in front of Bai Yi, her face swollen like a pig's head, her speech slurred. She struggled to raise her hand and, with a sob, admitted defeat. "I surrender." The entire venue fell silent. A few seconds later, the audience erupted. "No way. Huang Lu actually got beaten like this." That's not the point. The point is, how can Bai Yi see the invisible Huang Lu? Yeah, I've seen Huang Lu's ability before. It doesn't just make her body disappear, it also significantly reduces her sound and scent. How did Bai manage to pinpoint her? This doesn't add up. Did he cheat? Or is there some kind of bias in this match? Is the school deliberately favoring Bai Yi? If that's the case, does that mean he'll actually win the championship? The voices of doubt grew louder, even drawing the attention of the school's upper management. Yi Yanhui stared at the replay footage, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. This kid is something else. I've seen Huang Lu's abilities. It's true that normal people would find it hard to detect her. But by Yi, it's like he can see through invisibility directly. Kubuwei carefully read through the description of Bai Yi's talent again, but still couldn't figure it out. Omniscient and omnipotent. The name sounds exaggerated, but the official description is quite ordinary. Logically, the explanation provided by Blue Stars shouldn't be wrong. Qin Tianfu was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Maybe it's a hidden effect. He raised his eyes to look at Bai Yi on the number 10 arena, his tone calm, but with a hint of deeper meaning. The content recorded by Blue Stars doesn't necessarily include everything. Many talents have hidden abilities that aren't disclosed. Bai Yi's talent is probably one of them. After hearing this, the group could only accept this explanation. The referee quickly received instructions and immediately announced the result. In this match, Bai Yi defeats Huang Lu and advances to the top 16. As soon as the announcement ended, the school medical team rushed into the arena. Looking at Huang Lu lying on the ground, they couldn't help but shake their heads. How intense must the conflict have been to end up like this? Meanwhile, Bai Yi acted as if nothing had happened. He crouched down and, in a rather serious tone, comforted her. Keep it up. What doesn't kill you will only make you stronger. I'll look forward to your next challenge. Huang Lu shuddered all over. She stared at Bai Yi's overly calm face, and finally, her eyes rolled back as she completely passed out. In her heart, she swore that in this lifetime, she would rather withdraw from the competition than face Bai Yi again. Watching Huang Lu being carried away, Bai Yi turned and jumped off the arena, returning to the waiting area. But as soon as he stepped in, he felt a wave of hostility directed at him from all sides. It was the furious, reddened gazes of countless male students. This was absurd. How long had it been? And already 2 goddess-level girls have been sent to the medical room by Bai Yi. Didn't you say you wouldn't hit women? Yet you hit harder than anyone else. This wasn't not hitting women. This was practically a goddess terminator. Even Zhang Daxian couldn't help but come over, lowering his voice to ask, "Do you have a grudge against Huang Lu?" Bai Yi took a sip of water, his expression indifferent, as if he were talking about the most normal thing in the world. "Why do you ask?" He set down the water bottle and looked ahead calmly. "This is respect. On the arena, the greatest respect I can give her is not holding back just because she's a girl. Give it your all and defeat her. Daxian, you must remember this. Otherwise, you'll never find a girlfriend in the future. Are you sure this will actually help you find a girlfriend?" Zhang Daxian looked at Bai Yi with a face full of disdain. Of course, Bai Yi's expression was serious. Think about it. The smile on Su Xiaoxiao's face the moment before she fell, and the last look Huang Lu gave me before leaving the arena. What do these things tell you? They show that they've already remembered me in their hearts. He raised his hand to adjust his hair, putting on a confident look. If I'm not mistaken, they'll remember me forever. The surrounding spectators immediately gathered around upon hearing this. Brother Bai, is what you're saying true? Of course it's true. Bai Yisimidit. Think about it. What's the most direct way to get a girl to notice you? Master, please teach us. Ordinary people chasing girls usually just keep trying to please them, but no one pays attention to that, Bai Yi said with a straight face. But if you make a strong impression on them like I do, it's a completely different story. Zhang Daxian's mouth twitched. Are you trying to make them remember you or fear you? Bai Yi coughed and continued his nonsense. You have to understand, the harder it is to get something, the more people care about it. Over time, she'll naturally focus her attention on you. Really? Should I try it next time? Someone asked, half believing. Don't worry, brother. Bai Yi patted his chest. I'm in a good mood today, so I'm teaching you for free. If it works out, just treat me to a meal. Thank you, Master Bai. If I succeed, I'll definitely treat you. All right, I'll definitely bring a gift then. Not long after, Suruwashi's match also ended. She noticed a large group of boys surrounding Bai Yi and couldn't help but glance at Zhang Daxian, who was sitting silently nearby. She asked curiously, "What are they doing?" Seeking advice from Bai Yi, Zhang Daxian said helplessly. "Seeking advice?" Su Ruashi was momentarily stunned. Zhang Daxian briefly explained what had just happened. After listening, Su Ruashi was first shocked, then couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "This really is seeking advice," she said with a laugh. "But it's the kind that leads to disaster." She didn't disturb Bai Yi, instead picking up her water bottle to take a few sips and regain her strength. A few minutes later, the referee's voice rang out. "The top 16 of this competition have been decided. Now, we will proceed with the quarterfinals draw. Please look at the big screen." All eyes immediately turned to the big screen. Bai also paused his outrageous teaching and looked up. Soon, the matchups were displayed. Many people in the audience showed surprised expressions. Bai scratched his head awkwardly. The reason was simple. His opponent was, once again, a beautiful girl. Bai sighed, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth, and looked at the girl across from him. "Oh, what can I do? This damn charm of mine is going to make another girl fall. No, succumb to my strength. Ligiela." In the audience, people had already started discussing. "This Bai is just too much. Look at his matchups. It's like he's specifically targeting the goddess rankings. Su Xiao, Huang Lu, Li Jiala. He's already faced 3 of the top 5. If he really makes it to the finals, he might even face Su Ruashi. This isn't a competition. It's a goddess elimination spree." The first 2 were beaten so badly. What will happen to Li Jiala this time? I'm more curious about what would happen if he actually faced Su Ruashi. Li Jiala stood in place, her emotions a complicated mess. She wore glasses, exuding a quiet and intellectual aura, completely different from the vibrant beauty of Huang Lu and Su Ruashi. But she couldn't feel at ease. She was only a potential S-rank competitor. In terms of strength, she admitted she might not even be as good as Huang Lu, who had been utterly defeated by Bai Yi earlier. Yet, she had to face Bai Yi, the man who claimed he doesn't hit women, but had already left the previous 2 girls with unforgettable memories. "Li Jiala, please come to the stage," the referee urged. Li Jiala looked up at the ring where Bai Yi stood. He was smiling faintly at her. That smile was clean and approachable, making one think at first glance that he was an easygoing person. But recalling the fates of Huang Lu and Su Xiao, Li Jiala couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. She bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly. "Referee, can I forfeit?" The referee was momentarily stunned and confirmed. "Are you sure? If you forfeit, your final ranking will be 16th. "I'm sure." Li Jiala bit her lip, her voice shaky. "I'm already satisfied with this ranking. I don't want to fight Bai." The referee glanced at Bai Yi, then at Li Jiala, and finally nodded helplessly. "All right, at least you won't have to take a beating." After confirming that Li Jiala was voluntarily forfeiting, the referee announced loudly, "Li Jiala has forfeited." Bai Yi advances without a fight. Bai Yi stood there, dumbfounded, staring at Li Jiala. "Wait, I don't eat people. Do you really have to be this scared of me? At least come up and exchange a few moves." No, Bai Yi, good luck." Li Jiala waved her hands repeatedly and practically fled the stage. Her demeanor suggested that merely standing in the same place as Bai Yi would lead to some catastrophe. Bai Yi stood there, utterly helpless. What kind of misunderstanding do these girls have about him? Is Bai Yi the type to bully girls casually? He just respects his opponents too much. Bai Yi jumped off the ring and returned to the resting area. Bored, he glanced over at Su Ruashi's match. Su Ruashi's opponent was also a girl, and not just any girl. She was Chen Yangxin, ranked 5th on the newcomer goddess list. Chen Yangxin's looks were slightly inferior to Su Ruashi's, but her strength was formidable. She was an assassin with SS-level potential. Because of this match had become the most anticipated hard-fought battle before the quarterfinals. Bai Yi's previous match had ended so quickly that no one had even had time to process it. As a result, Su Ruashi's battle platform had now become the center of attention. But he was just about to focus on the match and cheer for Su Ruashi when Zhang Daxian, sitting beside him, suddenly spoke. Your trouble is coming. Trouble. Bai was taken aback and followed Zhang Daxian's gaze. He saw Xia Kelly walking toward him with light steps. Bai, can we talk privately? She stood in front of Bai, glanced around as if checking for eavesdroppers, and then spoke. Bai smiled and deliberately stayed still. What's this, President Xia? You're not planning to go back on your word, are you? Xia Kelly raised her eyelids slightly, her tone calm. Not exactly. I just want to remind you of something. If you really make it to the finals and your opponent happens to be Su Ruashi, you won't deliberately let her win, will you, Miao? As she said this, her pupils contracted slightly, like a vigilant cat. She was well aware that Bai Yi and Su Ruashi had an unusual relationship. Bai Yi's performance today had completely exceeded her expectations. Who would have thought that this guy hadn't even used a single skill so far? He had made it this far relying solely on his physical attributes. This made Xia Kelly uneasy. She had bet 200 academic credits on Bai Yi. Based on the odds, if Bai Yi actually won, she would have to pay out 4,000 credits. That was no small amount. It would hurt for a long time. Bai Yi looked at her and couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry about that. Look at Su Ruashi's temperament. Does she seem like the type to go easy on me? If the finals really come down to me and her, you'll probably get to see a very exciting match. His gaze fell on Su Ruashi, who was standing straight on the platform, her eyes sharp and her entire demeanor exuding a refusal to admit defeat. Bai knew her well. Su Ruashi wasn't the type to hold back. Forget holding back. If she decided to fight, she would fight to the end. Even if Bai voluntarily conceded, she might not stop. So if they really met in the finals, it would likely be a head-to-head clash. After hearing this, Xia Kelly's expression finally softened a bit. Then I'm relieved, Miao. She had already anticipated that Bai Yi might make it to the quarterfinals. But she hadn't expected him to get there so effortlessly. Up to this point, he hadn't used any skills, relying solely on his physical prowess to advance. Such a performance was simply absurd. Watching her sit down directly beside him, he couldn't help but ask, President Xia, aren't you leaving? The match isn't completely over yet. I'll just watch here, Miao. Xia Kelly casually picked up a bottle of drink from the table and tilted her head. Can I drink this, Miao? Bai glanced at her. I'd advise you not to. Xia Kelly squinted her eyes. And what if I insist, Miao? Then you'll regret it, Bai Yi said seriously. Xia Kelly snorted lightly, clearly not taking his words seriously. It's just a drink. I like to see how bad it could be, Miao. With that, she confidently twisted off the cap and took a sip. The next second, her entire cat froze. Ugh, what is this? Why does it taste so strong, Miao? The flavor was absurdly strange, like a mix of medicated oil and toothpaste or some extremely pungent potion. Xia Kelly regretted it instantly. Bai Yishuruk, black pine soda. It's pretty famous. Xia Kelly widened her eyes. What about the tag, Miao? Bai looked innocent. I tore it off. Hiekili, tisa, de. Just as Bai Yi and Xia Kelly were bickering, a deafening cheer suddenly erupted from the audience. Bai Yi immediately turned to look at ring number 2. Su Ruashi had made her move. She wielded her sword to summon lightning, directly calling down a heavenly thunderbolt. The moment her long sword struck, the entire ring exploded with lightning, currents roaring as if even the air itself had been torn apart. Thunder engulfed the entire arena, leaving no room to dodge. Chen Yangxin, hidden in the shadows, turned pale. Her specialty was stealth and assassination, but under this indiscriminate lightning storm, she couldn't even find a place to stand. If she continued hiding, she'd only be cornered. Left with no choice, Chen Yangxin raised her hand and chose to surrender. This match, which should have been evenly matched, ended with Su Ruashi's absolute dominance. The top 8 list was quickly announced by LV6, potential F, Jinan Province Champion. Su Ruashi, LV6, potential SSS, Jinan Province runner-up. Lin Ba, LV7, potential SS, Baiyun Province Champion. Fu Yinjia, LV6, potential SS, Shiguang Province Champion. Ingdeki, LV6, potential SS, Jintian Province Champion. Gao Huangsa, LV7, potential SS, Liangjiang Province Champion. Chenbo, LV6, potential SS, Sanhu Province Champion. Wei Shungjing, LV6, potential SS, Kaiyun Province Champion. Among the top 8, not a single one was weak. Without exception, they were all top-tier geniuses with potential ratings of SS or higher. Only Bai Yi, with his F-level potential, stood out like a sore thumb. The audience immediately erupted. I really didn't expect Bai Yi to actually make it into the top 8. I thought he was just lucky, but now it seems he really has some skills. But this is probably as far as he'll go. The top 8 list is already stacked, and every match from here on will be tough. I kind of want to see if he can keep pulling off upsets. Have you noticed? So far, Bai Yi hasn't used a single skill. That one-hit KO he pulled off during the college entrance exams. Do you think we'll see it again in the top 8 matches? The discussions grew louder and louder, and the atmosphere in the entire venue was completely ignited. Everyone knew that the upcoming matches would no longer be the easy elimination rounds from before. Those who made it into the top 8 were the top geniuses from each province. Every single one of them had the qualifications to compete for the championship. And what many people most wanted to see was Bai Yi facing off against Su Ruashi right now. After all, one was an F-level potential, and the other was an SSS-level genius. Just imagining such a clash was thrilling. But the result left many people disappointed. The big screen slowly scrolled and finally stopped. When Bai Yi saw his opponent, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Lin Ba. It turned out to be the same Lin Ba who had caused trouble for him in the cafeteria. Lin Ba also saw the result, and his expression immediately darkened. He raised his hand and made a throat-slitting gesture toward Bai Yi, his eyes full of menace. Bai Yi, however, didn't care in the slightest. He simply smiled faintly and then politely blew a kiss in return. Lin Ba's face turned black. Su Ruashi watched this scene with a somewhat subtle expression. Zhang Daxian's eyes widened on the spot. Xia Kelly was completely dumbfounded. Bai Yi paid no attention to these gazes and walked straight toward ring number 1. He knew very well that people like Lin Ba, who barked loudly, might not have much bite when it came to the actual fight. And what he needed to do now was to shatter the opponent's arrogance completely. On the ring, the two stood facing each other. Bai Yi, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon, Lin Ba said, his hands clasped behind his back, his voice as cold as ice. Do you remember what I said in the cafeteria? Bai Yi pretended to think seriously for a moment. You said it felt pretty good? Yes, that's... Wait, no. Lin Ba was almost led astray by him and roared angrily. I mean, if I meet you in a competition, I'll show you what cruelty really means. Bai Yi blinked. Did that old lady come looking for you later? No. Lin Ba's forehead veins bulged in anger. Are you even listening to me? Does that slap still hurt? It's much better. Lin Ba gritted his teeth, and in the next second, he exploded in rage. Shut up already. He was on the verge of losing his mind. Bai Yi, however, remained calm, as if he were chatting with a clown. That composure, in contrast, felt like a slap across Lin Ba's face. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Ba turned sharply to the referee. Can we start now? I can't wait any longer. The referee glanced at Bai Yi. Bai Yi, are you ready? Bai Yi similed. Anitime. All right, then the match begins. The referee hadn't even finished speaking. Bai Yi had already spoken. It's over. The referee froze, looking bewildered. What? The next second, everyone on the field widened their eyes. Lin Ba, who had been dozens of steps away from Bai Yi, suddenly appeared right in front of him. Then, without warning, a brick smashed into the back of his head. With a crisp smack, it was clean and decisive. Lin Ba didn't even have time to react. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. It was eerily quiet. Everyone was dumbfounded. The referee stood frozen, unable to utter a word for a moment. What just happened? The match had just started. I was already over. An F-level potential individual had just taken down an SS-level Linba in one move. No one dared to believe it. But Linba lay there, motionless, not even twitching, clearly completely unconscious. The referee quickly crouched down to check, and his expression immediately changed. Linba was indeed out cold, and thoroughly so, with no combat ability left. The referee, unsure of what to do, looked toward the school leadership. He hadn't even seen how Bai Yi had done it. This situation was beyond his ability to judge. Soon, Qin Tianfu picked up the microphone and directly announced the result. The winner of this match is Bai Yi. The audience remained silent. While others hadn't seen clearly, Qin Tianfu had seen everything. At the very moment the match began, Bai Yi activated his skill, pulling Linba directly in front of him. Then, with a swift strike, he took him down cleanly, not even giving him a chance to react. Bai Yi had taken Linba down in an instant. Linba hadn't even had time to fully process what was happening. If this had been a real life-or-death battle, Linba would already be dead. After the principal personally announced the result, the crowd erupted. "Oh my God, I'm officially a Bai Yi fan now. I had no idea he was this strong when he got serious. That was an SS-level genius, and he took him down in one move. Yeah, even as a guy, I'm stunned. That move from Bai Yi was so cool. If he wanted, I'd totally side with him. I used to think he only beat Su Ruashi for the Jinan province top score title by exploiting loopholes in the rules. But now it's clear, he earned it fair and square. I'm suddenly even more excited for his match against Su Ruashi." Almost instantly, everyone's opinion of Bai Yi changed. Previously, many had doubted him, thinking he only won the provincial top score title by relying on his teammates or the uniqueness of his skills. But now, no one dared to say that anymore. The reason was simple. Linba's level was higher than Bai Yi's, and his talent and potential were clearly superior. Yet, this same Linba, who had also been a provincial top scorer, was defeated by Bai Yi in just 1 second. At that moment, both Bai Yi and Linba gained new nicknames. Bai Yi became the Genius Slayer. Linba became the 1-second man. Bai Yi stood where he was, glanced at Linba lying on the ground, and shook his head lightly. Boring. Too easy. This feeling was like standing too high, unable to find a serious opponent nearby. Winning too quickly, instead, left a sense of emptiness. He turned and returned to the resting area. Zhang Daxian immediately patted his shoulder, his face full of shock. "Damn, Bai Yi, what did you do during the holiday? You actually managed to defeat Linba in seconds." "Bai Yi simidit. Didn't I also take down Su Zidong during the college entrance exams?" Zhang Daxian froze for a moment, then nodded. "Right. Su Zidong was also an SS-level talent. But the problem was people like Linba and Su Zidong, though gifted, weren't the type to rely on mental strength in their professions. For Bai Yi, such opponents were naturally restrained by him. If even these people couldn't stop him, they certainly couldn't be his match." Bai Yi didn't continue explaining, and instead looked at Xia Kelly nearby. Xia Kelly was eating spicy strips, seemingly trying hard to hide the shock she had just experienced. But she didn't dare meet Bai Yi's gaze. Bai Yi deliberately teased her. "So, President Xia, how would you rate my performance just now?" Xia Kelly coughed lightly, pretending to be calm. It was okay, just average." But deep down, she knew very well. This was far from average. It had already far exceeded her expectations. She had long known Bai Yi was strong, but she hadn't expected him to be this strong. An opponent of Linba's caliber couldn't even last a single round. Bai Yi smiled even more happily. "Thank you for the compliment, President Xia. Rest assured, I won't let you down. The championship of this freshman competition is mine for sure." Xia Kelly's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. She suddenly felt a bit regretful. If she had known Bai Yi was this outrageous, she wouldn't have made that bet with him back then. But now it was too late to regret. She could only silently pray that Su Ruashi would stop Bai Yi. Just then, the results from the third ring came in as well. After 5 minutes of intense battle, Su Ruashi finally forced Wei Shungjing out of the ring. Third ring finished, winner, Su Ruashi. Second ring finished, winner, Gao Huangsa, fourth ring finished winner, Ing Deki. As the referee announced consecutively, the top four were officially determined. Qin Tianfu stood up and announced a 10-minute break before the top four competition. Suruashi sat down, visibly fatigued. The consecutive high-intensity battles had taken a toll on her. She accepted the Fu Zhong Daxian, handed over, and quickly replenished her energy. Bai Yi handed her a bottle of water and said with a smile, "If we meet later, do you want me to go easy on you?" Suruashi immediately looked up and glared at him unceremoniously. "No, I don't want you to go easy on me. If you do that, I won't talk to you anymore." But he laughed out loud. All right, I won't go easy. Don't want you saying I won unfairly." 10 minutes passed quickly. The top four competition officially began. The big screen started rolling, and the atmosphere on site instantly became tense. Fortunately, Bai Yi and Suruashi didn't face each other prematurely. But just as they were about to step onto the ring, Gao Huangsa and Ing Deki raised their hands almost simultaneously. This action left the entire venue stunned. The referee immediately walked over and asked, "Do you two have something to say?" Gao Huangsa spoke first, his tone straightforward. "I think I'm about the same as Lin Ba. I can't win. I concede." The referee fell silent. Ing Deki followed up, "I also don't think I can beat Suruashi, so I concede too." Suruashi. Referee. The venue fell silent for 2 seconds. Then the referee looked at the two and confirmed, "You want to directly enter the third-place match?" The two nodded together. "Yes. Leave the championship to Bai Yi and Suruashi." The referee nodded and looked at Bai Yi and Suruashi. "Do you have any objections?" Bai Yi shuruk. "No objections." Suruashi also responded decisively. "Fine. All right, I'll report this immediately." The referee turned and walked toward the school leadership seats, relaying the opinions of the four individuals in full detail. Qin Tianfu and several school leaders discussed in low voices for a moment before finally nodding. "We'll go with their suggestion." Soon, the referee returned to the edge of the arena and raised his voice to announce, "Since both Gao Huangsa and Ing Deki have forfeited, and with the approval of the school committee, this match has been temporarily designated as the final. Bai Yi will face Suruashi. Both contestants, please step onto arena number 1. As his words fell, the entire venue erupted instantly. Bai Yi and Suruashi exchanged a glance and walked toward the arena together. As soon as the two stepped onto the stage, deafening applause and cheers erupted from all around. "Goddess Ruashi, you must win today. Bai Yi is the strongest. No one can intimidate him. Suruashi's presence alone is overwhelming. If Bai Yi wins this time, he'll definitely be the biggest dark horse of the year." The eyes of tens of thousands of students and faculty were all fixed on this showdown. One was the only SSS-level super genius of this cohort, ranked first on the newcomer goddess list. The other was the biggest dark horse who had fought their way to the top, even surpassing her during the college entrance exams. Despite seemingly average attributes, he had repeatedly shattered everyone's expectations. No one wanted to miss this kind of match. In the school leadership seats, several deans sat up straight, their expressions more focused than ever. They all understood that these two had reached this point almost by sheer dominance. No one knew their limits. But barring any surprises, these two could one day stand on an even bigger stage, perhaps even leading Tianfu University to global prominence. On the arena, the wind was light, but the atmosphere was as taut as a string about to snap. Suruashi looked at Bai Yi, her eyes brimming with fighting spirit. "Finally, I get to have a proper match with you." She had been waiting for this day for a long time. From the moment she first met Bai Yi, she had always wanted to know just how strong this man really was. But the opportunity had never come until now. Bai Yi looked at her serious expression and couldn't help but smile. "If I had a choice, I'd honestly rather be fighting at home." Suruashi raised an eyebrow and rolled her eyes at him. "Get lost." She took a deep breath, quickly adjusted her state, and brought her aura to its peak. She knew she couldn't afford even the slightest lapse in this battle. Bai Yi also put away his smile. He could feel that Tsuruashi was completely different from before. The pressure she exuded was like a blade unsheathed. So, he pulled up Tsuruashi's information. Name, Tsuruashi level, LV6 OI potential, SSS talent, Child of Thunder, immune to lightning attribute damage, enhanced power of lightning attribute skills, reduced cooldown, and lower energy consumption class. Magic swordsman attributes, strength 89, constitution 72, agility 78, spirit 93 after reading by E sighed softly in his heart. As expected, SSS level potential was on a completely different level from ordinary geniuses. The sheer gap in attributes alone was already hard to bridge. Unless his looks have reason ability suddenly activated, he would likely have to reveal some of his true cards today. But he had dodged enough. Since she wanted this fight so badly, he would give her a serious match. The referee, seeing that both of them had quieted down, asked, "Are you both ready?" Bai E and Tsuruashi nodded simultaneously. Ready. The referee raised his hand, about to announce the start. In the next moment, the world suddenly changed. Above the arena, dark clouds rapidly gathered. Thunder rumbled, as if countless giant beasts were roaring and rolling within the depths of the clouds. The entire #1 arena was shrouded in oppressive black clouds. The air itself seemed to tingle with electricity. Bai E gripped the brick in his hand tightly, his expression becoming particularly serious. He knew Tsuruashi wouldn't hold back. And indeed, she had no intention of doing so. Begin. As soon as the referee's words fell, Tsuruashi softly said, "Be careful." Her left leg suddenly exerted force, and her body shot out like a bolt of lightning. Arcs of electricity danced wildly around her, moving so fast that her actions were almost impossible to discern. Bai's pupils contracted as he immediately retreated. Almost the moment he left his original position, bang! The black longsword, wrapped in blinding electric light, struck fiercely where he had just been standing. The arena floor instantly shattered, sending debris flying everywhere. Judging by the destructive power, Tsuruashi was serious with this strike. She wasn't probing. She went all out from the start. But he hadn't even fully steadied himself when Tsuruashi's second strike arrived. Thunder roared continuously, and electric light flashed madly across the stage. Each of her strikes was fast, precise, and ruthless, completely unlike the restrained approach she had taken during the college entrance exams. She knew very well that the man before her hadn't reached this point by sheer luck. He was truly strong. The audience below the stage was completely stunned. My God, is this what a top-tier genius looks like? She can actually use skills as if they were regular attacks, one after another. Tsuruashi's talent is outrageous. Her lightning-based skills seem to consume almost no energy, and she can even shorten cooldown times. Who could possibly withstand this? If Bai keeps dodging like this, he's bound to run into trouble sooner or later, right? At this moment, Bai finally realized the terrifying nature of Tsuruashi. Every strike she delivered carried skill effects. Even more troublesome were the scattered electric arcs. They weren't just for show. They had a paralyzing effect. If even a single arc grazed him, his movements would slow by half a beat. And in a duel of this caliber, being half a beat slower often meant losing. Whenever Bai's body came into contact with Tsuruashi's weapon, he would feel a creeping numbness. This sensation was dangerous. If this dragged on, his movements would become increasingly sluggish. Is dodging all you can do? Tsuruashi stopped in her tracks, no longer pursuing, and said coldly, "I told you, don't hold back." In her eyes, Bai was far more than just someone adept at evasion. He had other cards up his sleeve, the kind of methods that could instantly defeat Lin Ba, the kind of tactics that could use Su Zedong as a shield, and even that seemingly absurd yet undeniably effective ability to counter Su Zedong and the boss's skills head-on. But Bai, for the moment, truly didn't know how to explain himself. His constant dodging earlier hadn't been a waste of effort. While evading, he had been using his omniscient ability to assess the attractiveness of everyone around him. The result was rather awkward. Out of 10 valid targets, 8 had judged Tsuruashi to be more attractive. This was the first time he had lost so thoroughly in terms of appearance. Of course, the main reason was that most of the surrounding individuals were men. Regardless, the skill, appearance as justice, was temporarily ineffective. But he took a deep breath, and his gaze suddenly turned cold. In that case, I won't hold back either. He looked at Tsuruashi calmly. Ruashi, unleash your strongest attack. Otherwise, you might not get another chance to strike. Upon hearing this, Tsuruashi's eyes lit up instantly. It was finally happening. Bai Yi was about to get serious. She was well aware of Bai Yi's terrifying capabilities. She had never thought she could win, because as long as Bai Yi summoned his father, she would undoubtedly lose. So what she needed to do now was to fully display her strongest side. With this thought, Tsuruashi raised her black sword high. In the next moment, thunder roared. With a deafening crash, lightning surged from all directions. Coiling around her, she stood as if at the center of a sea of lightning, her aura becoming sharp and imposing. Faintly, several lightning dragons spiraled around the black sword. They emitted low growls, as if looking down on everyone. Is this a golden skill? Kubue suddenly stood up, staring at Tsuruashi in shock. He recognized the move at a glance. The golden skill, nine-headed thunder dragon flash. But what shocked him wasn't how rare the skill was. It was the minimum release requirement for a golden skill, at least LV10. Yet Tsuruashi was only at level 6. This is no longer a matter of strength. This is breaking records. This girl is truly terrifying, Yi Yanhu said gravely. But can Bai Yi handle it? He was well aware of the destructive power of golden skills. That kind of force was already the mainstay of professionals between levels 20 and 40. Yet now, a level 6 individual was about to use this move against another person who was also only level 6. This was no longer a competition. This was risking one's life. Nan Gonyuan, who had been mostly silent, spoke up for the first time. The nine-headed thunder dragon flash is already famously powerful among golden skills, he said slowly. With Tsuruashi's innate talent bonus, its power is likely even stronger than what an average warrior-level professional could unleash. Perhaps we should stop her from releasing it. Qin Tianfu stroked his beard, looked at the two people on the stage, and said in a deep voice, "No need. Bai Yi is not as weak as you think." Although he didn't know Bai Yi well, from the conversation between the two earlier, he could sense that Bai Yi was far from being as simple as he appeared. This child undoubtedly had many hidden cards yet to be revealed. Hearing Qin Tianfu's words, the others fell silent. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the final moment to arrive. A level 6 individual attempting to release a skill that others wouldn't use until level 20. This was an almost unbelievable display of talent. At this moment, the number 1 arena looked like the end of the world. Dark clouds loomed overhead. Lightning flashed chaotically. The most terrifying sight was the 9 ferocious and violent thunder dragons, now fully formed. They coiled around the black sword, exuding an overwhelming aura. It seemed as though if Tsuruashi swung this sword, everything in front of her would be utterly torn apart. Everyone was sweating for Bai Yi. Even Xia Kelly, who also possessed SSS-level potential, had a grim expression. She had once set a record herself, using a golden skill at level 10. But now, Tsuruashi was only level 6 and had already achieved this feat. Xia Kelly felt both admiration and an undeniable realization. Bai Yi is going to lose, she murmured. She understood better than anyone what it meant to face a golden skill below level 10. Not being instantly defeated would already be considered strong. To take on a golden skill head-on was nearly impossible. But unlike the tension felt by everyone else, Bai Yi showed no sign of pressure. He even had his hands in his pockets, looking at Tsuruashi with a relaxed expression. "Come on," he said. "Let me see just how strong this move of yours really is." Tsuruashi nodded solemnly. At this moment, it seemed as though she was the one unleashing a finishing move, while Bai Yi was the one calm and composed. The immense power of thunder continued to rise, and Tsuruashi's hands began to tremble slightly. She had pushed the strength of this move to its limit. Just as everyone thought the outcome would be decided in the next second, the air on the stage suddenly grew heavier. The lightning was blinding, and the killing intent was suffocating. Yet Bai Yi remained standing in place, not retreating a single step. Thunder Dragon, flash. With a sharp cry, Tsuruoshi made her move. This was not an ordinary strike. It was massive, violent, and overwhelming. The sword light seemed to split the sky in two. 9 ferocious thunder dragons roared as they charged straight at Bai Yi. As they surged forward, wind whipped across the arena and dust flew everywhere. Even with the barrier around the stage, everyone could still feel the chill of death in the air. Tiny, so tiny that everyone had the same question. Could he block this? Could the man who kept creating miracles do it one more time? No one knew. Even the referee had already stepped forward, ready to rescue Bai Yi at any moment. But deep down, hoped for the same thing. They wanted this dark horse of the tournament to pull off another miracle. Under everyone's gaze, Bai Yi finally moved. A confident smile appeared on his face. Slowly, he reached into his pocket with his right hand. By then, the 9 thunder dragons were already right in front of him. Bai Yi's lips parted, and he whispered a few words so softly that almost no one heard them. The next second, a flash of white light cut through the air. The referee, who had been standing by to intervene, suddenly appeared in front of Bai Yi. The crowd gasped. Match over. The referee stepped in. Bai Yi lost, so the last hope is gone. Bai Yi still couldn't beat Tsuruoshi, this monster-level genius. Numero uno. Wait, look at the referee's face. Something's wrong. Someone in the crowd shouted. Everyone turned to look at the referee. The man they had all assumed came to stop the fight now had a strange look on his face. It was the face of someone who had just realized something terrible. And when the Thunder Dragons finally crashed down, the referee could not hold back anymore. He screamed in despair. What the hell was that? Was hit squarely by the 9 Thunder Dragons as Tsuruoshi froze. The crowd froze. The school leaders froze. Bai looked at the fallen referee and said calmly, "Thanks for your hard work, bro." Silence. Dead silence. Served, this was the first time since the university was founded that a referee had been taken out by a freshman. Match continues. Medical team, get him out of there. Dean Xin Tianfu was the first to react. With a wave of his hand, the referee on the ground was instantly removed from the arena. Even the medical team probably never imagined that one day they would have to carry a referee off the field for treatment. The referee used his body to block a gold tier skill. Maybe he was trying to prove he was tough. Or the referee had, a problem upstairs. But that doesn't make sense. Didn't he curse Bai Yi at the end? If he was enough to swear, then maybe Bai Yi really did something to him. Come on, how strong is a referee maybe angry to be? At least level 35. Bai Yi is strong, sure, but there's no way he could pull that still. Tsuruoshi used a gold tier skill at level 6. That's the only explanation I can think of. No way. If Bai Yi really caused this, I'll livestream myself eating 5 electric fans. The leaders were equally stunned. Yi Yanhu frowned and said, I think I just saw Bai Yi summon Xiao Huang to his side at the very last second. Kibu immediately nodded. Same here, and I think Xiao Huang couldn't even use a skill. It looked like he was forced to take the hit with his body. Same here, Kabui said again. Yi Yanhu's expression grew stranger. So, how exactly did Bai Yi do that? Same here. Moment, the situation on the arena changed again. Tsuruoshi had never expected Bai Yi to go down so easily. The moment Bai Yi survived the attack, she rushed forward with her sword, trying to catch him during his cooldown. She wanted to hit him before he could respond. But she did not know that Bai Yi's cooldown was only a few seconds. She had only taken a few steps forward when the next second, Bai Yi stood where he was. A relaxed smile still lingered on his face. But opposite him, Tsuruoshi's expression had completely changed. Just moments ago, she had been far away, yet in the next second, it was as if an invisible hand had forcibly dragged her in front of Bai Yi. At that moment, she finally understood why the referee and Su Zedong had been so despairing earlier. Once locked onto Bai Yi's ability, there was simply no room for resistance. Suruwashi had no time to think further as a brick mercilessly smashed toward the back of her head. Bang! She let out a muffled groan, her body swayed, but she didn't pass out on the spot. Her physical strength was far superior to that of an ordinary person, and though the blow was harsh, it wasn't enough to knock her out completely. Seeing this, Bai didn't press his advantage. He immediately withdrew, creating distance to avoid a counterattack from Suruwashi. "Ruashi, admit defeat," he said calmly, his tone carrying an undeniable pressure. "On this stage, you're no longer my match." This arena was an independent space in itself. Precisely because of this, when Suruwashi had unleashed her ultimate move earlier, Bai dared to use summon, "Protect me," directly. He gambled that even if he forcibly pulled someone over, it wouldn't easily lead to a fatal accident. It was just unfortunate that the referee had bad luck and was eliminated first. Now, Suruwashi was the only one left on the stage. Bai Yi's mental strength was already sufficient to forcibly pull her to his side at any moment. "I won't admit defeat." Suruwashi gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stand firm. "If you have the ability, knock me out directly." She wasn't someone who would bow her head easily. She knew that if she retreated now, the match would be lost entirely. She didn't want to admit, nor was she willing to admit, that she could lose to an opponent who seemed even younger than herself. She shook her head and charged at Bai again. At that moment, her gaze was resolute, even carrying a stubborn defiance that refused to yield. Bai looked at her and sighed softly. "If that's the case, don't blame me." As soon as he finished speaking, Suruwashi's figure once again appeared in front of Bai without warning. This time, Bai didn't use a brick. He simply leaned slightly forward, bringing his mouth close to Suruwashi's ear, and whispered, "If you don't admit defeat, next time, I'll spank you." Suruwashi froze entirely, her ears instantly turning red. Her body trembled slightly, as if this sentence had struck her most vulnerable spot. She could endure pain. She could endure failure, but she couldn't withstand this kind of threat that made her both embarrassed and flustered. She bit her lip tightly, struggling internally for several seconds, and finally lowered her head, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. "I admit defeat." The entire venue fell silent for a moment, followed by an eruption of thunderous cheers. "Bai, he really won. My God, this is unbelievable. We just witnessed a miracle. Bai, you my idol. From today onward, I declare my allegiance to you." The entire arena was in an uproar. Although Bai Yi's victory wasn't exactly conventional, in fact, it was somewhat absurd, the result was the result. He had indeed defeated Suruwashi, and he had done so in a situation where no one believed he could win. Ever since the referee had taken the hit from Nine-Headed Thunder Dragon, flash for him, the outcome of the match had essentially been decided. Qin Tianfu's figure flashed as he landed on the stage. He coughed a few times and raised his hand to signal the crowd to quiet down. "I know you all have many questions," he said, scanning the audience before finally resting his gaze on Bai, "including myself. Now, let's invite Bai to explain to everyone." With that, he handed the microphone over. Bai took the microphone and blinked. "Do I have to?" Qin Tianfu nodded. "Not necessarily, but everyone is very curious." Bai was silent for a moment before shaking his head seriously. "Then I won't say. It's one of my secrets." Qin Tianfu was visibly taken aback. He probably didn't expect that there would still be a student bold enough to directly refuse him. But soon he laughed. "Explain it, and I'll reward you with an extra 100 credits." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's eyes immediately lit up. However, he quickly remembered that Xia Kelly still owed him 4,000 credits. A mere 100 credits were far from enough. He shook his head. "At least 500 credits." Qin Tianfu squinted his eyes. 200, 600, no bargaining. 300, that's my bottom line. 700, take it or leave it. Qin Tianfu's brow twitched. "Don't push it too far." Bai opened his mouth, ready to raise the number further. But before he could utter the next figure, Qin Tianfu waved his hand, directly silencing him. Bai Yi. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a single word. The audience fell silent, everyone watching the scene unfold. Suruwashi was stunned. The leaders were stunned. The onlookers were collectively speechless. Bai Yi was so angry he could grind his teeth. Was this one of the top 10 powerhouses in Huaxia? Unable to win, so he just silences people? Unable to reason, so he resorts to cheating? Absolutely shameless. Yet Qin Tianfu didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he smiled and said, I won't argue with you. Let's settle on 500 credits. If you still don't want to speak, I won't force you. Bai Yi cursed inwardly, but had no choice but to hold back outwardly. Although he didn't particularly want to reveal his trump card, the earlier scene did warrant an explanation for everyone. Moreover, 500 credits converted to gold coins equaled 5 million. Not earning that would be a waste. Bai Yi finally nodded. Seeing this, Qin Tianfu lifted the silence on him, stepped back, and gave him the stage. Bai Yi coughed twice, took the microphone, and tested the sound. Hello, hello. After confirming it was working, he raised his head and looked at the audience. I'll explain briefly. The reason the referee suddenly appeared in front of me earlier was indeed because of my skill. As soon as this sentence was spoken, the entire venue fell into dead silence again. Everyone's eyes widened, and even their breathing instinctively softened. A 6th level student could forcibly pull a 35th level referee to his side? The implications of this needed no further explanation. Bai didn't answer immediately. He knew very well that Yana's offer was already quite generous. The martial arts academy specialized in physical techniques and combat. Once admitted, Bai Yi would have access to the most systematic and comprehensive physical training. For others, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But for Bai Yi, it wasn't enough. Because his true strength had never been purely about physical power. It was that mysterious and unique ability. Relying solely on physical techniques would at best help him overcome his weaknesses. But to truly stand out and establish himself in this world, he had to leverage his strengths. So, he didn't rush to agree, but instead turned his gaze to Nangon Yuan. He wanted to see what this usually quiet dean was prepared to offer. Nangon Yuan noticed his gaze and smiled lightly. Our Skill Research Academy is different from the Martial Arts Academy, he said calmly. We focus more on research and offer greater freedom. There aren't as many high-intensity confrontations, and the schedule is more flexible. Once you're admitted, you won't be confined to the training grounds. He paused briefly before continuing. Moreover, if you're willing, I can grant you the title of assistant researcher. As soon as the sentence was spoken, Yi Yanhu's expression immediately changed. Old Yuan, isn't this a bit too much? His tone grew heavier, his brows furrowing. After all, the title of assistant researcher wasn't given lightly. It was a unique designation of the Skill Research Academy, and in other academies, it was almost equivalent to being half a teacher. Such positions are usually reserved for those who are truly knowledgeable, experienced, and deeply understand their skills. But Bai, he just enrolled and is still a freshman. Moreover, he might not even be able to learn basic skills properly. For someone like him to enter the academy and immediately be given the title of assistant researcher, who would accept that? Thinking about this, Yi Yanhu could already foresee the troubles ahead. A freshman is a student in the Martial Arts Academy, but in the Skills Research Academy, he suddenly becomes a teacher-level figure. No matter how you look at it, it sounds like a joke. However, Nangon Yuan was not intimidated by his reaction. He simply smiled faintly, his gaze falling on Bai Yi, as if waiting for the person who could truly make the decision. This matter, of course, isn't given for free, he said. Your talent has significant research value. As long as you're willing to stay, I can give you enough freedom and resources. As for how far you can go, that depends on your own abilities. After hearing this, Bai Yi had already made his judgment. Yi Yanhu offered a path of training and growth, while Nangon Yuan offered identity, freedom, a larger space. On the surface, the Martial Arts Academy seemed more straightforward and practical. But for Bai Yi, The real key was never about how much he could learn immediately. It was whether he could maximize the use of his secrets. He smiled subtly, without revealing his thoughts. This time, he finally understood that he didn't need to force himself to choose between the two paths. Because what he wanted wasn't just to become stronger. He wanted a place where he could truly realize his value. And now, the answer was already clear. Qin Lao agreed. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to make such an offer. As soon as this sentence was spoken, Yi Yanhu fell silent. If Qin Tianfu had already nodded, then the offer was undoubtedly valid. After all, Qin Tianfu had previously mentioned that Bai Yi's talent had hidden effects. This meant Bai Yi indeed had the qualifications to rely on his talent to directly take on the role of assistant researcher. Well, in that case, Dean Yi. Wait, Yi Yanhu suddenly interrupted, his voice raised a few notches. If you come to our martial arts academy, I can also make you an assistant instructor. Old Yi, you're blatantly poaching now. Nangong Yuan immediately became anxious. Bai Yi already had strong combat abilities. Previously, he could rely on the differences between the academies to pull Bai Yi over to the Skills Research Academy. But now that Yi Yanhu had offered the same conditions, the situation had suddenly changed. How am I poaching? Yi Yanhu said confidently. Just now, Bai Yi was able to summon Xiao Huang to his side to block the blade for him. I think he is fully qualified to be an assistant instructor in our martial arts academy. Nangong Yuan. Kubu couldn't help but curse under his breath. What a loss. By this logic, Bai Yi becoming an assistant instructor in the Combat Skills Academy was entirely reasonable. But he hadn't thought of this earlier, which meant he had missed the opportunity for nothing. Bai Yi watched the two deans confront each other, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. He quickly spoke, his tone calm, but with a touch of cleverness. Deans, please don't hurt your relationship over this matter. I actually have an idea. I'm not sure if it would work. Go ahead. Well, as adults, I don't want to make a binary choice. How about this? I alternate between the two academies, 1 week in one academy, or switch every half month. Wouldn't that solve the problem? Everyone fell silent for a moment. This idea was indeed bold. One person actually wanted to join 2 academies simultaneously. But after Yi Yanhu and Nangong Yuan exchanged glances, they both felt this idea might actually work. After all, the Skills Research Academy isn't a primary combat academy, and it doesn't conflict with the Martial Arts Academy. One focuses on practical combat, while the other emphasizes research. They could be perfectly balanced. The two quickly reported the situation to Qin Tianfu. Not long after, the reply came back. Approved. All right, then it's settled. Yi Yanhu's mood visibly improved. After the semester starts, you should first go to Dean Nangong, and then report to the Martial Arts Academy every week. Bai Yi simidit. No problem. Good, it's decided then. Yi Yanhu patted Bai Yi's shoulder, and then turned to Zhang Daxian, who had been quietly eating melon on the side. Student Zhang, are you interested in joining our martial arts academy? I can arrange for a vice dean to be your mentor. Huh? This. Thank you, Dean. Zhang Daxian was momentarily stunned, almost unable to react. He had originally been standing by, watching the commotion, but unexpectedly, the opportunity fell into his lap. Although it wasn't the dean personally mentoring him, having a vice dean was already a high honor. Outside the academy, such treatment was not something easily obtained. Study hard. You're no worse than anyone else. Yi Yanhu nodded and then left with Kubu. There were still many talents above S level waiting for them to recruit. These few were just the first batch. Nangong Yuan quickly gave a few instructions as well. Most of what I needed to say has already been covered by Old Yi. Come to the Research Academy the day after tomorrow to find me. After speaking, he also left. Soon only, Ouyang Muxue, the vice dean of the Auxiliary Academy, remained on the scene. All right, those old guys have finally left. Now it's time for us to discuss our own matters. Ouyang Muxue looked very young. According to the introduction in the freshman handbook, she was just over 30. Being a dean at this age was exceptionally young, but no one dared to underestimate her. Not only did she possess dual SSS-level auxiliary potential, but she was also one of the rare, true geniuses. More importantly, At her age, she had already mastered 2 auxiliary professions to the master level. Master level blacksmith, master level alchemist. In the school, almost everyone might need her help at some point. Even Qin Tianfu was no exception at times. Dean Ouyang, what would you like to discuss? Bai Yi asked. Ouyang Mushua casually sat in a chair, a faint smile on her face. Our auxiliary academy is different from the other 3. There's no restriction on joining only one academy. I just wanted to ask if you've all awakened your auxiliary professions. I have, Bai Yi answered first. SSS level potential appraiser. Zhang Daxian followed suit. A-level potential chef. Su Ruashi gently shook her head. I haven't used the auxiliary profession scroll yet. Wait a moment. Ouyang Mushua suddenly looked up at Bai Yi, her gaze becoming serious. What profession did you say you awakened? Après ça, Bai Yi repeated. Ouyang Mushua's expression instantly changed. She was visibly surprised, even shocked. She hadn't expected Bai Yi to awaken as an appraiser, and an SSS-level potential one at that. Appraisers were already an extremely rare auxiliary profession. An SSS-level potential appraiser was even rarer. Currently, there were only 5 known appraisers of this level in the country. Bai Yi was the 6th. How could you not take notice? Ahem. Ouyang Mushua quickly composed herself, regaining the calm demeanor befitting a dean. I want to find suitable mentors for you. With a mentor guiding you, you could go further on the auxiliary profession path. She first looked at Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian. You two have already awakened, so I'll make specific arrangements for you later. Then, she turned her gaze to Su Ruashi. Ruashi, you should use the auxiliary profession scroll now. With your talent in your main profession, your auxiliary profession shouldn't be lacking either. Bai Yi glanced at her as he spoke. After all, there is only one auxiliary academy in the entire school, and no one would compete with him for a position. Now, he was more curious about what auxiliary profession Su Ruashi would ultimately awaken. Su Ruashi nodded, took out the auxiliary profession scroll, and directly crushed it. The next second, a white light flashed. After the light dissipated, the result was even better than everyone had anticipated. 3 secondary professions appeared simultaneously in the air. Blacksmith potential SSS, tailor potential SS, trainer potential S. Ouyang Mushua's eyes lit up, and her whole demeanor became energized. You didn't disappoint me, she almost blurted out. Su Ruashi had actually awakened as an SSS-level blacksmith. Such talent will be highly sought after in any academy. Ouyang Mushua immediately made arrangements on the spot. Starting today, Ruashi will study with me in the evenings. As for Zhang Daxian, I'll contact a deputy dean from the culinary department to mentor you, providing you with additional recipes and foundational knowledge. After speaking, she turned to Bai Yi. As for you, Bai Yi interrupted her before she could finish. Dean, I don't really need anyone to teach me, he said calmly, though he was well aware of the truth. His system and talent were entirely different from others. While others relied on teachers and gradual accumulation, he was unique. He only needed to keep identifying items to grow stronger. If it's convenient, just provide me with more unidentified equipment. I'll take a 10% cut from each item. Ouyang Mushua paused for a moment before nodding. All right, but you'll need to submit a detailed report on your secondary profession skills. No problem, Bai Yi agreed immediately, feeling much more relaxed. From now on, he wouldn't have to spend his own money to buy equipment for identification. He could simultaneously level up his secondary profession and earn a 10% commission. It was an incredibly lucrative arrangement. That evening, the group had dinner together before heading back to rest. To be honest, aside from Bai Yi, everyone else was utterly exhausted. Even Zhang Daxian didn't feel like chatting and went straight home to sleep after eating. Bai Yi returned to his room, cleared his mental energy once more to ensure nothing was overlooked, and then lay down to sleep. The next morning, Bai Yi hadn't fully opened his eyes when he heard a familiar and delightful notification sound. 500 credit points have been deposited into your account. He sat up immediately, his drowsiness vanishing in an instant. Is this the credit transfer Qin Tianfu promised? He He checked right away. Sure enough, the transfer was indeed from Qin Tianfu. These 500 credit points had arrived at just the right time. Otherwise, he might have had to rely on Su Ruashi for lunch today. While freeloading was convenient and even enjoyable, he knew deep down that it wasn't a sustainable solution. Having money in his own hands was far more reassuring. I wonder when Xia Kelly's 4,000 credit points will arrive. Just as he thought about this, the doorbell downstairs rang. Bai walked to the surveillance screen and saw that the visitor was indeed Xia Kelly. He pressed the intercom button and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for you, Meow." "Who are you?" "I'm your dad, Meow." "Who's dad?" "Dad is me, Meow." "Good girl, Dad's coming right now." Xia Kelly. She stood outside the door, clearly a loss for words. Bai Yi, however, remained completely unfazed. "Trying to outwit me? You're still too inexperienced." He chuckled, got dressed, and walked to the door to open it. "President Xia, did you sleep well last night?" "Thanks to you. It was all right, Meow," Xia Kelly replied irritably before squeezing past him into the room. She glanced around and spoke with a hint of surprise. "I didn't expect your place to be so clean, Meow." He rolled his eyes, closed the door, and sat on the sofa. "Isn't that obvious? I just moved in yesterday." He looked at Xia Kelly and got straight to the point. "President Xia, let's talk business. Did you burn my credit points?" Xia Kelly narrowed her eyes, her tail swaying gently as she deliberately slowed her speech. "Look at you, so impatient. Is the only thing you think of when you see me credit points, Meow?" She stepped closer, her posture playful, as if intentionally teasing him. "Don't you have any other thoughts, Meow?" He watched her approach, his Adam's apple moving slightly. To be honest, he did have other thoughts. But he also knew that the woman in front of him was not someone who could be easily fooled. "Do you really want to hear the truth?" he asked in a low voice. "Of course, Meow. Then I do want to do something else." A trace of amusement flashed in Xia Kelly's eyes as she raised her finger and gently hooked it. "Then why don't you come, Meow?" Her voice was soft and slow, deliberately making the atmosphere ambiguous. He stared at her and nodded. "Really, really, Meow. Then I'll come." Hum. The next second, he raised his hand and directly patted her head. The texture was unexpectedly good, fluffy and smooth. It's actually quite nice." Xia Kelly's expression froze instantly. However, seemed completely unaware and continued. "I've wanted to touch it for a while now. I was curious about how you're different from an ordinary cat. Now it seems there's not much difference." Xia Kelly's eyes widened, and she was utterly dumbfounded. "What you wanted to do was this, Meow." She never expected that Yi's so-called other thoughts were just about patting her head. What kind of man was this? Yi withdrew his hand, smiling innocently. "Of course, that's not all. Then what else, Meow?" "I actually wanted to ask you a question." "Go ahead, Meow." He looked her up and down, his expression overly serious. "Where exactly does your tail grow from?" Xia Kelly was silent for 2 seconds. She finally realized that her earlier ambiguous probing had been completely taken as a joke by this guy. She exhaled lightly, suppressing her fleeting thoughts, and directly took out her credit card. "Here are your credits. We're settled now, Meow." With that, she transferred 4,000 credits to Yi. Yi looked at the notification of the transfer, and his mood instantly improved. But just as she turned to leave, Yi suddenly called out to her. "Wait a moment." Xia Kelly stopped in her tracks and slightly turned her head. "Do you still have something you need my help with? Just say it directly. There's no need to act out some beauty trap. I'm not the kind of person you think I am." Xia Kelly paused, turned back, and glanced at Yi. The lightheartedness on her face slowly faded, and she understood. Yi had seen through her intentions from the moment she stepped through the door. She chuckled, a laugh tinged with self-mockery and a hint of unwillingness. "It seems your talent is even more impressive than I thought." She sat back down on the sofa, her tone becoming more serious. "Do you know the current state of the world?" He thought for a moment, but still shook his head. He really hadn't paid much attention to such matters. He only knew that the world was vast and not limited to humans. Beings like Xia Kelly, a half-beast, as well as elves, elementals, and dragons commonly seen in games were not uncommon in this world. Among these races, some were naturally friendly toward humans, while others were inherently hostile. Tianfu University was relatively stable, but Qingbei University and Modi University, due to their geographical locations, had admitted many non-human students who were friendly toward humans. Xia Kelly leaned back on the sofa, raising her eyes to look at Bai Yi, as if trying to gauge how much he actually understood. "It seems your cultural studies aren't very strong," she said bluntly, though not mockingly, but rather as an explanation. Currently, Blue Star is essentially divided into two major factions. The first is the human forces. Although there are frictions between countries, they can still suppress their tempers when facing external threats. She paused, her expression turning slightly cold. The second is the common enemy of all humanity, the alien races. Bai Yifuronit. Isn't that basically talking about you? Xia Kelly rolled her eyes and explained irritably. Alien races come in many forms. Some are born that way, while others are forced into it. For example, the ancestors of us half-beasts. Most of them were forced. Understand. Seeing Bai nod, she continued. The truly dangerous ones are those born as members of the alien race. They want to seize the entire Blue Star and completely wipe out humanity. Of course, that's not the main point I want to discuss today. What I really want to talk about is that most of these dangerous alien beings are hidden in secret realms and forbidden zones. Do you know about these places? There are many secret realms within the country, Bai Yi recalled. As for forbidden zones, I think there are two in the country. One is the Kunlun Forbidden Zone, and the other is the Fengdu Forbidden Zone. The Fengdu Forbidden Zone seems to be near Tianfu University. Xia Kelly sat up straight, her expression more serious than ever. Correct. The Fengdu Forbidden Zone is managed by Tianfu University, and Principal Qin Tianfu is its guardian. Bai Yi's heart suddenly sank. He had a vague feeling that whatever Xia Kelly was about to say next would not be good news. Sure enough, her next words confirmed his premonition. "You came to find me. Don't tell me you want me to accompany you to the Forbidden Zone." "Correct, Meow." Bai Yi immediately stood up and pointed toward the door. "Turn left when you leave, and take care." What kind of joke was this? A forbidden zone? Is that the kind of place a normal person can casually visit? No wonder this woman had put on that attitude as soon as she entered. It wasn't to flirt, but to dig a pit for him. Forbidden zones are called forbidden zones because 9 out of 10 people who enter never return. If anyone wants to go, they can go. He certainly won't. Xia Kelly, however, wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she patiently began to explain. Don't be so quick to refuse. The next time the Forbidden Zone opens is still a few months away. By then, all the major universities will organize their top students to enter for training. With your abilities, there's a high chance you'll be selected for the team. Wait, what team are you talking about? The victory team, Meow. Bai Yi was silent for a second before letting out a cold laugh. So, does that mean we'll have to fly there? Yes. There's no way to build a teleportation array around the Forbidden Zone, so flying is the only option. Then that's even more reason not to go. Why, Meow? Bai Yi looked serious, even as if it were self-evident. Just hearing the name, it doesn't sound like anyone would come back alive. Either the plane crashes, or something happens on the way to the crash. You want me to go and die? Xia Kelly froze for a moment, then actually felt a bit guilty because, upon reflection, every trip to the Forbidden Zone did seem to be fraught with trouble. Plane crashes, attacks, disappearances, something always seemed to go wrong. She was silent for 2 seconds before shaking her head helplessly. Let's not talk about the name for now. I'm telling the truth. If you were just an ordinary student, the school certainly wouldn't involve you. But your performance yesterday was too outstanding. Given the circumstances, you and Suruwashi are very likely to be included on the list. Of course, you can refuse. She looked at Bai Yi, her tone softening slightly. But entering the Forbidden Zone isn't just about danger. There are also many opportunities. The resources, experiences, and even certain critical clues inside are things you can't obtain outside. I think you wouldn't be completely indifferent to that. Bai Yi was quiet for a few seconds. He wasn't stupid. The fact that both the school and the country were pushing this forward clearly meant it wouldn't end, just because he said, "I'm not going." If he were selected, he would have to face it sooner or later. Moreover, if he wanted to become stronger, he couldn't always hide in the background. Thinking of this, the resistance in his heart gradually subsided. "All right," but he finally said, "So, what do you need me to help you with?" Seeing him relent, a trace of relief flashed in Xia Kelly's eyes, but she quickly returned to her usual calm demeanor. "The last time the Forbidden Zone opened, the team I was in, well, just as you said, there was an accident, and the plane crashed." Bye. His earlier joke had actually turned out to be true. Xia Kelly continued, "I lost something very important. So, when the Forbidden Zone opens next time, I want you to accompany me to find it. Bye från it. Why me and not someone else on your team? Because your talent might help me find clues." Xia Kelly smiled faintly. "Besides, I won't let you help for nothing. Whatever you want, I can't fulfill it for you." He narrowed his eyes and decisively refused. "Don't try that trick on me. It doesn't work." Xia Kelly let out a soft hum, clearly unsurprised by his response. She leaned back on the sofa, her gaze more serious than before. She knew the real trouble was yet to come. "So, can you tell me what exactly it is?" Bai was indeed a bit curious. To retrieve that item, Xia Kelly had even resorted to approaching him with such an obvious purpose. For her to go to such lengths, it must mean the item was extremely important to her. "It's not some rare treasure, just a necklace," Xia Kelly said softly. He was stunned. "A necklace? Not made of divine crystal or some kind of artifact?" "No." Xia Kelly shook her head, her voice even lower. "Just a very ordinary necklace. Inside is the only photo of my mother." He fell silent. He saw a trace of uncontrollable sorrow flash in Xia Kelly's eyes. Even though she didn't say another word, he more or less understood. That necklace was no longer just a piece of jewelry to her. It was her last connection to her mother. "If I do get selected, I'll keep an eye out for it." Xia Kelly looked up and gave him a faint smile. "Thank you." She stood up, preparing to leave. "Then I won't disturb you anymore. The official start of school is in 2 days. In the meantime, you can take some time to clear a dungeon or try challenging the Tianfu Tower." I will," He replied. But just as he sent Xia Kelly off, the next second, a gust of wind swept past him. He instinctively turned around, nearly cursing on the spot. There was suddenly someone else sitting on the sofa. "Boss, this counts as trespassing, you know? Believe it or not. I can report you to the security office." Baiyi's mouth twitched. Sitting there was none other than Qin Tianfu. "The school belongs to me. Where can I go?" Qin Tianfu leisurely poured himself a glass of water, acting as if he were in his own home. "Besides, didn't you personally invite me to your house in front of the entire school yesterday?" He sighed. Reasoning with this old man was basically useless. Qin Tianfu was the type who, when he couldn't win an argument, could silence you with a spell in the next second. Arguing with him, even if you won, might not feel like a victory. "Fine," Bai said, not bothering to waste words. "What exactly did you come to see me for?" "Didn't I already say?" Qin Tianfu smiled at him. "I'm here to learn more about your skills." So that's it. Last night, he had thought about it all night and finally figured out a bit about Baiyi's skills, so he came early today to confirm. "Already Baiyi nodded. But what about the payment? What do you want?" Qin Tianfu asked in return. Baiyi thought for a moment and tentatively said, "How about a star celestial crystal?" "Star celestial crystal?" Qin Tianfu almost burst out laughing. "You sure have a big appetite. Do you know how rare that thing is?" "You're stating the obvious," Baiyi rolled his eyes. "If I didn't know, would I have asked for it?" Qin Tianfu was momentarily speechless. The words sounded blunt, but they were undeniably true. The star celestial crystal was no ordinary item. It was a rare resource that could only be found deep within forbidden zones. Most importantly, it could enhance a person's potential. For any professional, it was a dream treasure. Qin Tianfu stared at Bai Yi and asked, "Are you trying to improve your potential?" "Old Qin, why do you always like asking such obvious questions?" Bai Yi looked at him helplessly. Back in my hometown, people like you have a very fitting nickname. What nickname? Master of the obvious. Oh, Qin Tianfu wasn't angry at all. Instead, he chuckled. Sounds quite interesting. Bai Yi's mind stirred. Originally, he was just speaking casually, not expecting the old man to actually have it. Don't get too excited, Qin Tianfu said with a smile. I happen to have a star celestial crystal here, and I can give it to you. However, you must tell me the full effects of your skill. Really? Bai Yi's expression changed instantly, his attitude shifting as quickly as flipping a page. Of course, whatever you want to ask, feel free. I promise to tell you everything I know without holding back. At first, he was just testing the waters because he didn't know where this item came from. He only vaguely remembered that his predecessor had always wanted to use it to enhance his potential. Later, he inadvertently looked into it and discovered that this item wasn't something money could buy. It was a rare commodity with no market availability. That was why he casually brought it up. Unexpectedly, Qin Tianfu actually had one. You little rascal. Qin Tianfu shook his head and finally became serious. Then let me be direct. Does your skill allow you to randomly pull someone into your presence within a specific space? As soon as he said this, Bai Yi froze for a moment. He hadn't expected that. After just one night, the old man had already figured out the secret of his skill so thoroughly. Since he'd been seen through, Bai Yi saw no need to hide anymore. I haven't tried it on someone with a very high level, he admitted honestly. But I can pull targets up to level 50. Qin Tianfu's eyes lit up. Then try it on me. Try you. Bai Yi paused and thought seriously for a moment. All right, let's give it a shot. He also wanted to see the limits of this skill. The next second, the skill was activated. A flash of white light. Qin Tianfu, who had been sitting on the sofa opposite him, instantly appeared right in front of Bai Yi. Can't move. This time, Qin Tianfu was genuinely shocked. He was ranked 5th among the imperial-level professionals in China, one of the top-tier figures in terms of strength. Yet, in the face of Bai Yi's skill, he couldn't move at all. What kind of absurd skill was this? Bai Yi was equally shaken. Although he had already guessed this outcome, seeing it with his own eyes still startled him. This was a man far stronger than him, someone he couldn't even begin to compare to. Yet now, he was like a statue standing immobile before him. What did this mean? It meant that if Bai Yi had enough strength, he could end this untouchable figure with a single strike. Thinking of this, Bai Yi slowly reached for a knife nearby, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Old Qin, next, let's test your defense. Qu'est-ce qui vico. Bai Yi indeed felt the pressure. He wasn't trying to act tough or bluff. After today's series of blows, he had finally come to a clear realization. His current strength was far inferior to that of true powerhouses. Yet, he possessed a unique ability that even Qin Tianfu couldn't ignore. This created a contradictory feeling, a strong sense of confidence on one hand, and the crushing weight of reality on the other. Bai Yi took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Weakness wasn't scary. What was truly terrifying was being weak and not understanding where your weaknesses lay. Qin Tianfu looked at him, as if seeing through his thoughts, and said calmly, "What you've achieved today is already remarkable. Once your ability becomes known to others, it will undoubtedly bring you a lot of trouble. Some will want to capture you, some will want to recruit you, and others might even want to kill you. When that time comes, you won't have the peaceful days you enjoy now." Bai Yi was silent for a moment before slowly nodding. He understood that this wasn't an exaggeration. The more unique the ability, the more likely it was to attract attention. In this world, true scarcity was never about power itself, but about the opportunities that could make power stronger. And he happened to possess such an opportunity. This also meant he had to learn to hide, to endure, and to avoid exposing himself until he was strong enough. So, do you still think you're weak now? Qin Tianfu asked. Bai gave a bitter smile. Compared to you, of course, I'm weak. Compared to me, of course, you're weak. Qin Tianfu also smiled. But what about compared to your peers? Compared to the new students at level 6? You're already ahead of many people. These words made Bai pause slightly. That's right. He had always been comparing himself to top-tier powerhouses like Qin Tianfu. That in itself was unfair. Who was Qin Tianfu? He was one of the figures standing at the pinnacle of Huaxia. And himself? Just a freshman who had only recently entered the academy. The gap between the two wasn't a little, but rather akin to crossing an entire world. Thinking of this, the frustration in Bai Yi's heart finally dissipated somewhat. He activated his ability once again. The next second, Qin Tianfu appeared before him once more, standing properly as if forced to accept an inspection. Looking at this scene, Bai Yi suddenly laughed. It wasn't a laugh of arrogance, but a sense of reassurance after finally grasping a trump card in a desperate situation. He raised his head, his tone carrying a newfound confidence. Now it seems, even an emperor-level powerhouse has to stand still for 3 seconds in front of me. I, Bai Yi, am indeed worthy of those 2 words, strong one. Qin Tianfu looked speechless, but he didn't deny it, because Bai Yi was right. Even if it was just 3 seconds, this ability was already astonishing enough. It might not directly kill someone, but it was enough to disrupt the battlefield and change many things. What is truly terrifying has never been the sharpest blade, but the one that can make someone lose their reaction at a critical moment. Qin Tianfu put away his joking demeanor and became more serious. Let me remind you again, never reveal this ability lightly. Especially in school, keeping a low profile will never hurt. You haven't grown strong enough yet. The most important thing isn't to show off, but to survive, to live until the day you're strong enough. Bai Yi nodded. This time, he took it to heart, because he knew Qin Tianfu was telling the truth. Before becoming truly powerful, exposing too much would only bring disaster upon himself. Seeing that Bai Yi was no longer eager to show off like before, Qin Tianfu finally nodded in satisfaction. He picked up the star, celestial crystal from the table and handed it over. It was a crystal the size of a water droplet. The crystal was completely transparent, yet it seemed to contain countless starlights sealed within. Just looking at it gave one an inexplicable sense of awe. Bai Yi stared at it, his gaze instantly becoming focused. This thing was far from ordinary. He didn't take it immediately, but first used his special ability to examine it carefully. Soon, a line of information appeared before his eyes. Star celestial crystal. Special type treasure. Level undetermined. Its function is to enhance potential and even has the chance to change one's profession. Moreover, it can only be consumed once in a lifetime. After reading this, he couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. Enhance potential. Even possibly change one's profession. He knew better than anyone what this meant. This wasn't a simple enhancement, but an opportunity to rewrite one's future. Was he lacking the most right now? Not courage, not luck, but a higher ceiling. If the ceiling wasn't high enough, no matter how fast he progressed now, he would eventually be left far behind by others in the future. So at this moment, he almost didn't hesitate. He reached out and took the star celestial crystal. The crystal felt cold to the touch, yet it seemed to carry a calm and vast power. He lowered his head to look at it, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. This time, he didn't think about retreating. He knew very well that if he wanted to become stronger, he had to seize every opportunity. And this astral sky crystal was his most important chance at the moment. Before Qin Tianfu could finish speaking, Yi snatched the astral sky crystal back, holding it tightly as if afraid someone might go back on their word. To him, even if he couldn't use it himself, he absolutely wouldn't let it be returned for nothing. Since it was his reward, it had to count. Even if it was temporarily useless, he wouldn't let anyone else take it easily. You little rascal, I'm at least the headmaster of school. Do you think I go back on my word over something like this? Qin Tianfu looked at him helplessly. Yi, however, didn't back down at all. Instead, he spoke even more firmly. Anything else is negotiable, but not this. Even if I feed it to a dog, it's still mine. If you want to take it back, then exchange it for something else. Qin Tianfu was momentarily speechless. In all his years, it was the first time he'd seen someone guard a reward so fiercely. Yet Bai Yi's attitude was so serious that it made it hard for anyone to continue pressing him. After a brief stalemate, Qin Tianfu could only sigh, shaking his head as he said, "I see it now. Your temperament is a bit like mine when I was young, always unwilling to suffer loss." Bai Yi smiled faintly, but didn't respond to that. He had already made up his mind. He couldn't use the astral sky crystal himself, but Zhang Daxian could. Rather than letting such a treasure fall into the hands of outsiders, it was better to give it to someone he trusted the most. This item must not be sold. Once it was out in the open, trouble would only multiply. Treasures stir the hearts of people. Everyone wants to snatch them. If that happened, not only would he become a target, but those around him would also be dragged into the mess. Qin Tianfu glanced at him, as if understanding his intentions, or perhaps simply unwilling to ask further. In the end, he only offered a reminder. Remember, don't be too high profile out there. A true trump card isn't something to show off. It's something that can save your life at a critical moment. The fewer people who know about it, the safer you'll be. Bai nodded solemnly. I'll remember. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tianfu's figure disappeared, leaving cleanly and decisively, as if he had never been there. Bai Yi stood in place, gazing at the now empty room, but his heart was filled with longing. When would he also possess the ability to come and go without a trace? He shook his head, suppressing the thought for now. Then he picked up his phone and dialed Zhang Daxian's number. "Are you up?" On the other end, Zhang Daxian's lazy voice quickly came through. "I'm up. What's up?" "I'm giving you an opportunity. 10 minutes. No, 1 minute to get to my place." "What the heck? Why so mysterious?" 55 seconds left. "Damn it, wait for me." The call was immediately cut off. Bate put down his phone, a faint smile on his lips. He knew that while Zhang Daxian always joked around, he never dropped the ball when it mattered. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the doorbell rang. He opened the door to find Zhang Daxian standing there, still wearing floral shorts, his hair a mess as if it had just been blown by the wind, and a half-eaten green onion in his mouth. Bai couldn't help but laugh. "Are you here to see me, or to go to the market?" Zhang Daxian didn't stand on ceremony, quickly finishing the green onion in a few bites before plopping down on the sofa. "Cut the crap. What's the big surprise you call me over for?" "I timed it, 38 seconds. I wasn't late. Do you want to get stronger?" He looked at him, his tone suddenly serious. Zhang Daxian froze for a moment, the smile on his face gradually fading. "Of course I do," he said softly. "In a world like this, who doesn't want to get stronger?" His words were light, but they carried a heavy weight of emotion. He had always thought that having A-level potential was already pretty good, at least it was enough. But after arriving at Tianfu University, he truly understood that what he thought was not bad only held up among ordinary people. In a crowd of true geniuses, he struggled even to keep up, especially when he saw Bai Yi stepping onto the stage time and again, winning over everyone each time, and finally claiming the championship of the freshman competition, becoming the top freshman. Zhang Daxian couldn't help but feel envious. Yet he was even more aware that while he envied and even felt jealous, he had never thought of dragging Bai Yi down. He simply hated himself, hated that even though he wanted to move forward, he always felt as if an invisible hand was pressing him down. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up. Potential is a very real thing. It's not guaranteed that effort alone will allow you to catch up. Some starting points are determined at birth. But he didn't rush to comfort him, but instead directly took out the astral crystal and placed it in front of Zhang Daxian. In that instant, the room seemed to be enveloped in a faint glow, so beautiful it felt almost unreal. "What is this?" Zhang Daxian stared at it blankly, his voice lowered. "Astral crystal," Bai said, looking at him. "Consume it, and your potential will increase." Zhang Daxian froze completely, as if he hadn't understood, his eyes fixed on the crystal for a long time without reacting. As soon as Bai finished speaking, Zhang Daxian slowly opened his eyes. In that moment, his entire demeanor changed. His gaze was no longer as lazy as before. Instead, It carried a sense of steadiness and intensity, as if a genuine force capable of supporting combat had emerged within him. He looked down at his hands, moved his shoulders, then took a deep breath, his tone filled with barely contained astonishment. Damn, it really feels different. He could clearly sense that his body had become stronger. His bones, muscles, reaction speed, and even the flow of energy within him had changed. The previous feeling of being stuck, unable to progress, felt as though it had been cleanly severed and completely disappeared. Bai watched him and felt a sense of relief. He knew this opportunity hadn't been wasted. Zhang Daxian might seem carefree on the surface, but when it truly mattered, he was absolutely reliable. Someone who could maintain their integrity in the face of great temptation was worth befriending. How does it feel? Suruashi, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask. Zhang Daxian looked up, his face still showing traces of excitement and lingering fear. My profession has changed, and so has my potential, he said, grinning despite himself. I feel like I've been completely remade. But he didn't ask further and directly pulled up his stats panel. Zhang Daxian's level was still LV6, but his potential had skyrocketed from its previous level to SS grade. His profession had changed to dragon-armored warrior, and his talents had shifted entirely in a new direction. The transformation was significant, so significant that it was enough to elevate an ordinary fighter to a higher tier. Looking at the updated stats, he had only one thought. This gift was given to the right person. Zhang Daxian understood this as well. He didn't dwell on sentimentality, but instead gave Bai a firm pat on the shoulder, his eyes slightly red. Some things don't need to be said explicitly. True brotherhood is when someone is willing to offer you their most precious possession at your moment of greatest need. Just then, Bai suddenly frowned and turned his gaze toward the door. Footsteps and faint noises could be heard outside. Suruashi heard it too and immediately became alert. The next second, the doorbell rang. Bai glanced at the monitor and saw Suruashi standing outside, drinking milk while pressing the doorbell. She had clearly been drawn by the unusual phenomenon inside the room. Bai opened the door and pulled her in. "Don't make a sound," he said in a low voice. Suruashi was about to ask what was going on when she caught sight of the glowing Zhang Daxian inside the room and froze. She blinked, lowered her voice, and asked, "Did Daxian swallow an LED light or something?" He was almost amused by her words. "Yes," he replied earnestly, "and the highest wattage too." Suruashi glanced at him, knowing he was talking nonsense, and directly asked, "What's really going on?" He didn't hide it and explained briefly. "I gave him the astral sky crystal." The milk in Suruashi's hand almost sprayed out. She naturally knew how precious that item was. Precisely because she knew, she was even more shocked. Such a rare treasure. Bai had just given it to Zhang Daxian without hesitation. She looked at Bai, her expression showing a hint of surprise. "I didn't expect you to treat your friends so well." Bai smiled, but didn't respond to her comment. Instead, he looked at her and asked casually, "Then what do you think? How do I treat you?" Suruashi froze for a moment. Bai suddenly leaned closer, lowering his voice with a teasing tone. "Do you want me to treat you as a friend or as a girlfriend?" Suruashi's face instantly turned red, and her steps faltered. She quickly stepped back. "Stop messing around." She glared at Bai, her tone stern, but her voice noticeably softened. "Zhang Daxian is already glowing like that, and you're still not behaving?" He found her shy yet pretending to be calm demeanor amusing. Meanwhile, Zhang Daxian coughed twice from the side, finally regaining his composure. He deliberately raised his voice to interrupt them. Am I interrupting something?" Suruashi immediately collected herself, pretending nothing had happened, and looked at him. "No," she asked, "how are you feeling now?" Zhang Daxian clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with uncontrollable excitement. "Great," he said. "My profession and potential have both changed. Now I feel full of strength." He looked at Bai and said sincerely, "This time, I really owe you one." Bai nodded without saying more. Some things didn't need to be repeatedly emphasized. Among friends, The most important thing wasn't how much was said, but whether they truly cared for each other in critical moments. The light in the room hadn't completely dissipated, but Zhang Daxian could already feel a significant difference in himself. He knew this was his turning point, and this was just the beginning. Bai glanced at the time, his expression gradually becoming serious. Next, they were heading to the Tianfu Tower. Bai hesitated for only a few seconds between potential and omniscience and omnipotence before choosing the latter. He understood clearly that what could truly help him now wasn't an abstract growth ceiling, but abilities that could be immediately useful. He looked at Su Ruashi and Zhang Daxian and suggested, since Daxian's attributes and potential have improved significantly, why don't we try the Tianfu Tower today? I have no objections. Su Ruashi's eyes immediately lit up with fighting spirit. Let's see who among the three of us can climb higher. Zhang Daxian nodded as well, his tone full of excitement. I also want to see how strong I am now. Bai Yi smiled and said, then it's settled. After lunch, we'll challenge the Tianfu Tower. But before that, Daxian, you should treat us to lunch first. Let's go. The three of them exchanged smiles and headed to the cafeteria. After they left in the void, Qin Tianfu gently shook his head and sighed softly. This kid is indeed a promising talent. From another part of the void, a voice responded, since you know his potential, why not ask him about his thoughts on the Tianfu Tower? Qin Tianfu was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Asking would be pointless and only add to the worries. People like us can't get past the 50th floor anyway. On the contrary, the higher the potential, the greater the obstacles inside. Who knows, but he might bring us some surprises. Haha, the voice laughed. If this kid really stirs up something big in the Tianfu Tower, don't let it upset you, old man. That won't happen. Qin Tianfu looked into the distance, his expression growing more solemn. What worries me more is that legend. Instead of worrying about things that haven't happened yet, you should focus on the present, a voice said indifferently. The front lines are tense. I don't have time to chat with you here. Go ahead. After the shadow disappeared, Qin Tianfu looked up and sighed deeply, muttering to himself, the time left for humanity is running out. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch, the three of them took a car to Tianfu University's most famous landmark, the Tianfu Tower. The tower wasn't located in the center of the campus, but on the outermost edge, near Tianfu City. This area wasn't entirely under the university's management. Students from other schools could enter and challenge the tower by paying a fee. The journey from the cafeteria to Tianfu Tower took a full 30 minutes. By the time they arrived leisurely, it was already 2 p.m. As soon as they got out of the car, Bai Yi saw a bustling crowd, as lively as a marketplace. Looking up, he saw a golden tower standing tall, like a needle piercing the clouds, visible from afar. In front of the tower's entrance was a ticket booth, guarded by 7 men in their 30s. Bai Yi casually checked their information and couldn't help but feel shocked. The guards at the ticket booth were all over level 70, with A-grade potential classified as commander-level professionals. The guards here are stronger than many of the teachers at school, but he couldn't help but remark. At the university, the average teacher's level range from 40 to 60, classified as general-level professionals. Only vice deans and similar ranks reached levels 60 to 80, classified as commander-level professionals. As for the 4 deans, they were at levels 80 to 100, classified as sovereign-level professionals. For 7 or 8 commander-level professionals to be stationed at the entrance of a tower, it was indeed an impressive lineup. Don't you know? Su Ruashi explained. These people aren't university teachers. They're official military personnel. They're stationed here to maintain order and to screen out cultists from the evil god sect and those who deliberately cause trouble. Bai Yi nodded. I see. No wonder the guards are so strong. The 3 of them joined the queue. The ticket booth had 3 separate lanes: Tianfu University Lane, Civilian Lane, and Military Lane. Students from other universities and ordinary citizens could only queue in the Civilian Lane, while Bai Yi and his companions used the dedicated Tianfu University Lane. Even though it was a dedicated lane, There were still 200 to 300 people ahead of them. Normally, you would have lost patience by now. However, despite its name, Tianfu Tower wasn't just about climbing levels. Each floor was like a single-player dungeon. A maximum of 50 people could enter the same floor at a time, so the queue moved quickly. In less than 20 minutes, it was by E and his companion's turn. Please show your student IDs and identification cards, one of the guards at the ticket booth said. Here. All right. The guard took their documents, scanned them with a device, and then reminded them, since this is your first time entering Tianfu Tower, you have a free entry quota, so you don't need to pay extra credits. However, there's one rule you must remember. He paused before continuing. Everyone in Tianfu Tower faces different trials, but the scoring system is the same as in dungeons, rated from D to SSS. If you pass a trial on one floor, you'll find an entrance to the next floor and a teleportation array to leave. At that point, you'll need to decide carefully. Zhang Daxian frowned. What do you mean? Can't we quit halfway? Correct, the guard nodded. Once you enter the next floor, you can't exit midway unless you're killed. However, the killing here doesn't mean physical death. It involves a certain degree of mental damage. So, proceed within your limits. The three of them nodded seriously, indicating they understood. The guard returned their documents and spoke more gently. All right, move to the back and wait for the space ahead to clear. It'll be your turn soon. Good luck. The teleportation array was located not far from the toll station, right at the entrance of the Tianfu Tower. There stood a level 70+ guard, his expression stern, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping over everyone preparing to enter. As the three approached, an invisible pressure seemed to envelop them. He stood at the entrance, patiently waiting. A guard was on duty at the door. The guard glanced at their documents and said calmly, "There are people ahead of you. Please wait for a moment. It will be your turn soon." All right, Bai nodded, his demeanor casual. While waiting, his gaze involuntarily fell on the massive crystal monument nearby. Engraved on it were the names and achievements of all those who had challenged the Tianfu Tower over the years. To his surprise, the name at the top was none other than the seemingly unserious old principal, Qin Tianfu. His best record, however, was only the 49th floor. Bai Yi froze for a moment. He had assumed that with Qin Tianfu's unfathomable strength, he would have reached much higher levels. Yet reality had dealt a heavy blow to his expectations. Not even the 50th floor? Su Ruoshi also walked over, glanced at the crystal monument, and said softly, "Our principal is still very impressive. Look at the second name, Wu Ziki, the principal of Qingbei University and currently recognized as the strongest in Huaxia. His record is only the 48th floor. Comparing the two, our principal is indeed stronger." Bai Yi followed her. Direction. The second name, Wu Ziki, 48th floor. The strongest in Huaxia, yet only one floor behind Qin Tianfu. But that single floor seemed like an insurmountable chasm, barring countless top-tier experts from advancing further. He couldn't help but frown. Just one floor away. Why doesn't Wu Ziki try a few more times? Someone of his level surely wouldn't lack the 500 academic credits, right? The nearby guard overheard and chuckled, explaining, "It's not that Principal Wu doesn't want to try. He simply can't pass the 49th floor. He came almost daily recently, but he's been stuck at that level for nearly a year." Bai Yi gasped. A year. The strongest in Huaxia, stuck at the same level for an entire year. It sounded absurd, yet it was happening right before his eyes. The guard continued, "The trials in Tianfu Tower are tailored to each individual's strength and potential. For people like the two principals, the difficulty they face is beyond what ordinary people can imagine." Bai nodded and continued reading. On the crystal monument, the names of Huaxia's top 10 emperor-level experts were almost all listed. Their records mostly ranged between the 45th and 49th floors. Further down, there were names of individuals frequently seen on television, generals, university deans, and renowned experts. Yi Yanhui, 42nd floor. Kubu, 41st floor. Bai Yi was slightly surprised to see Nangang Yuan had reached the 43rd floor. while Ouyang Mushiwe was stuck at the 40th floor. Judging by age alone, Ouyang Mushiwe was already quite strong. But compared to other top-tier experts, she still had a gap to close. However, Bai Yi could tell that, given her age, she was likely the most promising candidate to surpass the 45th floor in the future. Soon, Bai Yi noticed an interesting pattern. At every multiple of 10, the number of people stuck at that level suddenly increased. For instance, at the 39th floor, at least 100 names were listed. But at the 40th floor, the number dropped sharply to fewer than 30. Multiple of 10 levels are indeed harder, the guard commented from the side. However, the higher the difficulty, the better the rewards. Those who cross these levels receive special rewards. Special rewards? Bai Yi's eyes lit up at the mention of rewards. Anything related to rewards always piqued his interest. The guard nodded. Everyone's reward is different. For example, when I passed the 10th floor back then, I received a collector's edition golden weapon. One of my colleagues is a beast tamer, and what he received was a golden grade young beast. Zhang Daxian's eyes lit up as he immediately chimed in. That makes perfect sense. Each profession gets what suits them, with no waste at all. Warriors get weapons. Beast tamers get young beasts. It's spot on. Bai Yi also pondered for a moment. If rewards were truly distributed based on profession and talent, then this tower was indeed quite intriguing. Su Ruoshi gazed at the towering structure that seemed to pierce the clouds, her eyes filled with anticipation. If I make it past the 10th floor, what will I get? Bai Yi couldn't help but feel a bit expectant as well. His passerby profession, apart from his talent, had almost no special features. If reward were truly given based on profession, what would someone like him receive? Even he couldn't imagine it. At this moment, Zhang Daxian leaned in again, grinning as he asked, "Big brother, can I ask what level you were at when you passed the 10th floor back in the day? What were your attributes roughly like?" The guard didn't hold back and answered directly, "I was level 15 when I passed the 10th floor, with total attributes around 250. But don't just focus on that. Attributes and skill points are awarded on the first 9 floors as well, which can significantly boost your strength. Consider this as a reference. Doesn't that mean all 3 of us have a chance?" Zhang Daxian immediately became excited, his whole demeanor energized. This was the first time they could enter the Tianfu Tower for free. If they didn't seize this opportunity to climb a few more floors, they'd have to wait again next month. Bai Yi watched his excited expression and couldn't help but smile, saying nothing more. He continued scanning the names, but didn't see anyone familiar. It wasn't until the 19th floor that he spotted Xia Kelly's name. It seemed that the soft and sweet-looking little girl had also been stuck before the 20th floor. "All right, the 3 of you can go in now." The guard's voice brought their attention back. The 3 quickly adjusted their states and exchanged glances. Bai Yi said nothing further and was the first to step into the teleportation array. In the next moment, everything around him began to spin and distort. After a dizzying whirl, Bai Yi found himself standing on the first floor of Tianfu Tower. It was completely different from what he had imagined. This wasn't a closed space filled with traps and monsters, but rather an open area of about 200 to 300 square meters. There was nothing around. No people, no monsters, no furniture, not even the faintest sound. It was empty and eerily quiet, making one's heart uneasy. Bai Yi frowned and scanned his surroundings. "What's going on?" he muttered to himself. Wasn't it said that everyone's trial was different? So where was his trial? Bai Yi stood still, staring at the words on the wall, his mind somewhat blank. The place looked empty, as if there was nothing at all. Yet, the first floor suddenly presented a question. No hints, no mechanisms, not even a proper trap in sight. At first, he thought he was stuck. But now it seemed that this trial wasn't about testing combat ability, but rather intellect, reaction, and even a touch of mischief. "Please answer. Do not judge a book by its cover." What is the next line? Bai Yi saw the question and almost burst out laughing. The first floor test something as basic as completing a sentence? But he quickly calmed down. This kind of question seemed simple, but since Tianfu Tower specifically presented it, it was unlikely to be solved by just casually answering. A standard response might pass, but to achieve a high score, it probably wouldn't be that easy. Bai's mind worked quickly. His first instinct was, the sea cannot be measured by a ladle. But that was too ordinary. Since the system had already indicated that this wasn't the standard answer, it meant it was looking for something more interesting than a rigidly correct response. Bai's eyes gleamed, and he spoke directly. A sparrow cannot be measured by a ruler. As his voice fell, the surroundings fell silent for several seconds. Even he felt that his answer was a bit absurd, but upon closer thought, it indeed carried a hint of playful mischief that made one's mind wander. The next second, the words on the wall finally changed. Congratulations on passing the first level. Rating, S+. Points deducted. Use of dialect. Bai was momentarily stunned, then almost laughed in exasperation. What's wrong with using a dialect? Isn't it creative? And yet, they deducted points. This felt like nitpicking on purpose. But he could only complain inwardly. After all, this tower clearly had some sort of sentience. Who knew if it might actually hear him and give him some special treatment in return? Immediately after, the rewards appeared. Level completion rewards. 5 free attribute points, 5 skill points. Please choose to. Bai's eyes lit up instantly. 5 attribute points and 5 skill points. This reward was simply too enticing. And this was just the first level. If he could score like this on every subsequent level, the final haul would be unimaginable. Bai even started calculating. If he could achieve high ratings on every level and climb to the 10th, wouldn't he essentially hit the jackpot? By then, with attribute and skill points piling up, even if his level wasn't high, he could still dominate others of the same rank. He couldn't help but marvel at how handy his talent was becoming. While other ordinary characters had to grind slowly to level up, he could use these extra rewards to gradually close the gap. Even someone like Su Ruashi, an SSS-level genius with a high starting point, might not necessarily earn more than him in this tower. Thinking of this, Bai felt great and stepped directly onto the second level. The second level was almost identical to the first. The same empty space, the same baffling silence. As soon as Bai steadied himself, a line of text appeared on the wall. Please answer the first question. If King Wu of Zhou lost his voice, what would he become? Bai frowned as soon as he saw the question. This time, it wasn't about completing a sentence, but solving a riddle. And the riddle itself sounded strange, as if it was deliberately trying to confuse people. He instinctively muttered, "This is way too tricky." The moment he said that, a line of text popped up on the wall. Wrong answer. Rating downgraded. Bai froze instantly. Damn, even speaking out loud could count as a mistake. This tower was way too sensitive. He quickly shut his mouth, not daring to say anything else carelessly. Fortunately, he wasn't immediately disqualified this time, just had his rating lowered, which meant there was still a chance to make up for it. Soon, a new hint appeared. Little buddy, trouble comes from the mouth. Speak less, think more. Bai stared at the words, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. He couldn't guess recklessly. He focused on the question, pondering it repeatedly. If King Wu of Zhou lost his voice, what would he become? Mute? It couldn't be that straightforward. Then he had to break down King Wu of Zhou. King Wu already sounded like a name. If losing his voice was interpreted as unable to make a sound, then it would become silent. A silent King Wu. Suddenly, a ridiculous yet plausible thought popped into Bai's mind. Wait, could it be that? The omniscient system quickly provided another hint. Bingo. Be brave and say it out loud. Bai's mouth twitched, silently cursing the hint for being so misleading. But he couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. He had already made one mistake, and dragging it out further would be pointless. Gritting his teeth, he blurted out, Asian Dance King. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire space fell silent again. A few seconds later, the text on the wall finally changed. The answer was correct. Bai let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a layer of cold sweat on his back. The tower's questions seemed playful on the surface, but every step was a trap. A moment of carelessness, and it would lead you astray. Yet, paradoxically, the more challenging it was, the more he was convinced that the rewards here were worth the effort. Soon, the second question appeared. Bai looked up, his expression gradually becoming serious. Standing before the light screen of the third level, Bai no longer felt the initial tension. Although the questions in the first two levels were absurd, he had already figured out the pattern. This place wasn't testing common sense, but how quickly one's mind could adapt. The more nonsensical the question seemed, the more you had to think in terms of puns and wordplay. So, when the first question on the third level appeared, he almost instinctively began breaking down the characters, the meaning, and the relationships. The white balloon hit the black balloon. What should the black balloon do? Bai was silent for 2 seconds. This question clearly wasn't about balloons. What was really asking was, if a person gets hit, what would they do? Call the police? Find their parents? Seek someone to mediate? Several answers flashed quickly through Bai's mind, and he finally locked onto the one that was the most natural and fit the question's intent. Confess to the white balloon. As soon as he finished speaking, the light screen lit up immediately. Congratulations, you answered correctly. Please answer the second question. Couples matching avatars are called love avatars. So we're matching avatars between best friends called. The corner of Bai's mouth twitched. This question was even more absurd, but he almost immediately understood the answer. However, saying this answer out loud felt a bit dangerous. Not logically dangerous, but the kind of danger where saying it might lead to misunderstandings. Yet, he had no way out now. Everything in the tower was forcing him to move forward. For every correct answer, he could earn attribute points and skill points. In a place like this, these things were often more important than pride. Bai took a deep breath and decisively spoke. Bestie avatars. The light screen lit up again. Congratulations, you answered correctly. Please answer the third question. What is the relationship between Pakistan and Kaspersky? This time, Bai was genuinely stunned. He stared at the question, his mind going blank for a moment. One is a country. The other is antivirus software. No matter how you look at it, there doesn't seem to be any connection between the two. He even suspected that the person who came up with the question was deliberately trying to mess with people. But soon, Bai realized he had fallen into another mental trap. This wasn't testing knowledge. It was testing associations. The more normal the answer, the less likely it was what they wanted. Pakistan. Kaspersky. He repeated the words a few times under his breath, and suddenly a light bulb went off. These two words contained the same phonetic structure. If you break them apart and recombine them, Bai looked up and tentatively voiced his judgment. Is there a Jiba relationship? The light screen was silent for a moment. The next second, a notification sound rang out. Congratulations on passing the third level with an SSS rating. Clearance reward. 10 free attribute points, 10 skill points. Please make your selection. Bai let out a long breath. Even he felt that these levels had been a bit too smooth. So smooth that it didn't feel like climbing a tower, but rather like someone was deliberately going easy on him. But he was well aware that places like this were never truly merciful. The current ease was only because the harder challenges had yet to come. He glanced down at the rewards in his hand and began calculating in his mind. Attribute points could make him stronger. Skill points could give him an extra trump card. In a place where anything could go wrong at any moment, the more trump cards he had, the better his chances of survival. Bai raised his head and stepped toward the fourth level. Meanwhile, as he continued upward, the outside world had already erupted into chaos. Outside the Tianfu Tower, the names on the crystal monument were constantly refreshing. But the name at the very top was no longer anyone else. It was Bai. For the first 3 levels, he had surpassed the historical record holder. And not just barely surpassed them. He had completely left them in the dust. From the moment he entered the tower, he had averaged just 7 minutes per level. What kind of concept was this? The previous strongest record required at least 10 minutes per level, and Bai was significantly faster. The soldiers guarding the tower were the first to notice the anomaly. They were originally just performing their routine duties, never expecting to witness such an outrageous record today. One of them didn't dare delay and immediately reported the news up the chain. Before long, Qin Tianfu arrived at the entrance of Tianfu Tower. Standing beside him was a middle-aged man in a military uniform. The man appeared to be in his 50s, with a straight posture and sharp eyes. A deep scar ran beside his right eye, looking like a mark forcibly left behind on the battlefield. Just one glance was enough to tell that this was no ordinary person. He is the supreme commander of the Western Military District, Chiokaiga. Commander, Principal Qin, the guard immediately saluted, standing straight. Qin Tianfu got straight to the point and asked directly, "How's that kid by E doing now?" The guard swallowed, his voice tinged with uncontrollable astonishment. Student Bai E, his speed in clearing the first few levels is incredibly fast. Bai E had just cleared the 4th level in 6 minutes and 32 seconds. After reporting to Chiyo Kaiga, the guard immediately glanced down at the timer to confirm Bai Yi's clearance time. The 4th level was supposed to be where many people started to struggle. But for Bai E, it was as if he was walking on flat ground. He didn't stop. He didn't get stuck. It was as if he didn't even know what pressure was, steadily charging upward, one level after another. Qin Tianfu and Chiyo Kaiga simultaneously looked at the crystal monument. Sure enough, Bai Yi's name had already appeared in the records for the 4th level, and it was in first place. Once again, he had surpassed everyone. Chiyo Kaiga flipped through Bai Yi's file, a hint of interest appearing in his eyes, and asked, "Old Qin, this kid is quite something. Have you personally observed him?" "Of course I have," Qin Tianfu replied, stroking his beard, his tone full of admiration. "If nothing unexpected happens, within 10 years, he will be one of the brightest stars among the younger generation in Huaxia." This wasn't flattery. Qin Tianfu genuinely believed it. He had already known Bai Yi was fast, but he hadn't expected him to be this fast. The difficulty of the trial was adjusted based on a person's potential and strength. Bai Yi's F-level potential should theoretically lower the difficulty, but his combat power was absurdly strong. According to Qin Tianfu's judgment, Bai Yi's upcoming trials should at least approach SS-level intensity. But now, it seemed the situation was even easier than he had anticipated. Otherwise, how could this kid have charged through 4 levels in one go? At that moment, the guard's voice rang out again. "The 5th level has been cleared." Qin Tianfu and Chiyo Kaiga were both stunned. "So fast." Chiyo Kaiga immediately took the timer from the guard. 6 minutes and 1 second. Even faster than the 4th level. Chiyo Kaiga stared at the number, silent for 2 seconds before speaking. Why does it feel like his speed is increasing? This wasn't normal. Most trials for combat-oriented professions were essentially battles. The enemy's intensity and methods varied, but as long as it was continuous combat, fatigue was inevitable. Recovery potions couldn't be used inside the tower. So, normal people would take some time between levels to rest, adjust their state, and recover their stamina. But Bai Yi was doing the opposite. He didn't stop. He didn't slow down. Instead, he fought faster and moved more aggressively. This wasn't like clearing a tower. It was more like an unstoppable machine relentlessly crushing its way upward. What kind of trial is this kid facing? Chiyo Kaiga couldn't help but ask. Qin Tianfu chuckled, his expression still calm. "Don't rush. When he comes out, we'll ask him and find out." Although the Tianfu Tower bore his name, no one outside could see what was happening inside. Not even Qin Tianfu himself. So, speculating now was pointless. It was better to wait for Bai Yi to come out and ask him directly. With that, Qin Tianfu invited Chiyo Kaiga to sit aside, leisurely drinking tea and playing chess while waiting for Bai Yi to emerge. As soon as the 2 big shots left, the surroundings immediately became lively. Many people who had come to participate in the trials gathered around the crystal monument, craning their necks to look at Bai Yi's name and chattering nonstop. "Who is this Bai Yi? How did he charge straight to the 5th level in one go? I got stuck between the 4th and 5th levels last time and spent a full 3 hours. But him? He averages 6 minutes per level. That's insane. Look, he's on the 6th level now. No way. Is he here for the trial or just taking a stroll? This is too crazy. No wonder they're calling him the biggest dark horse of the year. Is this the same Bai Yi who got the golden skill? That Bai Yi? It's him. Do you know the inside story? Tell us. What exactly happened?" The crowd was instantly ignited. Everyone loves a spectacle, especially one that defies common sense. Soon, a student from Tianfu University was pushed to the front. This person wasn't shy at all. He directly pulled out a pile of peanuts, sunflower seeds, ate treasure porridge, beer, soft drinks, and bottled water from his bag, arranging them neatly in front of him. Then he placed a payment QR code in front, cleared his throat, and began to speak. This is a long story, so I'll take my time. If anyone's thirsty or hungry, just scan the code and help yourself. Affordable and honest, no tricks. The nearby guards were dumbfounded. Goodness, these days, even university students are running businesses right at the trial. Tower's entrance. Qin Tianfu and Xiu Kaiga, watching this scene from a distance, could only smile helplessly. Young people trying to earn some extra cash, it's not easy. No need to stop them. Besides, the student did have a knack for storytelling. He recounted Bai Yi's experiences with such dramatic twists and turns, making it sound so thrilling as if he had witnessed it firsthand. The surrounding crowd gasped and widened their eyes alternately, their emotions completely hooked. Even Xiu Kaiga couldn't help but confirm with Qin Tianfu. Old Qin, did Bai Yi really manage to acquire a gold tier skill with just a level 6 ability? It's true, Qin Tianfu nodded, but he's exaggerating a bit. That skill is highly random, and the activation conditions are extremely stringent. However, Bai Yi's ability to stay calm in dangerous situations is indeed commendable. After hearing this, Xiu Kaiga's eyes lit up even more. In that case, I really want to meet this kid soon. Don't rush, Qin Tianfu said with a smile. You'll see him soon enough. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed toward the tower entrance. Look, what's that? Xiu Kaiga followed the direction of his finger. Meanwhile, Qin Tianfu's other hand swiftly moved a chess piece on the board, silently changing its position. Then he smiled faintly. Xiao Qiu, checkmate. Xiu Kaiga looked down, and his expression immediately changed. The chessboard situation had been completely sealed, but he clearly remembered that it wasn't like this just a moment ago. Huh? How did this happen? He frowned. I remember it wasn't like this earlier. Qin Tianfu stroked his beard, smiling calmly. You must have been too engrossed in the storytelling and got distracted. Xiu Kaiga was momentarily stunned, but still felt something was off. This, Qin Tianfu patted his shoulder, his tone light, yet carrying an undeniable sense of triumph. A loss is a loss. Don't make excuses. Outside, the crowd was still fervently discussing. But inside the Tianfu Tower, he had already reached the 9th floor. Each floor before this had felt like an absurd exam. Answering questions, solving riddles, bizarre and peculiar challenges, everything was thrown at him. For instance, how do you turn a regular drink into a large one? A normal person would think, of course, just order a large size. But the correct answer was to recite a passage from the Great Compassion Mantra. Or, who is Curry's mother? Such questions would leave anyone utterly baffled. Yet Bai Yi, relying on his omniscience, managed to answer all these absurd questions. The answer, surprisingly, was Curry Mama. At that moment, Bai Yi felt as if his brain had been repeatedly ground into the dirt. His journey, so far, wasn't just about luck. It was more about the hints provided by his omniscience. Though the process was torturous, the results were worth it. From the 1st floor to the 9th, he had already gained 50 all-attribute points and 50 skill points. This progress was like a rocket shooting upward, but the real challenge was just beginning. The 10th floor. Bai Yi took a deep breath and stepped forward. This time, the space before him was no longer empty. What appeared before him was a dilapidated palace. Dust constantly fell from the ceiling, and the walls were severely cracked, making the entire palace look as if it could collapse at any moment. At the center of the palace, on a high platform, stood an iron throne. On the throne sat a shadowy figure. The person's face was indistinct, their figure unclear, their entire being shrouded in a layer of hazy shadow. Bai Yi stared at them for a few seconds, and only 4 words came to mind: playing tricks. But in the next moment, his expression changed, because the omniscient and omnipotent ability couldn't see through this person. Name? Occupation. Attributes. omniscient and omnipotent. Can't figure it out, and I don't want to ask too much. Bai Yi's heart sank. This was the first time his omniscient and omnipotent ability had completely failed. If the guards hadn't already mentioned that even if you were killed in the Tianfu Tower, you wouldn't truly die, you might have already turned around and fled. This was too eerie. You've come, the shadow spoke. I come, Bai instinctively replied. You shouldn't have come. He awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth. I really shouldn't have come, he said. So, how about you open a door, and I'll leave right now? The shadow didn't respond to this, only saying faintly, since you're here, then give it a try. Their voice was neither male nor female, devoid of emotion, as if filtered through a layer of static, sounding strange. Yet oddly enough, he could vaguely sense that this person bore no obvious malice toward him. All right, he stared at them. How do I try? Hit me, and you pass, the shadow said, then unexpectedly chuckled before standing up from the throne. He was slightly stunned and confirmed again. Just hit you, and I pass. Yes. The shadow hadn't even finished speaking when, in the next second, they were already in front of Bai. Their speed was so fast it felt like teleportation. Bai's eyes lit up, and he raised his hand to strike. He was even starting to feel smug. Don't forget, as long as he was alone, he was invincible. Even if the opponent was a god, they'd still have to take this punch. But just as he thought he was about to pass easily, his body suddenly lost control. After a familiar flicker, he was forcibly sent right in front of the shadow. Bai froze. What the? His eyes widened in disbelief. What was going on? This shadow could actually use his skill too? How is that possible? Countless thoughts flashed through Bai's mind in an instant. His skill was given by the system, wasn't it? How could this person use it too? The shadow seemed to see through his shock and chuckled softly. Not a bad strategy. Trying to sneak attack while I'm talking is indeed a good idea. Their tone was calm, yet carried a kind of supreme confidence. But surely you don't really think you can beat me like this, do you? Bai's expression darkened completely. This shadow was absurdly strong. Not only could they react in an incredibly short time, but they could also use the same abilities as him. This kind of pressure was unprecedented. What made it worse was that Yunji Yuli couldn't be used right now. As for Balai, he quickly calculated in his mind. With the shadow's strength, even if Balai were summoned, it would just mean one more person to get beaten up. Useless. Completely useless. So how could he possibly touch them? He began to think rapidly. The shadow didn't rush him, just stood there as if giving him time. After a while, the shadow finally spoke leisurely. Take your time to think, no rush. But I'll only give you 3 chances. Counting that last. Attempt, you have 2 left. He gritted his teeth in frustration. This guy was too arrogant. But he also knew that normal methods wouldn't work at all. If a single skill wasn't enough, then he'd have to try a combination. An idea suddenly flashed through Bai's mind. Since there were still 2 chances left, why not take a gamble? With that thought, he smirked coldly. You're strong. In that case, I'll have to show my true strength. The shadow stood at a safe distance, watching him with a hint of amusement in their tone. Begin your performance. He looked at the entrance ahead, hesitated for a few seconds, and ultimately decided to leave. This trip into the tower had already earned him enough. More importantly, he had a faint intuition in his heart. Now was not the best time for him to continue charging upward. If he waited until his level was higher and his preparations more thorough, returning to challenge the tower would yield even greater rewards. He had considered this point. When it came to climbing the tower, forcing his way through at a low level versus returning at a higher level might have similar difficulty, but the rewards would never be the same. Especially with a trial tower like this, the further one progressed, the more it emphasized foundation and strength. He had already gained plenty for now, and continuing to stubbornly push forward would be unwise. Moreover, Xia Kelly's name had given him a hint. On that crystal monument, Xia Kelly had clearly advanced quite far, yet she had stopped at the 20th floor. With her talent and strength, it was impossible for her to be unable to pass the 20th floor. The only explanation was that she had also figured out the logic behind this, understanding when to advance and when to retreat was the smartest choice. Thinking of this, Bai Yi became even more certain. He wasn't lacking in drive, but he also didn't want to be someone who blindly charged ahead without strategy. So he chose to exit. The next second, the light and shadows before him twisted. When Bai Yi opened his eyes again, he was stunned. He had originally thought the outside would still be the orderly, quiet scene of people lining up to enter the tower. But reality was completely different. As soon as he stepped out, he was surrounded by a dense crowd, layer upon layer of people all around him. Some were standing, some were sitting, some were snacking on sunflower seeds, others were holding drinks, and some had even brought small stools, listening intently. The most absurd part was that there was a young man standing at the front, storytelling, surrounded by a crowd listening more attentively than if they were just watching the commotion. For a moment, he wondered if he had come to the wrong place. This scene looked more like a street-side tea gathering than the exit of a trial tower. What surprised him even more was that above everyone's head floated a number. Some were around 50, others around 70, and the numbers even changed color. The deeper the green, the less they liked him. The deeper the red, the more they liked him. Bai scanned the crowd and immediately understood. This must be the effect of his new talent. However, the scene before him was a bit too straightforward. Most of the men's numbers were green, while most of the women's were red. If someone didn't know better, they might really think he had stolen all these men's women. As soon as this thought crossed Bai Yi's mind, he found it amusing. But before he could think further, someone in the crowd noticed him. Bai Yi is out. That shout instantly silenced the surroundings. The next moment, all eyes turned toward him. Standing in the center of the crowd, Bai Yi, dressed in white, stood tall with a clean and sharp demeanor. His face was already striking, and coupled with the faint edge he carried from just exiting the tower, he stood out even more. In the next second, the gazes of the surrounding women changed. Some had stars in their eyes, while others blushed. Strong, handsome, capable. A man like this was naturally captivating, especially in a world where strength was paramount. Power itself was the most direct form of attraction. No one cared solely about appearances. What mattered more was whether you had the qualifications to stand at the forefront. Ahem, Bai Yi, come over here. Qin Tianfu lightly coughed. His voice wasn't loud, but it immediately restored order. Although the women were still reluctant, they didn't dare act out. After all, both Qin Tianfu and Xiao Kaiga were present, and no one dared to be too presumptuous. Bai Yi glanced in Qin Tianfu's direction, already understanding in his heart. The earlier commotion wasn't just because he had exited the tower, but also because he was no longer someone who could be easily overlooked. Standing here now, he commanded attention and even caution from many. And this was just the beginning. Bai Yi finally let out a breath of relief. The overly enthusiastic pursuit of those women had been a bit overwhelming for him just now. He quickly ran to Qin Tianfu's side and lowered his voice to ask, "Why are you here?" Qin Tianfu didn't answer directly. He first glanced at him, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. "Mind your manners. Come, let me introduce you. This is Commander-in-Chief of the Western Military District, Xiao Kaiga." Bai Yi immediately stood up straight and saluted seriously. "Student Bai Yi, greetings to Commander Xiao." Xiao Kaiga sized him up for a moment, then nodded with a smile. "Not bad. Truly the star of this year's Tianjin University. I heard you challenged the tower. Can you tell me what kind of trials you encountered inside?" Soldiers always spoke directly. He disliked beating around the bush. But he didn't hold back either and replied frankly. "The first 9 levels were all QA. On the 10th level, I encountered a shadow and fought with it." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tianfu's expression changed drastically. He grabbed Bai Yi's shoulder abruptly. "A shadow? The shadow you saw, was it inside a palace?" Bai Yi was stunned for a moment. "How do you know?" Suspicion arose in his heart. Could that shadow have some special origin? Qin Tianfu didn't answer immediately. His expression turned grave as he said, "Come, let's talk somewhere else." The next second, he grabbed Xiao Kaiga with one hand and Bai Yi with the other. With a single step, the three of them vanished from the spot. The crowd watching nearby was dumbfounded. They only saw a gust of wind sweep by, and the three living people disappeared without a trace. Everyone was inwardly shocked. This was Qin Tianfu's power. His movement was like teleportation. By the time Bai Yi regained his senses, he was already standing in Qin Tianfu's office. The room was quiet, but the atmosphere was heavy. Qiu Kaiga was the first to speak. Old Qin, what exactly is the origin of that shadow? Although he wasn't as exaggerated as Bai Yi, he had also climbed to the 40th level. Yet, from start to finish, he had never encountered any shadow. So, like Bai Yi, he waited for Qin Tianfu's explanation. Qin Tianfu sat on the sofa, slowly picked up a teacup, and said in a deep voice, "I can't say for certain what that shadow is. However, when this tower was first discovered years ago, I went in once and encountered it as well." He paused here, as if recalling a memory he was reluctant to revisit. And then, Qiu Kaiga pressed. Bai Yi thought for a moment and directly interjected. "And then, you got beaten up by it." Qin Tianfu. Qiu Kaiga. Qin Tianfu sighed, not angry, but instead chuckled self-deprecatingly. "You're not wrong, kid. Back then, although my strength wasn't as great as it is now, I was already at the Emperor level. Yet even so, I couldn't last 3 moves against it." "What?" Qiu Kaiga shot to his feet, his face full of shock. He knew better than anyone what an Emperor-level powerhouse represented. That was the pinnacle of human combat strength, someone capable of bearing the fate of an entire race. Yet such a person couldn't withstand 3 moves from a shadow. This defied all logic. If news of this got out, it would throw all of Huaxia into chaos. No wonder Qin Tianfu had been so eager to take them away earlier. This was indeed not something to be discussed publicly. Compared to Qiu Kaiga's shock, Bai Yi was also surprised but quickly pieced things together. He knew that his own omniscience and omnipotence had been completely ineffective against that shadow. That was the truly terrifying part. Qin Tianfu being defeated was at least understandable. But for omniscience and omnipotence to fail to see through the opponent, it meant that the shadow's level was far beyond their imagination. Bai Yi frowned and asked, "Then what do you think that shadow is?" Qin Tianfu took a sip of tea to moisten his throat and continued, "Later, I was unconvinced, so I had a few of my colleagues go in and try as well. And the result? As expected, every first-timer who entered encountered that shadow and got beaten up. But strangely, on their second entry, no one ever saw it again." He paused, his gaze growing even deeper. "So, the few of us came to a conclusion. That shadow is very likely the spirit of the Tianfu Tower, and only by completing its trial can one possibly meet it a second time." Bai Yi's expression froze instantly. If this were said outside, it would be earth-shattering news. It could even be considered one of the secrets China least wanted to be uncovered. The top 10 powerhouses were all defeated by a mysterious tower spirit? That was simply absurd. Bai Yi even worried that after Qin Tianfu revealed this, he might silence them directly. Not just him. Qiu Kaiga's face had also turned pale. He sat there, staring blankly, as if suddenly unsure whether he should have heard this. Only one thought remained in his mind. After hearing such a massive secret today, can I still leave this room alive? Qin Tianfu, however, seemed to see through their thoughts and laughed heartily. "Relax, we've studied this tower spirit long ago. It bears no malice toward humans. Otherwise, why would everyone who passes its trial receive a reward?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Bai Yi with a hint of curiosity in his expression. "So, Bai Yi, did you pass the shadow's trial or not?" Bai Yi was silent for a moment, his expression somewhat odd. "I don't dare say." Hearing this, Qin Tianfu waved his hand dismissively. "What are you afraid of? Embarrassment is just embarrassment. Isn't it just getting beaten up? We've all been through it. It's no big deal." Bai Yi glanced at him. "Then should I really say it?" "Say it." Qin Tianfu picked up his teacup and took a leisurely sip. He hadn't even considered the possibility that Bai Yi could pass. He knew better than anyone how abnormal that shadow was. For first-timers, getting thoroughly beaten was practically a rule. But in the next second, The tea in his mouth sprayed out, directly hitting Chiyo Kaiga's face. Because Bai calmly said, "I slapped it." The room instantly fell into a terrifying silence. Bai had just been teleported back to the entrance of Tianfu Tower. Before he could steady his footing, he saw a familiar red figure walking toward him. Suruoxi. She had clearly dressed up today, her clothes clean and neat. Standing there, she resembled a quiet yet scorching flame. The moment Bai saw her, his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Affection level, 105 points. Looking at the number, Bai could barely suppress the smile tugging at his lips. This woman truly cared about him, and not just a little. Suruoxi approached, first scanning Bai up and down to confirm he wasn't injured. Only then did her tense expression relax slightly. She didn't immediately ask about the outcome, but instead lowered her voice and said, "You were in there for so long. I thought something had happened." Her words sounded calm, but Bai could tell she was genuinely worried. The trace of pride in his heart was instantly replaced by an indescribable warmth. What could happen? Bai fine a relayed simile. I'm tough, and my luck is even tougher. Not only did I come out unscathed, but I also gained quite a bit. Suruoxi stared at him for 2 seconds, as if judging whether he was lying. Bai felt a bit guilty under her gaze and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, why are you waiting for me here?" "I've been here the whole time," Suruoxi said lightly. Bai was stunned. Those 4 words were soft, yet they struck his heart like a stone, creating ripples that spread outward. He had initially thought Suruoxi had a slight fondness for him, but now he realized that this fondness was far from slight. She wasn't just passing by or casually showing concern. She was seriously waiting for him. Bai suddenly felt conflicted. On one hand, he felt proud. On the other, he felt pressured. Having more people like him was undoubtedly a good thing. But the more this happened, the clearer he needed to be about what he should do. When it comes to emotions, the scariest thing isn't that no one likes you, but knowing someone is sincere and still treating it as a chip to flaunt at will. That's too hurtful and irresponsible. But he put away the joking expression on his face and adopted a more serious tone. "Have I kept you waiting long?" Suruoxi shook her head. "Not long." Her voice was still soft, but her gaze had become noticeably gentler than before. Bai looked at her and suddenly realized something. This woman, who usually appeared calm, restrained, and even a bit distant, would unconsciously reveal a hint of genuine emotion whenever she stood in front of him. She would worry, care, and wait for him. And all these changes were because of him. This realization made Bai's heart warm, but he didn't step forward immediately. He knew very well that emotions couldn't be resolved with a few pretty words. At moments like this, one couldn't afford to be careless. If someone is willing to wait for you, you must respond with equal sincerity. "I just got something very important inside," Bai said slowly. "From now on, I might get even busier." "Getting stronger?" Suruoxi asked. "Yes." Bai nodded. "And it'll happen quickly." He didn't overpromise, but his meaning was clear. The current situation wasn't easy. The trials of the Tianfu Tower were just the beginning, and the shadow was merely an entry point. The real trouble often lay hidden deeper. He could feel that something was closing in, and he had to be faster than it. Suruoxi didn't press for details. She simply looked at Bai quietly and then asked, "What about me?" Bai froze for a moment. "Will you always move forward alone?" she continued. Her question was soft, but it struck Bai's heart directly. He was silent for a few seconds before smiling slightly. "If I could, of course, I wouldn't want to be alone." Suruoxi's gaze shifted slightly. He didn't make his words too explicit, but the meaning was clear enough. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And now he was beginning to understand that what truly mattered wasn't just strength, but also the people willing to walk this path with him. At that moment, a sudden rush of hurried footsteps came from a distance. Bai. The person arrived, panting and looking anxious, as if they had just received bad news. Bai and Suruoxi turned to look simultaneously. The person rushed over, pale-faced, and their first words instantly changed the atmosphere. "Something's happened." Bai returned home and collapsed directly on his bed. Today's trial had been incredibly rewarding. Attribute points, skill points, reward cards, they were piling up so much that his head was spinning. He first allocated all 60 attribute points. Strength, speed, constitution, and spirit were all enhanced, and his overall state improved significantly. But what truly stumped him was the remaining 75 skill points. These skill points had to be spent wisely. He stared at his current skills and began to think carefully. The first skill had to be upgraded as a priority. He used it too frequently, and it could save his life in critical moments. As for the other two, one leaned toward control and the other toward support. One made it harder for others to defend against him, while the other improved his survival and counterattack capabilities. After pondering for a while, he ultimately decided to enhance the most practical one first. Soon, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, 30 skill points deducted successfully. Guardian arrival, LV1, LV2. Force control duration increased from 3 seconds 5 seconds to. Bai's eyes lit up. 3 seconds to 5 seconds. Though it was just an additional 2 seconds, it was enough to accomplish a lot in combat. Next, he continued to invest the remaining skill points. Congratulations, 30 skill points deducted successfully. Charisma rules, LV1, LV2. Restriction level increased from greater than 10 levels greater than 15 levels. Judgment range increased from 10 meters, 200 meters to. Looking at this notification, he finally felt a bit more at ease. The upgrade to this skill is extremely practical. Previously, it could only take effect within a very short range, but now it has been extended to 200 meters. This means that in many situations, he can respond more flexibly in the future without having to get right up in someone's face to have a chance. After finishing all this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he knew in his heart that the most important thing was still ahead. This trial had finally allowed him to accumulate enough to draw a new skill. Bai straightened his posture, a trace of anticipation flashing in his eyes. All right, let's see what I can draw this time. Ding. Please choose one of the following 3 skills. Option 1. Look at my anywhere door. After activating the skill, you can consume energy to travel to any place in the world. However, the location you appear in is random. Option 2. Practice makes perfect. After using the skill, you activate 3 hours of practice time. During the skill's effect, as long as you are alone, everything you do will yield twice the results with half the effort. Option 3. To get rich, chop trees first. After activating the skill, within a limited time, chopping trees will earn you a large amount of gold coins. If you're lucky, you might even get additional rewards. He looked at the 3 skills, his breathing slowing for a moment. The first one seemed like a life-saving trump card. At critical moments, he could run, hide, or even appear anywhere. Although the landing point was random, if used well, the chances of survival would increase significantly. The second one felt more like a growth-oriented skill. When alone, efficiency would double, whether for training or learning, greatly enhancing progress. The third one was the most straightforward: chopping trees to make money. It sounded simple and crude, even a bit absurd, but for Bai, something that could produce immediate results was often the most valuable. He was silent for a few seconds, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. This time, he wanted to choose a skill that could truly change the game. He stared at the newly available abilities in his hand, his heart racing. He felt a bit of regret. If he had known, he would have saved up more divine power before drawing a skill. But it was too late to say anything now. He was reluctant to give up any of the skills. The first skill was practically a spatial ability. As long as energy was consumed, he could instantly reach the place he wanted to go, regardless of distance or any restrictions in between. The only issue was that the landing point might be random. The second skill was even more outrageous. As long as he acted alone, everything he did would double in effectiveness. Learning would be faster, practice more efficient, and even eating, resting, and the satisfaction and joy he gained would multiply. The third skill was also quite exaggerated. As long as he chopped trees, he could earn a large amount of gold coins. It was like creating money out of thin air, with the added chance of obtaining special rewards. Although he didn't know what the rewards were, the effect alone was already shocking. The more Bai thought about it, the more conflicted he became. This system seemed to be quite generous. He had originally worried that he might draw some useless trash skill. But now it seemed that, so far, every skill had been very strong, with none being truly worthless. Forget it. I'll take the first one. Bai quickly made his decision. A spatial ability was always a safe bet. If he ever encountered danger or an emergency, this skill could prove extremely useful. Soon, his personal information appeared before his eyes. Name, by E-level, LV6, experience, 2500/3600 class, passerby talent, omniscient and omnipotent. No information can be hidden from you. Your eyes can see all concealed information, and you always manage to obtain some special intelligence, strength, 119 stamina, 119 agility, 119 spirit, 119 skills, guards protect. Me, LV2, looks are justice, LV2, dad's here, LV1. Look at my anywhere door, LV1. Divine power, 900 point skill points, 15 points by E. Then looked at the description of the new skill.name. Look at my anywhere door level, LV1 grade. Energy, 100 points effect. Silently recite the line to summon the anywhere door. Before opening the door, think clearly about the destination in your mind. The more specific, the better. This allows you to bypass restrictions and go directly to the location. If you open the door without deciding on a destination, you may end up in an unknown area. Consumption. Energy consumption varies depending on the distance and destination. Note, energy naturally recovers, with 5 points restored every hour. Then let's give it a try. Bai's eyes flickered as he immediately activated the skill. In the next second, a pink door appeared out of thin air before him. He looked at the door, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It really resembled the kind of door he remembered. Bai reached out to grasp the handle, quickly thought of a destination in his mind, and then pushed the door open and stepped inside. In the next moment, the scene before him changed abruptly. He found himself in a misty place surrounded by clouds. The air carried a damp moisture, and he could clearly hear the sound of flowing water nearby. Bai froze for a moment. Water sounds? Mist? A not-so-good thought instantly flashed through his mind. Oh no! This feeling was too reminiscent of those places where things were most likely to go wrong in the past. Almost instinctively, he wanted to turn around and leave, but it was already too late. Who is it? A cold yet surprised voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a fair hand grabbed his shoulder. Not forcefully, but just enough to keep him from moving. Bai slowly turned his head. The mist was too thick for him to see much, only a faint outline vaguely visible ahead. It was precisely this slight blur that made his heart race even more. And in that instant, he finally realized he might have truly intruded into a place he shouldn't have. Bai. Upon hearing his name, Su Ruashi was visibly stunned. She glanced at the suddenly appearing door and quickly understood what had happened. Bai then realized he had no way to escape and could only muster an awkward smile. Ruashi, I didn't expect you to have such a good figure. As soon as he said that, the air fell silent. Su Ruashi froze for a second, then looked down at herself, her face instantly turning bright red. In the next moment, she exploded. Bai, get out of here! 5 minutes later, Bai stood outside the bathroom, so embarrassed he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Su Ruashi had already changed into her pajamas, her cheeks still tinged with lingering redness. She crossed her arms, clearly still angry. Bai had no choice but to start explaining. It was really an accident. I just wanted to test out a new skill and didn't expect to be transported here. An accident? Su Ruashi sneered, her eyes full of suspicion. This accident is way too coincidental, isn't it? You just happened to catch me while I was bathing, just as you learn a new skill. And when you use the skill, you just happen to end up in my bathroom. Her voice grew louder as she spoke, her anger escalating. And that's not all. Our house clearly has 3 bathrooms. Yet you didn't end up in any of the others. Only the one I was using. Bai was momentarily speechless. This situation was indeed too coincidental, so much so that even he found it absurd. But he also knew that no matter how much he explained now, it would all sound like excuses. So he simply gave up. All right, I won't pretend anymore. Suruwashi raised an eyebrow at him. Pretend about what? He took a deep breath, as if preparing for something monumental. I just wanted to see you. Suruwashi was stunned. He looked at her, his tone becoming even more straightforward. I'm interested in you. Bai's words left Suruwashi completely speechless. Her face turned red in an instant, and her voice softened. I don't care. You've seen it, so you have to take responsibility. To her, this wasn't something that could be brushed off lightly. She was a girl who cared deeply about her reputation and boundaries. Even if Bai hadn't done it intentionally, the fact remained that he had seen her. She couldn't get past it. Bai, of course, did not shirk responsibility, because he could clearly feel that Suruwashi's affection for him had not decreased but had actually grown stronger. To be honest, he wasn't entirely unmoved. A girl like Suruwashi, beautiful and capable, would hardly leave anyone indifferent. Bai was no exception. But what attracted him wasn't just her appearance. More importantly, Suruwashi was genuine. She wasn't the kind of girl who threw tantrums or caused trouble over trivial matters. During their time together, Bai could sense that she had her own opinions but wasn't overbearing to the point of suffocation. Most of the time, she respected his decisions and didn't cling to him unnecessarily. This personality suited him perfectly. Bai stood up, deliberately tugged at his clothes, and spoke in a relaxed tone, as if joking. All right, then you can look back at me. That way we're even. Suruwashi was stunned. What nonsense are you talking about? Bai raised an eyebrow. What else? How do you want me to make it up to you? You don't really expect me to offer myself, do you? Shameless. Suruwashi's face turned even redder, and she quickly changed the subject. But in truth, she wasn't actually angry. On the contrary, she had always wanted to clarify their relationship. However, she could also tell that Bai wasn't someone who could be easily pressured into making decisions. She didn't want to use this incident to push him, nor did she want their relationship to feel like it was taking advantage of a vulnerable moment. So, she just felt a little disappointed, a little aggrieved. But as she lowered her head, lost in thought, the next second, Bai was already standing in front of her. Before she could react, a warm kiss landed on her lips. Suruoxi froze completely. Her eyes widened as she looked at Bai, who was so close, her mind going blank. But she didn't pull away, nor did she push him away. Instead, after a brief moment of shock, she slowly raised her hands and embraced him. This wasn't an impulsive act. It was the answer she had hidden in her heart all along, finally finding an outlet. After a long time, they separated. Suruwashi's face was burning red. Even the tips of her ears were flushed. Bai looked at her and couldn't help but laugh. Is this enough to make up for it? You stopped joking around. Suruwashi lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Her heart was beating so fast that she could hear it herself. But there was only one question in her mind. Bai had kissed her, but he hadn't officially confessed. So what were they now? Were they naturally together just like that? Or should she take the initiative and bring it up first? While she hesitated, Bai had already taken her hand and looked at her seriously. Ruashi, let's be together. Suruwashi pursed her lips and muttered softly. Who confesses after kissing someone? That's what she said, but in her heart, she didn't feel the slightest bit of resistance. She just thought this guy was really taking advantage of her. Bai chuckled and deliberately followed her lead. Then I'll take that as a yes. Suruwashi lowered her head and let out a soft hum. Lucky you. After saying that, she seemed to remember something and quickly changed the subject. That new skill of yours, can it really take you anywhere? Of course. Bai waved his hand, and a portal appeared instantly. I was just about to head home. Do you want to come with me? This ability was very convenient. There were no time or number of people restrictions, making it almost like a portable teleportation gate. The only issue was that if he used another skill while the portal was active, it would disappear. But taking Suruwashi home with him was no problem at all. All right, Wait for me. I'll go change. Suruwashi turned and went back to her room. Bai stayed where he was, reopening the portal and starting to locate his home address. He felt the energy consumption and couldn't help but sigh softly. This time it's actually 30 energy points. Not cheap, but it was acceptable. After all, the distance was far, and it was already 8 p.m. Returning home to rest for the night would naturally restore his energy by the next day. The IT would be a pity to waste it. Not long after, Suruwashi came out wearing a beautiful dress. She looked calm and gentle, completely different from her earlier flustered and shy demeanor. Shall we go? Bai glanced at her from head to toe and smiled. How come I never noticed how beautiful you are before? This wasn't just a casual compliment. The same dress, worn at different times, could give off a completely different impression. Perhaps this was the influence of emotions. When someone holds a special place in your heart, even just standing there, they seem to radiate light. But he didn't dwell on it further. He took Suruwashi's hand and led her through the door. In the next second, their figures disappeared from where they stood. Meanwhile, in Dongwu City, in the bathroom of Baiyi's family villa, a pink door silently appeared. Inside the bathroom, you see, I told you this door always likes to appear in the bathroom, Baiyi explained with a wry smile. Although he and Suruwashi had already confirmed their relationship, he still felt the need to clarify this matter. It was truly just an accident. This door is so strange. Suruwashi finally believed him this time. The first time it appeared in the bathroom, it could be dismissed as a coincidence. But for it to happen a second time, that was definitely not normal. She finally realized just how extraordinary Baiyi's abilities were. It was like instant teleportation, crossing tens of thousands of miles in just a second. It was beyond her imagination. Wait here for me. I'm going to surprise my parents, Baiyi said with a mischievous grin. He walked to the door, pressed his ear against it to listen for any sounds outside, and only after confirming that his parents weren't on the second floor did he gently open the door and sneak out. But just as he reached the staircase, he heard a strange noise coming from downstairs, along with intermittent voices. Zheng Ping, honey, slower, not there. Bai Zongheng, hang in there, dear. It'll be over soon. I need to speed up. Just hold on. Zheng Ping, slower, or it'll break. Bai froze in place. His mind was instantly flooded with all sorts of inappropriate thoughts. Oh no, did he come back at the worst possible time? If he went downstairs now, the so-called surprise might turn into a shock. Thinking of this, Bai turned around, intending to escape through the window. But in the next second, he stepped on a loose wooden plank. Creak! The sound was particularly jarring. Who's upstairs? Baiyi's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, oh no. Now he was probably going to be dealt with by his parents. He was utterly speechless, cursing the person who built this villa countless times in his mind. This was a new house. How could there already be loose floorboards? But just as he was about to resign himself to his fate, he suddenly saw what was happening downstairs. What Bai Zongheng was holding wasn't anything inappropriate. It was a hammer. Bai was stunned. This was completely different from what he had imagined. When Bai Zongheng looked up and saw him, he was momentarily surprised before asking, Son, why are you back? Bai was so embarrassed he wanted to crawl into a hole. He could only muster the courage to say, I miss you guys too much, so I came back to visit. Oh, by the way, Ruashi is here too. As he spoke, he gestured upstairs, signaling Suruwashi to come out of the room. Suruwashi stepped out and politely greeted, Hello, uncle. Oh, Ruashi is here too. Bai Zongheng immediately brightened up and called downstairs. Honey, shout, he brought his girlfriend home. When Suruwashi heard the words girlfriend, her face instantly turned red. She was indeed Baiyi's girlfriend now, but hearing Baiyi's parents say it so directly still made her shy. The two of them followed Bai Zongheng downstairs. In the living room, several photo frames are displayed, all filled with family portraits. He looked at the photo frames and finally realized what was going on. The knocking sounds downstairs earlier weren't what he had thought. It turned out they were hanging photo frames. He slapped his forehead, feeling both amused and exasperated. What a big misunderstanding this had been. Ruashi is here. Zheng Ping greeted her with a smile as she approached. Hello, Annie. Su Ruashi quickly greeted her. Come, sit, sit, Zhang Ping said warmly, taking her hand and guiding her to the sofa. She asked with concern, how did you two get back from school? Do you even need to ask? Bai Zongheng replied matter-of-factly. It must be that our son has learned some new trick again. He was no longer surprised by such things. After all, earlier that afternoon, he had called him over once. Although it was just for a moment, the feeling of being suddenly pulled away still lingered in his memory. The oppressive sensation brought by that dark shadow had also left a deep impression on him. Now it seemed that his son must have won and gained a new ability. See, Dad knows me best, Bai said with a proud smile. That's right, your son has learned a brand new skill again. Zheng Ping smiled and turned to Su Ruashi. Ruashi, it's so late today. Why don't you stay here for the night? We have plenty of rooms. Or, if you'd like to stay with Xiao Yi, that's fine too. Bai Zongheng chimed in, yes, and if you're worried about your parents, I can call them to explain. Su Ruashi quickly waved her hands and politely declined, thank you, uncle and auntie, but I'd still like to go back and check in. Standing to the side, Bai tried to interject, can someone pay attention to me for a second? His parents responded in unison, shut up and go play somewhere else. Bai was speechless. He suddenly felt like an extra in the scene. Happiness, it seemed, had never belonged to him. Watching Su Ruashi chatting and laughing with his parents, he could only squat silently in a corner, drawing circles on the floor. After a while, it was about time. Su Ruashi stood up to say goodbye. Uncle, Auntie, I'll head back now. I'll come visit you again tomorrow. Come over for dinner tomorrow night. Zhang Ping immediately said enthusiastically. Yes, Bai Zongheng added, why not invite your parents too? I met your father once before, and I thought we got along quite well. Overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, Su Ruashi quietly tugged at Bai's pant leg, seeking his help. Seeing this, Bai had no choice but to step in and mediate. All right, she rarely gets to go home. Let's talk about it next time. With that, he raised his hand and summoned a portal. I'll take Ruashi home first. Before his parents could say another word, he pulled Su Ruashi along and stepped through the portal. In the next second, the two of them disappeared from the room. This time, he didn't choose the original destination. He didn't take Su Ruashi directly to her home. Instead, they walked side by side into the alley where he had beaten Su Wei last time. The night was quiet, and the moonlight fell on the walls, stretching their shadows long. As they walked, he suddenly stopped, turned his head to look at her, and spoke with a mischievous smile in his voice. Do you remember this place? Last time, I beat up your brother here. Why were you laughing back then? Su Ruashi was momentarily stunned, then smiled softly. Back then, I heard him say you were my suitor, but you didn't deny it, so I thought. She didn't finish her sentence, but her smile deepened. In truth, she had been interested in Bai for a long time. At first, it might have just been curiosity, but being curious about someone is often the beginning of liking them, especially back in the dungeon, when Bai, despite having only F-level potential, had repeatedly left a deep impression on her. At that time, she knew this man was different from the others. After hearing her response, Bai deliberately dragged out his words, wearing a smug expression. Oh, so you were already into me back then? I was not. Su Ruashi immediately retorted, her ears quietly turning red. Stop talking nonsense. Your mouth denies it, but your heart doesn't think so, Bai continued teasing her. Su Ruashi glared at him but wasn't truly angry. Instead, she suddenly stopped walking and looked at him seriously. What about you? When did you start liking me? Bai paused, his gaze turning serious as well. Want to know the answer? So Ruoxi nadith. Then kiss me first, and I'll tell you. Her face heated up, but she still stood on tiptoe and lightly touched his cheek. Now you can tell me. Bai chuckled softly, putting away his usual playful demeanor, his eyes softening. If I said I liked you from the first time we met, that would definitely be a lie, he said. But if I had to pick a moment, it would probably be the last time we faced Chu Liang. He paused, his tone gradually deepening. At that time, you were clearly scared too, but you still told me to go first. You didn't treat me as someone who needed protection. Instead, You put life and death ahead of me. Bai lowered his head slightly, leaning closer, his voice deep and resolute. From that moment on, I knew you were the one for me in this lifetime. Suruwashi stared at him in a daze, her heart beating faster. She had always remembered that day. The oppressive feeling Chu Yang brought, the fear of death closing in, and Bai Yi's confident words, "Welcome to my world, little princess." Those words sounded a bit arrogant, even pretentious. But in moments like that, they were the most heart-stirring. Because what truly moves people is never the words themselves, but whether the person saying them genuinely has the confidence and courage to stand in front of her and shield her from a storm. Suruwashi gently tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing two shallow dimples. "All right, I'll walk you this far," she said softly. "Otherwise, my parents will definitely try to keep you at home later." "Okay," Bai responded, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Suruwashi saw through his hesitation and immediately spoke. "Don't worry, I'll tell my parents I came back with my teacher." She knew Bai didn't want to reveal his cards. Especially this time, he hadn't even brought Zhang Daxian with him, just to minimize the number of people who knew. The fewer people aware of such matters, the safer it was. Bai glanced at her, feeling a warmth in his heart. "Thanks." Suruwashi smiled at him, then turned and left. Bai stood in place, watching her back until she disappeared into the distance. Only then did he raise his hand to summon the arbitrary door and return home. After several tests, he had already figured out the energy consumption rules of the arbitrary door. For same-city teleportation, it usually only required one energy point. But if the target location was somewhere he hadn't been before or a private space belonging to someone else, the consumption would increase significantly. For example, Suruwashi's home. If he teleported directly there, it would consume 10 energy points. But if he only teleported to the nearby street corner, the consumption would be much lower. This indicated that the arbitrary door's judgment was related to spatial ownership. Places like bank vaults were likely governed by the same principle. If the door was opened face-to-face, the consumption would be even lower. When he returned home, the arbitrary door opened directly into the living room. As Bai stepped out, he saw Bai Zongheng and Zheng Ping sitting there, as if they had been waiting for him. Bai Zongheng held a glass of beer, smiling meaningfully. "Son, is there something you want to tell us?" Zheng Ping grabbed Bai Yi's hand and pressed him onto the sofa, her eyes full of curiosity. "Come on, how far have you and Ruashi progressed? Mom could tell from the way she looked at you last time that something's up." Hearing this, Bai immediately realized this topic couldn't continue. If they kept asking, the night would never end. So he quickly changed the subject. "Let's not focus on that for now. This time, I really made a splash at school. Now, I'm an assistant researcher and an assistant teacher too." "What?" Bai Zongheng was stunned. Assistant researcher? Assistant teacher? These two terms clearly caught their attention immediately. Bai saw their reaction and smiled smugly. "Simply put, I'm already half a teacher now." "Stop it." Bai Zongheng shook his head repeatedly, laughing in disbelief. "You're just a freshman who just started school. How could you possibly be a teacher? Are you joking about your parents now?" "Not exactly a real teacher. More like a substitute," Bai explained. "When it comes to fighting, I'll admit you have some skills," Bai Zongheng said, taking a sip of his drink, still sounding unconvinced. "If you made a stir with your fists, I wouldn't be surprised at all. But teaching? I just don't buy it." He knew his son too well. Bai Yi's capabilities were crystal clear to him. Bai Yi rolled his eyes, about to continue explaining, but the atmosphere in the room had already heated up because of this matter. Bai Yi froze in place, completely stiffened. Just moments ago, he thought he was about to hear some earth-shattering secret, like a hidden identity, a family blood feud, or some terrifying truth he had to face. Instead, his father wore a serious expression. His mother looked troubled. The tension in the room was palpable, and then they finally blurted out one sentence. "Your mom is pregnant." Bai opened his mouth, but couldn't react for a long time. "That's it." His eye twitched, almost losing his composure on the spot. Seeing his expression, Bai Zongheng immediately glared at him. "What kind of reaction is that? If this isn't a big deal, then what is?" Your mom is already at her age, and now she's pregnant again. Do you think this is a small matter? Zheng Ping also lowered her head, her voice somewhat muffled. I originally didn't want to tell you so early, afraid you wouldn't be able to accept it. Bai Yi was silent for 2 seconds, then slowly exhaled. The tension he had felt earlier seemed to shatter like glass. To be honest, he had indeed overthought it. No mysterious lineage, no hidden bloodline, no grand destiny, none of that. All there was the fact that the family was about to welcome another child. But as he calmed down, he suddenly realized something. While this matter wasn't as dramatic as he'd imagined, it was indeed no small thing for this family. His parents were no longer young. The family was already not well off, and now, with another child, the pressure would only increase. Looking at them, the slight disappointment in Bai Yi's heart was quickly replaced by another emotion. It wasn't false joy, but rather a sense of relief. At least his parents weren't hiding anything shameful from him. At least his family was still the same family. He smiled and his tone softened. I thought it was something big. You scare me. Bai Zongheng's face darkened even more upon hearing this. You don't think this is a big deal? You're really getting more and more heartless. Zheng Ping also felt a bit embarrassed by his words and reached out to pat Bai Zongheng. Say less and let the child finish speaking first. Bai Yi waved his hand and said seriously, Dad, Mom, I didn't mean anything else. I just overthought it earlier. He paused for a moment, his gaze falling on the two of them, and his tone became solemn. Don't worry. No matter what happens to the family in the future, I'll carry the burden. These words were spoken lightly but firmly. Bai Zongheng was momentarily stunned, originally intending to scold him a bit more, but in the end, he simply picked up his glass in silence and took a sip. Zheng Ping's eyes reddened slightly, and the worry she'd been holding on to finally eased a little. She knew her son had truly changed. Not just in words, but from the core, he had become reliable. And at this moment, Bai Yi fully understood that true pressure never comes from someone else's secrets, but from the responsibility on one's own shoulders. He just hadn't expected that his parents' next words would truly leave him dumbfounded. After the three finished their meal and chatted for a while, they each went their separate ways. Tomorrow, the various academies would officially start classes. The three of them belonged to different academies and wouldn't be able to meet for a while. After Bai Yi returned home, he quickly freshened up and went to bed. Early the next morning, just as Bai Yi woke up, there was a rapid knock on the door. Bai Yi was an early riser. Today, he needed to report to the Academy of Skills Research. Although he was just an assistant researcher, which sounded decent in name, there wasn't much he could actually do. Still, he had to show up on time and couldn't be absent. He put on a white outfit, tidied his hair, and headed out. Tianfu University had 4 academies, each located in different areas. The Academy of Skills Research, where Bai Yi was headed, was on the eastern side of the university. It took over half an hour by car before he arrived at the academy's entrance. As soon as he got out of the car, he became the center of attention. By now, Bai Yi was already a prominent figure at Tianfu University. Passing students greeted him one after another, their faces carrying a hint of flattery. Bai Yi, in a good mood, raised his hand in response and casually said, Good morning. What a great day it is. Flowers are blooming, birds are chirping. For energetic students like you, staying home and lying down might be more suitable. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. His way of greeting was just too strange. Since no one responded, Bai Yi felt more at ease, as it saved him from further small talk. Following the navigation, he went straight to the dean's office and knocked on the door. Student Bai Yi, reporting in. Come in. The door opened automatically. Nangong Yuan was sitting at his desk organizing documents. Seeing Bai Yi enter, he smiled, stood up, and moved to sit on the sofa. I've already received the materials you sent yesterday, he said, taking out a gold-edged work badge from beside him and handing it to Bai Yi. This is your ID. Bai Yi took it and glanced at it. Nangong Yuan continued to explain, Our academy has 9 levels of access, with level 9 being the highest and level 1 the lowest. This ID allows you to access all areas below level 3. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. What practical benefits does that give me? Nangong Yuan picked up his teacup, took a slow sip, and smiled. The benefits are significant. The most remarkable thing about the Academy of Skills Research is its ability to study skills. From basic development to later fusion and creation, we can do it all. Your skills can also be modified or fused here. However, research, modification, and fusion all require materials and equipment. As long as you have a necessary access, you can use the Academy's resources. Of course, credits will still be deducted. The Academy has to operate, after all. After listening, Bai Yi nodded thoughtfully. He roughly understood. But the question was, could his skills really be modified? Could they be extracted and turned into skill scrolls to serve as backup methods in the future? If so, this place would be a treasure trove for him. If not, these resources wouldn't mean much to him. Nangong Yuan noticed his hesitation and smiled. Are you worried that your skills can undergo secondary modification? That's indeed a concern, Bai Yi admitted without hiding it. Then come with me. Nangong Yuan stood up and walked out. Bai Yi didn't know where he was being taken, but followed nonetheless. The two walked through a corridor and soon arrived at a laboratory with a sign reading Special Research Institute. Nangong Yuan stopped and looked at Bai Yi. This is the best research institute in the academy. Inside, there's a rare device capable of extracting galaxy-level skills. Do you want to give it a try? He didn't force Bai Yi, leaving the choice up to him. Bai Yi was actually eager to try, but he also had concerns. If I break the machine, I can't afford to pay for it, he said honestly. This machine was designed to handle galaxy-level skills, but his skills were clearly far beyond that level. If something went wrong during the operation and the equipment was damaged, the consequences would be hard to manage. Nangong Yuan laughed heartily and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. Even if it does break, you won't have to pay for it. I'll take responsibility. He spoke lightly, but his mind was calculating something else entirely. If Bai Yi's skill could truly be extracted, its value would be immense. Shall we give it a try? Bai Yi asked. Let's go. Nangong Yuan took out his credentials and opened the laboratory door. Inside, it was eerily quiet. No researchers, no students, just a few large machines quietly placed in the room, as if waiting to be activated at any moment. Bai Yi glanced around and asked, Is this place usually empty? Only 5 people in the entire academy have access to this lab, Nangong Yuan explained. Most of them are vice deans, so it's rarely used. Bai Yi nodded. Well, I feel quite honored. Over here, Nangong Yuan walked to a machine, picked up a helmet, and handed it to Bai Yi. Put this on and release your skill toward the dummy. Bai Yi didn't act immediately. He stared at the machine for a few seconds. Soon, information appeared before his eyes. This is a highly advanced machine. It might be able to extract your skill. Bai Yi's eyes lit up. Extractable? That meant this machine might truly be capable of breaking down his skill into something that could be used independently. This was no small matter for him. If successful, many abilities that were previously one-time use could potentially be preserved and turned into real trump cards. Nangong Yuan noticed his expression and chuckled. What does your omniscience and omnipotence tell you? He knew Bai Yi had this talent, which was why he had brought him here. Bai Yi smiled. No problem. It'll work. With that, he put on the helmet. I'm ready. All right, I'll activate the dummy now. Nangong Yuan's fingers flew across the machine's controls. Soon, a dummy appeared before Bai Yi. Bai Yi looked at it, his gaze becoming serious. This step could very well determine whether his skill could truly advance to the next level. As Bai Yi stood before the machine, the atmosphere in the lab shifted. The next second, a piercing alarm suddenly blared, and red lights flashed frantically. The expensive equipment began to overheat, with arcs of electricity sparking on its surface. The temperature soared, as if it was on the verge of losing control. Nangong Yuan's face changed instantly. This machine was incredibly valuable, far beyond ordinary equipment. He had even taken out loans for several years to purchase it. If it were destroyed now, the loss would be unbearable. No way. Isn't this thing supposed to extract even galaxy-level skills? He was sweating profusely as he frantically pressed the control panel, but the machine refused to respond. Sparks were already shooting out from several interfaces, and the situation was growing increasingly dangerous. He removed the helmet and stared at the smoking machine, stunned. This wasn't right. His omniscience and omnipotence had said, "Worth a try," so he had assumed it would at least stabilize. He hadn't expected it to push the machine to the brink of explosion. Only now did he realize the message had never guaranteed success from the start. "It's too late. I need to save the data first." Nangong Yuan gritted his teeth, rushed forward, grabbed the still-smoking machine, and bolted out of the lab. The next second, he used all his strength to hurl it into the air. A few seconds later, a loud explosion echoed from above. The machine, worth millions of credits, burst into a brilliant fireball mid-air, like an untimely firework illuminating the campus where new students were arriving. He stood in place, silent for 2 seconds. He felt like he might have caused some trouble. Nangong Yuan slumped to the ground, staring at the scattered debris, utterly numb. He had taken out a loan of hundreds of thousands of credits from Qin Tianfu for this equipment, and there were still 8 years left to repay it. Now it was gone. This wasn't just heartbreaking, it was devastating. He felt a bit awkward and cleared his throat, attempting to console him. "Dean, my condolences. Out with the old, in with the new. People have to look forward. I believe you'll get through this." Nangong Yuan. Right now, he really wanted to punch someone. What kind of consolation was that? This was clearly rubbing salt into his wound. But upon calming down and thinking it through, this matter couldn't entirely be blamed on Bai Yi. At the start, it was Bai Yi himself who didn't want to try, and it was he who insisted on pulling Bai Yi into the experiment. Nangong Yuan let out a long sigh, stood up, and forced himself to calm down. "Forget it. At least your data is intact." As he spoke, he took out a chip from his pocket. This type of chip could record skill information. Once inserted into the corresponding device, it could simulate the skill's content for analysis, improvement, and integration. Nangong Yuan had thought that even if the machine malfunctioned, at least some basic data could still be retrieved. But when he glanced at the chip's contents, his entire body froze. It was completely empty. There was nothing inside. How could this be? He looked at Bai Yi in disbelief. Could it be that your skill level has already surpassed the galaxy level? Bai Yi thought for a moment and then answered honestly, "To be honest, I'm not sure what level it is. I only know that its grade is displayed as a question mark. Very few people truly know about it. Old Qin, my parents, and a few very close individuals. Now, Dean, you can count yourself among them." After hearing this, Nangong Yuan's mouth twitched. "You little rascal. Why didn't you mention this earlier?" If he had known earlier how unique Bai Yi's skill was, he would never have recklessly asked him to try. But upon further reflection, Bai Yi had indeed refused at the beginning. The one who insisted on testing was himself. By this calculation, it seemed he had truly dug his own grave. He sighed again, forcibly suppressing his emotions. "All right, out with the old, in with the new." He looked at the wreckage on the ground, as if trying to mentally prepare himself. "Originally, I planned to take you to class with me. But now, I have more pressing matters to handle. Today, you can join the other teachers in teaching the freshmen." "No problem," Bai Yi nodded. Soon, Nangong Yuan took Bai Yi to the teacher's office. As soon as he entered, he introduced Bai Yi to everyone directly. "I believe everyone here knows him. The champion of the freshman competition, Bai Yi. Starting today, he will be our assistant researcher." Bai Yi smiled politely. "Hello, everyone. I look forward to working with you." A round of applause echoed in the office. Many had seen Bai Yi's performance in the freshman competition, so he wasn't unfamiliar to them. However, recognizing his combat talent was one thing. Acknowledging his research ability was another. Many present had their doubts. Could a combat genius truly be suited for skill research? Quite a few suspected that Nangong Yuan's exceptional promotion of Bai Yi might have other reasons. Nangong Yuan clearly noticed their thoughts, but chose not to explain. Whether Bai Yi could establish himself wouldn't depend on others' words. It would depend on his own ability to prove himself. So, Nangong Yuan directly changed the subject. Who's in charge of welcoming the freshmen this week? A woman in her 30s raised her hand. I am. Bai Yi followed the voice and looked over. It was a woman with very small eyes, a sharp and capable demeanor, giving off an impression of being hard to approach. But what truly caught Bai Yi's attention wasn't her small eyes. It was the palpable sense of pressure she exuded. This wasn't the aura of an ordinary teacher. It was the commanding presence of someone accustomed to leading teams and maintaining control. It seemed the upcoming freshman lessons wouldn't be easy. Bai Yi withdrew his gaze, his smile unchanged, but he had already seen through the situation. Lin Liu's pitifully low favorability rating was almost at rock bottom. She didn't like him. No, to be precise, she harbored clear hostility toward him, along with a hint of wariness and dissatisfaction. But he wasn't surprised. In a place like this, the more capable someone was, the less they liked connections suddenly appearing out of nowhere. So, it's Teacher Lin. Nangong Yuan naturally introduced the two. This is Lin Liu, a mid-level researcher at the academy. For the next few days, you'll be working with her to assist with the freshman's course guidance. Teacher Lin, I look forward to working with you. Bai Yi extended his hand politely, his tone calm, and his demeanor impeccable. However, Lin Liu merely glanced at his hand indifferently, showing no intention of shaking it. Her voice was as cold as ice. Assistant Bai, here you should address me as Researcher Lin. Also, you might have some talent in combat, but this is the Skills Research Institute, not a place where fists do the talking. You'd better learn some humility and stop taking yourself too seriously. The office fell silent. None of the other teachers spoke, merely watching the scene unfold, waiting to see Bai Yi embarrassed. Everyone knew that Lin Liu was always blunt and had a tough personality. And now, even with Dean Nangong Yuan present, she dared to openly disregard Bai Yi. It was easy to imagine that once Nangong Yuan left, Bai Yi's days here would likely become difficult. However, Bai Yi was not the type to be easily subdued by a few harsh words. He didn't get angry. Instead, he slowly withdrew his hand, a faint smile still on his face. Teacher Lin is absolutely right, he said lightly, as if he hadn't taken her words to heart at all. But I do have a little secret I'd like to share with you. Would you be interested in hearing it? Lin Liu frowned. Instinctively, she felt that Bai Yi's words were not so simple. Go ahead, she replied, her tone still unfriendly. Stop playing games. Bai Yi chuckled and suddenly lowered his voice. Your situation with Teacher Zhou, I don't think I need to elaborate, do I? Lin Liu froze instantly. Her expression changed, and she instinctively glanced at Zhou Di, who was not far away. Her heart nearly skipped a beat. She was immensely relieved that she hadn't let Bai Yi say it out loud just now. Otherwise, the situation would have completely spiraled out of control. After all, both she and Zhou Di had families. If this matter were exposed, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing face. It could ruin their careers and reputations. Lin Liu's demeanor visibly softened. She stared at Bai Yi, her voice no longer as sharp as before. How do you know about this? Bai Yi smiled faintly and tapped his temple with his finger. Some things can't be hidden from me, he said calmly. Now, teacher, you probably won't doubt my abilities anymore, will you? Lin Liu was silent for a few seconds before finally lowering her stance. Don't let this get out, she said in a lowered voice, her tone carrying a hint of pleading. I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Don't worry, Bai Yi's smile deepened. I'm not like some people who enjoy tearing apart others' families. Lin Liu, her face flushed red and then turned pale, but she couldn't find the words to refute him. Bai Yi didn't press her further. Instead, he extended his hand again, his tone once again polite. Then, I'll be counting on Teacher Lin's guidance in the future. This time, Lin Liu finally reached out and shook his hand. She forced a smile, her tone much more courteous. No wonder the dean values you so highly. I believe you'll soon be promoted to a full researcher. The expressions of the surrounding teachers became rather peculiar. The change in her attitude was too abrupt. Just moments ago, she had been cold and sarcastic, and now she was praising him? Everyone was curious about what Bai had said to cause such a drastic shift in Lin Liyu's demeanor. But clearly, this was a secret only the two of them would know. Bai understood, well, that Lin Liyu hadn't suddenly become kind-hearted. She had simply been caught in a compromising position and had no choice but to back down. However, he had no intention of blowing things out of proportion. He wasn't interested in spreading other people's private matters. He had merely won the first round. With that, he followed Lin Liyu toward the classroom for new students. Along the way, Lin Liyu's attitude had noticeably softened. She glanced at Bai Yi, hesitated for a moment, and then finally spoke. Your ability, does it really let you know everything? Bai Yi didn't deny it outright. He simply smiled faintly. At the very least, what I just saw was true. Lin Liyu thought for a moment and then suddenly said, how about you take over today's orientation class for the new students? Bai Yi paused in his steps and turned to look at her. You're giving it to me? Yes. Lin Liyu nodded, her tone becoming more serious. This class is worth credits. Every freshman has to spend some credits to ask us questions about skills. If you're willing to take over, I can give you all the credits for this class. Bai Yi's eyes immediately lit up. Who would ever think they had too many credits? Certainly not him. However, he still asked, what about you? If you're not attending the class, what are you planning to do? Lin Liyu shrugged, a hint of helplessness in her expression. I'll just watch from the side. This kind of task, welcoming freshmen, is honestly quite boring. The credits earned aren't much either. Instead of wasting time, I'd rather go back to the research institute and develop another skill. That way, I can earn even more. Bai Yi nodded, understanding her reasoning. For someone like her, a researcher, repeatedly answering freshmen' questions wasn't exactly valuable work. All right, Bai Yi quickly made a decision. I'll take this class. If I say anything wrong, Teacher Lin, feel free to correct me. Though he said this, he was already mentally prepared. Even with omniscient assistance, it didn't mean he wouldn't make mistakes. Especially after what happened in the morning. Being publicly called out and humiliated was not an experience he wanted to repeat. No problem. Lin Liyu nodded. Leave it to me. The two of them quickly entered the classroom. Unlike other colleges, there were no separate classes here. The threshold for the Skill Research Academy was already high, and since it wasn't a primary combat academy, there were naturally fewer applicants. However, those who were admitted were either highly intelligent or exceptionally talented. There weren't many students in the classroom, fewer than 100. He stood at the podium and cleared his throat. Hello, everyone. The classroom fell silent. Almost everyone recognized him. But precisely because they recognized him, the atmosphere became more subtle. Bai had not been low profile in the academy recently. Some students had heard of his name, and some had even witnessed his skills firsthand. But none of them expected that the person standing at the podium today would be him. What was even more surprising was that this young man, who seemed to have been pushed into this role at the last minute, was actually prepared to teach them. As Bai Yi stood at the podium, the class first fell silent, then erupted into chatter. No one had expected that the person teaching them today would be him. Lin Liyu, standing to the side, was the first to speak. Ahem, let me introduce him to you. I'm Lin Liyu, a mid-level researcher. As for this person, I don't think I need to say much, do I? Bai Yi, the Academy's assistant researcher. Starting this week, he'll be teaching this course. As soon as she finished speaking, the classroom was immediately filled with voices of doubt. Teacher, it's not that we don't trust the Academy's arrangements, but just because Bai Yi is strong in combat doesn't mean he really understands skill research, right? Exactly, we're here to learn skill modification and development, not to watch someone fight. Why don't you teach us instead, Teacher Lin? I agree. Bai Yi, you're amazing, we admit that. But researching skills is a completely different matter. Stop joking around and give the podium back to Teacher Lin. The students spoke one after another, clearly unconvinced. If it had been anyone else, their face would have turned sour by now. But Bai Yi simply stood tall, his expression calm. He knew very well that to earn their respect, shouting wouldn't work. He had to make them understand one thing first. Respecting the teacher was the most basic rule in the classroom. I'm standing here not because of luck, Bai Yi said calmly. I have the ability to answer your questions. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask me now. A boy in the front row exchanged glances with the person next to him before finally standing up. All right then, I want to ask, wait. He interrupted him directly. You should address me as teacher, Your attitude is problematic, so I won't answer this question. Sit down. The boy froze. He hadn't expected to be so direct, giving him no face at all. Lin Liu stood to the side without intervening. She didn't help the student out of the situation because she knew Bai was serious. The boy's face turned red and then pale, and in the end, he could only grit his teeth and sit down. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became subtle. At this moment, another girl stood up, clearly having learned her lesson, and her tone was much more respectful. Teacher Bai, I have a question and would like your guidance. Bai finally nodded in satisfaction. Now that's the right attitude. Go ahead. The girl quickly asked, if two skills with different attributes are to be fused, how can they be combined to unleash greater power? Bai smiled slightly but didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked, are you sure this is a good question? The girl was taken aback. Why wouldn't it be a good question? The question is good, but you didn't ask it completely, Bai said calmly. You didn't specify which two attributes. The differences between attributes are significant, and the methods of handling them are entirely different. For example, earth and electric attributes are often unsuitable for force fusion. If you can't even clarify the basic conditions, I suggest you go back and reread Introduction to Elemental Basics. The girl's face flushed, and she quickly lowered her head. I'm sorry, teacher. I didn't think it through. It's fine, Bai said. Think it through and then ask. He scanned the class and continued. Does anyone else have a question? At this moment, a boy wearing glasses in the last row slowly raised his hand. He looked a bit shy, and his voice was soft. Teacher, I want to ask, if a wind attribute skill encounters a fire attribute skill, can they be fused to create a stronger skill? Bai's eyes lit up, and he lightly tapped the podium twice. Now that's a real question, he said. Look at this. This student asked very clearly. The question itself, the attribute objects, and the target direction were all mentioned. Much better than the previous one. He looked at the boy with glasses, and his tones softened a bit. From today on, you're the class monitor. The whole class. The boy with glasses was stunned for a moment, then stood up somewhat embarrassed. Thank you, teacher. Bai nodded and finally began to address the main point. All right, next, I'll teach you something truly useful. So you don't think I'm just standing here because of my status. A few students in the class couldn't help but grumble inwardly. You say that as if you're not here because of connections. Bai ignored their thoughts and turned to Lin Liu. Teacher Lin, you should know that I can't learn skills in the usual way. So please prepare a bronze-level wind attribute skill book and a fire attribute skill book for me. Today, right here, I'll create a new skill on the spot. As soon as he said this, the classroom fell silent for a few seconds. Then, almost everyone thought he was boasting. Even Lin Liu couldn't help but frown. She knew that theory and practice were two different things. Understanding the principles didn't mean one could actually do it. Are you sure? Lin Liu confirmed again. If Bai failed, it would be very embarrassing. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing, Bai said calmly, but his eyes radiated strong confidence. Lin Liu looked at him for a moment and finally sighed, no longer trying to dissuade him. She led the group toward the Freshman Research Institute. Along the way, the students whispered among themselves. Some were skeptical, some were expectant, and some were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. But Bai didn't care. He knew very well that the only thing that could truly silence people was never explanations but results. Soon, the group arrived at the Research Institute. Lin Liu opened the door to the lab and led Bai to a machine. This is the simulator. She explained, you don't actually need to release the skill. You just need to simulate it with willpower. Bai stared at the machine for a few moments, his expression still cautious. He wasn't familiar with these devices. More importantly, he had just blown up the most expensive piece of equipment this morning. That incident had left a bit of a shadow in his heart. After confirming that omniscience and omnipotence were functioning properly, he slowly put on the helmet and began the simulation. In fact, creating a skill wasn't as difficult as imagined. The prerequisite was that you had to understand the characteristics of the skill thoroughly. As long as you could figure out the structure, operation method, and attribute changes of the skill, you could attempt to recombine them. Bai first selected a book called Gale Force, then another called Fire Spurt. What he needed to do wasn't just combining the two skills. He had to break them down and then reassemble them, creating an entirely new skill. These two skills were quite common among bronze-level skills, and their power wasn't particularly strong. The damage test ranged between 100 and 200 points. This damage value served as the basic measure of skill quality. Bronze-level skills generally had damage below 500 points. Silver-level skills were below 1,500 points. Gold-level skills were below 3,000 points. Bai's current goal was to merge these two skills and personally create a silver-level damage skill. As he operated, the simulation screen immediately displayed the process. Everyone in the research institute instinctively took a few steps back. It wasn't that they were timid, but they knew all too well that if skills were fused incorrectly, the equipment could indeed explode. None of them wanted to suffer misfortune due to Bai's potential mistake. Even Lin Liu nervously reminded him, "Be very careful during the fusion. If there's even a slight error, the skills will repel each other and ultimately explode." "I know. Stop talking and don't distract me," Bai frowned, knowing that this thing was prone to issues, yet still nagging beside him. Wasn't that just adding to the chaos? He ignored Lin Liu and continued focusing on maneuvering the two skills closer together. The two glowing spheres representing the skills began to tremble slightly. As they drew closer, everyone's hearts followed suit, tightening with tension. Logically, this was just a bronze-level skill fusion and shouldn't be so nerve-wracking. But the problem lay with Bai. Normally, even junior researchers would struggle to succeed in a single attempt at bronze-level skill fusion. It required sufficient knowledge accumulation and numerous simulation practices before daring to proceed. But Bai, he had almost no experience and jumped straight into hands-on operation. This left everyone conflicted, afraid of an explosion, yet unable to resist watching. They all wanted to see if this man, who had created miracles in the freshman competition, could create another miracle in the research field. The glowing spheres drew closer and closer, almost touching. But those who truly understood knew that this was the most dangerous moment. Many people would relax just before success, and even the slightest negligence could render all previous efforts futile. Including Lin Liu, all 90 people in the research institute held their breath. Everyone crowded near the door, tense as if ready to flee at any moment. He caught a glimpse of their behavior out of the corner of his eye, and the corner of his mouth suddenly curved into a smile. Just as the two glowing spheres were about to merge, he suddenly shouted, "Oh no, get down. It's going to explode. Mom, I don't want to die yet. It's over, I still have hundreds of dollars of debt on Huabei." Almost everyone immediately dropped to the ground. Some curled up into a ball, clutching their heads. Others squeezed their eyes shut tightly. Some even pulled the person in front of them over to use as a shield. But after a few seconds, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, they heard a lazy voice ring out, "Get up, it's fine now." Everyone looked up in a daze. They saw Bai standing there, his expression calm, not even the hem of his clothes disturbed. "Bai, you succeeded?" Lin Liu awkwardly got up. Earlier, she had been one of the first to drop to the ground. Bai smiled and said, "Of course I succeeded. Look at the big screen." Everyone immediately turned to the screen. The two original light spheres had disappeared. In their place was a larger red light sphere. Seeing this color, everyone understood. It was a fire-type skill. Lin Liu stared at Bai in astonishment. She truly hadn't expected him to succeed in one attempt. Moreover, he had fused the two skills together without any prior understanding of them. This was beyond what luck could explain. As a researcher, she even felt a bit excited. She quickly walked to the instrument, importing the data into a blank skill stone. Before long, A skill stone glowing with fiery light appeared in her hand. She handed the skill stone to Bai Yi, her tone still tinged with shock. You're truly a genius. Let's test its power right now. Bai Yi toyed with the skill stone and smiled lightly. Monitor, I'll leave this to you to test. Huh. Monitor Chenrue was stunned. This was a silver tier skill. Bai Yi was actually giving it to him directly? The surrounding classmates instantly turned red with envy. Under everyone's jealous and envious gazes, Chenrue walked up to Bai Yi, still somewhat in disbelief. Teacher, you're really giving it to me? Of course. This skill was prepared for you from the start, Bai Yi said with a faint smile. Skill stones come in many types. The most common are melee and range types. Earlier in class, Bai Yi had already checked Chenrue's profession. He was a mage, so Bai Yi had deliberately fused the skill into a ranged attack type. As for why he chose Chenrue specifically, it wasn't that complicated. It was simply because he found him agreeable. Chenrue didn't hesitate further. He bowed seriously, then absorbed the skill stone into his body. Lin Liu took a deep breath and immediately said, "Prepare for testing. Set up the targets. Bring out the training dummy." Got it. The dummy was rolled into place. Everyone leaned forward, waiting to see how strong this new skill would be after fusion, and slammed directly into the dummy. 1153126075 test complete. Skill analysis finished. Ranged silver tier skill. Damage range 1075 to 1262. Overall quality above average. Suitable for all non-melee classes. A sharp intake of breath swept through the room. This was his first time fusing a skill, and he had already created something this powerful. Even more shocking, it worked for almost everyone except melee fighters. That meant even a priest could use it. It was absurd. ####73. National Freshman Exchange Tournament. Hosted by Tianfu University, there were only two things that really mattered when it came to fusing skills. First, you had to understand the skill in extreme detail. Second, you needed strong mental power. For someone like Bai Yi, who had full knowledge and total perception, understanding a skill was never the hard part. Silver tier skill, Bai Yi had nearly exhausted his mental strength during the fusion process. At his current level, silver tier fusion was already his limit. Gold tier skills? Not yet. That was out of reach for now. As for why he named it Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu, it was just a personal joke. In his previous world, this move was often mocked as a skill that never actually killed anyone. Boost the fire's power, Bai Yi gave it that name during creation. Bai Yi, do you want to handle the skill stone data yourself? Or leave it to the academy? Lin Liu walked over with excitement in her eyes. By now, her opinion of Bai Yi had completely changed. He was not some nobody who had gotten in through connections. He was a real talent, a rare research genius. What's the difference? Bai Yi asked. If you handle it yourself, you upload it to the official store and sell it there. If you leave the data with the academy, we'll handle the promotion and sales for you. Of course, the academy takes a 5% cut, and you'll also gain access to a higher permission level. Bai Yi thought about it for a second, then leave it with the school. I don't want to deal with all that. Selling it himself would save 5%, but was too much trouble. That time was better spent clearing a dungeon or doing something useful. Besides, he really did need a higher permission level. Only then could he use better research facilities. And only then could he create stronger skills. All right, I'll take you to complete the paperwork after class. Lin Liu immediately took the initiative and handled the whole thing. Bai Yi didn't mind. He only said calmly, from now on, anyone in this class who wants to buy this skill only needs to pay 2 skill points. Consider it a benefit from your teacher. Yay! Teacher buys amazing skill. Even if it didn't suit them, they could still buy it. If they turn around and resold it, they could make more than 10 skill points. Without hesitation, almost bought a copy. And because Bai Yi had promoted it himself, he ended up making 192 skill points from this deal alone. The original price was 15 points, and only 7 or 8 people would have bought it. But after cutting the price and pushing the sale, grabbed one. Even Lin Luyu stared at him in disbelief. So this was what real talent looked like. Not only was he gifted, but his business sense was on another level too. She knew she couldn't compare. All right, everyone practice on your own. If you have questions, ask the class monitor. If they can't answer, come ask me. Bai Yi had just returned to the residential area when he saw Qin Tianfu standing at his door. I thought you would just wait for me inside. Nonsense. No matter what, I still respect student privacy. You didn't say that last time. Bai Yi rolled his eyes and opened the door. Enough small talk. You wouldn't come here for nothing. So tell me what's going on. Was his own house. He poured himself a glass of water and took a sip. Here's the situation. In half a month, the annual freshman exchange tournament begins. It's basically a yearly tradition. This year, the host city happens to be ours. But our school hasn't won first place in a long time. Then keep being second. Quit talking nonsense. If you win first place, I'll give you 1,000 skill points on top of the tournament reward. Bai Yi straightened up instantly. His expression changed. Bai Yi glared at Qin Tianfu. The voice carried anger. Elder Qin, are you trying to humiliate me? Qin Tianfu's expression remained unchanged as he leisurely took a sip of tea and spoke calmly. 1,200 credits. Bai Yi's face darkened, and he immediately retorted, Don't you know that Qingbei University is the top university in the country? I don't usually pay much attention to the news, but in this year's college entrance exam, Qingbei University recruited 3 super geniuses with SSS-level potential. What am I supposed to compete with? Isn't this clearly setting me up to lose face? Qin Tianfu didn't even lift his eyelids. 1,400 credits. Bai Yi's anger flared even more upon hearing this. This isn't just about credits anymore. It's about pride. If I lose, it won't just be my face that's disgraced. It'll be the reputation of the entire school. Qin Tianfu set down his teacup, his tone still calm. 2,000 credits. Deal or not? Bai Yi's mouth twitched, and his earlier anger instantly dissipated, replaced by a cheerful smile. Elder Qin, look at what you're saying. I just thought it through. This really isn't about credits. I'm now part of Tianfu University, and the school's matters are my matters. Those arrogant people need someone to teach them a lesson. Qin Tianfu couldn't help but smile and shake his head after hearing this. So, you're saying you don't want the credits anymore? Bai Yi immediately waved his hand seriously. That's not acceptable. Without credits, where's my motivation? If I don't have motivation and end up losing, wouldn't that truly be a joke? At that moment, a system notification sounded. 1,000 credits have been deposited into your account. Qin Tianfu glanced at him. This is the deposit. The rest will be given to you after you take first place. Bai Yi's smile grew even brighter. Aha! Elder Qin, you really understand me. Qin Tianfu didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. For this competition, the school is selecting only 6 participants. Besides you and Su Ruoshi, the rest are entirely up to you to choose. This time, Qin Tianfu truly handed the decision-making power to Bai Yi. Bai Yi nodded slightly, already starting to plan in his mind. What about the competition content? It's divided into 2 parts, Qin Tianfu replied. Individual combat and secret realm survival. For both events, you must take first place. Only then will it count as a true grand slam. Bai Yi froze for a moment, then widened his eyes. So, when you said first place, you meant first in both events? Qin Tianfu smiled like a sly old fox. What did you think? That earning these credits would be easy? Bai Yi let out a long sigh, finally realizing he had been too naive. Against someone like Qin Tianfu, a seasoned fox, he couldn't gain any advantage. He had initially wanted to negotiate further, but suddenly remembered something. Can I use my special privilege now? I want to visit the Silver Dungeon. Since he needed to take first place in both events, his current level was clearly insufficient. More importantly, divine power had to be accumulated by killing monsters. Before the competition began, he had to quickly enhance his strength. However, Qin Tianfu shook his head. The Silver Dungeon is off-limits. You can only enter the Bronze Dungeon. Moreover, your level on the day of the competition cannot exceed level 10. If it does, you won't be eligible to compete. Bai Yi was silent for a moment before nodding. Fine, bronze it is. I understand. Although the rewards in the bronze dungeon were fewer, at least he wouldn't accidentally level up too much. If he went to the silver dungeon, his level might directly exceed 10 after just one trip, and he'd lose his eligibility to compete. But he didn't say anything further, already beginning to prepare for his upcoming plans. The next day, he spent the entire day running back and forth between the two academies, starting to select his teammates. Before going to bed last night, he had been pondering one question repeatedly. Does potential really determine everything? If you exclude the exaggerated boost brought by someone like Tsuruoshi with SSS level potential, the gap between S level and SS level potential doesn't seem as vast as imagined. Sometimes, those truly talented individuals in the S rank are even harder to deal with than some of the new SS rank potentials. Take Huang Lu, for example. She is only S rank in potential, but her talent is extremely practical, always producing results in battle that give her opponents a headache. On the other hand, some SS rank newcomers, despite their high potential, have talents that don't align with their professions, leading to unimpressive performances in actual combat. For instance, Lin Ba is a wood element mage, but his talent is combo, which is more suited for physical professions. While this talent isn't useless, it doesn't match his profession, making it difficult to fully utilize. In contrast, Huang Lu's indistinguishable truth and falsehood is a talent that alone is enough to cause headaches, even forcing Bai Yi to take her seriously. After thinking it through, Bai Yi had his answer. Besides Su Ruoshi and Zhang Daxian, who were must-haves, he chose Huang Lu, S-rank potential, Qin Yangxin as S-rank potential, and Singed S-rank potential for the remaining 3 spots. When this list was submitted, Yi Yanhu and Kubu were stunned. They couldn't understand why Bai Yi would rather pick 2 S-rank potentials than more SS-rank newcomers. The SS-rank geniuses who weren't selected were even more dissatisfied, directly protesting. After all, not making the competition roster meant no credits or rewards. But Bai Yi didn't rush to explain. He knew that words wouldn't help. What truly mattered was strength. So, he set up a challenge, allowing those who were dissatisfied to compete against the 4 members of his team, excluding himself and Tsuruoshi. The result left everyone dumbfounded. Every member of Bai Yi's team won. Huang Lu won. Singed won. Even the matches that others had initially doubted were all victories. At that moment, all the doubts disappeared. Everyone finally understood that Bai Yi wasn't randomly picking people. He was selecting those who could truly fight. Captain, Bai Yi, profession. Wanderer, vice captain. Tsuruoshi, profession. Magic swordsman, team member. Zhang Daxian, profession. Dragon armored warrior, team member. Qin Yangxin, profession. Silver moon assassin, team member. Huang Lu, profession. Magician, team member. Singed, profession. Insect master. Thus, the roster for Tianfu University's participation in a national freshman exchange competition was officially confirmed. In the days that followed, Bai Yi balanced attending classes, training, and making final preparations for the real competition. Over the next 7 days, Bai Yi led the team to classes while also taking time to clear bronze dungeons. He required everyone who hadn't yet cleared the 10th floor of the Tianfu Tower to do so first. Given their current levels and attributes, the bronze dungeons posed almost no challenge, feeling more like training sessions. The rewards weren't significant, serving more as daily practice. Yet, through 7 days of intense dungeon runs, everyone's level still reached level 9. Bai Yi's own attributes increased to 132 points across the board. 3 points came from natural leveling, while the other 10 were from dungeon rewards. However, since he had previously achieved an SSS rank clearance, subsequent rewards were halved, and eventually, even the extra rewards disappeared. Bai Yi didn't mind. For him, the most important gain from dungeon runs was never the scattered attributes, but the divine power. After 7 days, his divine power had accumulated to 22,000 points, leaving 8,000 points to reach 30,000. And finally, the competition loomed on the eve of this day. That evening, Bai Yi and the other 5 gathered again, the atmosphere noticeably tenser than usual. According to Old Sheen, all the participating teams from various universities have arrived tonight. Every university ranked in the top 100 has sent their teams. The competition officially begins tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., Bai said. Chen Yangxin immediately asked, e.g., what's the first event? Individual matches, followed by the Secret Realm survival competition. Bai glanced at the group, his tone calm, yet carrying a sense of pressure. Tianfu University is the host, and our goal is singular, to win the overall championship. The rules for the individual competition are not complicated. The 6 of us will first play 10 placement matches, eliminating some participants based on performance, and then draw lots for head-to-head battles. Singed immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Isn't that great? With EG here, it's basically a sure thing, right? Bai shook his head. Don't oversimplify it. The individual competition is manageable, but the Secret Realm survival match is a team battle. At that point, it won't be about one person's explosive power, but about coordination and overall strength. Zhang Daxian chimed in with a laugh. With you and Ruoshi here, our school would have a hard time losing. Su Ruoshi, however, did not laugh. Instead, her expression turned serious. That's not necessarily the case. I've specifically looked into it. The 3 freshmen from Qingbei University can already unleash golden skills at level 6. Just that alone is already astonishing. What's even more troublesome is that one of them can actually release 2 golden skills consecutively. 2 golden skills consecutively? Everyone froze. Being able to use golden skills at level 6 was already outrageous. To release 2 consecutively? Everyone knew what that meant. That level of talent wasn't just about being strong. It was a whole different tier of existence. Forcing the use of golden skills below the required level already puts a significant strain on the body. Su Ruo, she's trembling hands at the time, were the best proof of this. Even though she had immunity to lightning, her body still couldn't withstand such violent energy. Bai Yi was silent for a moment before saying, "You must be talking about Wu Dalong, the youngest son of Qingbei University's president." His expression grew noticeably more serious as he mentioned the name. As the main organizer of this competition, Bai Yi had already thoroughly studied the ace players from various universities. And Wu Dalong was the one he feared the most. "Yes, that's him." Su Ruo, she nodded, her tone tinged with a bit of unwillingness. "If I really face him, though I hate to admit it, the odds are I won't win." As soon as she said this, the atmosphere in the room sank. If even Su Ruo, she said that, who among them could confidently claim they could win? For a moment, everyone fell silent. It seemed the only reliable solution was to hope Bai Yi would face Wu Dalong first. Noticing the group's low spirits, Bai Yi tapped the table, pulling everyone's attention back. "Don't be so tense. Since Wu Dalong is Qingbei's ace, I'll handle him. Your targets are the aces from other schools. Remember one thing. You're not inferior to anyone else. You just haven't had the chance to truly prove yourselves yet." After speaking, he took out several pieces of equipment from his backpack and placed them on the table. "These are items Ruo, she, and I specifically made for you over the past few days. Each one adds 25 attribute points, which is 5 points more than the highest grade silver equipment available outside." Chen Yangxin's eyes lit up as he immediately picked up a dagger. "Thanks, EG. This is perfect for me. 25 points added to agility. So comfortable." Huang Lu excitedly picked up her equipment as well. "These don't even have class restrictions and come with reduced equipment requirements. This is too strong." Singed slammed the table in excitement. "EG, just for giving us these items today, we have to go all out." The 3 of them were overjoyed and quickly chose the equipment that suited them best. Only Zhang Daxian remained unmoved. Watching the 3's excited expressions, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh softly. These guys still didn't understand Bai Yi well enough. Free gifts? Impossible. Sure enough, after the 3 had picked their equipment, Bai Yi slowly spoke, his face carrying a familiar smile. "Seeing how satisfied you all are makes me happy too. Now, let's calculate the price." The smiles on the 3 faces instantly froze. Such top-notch silver equipment, charging 20 credits per piece isn't unreasonable, right? Bai Yi's tone was gentle, as if he were stating the most normal thing in the world. Each of you took 4 pieces, totaling 80 credits. Will you pay now or in installments? He added with a smile. Of course, our shop also supports zero down payment. You only need to repay 5 credits a month, which is very manageable. The room fell silent. The 3 people's expressions simultaneously turned blank. Zhang Daxian, watching from the side, could barely hold back his laughter but didn't dare laugh out loud. With Bai Yi's stuff, there was no such thing as taking it for free. These days, anyone who managed to take advantage of him probably hadn't been born yet. Bai Yi spoke very directly. He had long figured something out. In situations like today, you absolutely couldn't let others suppress your momentum first. Once you showed weakness at the start, you'd be treated like a pushover later. After a few casual exchanges, everyone went back to rest. Bai Yi glanced at the time. It wasn't even 9 o'clock yet. He opened the any door and went home for a bit. The next morning, Bai Yi woke up early. As the team leader this time, he had to arrive at the venue ahead of time to draw the team members' number tags. He put on sunglasses, changed his clothes, and slightly disguised himself before heading out. This time, the competition was clearly well prepared by Qingtian Academy. The school was adorned with banners and ribbons, creating a festive atmosphere. Even the competition area had been renovated, with more seating and better views to accommodate a larger audience. This event was no longer just an internal school activity. It was a national affair. Many local spectators from Tianfu City had come, and nearly all the media outlets had gathered at Tianfu University ready for live broadcasts and interviews. As Bai Yi approached the entrance to the villa area, he saw a large group of reporters outside. They held microphones and cameras, stopping anyone they saw, as if afraid to miss any bit of news. Many students leaving the area were pulled aside for impromptu interviews. Bai Yi initially planned to walk straight through, but just as he took a step forward, a female reporter thrust a microphone in front of him. "Hello, classmate. We're reporters from Qingbei TV. May we ask you a few questions if it's convenient?" Without stopping, Bai Yi replied indifferently, "Not convenient. I was already convenient this morning." The smile on the female reporter's face froze. Before she could react, Bai Yi was already walking away. But she clearly wasn't ready to let him go so easily. She followed him and continued asking, "Classmate, you live in the villa area, so your status must be quite special, right? What do you think of Bai Yi, the team leader for this year's freshman competition?" Hearing this, Bai Yi paused, turned to look at her, and smiled. "You want to know what I think?" "Yes. Who else would I be asking?" The female reporter also smiled, thinking he was finally willing to cooperate. But in the next second, Bai Yi's expression turned subtly meaningful. "I think with my ass. Want to try?" The female reporter was momentarily stunned. Several of her colleagues nearby couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Qingbei TV reporters were known for their assertiveness, and usually, people cooperated with them during interviews. But today, they had been completely shut down by a student. The female reporter's face darkened instantly, and her tone turned impatient. "Classmate, this is a national live broadcast. Please mind your image. Bai Yi sneeded. Entity unfazit. Are you trying to teach me how to behave?" He looked at her, his tone calm but oppressive. "If you have the guts, go complain to the school about me. And while you're at it, tell your people that today, Bai Yi will make sure your Qingbei team can't lift their heads." The female reporter gritted her teeth in anger. "Fine, just you wait. I'll go complain about you right now." With that, she turned and left with her cameraman, too embarrassed to stay any longer. After this commotion, no one else dared to provoke Bai Yi. He passed through the checks smoothly and arrived at the competition venue, the Big Bird's Nest. This venue was specially built by Qingtian Mansion last year. It is said to accommodate 300,000 spectators at the same time. Just standing outside, one can feel the overwhelming sense of pressure. After Bai Yi scanned his credentials, he went straight into the conference room. The captains of various universities had already gathered here. The moment everyone saw him enter, their gazes immediately fell on him. The name Bai Yi was no longer that of an ordinary freshman. He had won the championship of the Tianfu University freshman competition. He was called the Genius Slayer. Even more astonishing, despite having only F-level potential, he had fought his way to become the strongest dark horse. This name had already spread among universities. Many teachers even used him as a warning to their students. If you encounter this person, never let your guard down. Now, seeing him in person, many couldn't help but compare themselves to him in their minds. The captain of Qingbei University, Wu Dalong, was the first to step forward, extending his hand proactively. "Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Wu Dalong, from Qingbei University." Bai glanced at him and interrupted directly. "I know Wu Dalong, right? So, is your mom Pan Jinlian?" Wu Dalong froze for a moment. "How did you know my mom is Pan Jinlian?" Bai smiled faintly, with a hint of amusement in his tone. "Too bad your dad isn't Wu Song." Wu Dalong was silent for a moment. Then, as if recalling something, he actually answered seriously, My dad's original name was Wu Song, but he later changed it to Wu Ziki." Bai. "Good grief, even that matches up?" He raised an eyebrow, giving Wu Dalong another once-over. This guy was very handsome, with a clean buzz cut and sharp, chiseled features, even giving off a slightly mixed-race vibe. Unfortunately, the metaphorical green above his head was too glaring. Bai could tell at a glance that this guy didn't have any goodwill toward him. Since the other party wasn't genuinely trying to make friends, Bai saw no need to be polite. Wu Dalong withdrew his hand, a faintly cold smile on his lips. "Since we've met, let's formally get acquainted." Bai looked at him and said slowly, "You said you're happy to meet me. How happy are you?" Wu Dalong frowned slightly. "Just happy." Bai nodded. "Then you're happy too soon." Wu Dalong's expression turned a bit peculiar. "I was just being polite." Bai also smiled. "What a coincidence, I was just joking." Wu Dalong paused, then continued. "Then let's skip the pleasantries and jokes and get to know each other seriously." Bai didn't even lift his eyelids. "I make keys. Do you need one?" Wu Dalong's face darkened, and he immediately retorted, "I tell fortunes." "What do you amount to?" Bai looked at him, his tone as calm as if discussing something trivial. "I've studied fortune-telling too, but no matter how I calculate, I can't figure out what exactly you amount to." But even setting aside these advantages, Bai's own strength quickly won over many new spectators. "Look at that. Bai from Tianfu University is really strong. He's already won 5 matches in a row, and each one was settled with a single move. He hasn't even used any skills." I was skeptical at first about how he became the team leader for Tianfu University. But now it's clear he's genuinely capable. The average level of this competition is S-class, yet no one has lasted more than one move against him. His average victory time is just 4.22 seconds. That's insane. Sometimes you don't even need skills. A brick is enough. Exactly. I think he should be called the brick battle god. I've never seen anyone stand up to his brick. At the referees' table, Bai was the focus of the 3 main judges. Tianfu City Mayor Qin Tianju glanced at Qin Tianfu beside him and couldn't help but ask, "Dad, has Bai really reached this level of strength?" Qin Tianju, in his 40s, had already reached the peak of his sovereign class. One more step, and he would become a king-class professional. Qin Tianfu nodded, his tone calm. "This kid is extraordinary. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's only level 9 right now. His physical attributes have already surpassed many warrior-class professionals. Most students who face him don't stand a chance." At this point, Qin Tianfu recalled the latest data he had specifically asked Bai about last time. Total attributes, 132 points. Even he found this number absurd. Under normal circumstances, a level 20 warrior class professional with A-grade potential would have total attributes of around 500. But Bai? He had already reached 528 points. What did this mean? Qin Tianfu fully understood now. Omniscience and omnipotence. That was the truly terrifying part. It was precisely because of this that he was grateful Wang Ritian had granted Bai special privileges back then. Otherwise, this prize student might have been snatched away by another university long ago. Bai Yi has indeed progressed rapidly, Chiu Kaiga said, frowning as he looked toward another arena. But Wu Dalong over there isn't easy to deal with either. On Arena 48, Wu Dalong kept his hands in his pockets the entire time, never taking them out. Like Bai Yi, regardless of who his opponent was, he simply delivered a light kick to send them off the stage. His speed was no slower than Bai Yi's, with an average victory time of 4.23 seconds. But what truly worried Chiu Kaiga wasn't Wu Dalong's physical attributes. It was the striking line in his profile. Refusal to repeat. This was Wu Dalong's talent, and it was absurdly strong. Based on the intelligence gathered so far, this talent had at least two effects. The first rule: the enemy standing in front of him cannot use the same skill a second time. This is almost like a rule-level restriction, effectively shutting down many people's tactics. The second rule: any skill he has used before will not consume any resources the second time. In other words, he can use many skills twice in a row. This is also why he was able to unleash 2 golden skills consecutively. Not to mention, he is the youngest son of Wu Ziki. No one believes he doesn't have other trump cards up his sleeve. But there's no need to worry too much, Qin Tianfu said calmly. Bai Yi isn't as simple as you think. He glanced at Wu Dalong, then at Bai Yi, his gaze devoid of any underestimation. Wu Dalong was strong, but Bai Yi was no pushover either. At the very least, this young man still had a few cards he hadn't revealed yet. As they spoke, the situation on the stage shifted again. Bai Yi, as usual, swung a brick and knocked out another male student, securing his 9th consecutive win. Just as everyone thought he would be the first to advance with a perfect 10-win record, his 10th opponent finally stepped onto the stage. The first thing that caught everyone's eye was a golden battle robe, adorned with cloud patterns that made it particularly striking. Then came a face that could be considered handsome. The newcomer was none other than Su Zidong, the third-seeded contestant from Moda University. Oh my God, Moda University's 4th contestant is up against Tianfu University's ace, someone shouted, and the attention of most of the audience instantly shifted to Ring 35. This match was definitely worth watching. On one side was Su Zidong with an SS-level potential. On the other was Bai Yi with an F-level potential. The gap between the two seemed insurmountable. But Bai Yi hadn't expected to encounter this familiar face in what was supposed to be the final moments of the ranking competition. Didn't think we'd meet again so soon, Su Zidong said, a cold smirk on his lips, his smile barely concealing his anger. Back then, you screwed me over so badly. I always thought it was just bad luck that I got dragged into taking the hit for you. But now I know it wasn't an accident at all. Bai Yi, you've been doing it on purpose all along. Was it fun to toy with me? Flames ignited on his clenched fists. Just thinking about how Bai Yi had played him like a fool made Su Zidong's anger burn even hotter. Ever since entering Moda University, he hadn't stopped thinking about revenge for a single day. And now, he finally had his chance. Bai Yi looked at Su Zidong's hate-filled face, stunned for a moment before understanding dawned on him. He hadn't expected that a casual counterattack back then would leave such a lasting grudge in Su Zidong's heart. Since the other party had already decided to see him as an obstacle to be crushed, there was no need for Bai Yi to hold back. The moment the match began, Su Zidong made his move. He didn't rush forward, but instead unleashed all his power at once. In the next second, scorching flames erupted wildly from his body. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed in fire, resembling a burning humanoid fireball. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow at the sight. This guy was willing to burn himself just to win? But soon, Bai Yi understood his strategy. Su Zidong's move wasn't pure self-destruction. It was a modified attack skill. Anyone who got close to him would trigger an automatic explosion of flames, injuring nearby enemies. In other words, he was using this method to force Bai Yi to keep his distance. Bai Yi, aren't you best at pulling people toward you? Su Zidong sneered, his eyes full of smugness. This time, I'll just stand here and see if you dare to touch me. He thought he had completely shut down Bai Yi's most commonly used tactic. But Bai merely chuckled softly, his gaze tinged with a hint of pity. To Bai Yi, Su Zedong's plan was far too simplistic. Who said he had to pull people toward him? Su Zedong wasn't even worth that much effort. By activated beauty is reason directly. The moment the skill was activated, the judgment of the entire audience was instantly overturned. Most people instinctively felt that Bai Yi, standing in the ring, was more trustworthy and imposing than Su Zedong. Bai Yi curled his lips into a smirk and beckoned to Su Zedong. Come on, let me see just how tough your fire really is. Su Zedong's face darkened, and he immediately charged forward. In his view, as long as he could get close to Bai Yi, the explosive power of his flame impact would be enough to push Bai Yi into a desperate situation. He charged quickly and aggressively, like an enraged beast. Everyone around the ring could see that this move was powerful. If Bai Yi truly couldn't block it, the consequences would undoubtedly be severe. Some who knew Bai Yi had already started to worry for the referee, thinking Bai Yi might use the referee as a shield again. The referee stood frozen in place, his face turning pale with fear. But in the next second, Bai Yi did nothing. No summoning, no pulling anyone in, no retreating. He simply stood there, waiting for Su Zedong to crash into him. Bang! A loud explosion erupted. Flames and smoke instantly engulfed the entire ring. Before anyone could see what had happened, a bruised and battered figure flew out of the smoke, slamming heavily into the protective barrier. Without even a struggle, he passed out on the spot. The referee stood stiffly, utterly stunned. He looked down at himself, confirmed he was unharmed, and let out a long sigh of relief. He shook off the blood on his fist, his expression calm, as if he had just done something completely ordinary. I told you, I have no interest in using the referee as a shield, he said indifferently. Announce the result. The referee glanced at the unconscious Su Zedong, feeling annoyed but still adhering to the rules. Su Zedong from Modi University has lost the ability to fight. The winner is Bai Yi from Tianfu University. As the words fell, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The audience was instantly abuzz. What just happened? Wasn't Su Zedong the one who charged forward? How did he end up being sent flying? But he barely moved, right? How did he do that? Even Qin Tianzhu at the referee's table furrowed his brows. With the intensity of the attack just now, Bai Yi logically shouldn't have emerged unscathed. But the facts were clear. He not only remained unharmed, but also defeated his opponent in the shortest possible time. This indicated one thing. But he definitely had a hidden trump card that no one else knew about. Moreover, this trump card was far more dangerous than they had imagined. Bai Yi returned to the resting area and sat down to recover his strength. The ranking matches were still ongoing. Apart from him, everyone else was still fighting hard in the ring. Suruashi had already won 9 consecutive matches and was just one victory away from finishing. Zhang Daxian had won 8 matches, but was struggling more and more as the rounds progressed. Chen Yangxin was in a similar situation, clearly starting to overexert himself by the 7th match. Bai Yi observed everything clearly. The hardest part of this stage wasn't winning 1 or 2 matches, but enduring without rest. Once physical and mental stamina couldn't keep up, even the strongest would be worn down. But he also understood that this was inherently part of the competition. Those who could stand here were almost all the top talents from various universities. Not everyone could dominate their opponents with overwhelming attributes like him, Suruashi, or Wu Dalong. For most, every victory required a hard fight. However, the most consistent performers were still Huang Lu and Singed. Both had S-level potential and had already fought 7 matches, achieving 6 wins and 1 loss. Against S-level opponents, they could almost always secure steady victories. Even when facing SS-level opponents with average talent, they managed to grit their teeth and win. The one match they each lost wasn't due to a lack of skill. Huang Lu had been drained of both physical and mental stamina, while Singe had been unlucky, encountering the 2nd seed ranked 9th from Bauma University, ultimately losing narrowly. Judging by the current momentum, Bai Yi's team members advancing to the 2nd round seemed almost certain. What truly deserves attention is how the opponents will be allocated in the 2nd round. The rules for the 2nd round are straightforward. After the first round ends, the top 64 performers will face off against the bottom 64 performers. This approach serves two purposes. On one hand, it ensures that the most exciting matches are saved for later. On the other hand, it provides an opportunity for schools with slightly weaker abilities to showcase themselves. This world doesn't just need the most outstanding geniuses. It also requires a sufficient number of solid contributors. Without these people, many things simply wouldn't function. Before long, Tsuruoshi returned with a record of 10 consecutive victories. Bai looked up at her and smiled, saying, "Welcome back." He had originally intended to act a bit more intimate in front of so many people, letting everyone know how close they were. However, Tsuruoshi felt that would be too high profile and directly refused. Bai understood. There were 300,000 spectators here, along with countless media outlets. Even the slightest display of closeness between the two of them could make national headlines the next day. He wasn't afraid of fame, but he didn't want to make things difficult for Tsuruoshi. Tsuruoshi walked to his side and lowered her voice to ask, "Did you notice Wu Dalong's talent?" Bai followed her gaze and immediately pulled up Wu Dalong's profile. Wu Dalong, LV9, SSS potential, profession, elementalist talent, no repetition. This talent was troublesome. As long as he was present, his opponents couldn't use the same skill consecutively. Even more exaggerated, when he cast a skill, he could use the same skill a second time without any additional cost. This meant that unless he faced someone more than 10 levels higher than himself, he could almost completely disrupt the rhythm of the battle with this talent. After reading, Bai narrowed his eyes. This Wu Dalong was clearly not someone who relied on empty talk to hold his ground. That earlier conversation might have seemed like Bai had gained the upper hand, but in reality, he had already realized that the other party was a genuinely threatening opponent. However, Bai wasn't in a hurry. The more confident someone like this was, the more likely they were to dig themselves into a bigger hole in their next encounter. Bai glanced at the girl across from him, whose face was flushed with excitement, and was momentarily stunned before understanding. The bright red above her head said it all. This wasn't a disguise or a trap. She was truly his fan. "God, I really, really like you." The girl held her phone in both hands, her eyes filled with excitement and admiration. "Can we take a photo together?" "Don't worry, I'll surrender right after. I won't waste your time." Bai's lips curved into a slight smile. He hadn't expected to encounter such a situation on the stage, but he reacted quickly and nodded immediately. "Sure. Do you have your phone with you?" Yes. The girl, as if she had won the lottery, quickly pulled out her phone and walked briskly to the referee, her tone carrying a hint of pleading. "Could you please take a photo for us?" The referee was visibly taken aback. In a competition like this, where everyone was fighting to advance, who would have thought someone would request a photo on stage? But the rules didn't prohibit it. He glanced at Bai, then at the girl, whose face was full of anticipation, and finally took the phone. Bai stood next to the girl, his expression calm, even adjusting his posture cooperatively. The girl was so nervous her hands were trembling, afraid of offending her idol by standing too close, yet unable to resist wanting to get closer. To her, this match no longer mattered. Being able to take a photo with Bai made it all worthwhile, even if she were eliminated the next second. The referee raised the phone, ready to press the shutter. But just then, Bai's gaze suddenly sharpened, his eyes falling on the girl's wrist. There, a faint black mark could be seen. It was thin, light, and resembled some kind of special totem. Bai's heart sank. Something was off. This wasn't an ordinary spectator, nor was she just a simple fan. The reason he could recognize it at a glance was because that aura was extremely similar to certain sinister forces he had encountered before. Bai remained outwardly calm, but inwardly, his vigilance had already heightened. As expected, this competition was not just about strength. Some people were clearly here with other motives. The girl was still unaware that her little actions had already been noticed. She continued to look at the camera with anticipation, even deliberately leaning closer to Bai, trying to make the photo appear more intimate. Bai didn't dodge, only slightly tilting his head as if cooperating with her. However, his gaze turned cold. If the girl was merely trying to get close to him, that would be manageable. But if there were other forces behind her, things wouldn't be so simple. The referee saw the two standing ready and pressed the photo button. Click. At the moment the photo was taken, the smile on the girl's face suddenly froze, as if something inside her was quietly awakening. Bai's gaze also sharpened at the same time. He knew the real trouble was just beginning. Standing on the stage, Bai's expression was calm, even tinged with impatience. He had originally wanted to finish this match quickly, but trouble always seemed to find him. Just now, the girl had suddenly rushed over, asking for a photo and becoming so excited she couldn't even speak, throwing the entire atmosphere into chaos. The referee had initially been stunned, completely unsure of how to handle the situation. But who would have thought that in the end, he actually picked up his phone and took a photo for her? This immediately caused an uproar. This is ridiculous. Taking a photo and conceding before the match even starts. Is Qingbei University just going to be left hanging like this? Some spectators who already disliked Bai seized the opportunity to stir up trouble, their voices growing louder, clearly trying to manipulate the situation. Bai heard them clearly, but his expression didn't change. He simply raised his hand, made a disdainful gesture toward them, and said coldly, "If you're not satisfied, send your people up here. Or come down yourselves. Don't just stand there shouting. If it can be settled with action, don't waste words." As soon as he said this, the tension in the air thickened. Many people hadn't expected a freshman to openly provoke the audience in front of so many people. A senior wearing a Qingbei University uniform was the first to stand up, his face full of anger, pointing at Bai and shouting, "What are you so arrogant about? If it weren't for this audience barrier, I'd be the first to," before he could finish his sentence, it was as if some force had yanked him forward. In the next second, he was standing right at the edge of the stage, face to face with Bai. The entire venue fell silent. The senior's face turned pale, his breathing chaotic. Bai slightly tilted his head, leaned closer to his ear, and said with a mocking smile, "You be the first to what? Want to spar with me, senior?" The senior froze completely. Only then did he realize he hadn't walked down, but had been forcibly pulled from the audience to the stage by Bai. This kind of thing wasn't just something he had never seen before. It was something he had never even imagined. What truly terrified him wasn't the loss of face, but the realization that he was no match for Bai. Someone who could pull him to the stage without him even noticing was not someone he could afford to provoke. So, the senior who had been so aggressive just moments ago immediately changed his tune, stammering, I just remembered I have an urgent matter at home. I'll be heading back now." With that, he turned and ran, faster than anyone else, as if afraid that staying a moment longer would mean he couldn't leave. Everyone around was stunned. What was this? Wasn't he the loudest just now? How did he suddenly chicken out in the blink of an eye? Bai watched the man's embarrassed retreating figure, snorted coldly, and turned to walk toward the resting area. He was well aware in his heart that although this senior had reached level 18, his mental strength was far too weak and not worth mentioning. If it weren't for the concern that being too heavy-handed might cause trouble, Bai wouldn't have minded teaching him a lesson. There's a price to pay for having a loose tongue. On the other side, Wu Dalong, who was on the arena stage, also noticed this scene. His brows furrowed slightly, and his expression became noticeably more serious than before. This was the first time he had truly seen Bai in action. He recognized the senior who had been taken down. While not top tier in strength, he was definitely not someone who could be easily suppressed by just anyone. Yet in front of Bai, this person had almost no ability to resist. This revealed one thing. Bai's abilities were very dangerous. Wu Dalong didn't say much. He simply raised his hand, and two wind tornadoes instantly swept toward his opponent, cleanly and decisively ending the fight. Then, he looked in the direction whereby had left, a hint of interest flickering in his eyes. It seems he does have some skill. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit conference room not far from Tianfu City, the atmosphere was entirely different. There was no noisy audience, no passionate competition, only a group of masked individuals sitting quietly on either side of a long table, like hunters lurking in the shadows. At the head of the table, a man wearing a black dragon mask spoke slowly. Yahoo, have you clarified the situation? At the far end of the table, a blue-faced Yahoo immediately stood up, slightly bowed his head, and replied respectfully. Reporting to Lord Black Dragon, the situation has been clarified. For this year's National University Freshman Exchange Competition, among the 10 Emperor-level powerhouses, only Qin Tianfu is responsible for overseeing the event. If Lord Black Dragon personally takes action to hold him off, we will have a complete opportunity to capture this batch of freshmen in one fell swoop. As his words fell, the conference room fell silent for a few seconds. A woman wearing Yiksha mask, seated to Black Dragon's left, spoke slowly. Yahoo! Do you know how long it's been since the cult of the evil god has acted with full force? You should be well aware of what it would mean if we mobilize this time. Yahoo did not back down. Instead, he responded even more quickly. I understand. But this time, almost all of the most talented young people of this generation in Huaxia are gathered together. If we can eliminate them all, it would not only be a heavy blow to Huaxia, but also a massive setback for the entire human race. By then, the evil god and the other lords will have much greater leverage in their negotiations. As soon as he finished speaking, someone nearby immediately nodded. I agree with Yahoo's perspective. An elderly man wearing a black demon ape mask said slowly. Although this operation carries significant risks, the potential rewards are equally astonishing, especially since Wu Ziqi's youngest son is also at Tianfu University. That child has considerable talent. If we let him grow, he'll become another pillar of the human race in the future. Taking care of him now would save us trouble later. Black Dragon did not immediately express his stance. He simply sat there quietly, his fingers lightly tapping the table. He was well aware that if this plan succeeded, its impact would go far beyond just a competition. It would be a storm capable of altering the fates of many. And the storm was already beginning to gather. The tension in the conference room grew heavier. Black Dragon, seated at the head of the table, continued tapping his fingers lightly, his gaze as deep and dark as a bottomless well. He didn't immediately make a decision. Instead, he waited for everyone to voice their calculations. This year's defensive forces are the weakest they've ever been. Opportunities like this are rare, someone murmured. If we strike now, the chances of success are not small. Why not take the gamble? Another elder chimed in. If we fail, we can just go into hiding for a few more years. But if we succeed, the entire situation will change. In just a few sentences, the cult of the evil god was pushed to a crossroads where a decision had to be made. Black Dragon remained silent for a moment before finally raising his head. Let's vote, he said. Those in favor of the attack, raise your hands. As his words fell, 10 of the 12 elders slowly raised their hands. 10-2. This result was not unexpected, but the Black Dragon's gaze grew even colder. He slowly stood up, raised his hand to make a gesture unique to the cult of the evil god, and spoke in a low, fervent tone. Since everyone has decided, let this world once again feel the power of the evil god. May the glory of the evil god endure forever. The crowd responded in unison. Meanwhile, inside the Grand Aviary, the second phase of the elimination round had concluded. The 64 contestants remaining on the field were almost all elites from the top 10 universities. At this stage, the weaker participants had essentially been eliminated, and every remaining match was enough to leave the audience holding their breath. Everyone understood that the upcoming battles would truly determine the winners and losers. On the side of Tianfu University, all 6 contestants had successfully advanced. Bai Yi stood at the front of the team, his gaze sweeping over the group, his expression noticeably more serious than before. From here on, the real tough battles begin, he said. No matter who you face, do your best. The third round will be scored by the judges based on your performance, and this will directly affect the school's ranking. But remember, don't push yourself too hard. If you're too injured, You won't make it to tomorrow's survival match. These words were mainly directed at Huang Lu and Singed. The rules of the third round were completely different from the first two. This round wasn't just about winning the match. It was also about how outstanding your performance was on the field. Ultimately, the rankings between schools would largely be determined by this round. Huang Lu and Singe both had decent talent, but compared to the truly top-tier geniuses, they were at a disadvantage. At the same level, the attribute gap between S-level potential and SS-level potential was very apparent. For them, winning wouldn't be easy, and winning beautifully would be even harder. Huang Lu nodded earnestly. Got it, brothery. I won't push myself too hard. Singed also rolled his shoulders and said in a low voice, as long as I don't run into an ace or one of the first or second seeds, I think I can give it a shot. Bai glanced at them, his tone softening slightly, but still serious. In short, one thing. Prioritize staying alive, then think about results. Don't overdo it. As soon as he finished speaking, the number plates in their hands vibrated simultaneously. The teleportation was about to begin. The tension in the air instantly reached its peak. Everyone knew that the third round was truly here. This time, a large number of ace players and even the first and second seeds would face off directly. Any slight carelessness could result in immediate elimination. The next second, the teleportation light flared. 64 contestants were transported to 32 arenas. The moment Bai landed, he didn't immediately look at his opponent, but instead scanned his surroundings to confirm the positions of his teammates. Fortunately, the opponents of the other 5 weren't too strong, at least not enough to put them in a deadlock right from the start. At that moment, a dissatisfied voice came from across him. Hey, are you underestimating me? Only then did Bai turn his head to look at his opponent. Standing before him was a male student in a green battle robe. His bright green hair was particularly eye-catching under the arena lights, making it impossible to ignore. The man's name was Lu Tyran from the 7th-ranked Green Grass University, and he was their ace player. Bai glanced at him and couldn't help but chuckle. Your hair color is quite unique, he said in a calm tone, but with obvious mockery. It's rare to see such a thorough shade of green. Lu Tyran's face immediately darkened. What do you mean by that? Bai shrugged. Nothing much. Just thought some people are naturally suited to this color. Lu Tyran's temper flared instantly. Your mouth really needs to be taught a lesson. Bai replied indifferently. I'm not like you, who uses other people's appearances as a topic of conversation. Lu Tyran was so choked up that he couldn't find words for a moment, his face turning red with anger. The referee, observing everything clearly from the side, casually added fuel to the fire. He said, you don't even look human. Liu Tuan. In the audience, the atmosphere exploded at that moment. Everyone had realized that Bai Yi's opponent in this match was none other than the ace of Qingchao University. Ace versus ace. This was one of the rarest and most attention-grabbing matchups in the third round. And Bai Yi himself was already one of the most closely watched contestants in the entire competition. The moment the two stepped onto the stage, all eyes in the audience were locked on them. An ace showdown this early? This is too exciting. Go, Bai Yi. Crush him completely. Qingchao University is doomed this time. Defeat Lu Tu-run. We're rooting for Bai Yi. The cheers grew louder and louder. Even the commentators on the sidelines were getting excited. It was only then that Bai Yi realized the green-haired guy in front of him was actually Qingchao University's ace. But knowing that didn't make much of a difference. SS-level potential, nothing more. Not even SSS level. Even if the opponent was strong within the SS level, Bai Yi didn't take him seriously. In his eyes, as long as it wasn't one of those truly absurd monsters, beating him wouldn't be easy. Bai Yi looked up at Lu Tu-run, his tone calm, but carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, he said. Bring out your strongest move. Otherwise, you won't even get the chance to make a move. Lu Tu-run sneered, mimicking Bai Yi's tone as he retorted, then I'll give you a chance too. Bring out your strongest move, or you won't have a chance. As he laughed, Lu Tu-run stared at Bai Yi, as if he could already see his victory. Bai Yi, stop struggling, he said smugly. We've already studied your moves thoroughly. Your tricks are useless now. Bai Yi didn't respond immediately. He just stood there, his expression calm. Seeing this, the people around started to feel uneasy. What's going on? Has Bai Yi's skill really been countered? If even he can't win, won't this match be completely dominated by Qingbei University? But aside from Bai Yi, who else do we have that can hold the line? The murmurs grew louder, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. But Bai knew very well what was happening. It wasn't that his skills were no longer effective. It was that his opponents had started to seriously study and counter his every move. In the past, he could easily block most attacks with a single summon, "Protect me." But now, others no longer gave him that opportunity. This meant he had to show his true strength. Lu Tu Run, seeing Bai Yi remain motionless, thought he was scared and laughed even more arrogantly. What? Afraid to step up? He smirked. Aren't you supposed to be so powerful? Come on, show me what you've got. As soon as he finished speaking, shadows surged across the stage. A towering black minotaur, 4 meters tall, appeared in front of Lu Tu Run in an instant. Its entire body exuded a chilling sense of oppression. When it stepped forward, the entire stage trembled. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Bai Yi, as if ready to crush him in the next second. Crush him for me. Liu Tule. The Minotaur charged forward immediately, its speed astonishing. But Bai Yi didn't retreat. At that moment, a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. Since everyone thought he was only good at defense, today he would show them what he was truly capable of. He raised his hand and activated Beauty is Power. Judgment successful, skill activated. This time, he didn't target Lu Tu Run, but the Minotaur itself, because he knew very well that a summoner and their summoned beast were two separate entities. If he went directly after Lu Tu Run, the Minotaur would still pose the greatest threat. But if he focused on the summoned beast, the situation would change entirely. In the next moment, a surge of immense power coursed through his body. Without hesitation, Bai Yi switched to his hammer and charged straight at the Minotaur. Since you want to see my trump card, I'll let you see it clearly. He charged under the Minotaur's feet, leaped into the air, and raised the hammer in his hand high. At that moment, all eyes were on him. Then he smashed down hard. 8-10. With one strike, Bai Yi shattered one of the Minotaur's horns. The immense impact even cracked the arena floor. For half a second, the entire venue fell silent, and then it erupted into chaos. How is this possible? How'd Bai Yi do that? That's a golden grade summoned beast with all attributes at 200, and he managed to face it head on? I'm completely stunned. Is this guy even human? Exclamations filled the audience. Earlier, when Bai Yi faced Su Zidong, the dust had obscured many details. Coupled with the fact that Bai Yi's attributes were always a mystery, many could barely accept that he won through sheer physical prowess. But this was different. This was a golden grade summoned beast, and it was a direct confrontation. If Bai Yi blocking 9-headed thunder dragon, Flash earlier could be attributed to luck, referee intervention, or some other means, now everyone had seen it with their own eyes. He could truly go head-to-head with a golden grade summoned beast. Even Wu Dalong, who was currently in combat, couldn't help but frown. Because if he imagined himself in Bai Yi's position, without using his trump card, he wasn't confident he could suppress this summoned beast so easily. But in the next second, something even more outrageous happened. Bai Yi raised his hammer again and smashed it toward the Minotaur's other horn. The Minotaur, enduring the pain, took the blow head-on and, with a roar, swung a fist larger than a basin straight at Bai Yi. Everyone held their breath for Bai Yi, but Bai Yi didn't retreat. He even smiled, as if he had been waiting for this moment. He raised his left fist and met the attack head-on. Moo! Fist collided with fist. The Shadow Minotaur let out a blood-curdling scream, stumbling backward and nearly losing its balance. Bai Yi, on the other hand, was completely unfazed and continued to pursue it relentlessly. Lu Tyron, hiding in the back, was wide-eyed in disbelief. What kind of monster is this? It's one thing to injure the Minotaur with a weapon, but now you're trading punches with it? and making it scream in pain? Is this even humanly possible? He coldly stared at the Minotaur, his eyes showing no hesitation. Enough playing. His voice was soft, yet it sent a chill down everyone's spine. In the next second, he raised the hammer again. D. A muffle d'explosion échouée. Without the protection of its horns, the Minotaur could no longer withstand Bai Yi's full-force strike. Its entire body was smashed to the ground. Bang! 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 Bai didn't stop. One strike after another, clean and ruthless, showing no mercy. Each blow felt like it was hammering into everyone's hearts. Finally, the golden-grayed shadow Minotaur was reduced to a pile of flesh and blood under Bai Yi's relentless assault. Only then did he stop. He exhaled deeply, his chest heaving, and his eyes carried an indescribable sense of satisfaction. It wasn't just the feeling of victory. It was as if a long-suppressed frustration had finally been released. Then, Bai Yi smirked and looked at Lu Tyran, who was frozen in fear. "Are you coming down yourself? Or should I send you down?" Lu Tyran's face turned pale, his throat tightened, and his entire body stiffened. The golden-grade summoned beast had been reduced to this state. If he went up, wouldn't he just be throwing his life away? "I forfeit," he shouted almost instinctively. What a joke. He wasn't stupid. Go up there to be Bai Yi's punching bag? The referee glanced at the pitiful remains of the Minotaur and swallowed hard before forcing himself to announce the result. Congratulations to Bai Yi from Tianfu University for advancing to the next round. As the words fell, the crowd erupted once again. This time, many spectators stood up, shouting Bai Yi's name at the top of their lungs, because Bai Yi once again proved himself with his strength. He doesn't rely on luck or chance. He is the brightest, most dangerous, and most enigmatic rising star. At the referee's table, Qin Tianfu stroked his beard, grinning from ear to ear. "Ha ha ha! This kid keeps surprising us more and more each time." He glanced at the person beside him, his tone full of pride. "I've said it before, Bai Yi is not simple. He must still be hiding plenty of cards up his sleeve. Now it seems that this ability of his is the real trump card." Qiu Kaiga also nodded, his expression showing clear admiration. "Indeed, very strong. Using his physical body to withstand a gold-tier summon beast. This is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. Up until now, no one has figured out how he managed to do it. No one knew the answer, not even Qin Tianfu. Only Nangong Yuan, who had his precious equipment damaged by Bai Yi, truly understood just how terrifying Bai Yi's skills were." Bai Yi's victory once again ignited the atmosphere at the venue. The home crowd regained their hope. In their eyes, Bai Yi was no longer just strong. He was so absurdly strong that it rekindled a sense of anticipation in their hearts. How Gaozhan, the dean of Qingbei University's Martial Arts Academy, couldn't help but glance at his rival, Yi Yanhui, and asked, "What exactly is the attribute of this Bai Yi from your school? How is he able to chase down that Minotaur?" Yi Yanhui could only inwardly smile bitterly. "You ask me, but who should I ask? When other students enter school, no matter how talented they are, there are always teachers who can guide them. Take Wu Daolong, for example. Though he's strong, he still needs to learn skills and study how to enhance their power. But Bai Yi is different. This guy comes to school as if there's nothing left to teach him. His talent is so peculiar, it seems to transcend the realm of normal people. In the Skill Research Academy, with a casual move, he fused a highly powerful silver-tier skill. That skill is now firmly ranked first on the school's most popular silver-tier skill sales chart. Meanwhile, in the Martial Arts Academy, although Bai Yi doesn't personally stir up trouble every day, the team members he selects are all solid and capable fighters. Especially Huang Lu and Singed, these two S-tier potential team members, who make others envious just by watching them. The more Yi Yanhui thought about it, the more he felt that Bai Yi couldn't be described as an ordinary student. This guy doesn't seem like a student at all. He's more like someone born knowing how to win. Bai Yi explains how to leverage skill advantages, how to assess battlefield situations, and how to arrange combat rhythms, all with remarkable clarity. He speaks plainly and directly. Those listening even feel that this isn't a student sharing experiences, but rather someone who has truly been on the battlefield, giving practical combat lessons. What's even more absurd is that the weapons and equipment he casually identifies often have attributes higher than those sold on the market. In other words, while others spend money to buy ordinary goods, he can pick out better items with just a glance. Such a person, even if labeled with an F-tier potential tag, is essentially like a genius mentor. Anyone standing before him would find it hard not to be convinced. Old Yi, you're not going to be stingy, are you? How Gaozhan saw Yin Hui hesitating for a long time and pressed him again. Only then did Yin Hui speak, deliberately raising his voice a bit. Bai Yi's attributes aren't low. His total attributes are 132 points. Compared to your Wu Dalong, it's just slightly less. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent for half a second. Then, several university professors were directly stunned. What? Bai Yi's total attributes are 132 points. An F-tier potential individual with attributes almost matching SSS tier? That's just absurd. Old Yi, stop keeping us in suspense. How can Bai Yi's attributes be this high? No one could believe it. In this world, potential isn't just for show. It determines how many attribute points a person can gain after leveling up and also sets the growth limit. Under normal circumstances, the higher the level, the more apparent the potential gap becomes. This is not a chasm that can be easily crossed through effort alone. But now, Bai Yi, with an F-level identity, has forcibly raised his attributes to near SSS level standards. How could this not be shocking? Yi Yinhu's eyes shifted, and he suddenly lowered his voice. This secret, I'll only tell you. In future admissions, don't just focus on high-potential individuals. Also take a closer look at F-level candidates. Who knows, the next Bai Yi might be hidden among them. Really, how Gaozhan was clearly skeptical. If you don't believe me, then don't listen. Ye Yanhu snorted coldly. I'm doing this for the future of humanity, not to joke around with you. Everyone exchanged glances. They might not fully believe it outwardly, but deep down, this statement had stirred something within them. In the past, F-level potential individuals had almost no prospects. Many couldn't even get into college and had to work in factories or deliver food. But Bai Yi was like a heavy hammer, directly shattering this entrenched notion. Could it be that some F-level individuals only had low potential labels, but their actual talent was astonishingly high? Thinking of this, someone had already begun to relent. While I get back, I'll seriously look into this matter. Thank you, Brother Yi, for the reminder. You've truly opened a new door for humanity. Haha, when you have results, remember to let me know. Yi Yinhu laughed heartily, appearing calm on the surface, but secretly feeling quite pleased. Meanwhile, in the resting area, Bai Yi had already become the first person from Tianfu University to finish his match. Shin Biku's face darkened, clearly caught off guard by his words. The referee was also stunned and quickly reminded, Student Bai Yi, please watch your wording. After all, this was a national broadcast. Bai Yi was representing Tianfu University. Speaking like this without provocation from the other side was indeed a bit inappropriate. Bai Yi, however, looked innocent. Teacher, did I say something wrong? Isn't her name Biku? The referee turned to Shin Biku. Is your name Biku? Shin Biku took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and said, My name is Shun Biku. Bai Yi immediately responded, So, Biku for short. Shun Biku. The referee nodded, his expression serious. That does seem to make sense. A vein throbbed on Shun Biku's forehead, and it was clear she was on the verge of losing her temper. She glared at Bai Yi and asked, word by word, Can we start now? The referee turned to Bai Yi again. Are you ready? Anytime. The smile on Bai Yi's face disappeared, and his gaze turned sharp. He certainly wouldn't underestimate his opponent. The person in front of him was the ace of Modi University and a half-dragon. Her physical attributes were naturally far superior to ordinary people. Someone like her couldn't be defeated just by gaining a verbal advantage. Moreover, Bai Yi was well aware that the stronger the opponent, the less he could afford to give her any openings. Begin the match. As soon as the referee's words fell, Bai Yi made the first move. His speed was astonishing. In a flash, he had already closed the distance to Shunbiku. Shunbiku's reaction was equally swift. Almost simultaneously, she raised her arm to meet him head-on. But Baiyi's movements were even faster. He raised his hand, a brick already in his grasp, and mercilessly smashed it down toward her. He suddenly struck down hard at the top of her head. Smack, smack, smack. In just 5 seconds, the rapid succession of strikes almost blended into a single sound. His speed was incredible. Having been single for over 20 years in his previous life, he had instead honed an absurd level of speed. But before he could catch his breath, Shinbiku raised her head and smirked coldly at him as if nothing had happened. "Are you done?" "My turn now." Baiyi's heart sank. This woman's physical resilience was off the charts. But no matter how tough she was, after taking so many hits, she shouldn't be completely unaffected. Before he could figure out, Shunbiku's hands had already transformed into sharp claws, slashing directly at him. Bai immediately retreated, but was still a half step too slow. Slash! In the next moment, scraps of fabric scattered across the arena. His once dashing team uniform was almost shredded into strips, revealing the solid muscles underneath. Baiyi's eye twitched, and a surge of anger flared up inside him. "You're really ruthless, aren't you? Attacking like this in front of everyone. Don't you have any shame?" Shinbiku's gaze turned icy, ignoring his taunts entirely. "Is all you could do talk? Then go die." She charged at him again, but in the next second, Baiyi once again pulled her back into close range. Smack, smack, smack. Another flurry of rapid strikes. But this time, something strange happened. Shinbiku still seemed completely unscathed. As soon as the control effect wore off, she immediately counterattacked, every move targeting Baiyi's vital points. Baiyi barely dodged, quickly creating distance, his frown deepening. Something was wrong. Very wrong. No matter how strong her recovery ability was, it shouldn't be this fast. If that's the case, this woman's body is truly terrifying. At that moment, a prompt appeared in his mind. Look closely at her skin. That's her inherited skill, dragon transformation. Baiyi immediately scanned Shunbiku's body and indeed noticed a faint layer of scales on her skin, like a dense protective armor. He finally understood. It wasn't that she couldn't be hurt, but rather that this layer of scales absorbed most of the damage. Since that was the case, ordinary methods wouldn't work anymore. Baiyi's lips curled into a smirk, and his gaze turned cold. If she wanted to go head-to-head, then he'd change his approach. Inherited skills were special abilities that the E-people were born with. Like Baiyi's own skills, they were classified as special types and could be continuously enhanced under certain conditions. For example, Shunbiku's dragon transformation would grow stronger the more she bathed in dragon blood. Eventually, it might even evolve into a true dragon's body. No wonder she was so difficult to deal with. "Then let me see just how strong you really are," Baiyi muttered under his breath and reactivated "Beauty is power." Judgment successful. Score: 92,176 to 86,172. Skill activated. Good grief. A bunch of people who judge by appearances. Baiyi jursid inyardi. If this weren't his home turf, he wouldn't dare use this move so casually. But just as he was about to make his next move, Shunbiku was already upon him. "You're still distracted while fighting me? You're underestimating me too much," she shouted as her sharp dragon claws slashed down. This time, however, Baiyi didn't retreat but advanced instead. With a deft sidestep, his body slid past the trajectory of her claws, his movements clean and precise, as if he had calculated everything in advance. Shunbiku's pupils contracted, and before she could react, Baiyi's hand had already reached out lightly, grabbing a handful of her red hair. "I heard you're quite bold, huh?" Baiyi said. Shunbiku's scalp tightened, and her expression changed in pain. Ignoring everything else, she immediately swung her right hand toward Baiyi's wrist, trying to force him to let go. But Baiyi gave her no chance. In the next second, he pressed his left hand against her head, swept his right leg forward, and slammed her to the ground with force, pinning her onto the arena. Boom! The dull sound of impact echoed across the field. Bai looked down at her, but he didn't relax in the slightest. As expected, the scales on her body were incredibly tough. Even with the boost from beauty is power, he hadn't managed to break through her defenses or make her bleed. Bai pressed his right leg against her lower back, preventing her from getting up, his voice turning cold. I suggest you surrender now, or I'll show you what true cruelty means. Spit. Keep dreaming. Shinbiku gritted her teeth, refusing to yield. She struggled desperately, but under Bai Yi's suppression, her body couldn't move at all. At that moment, she finally realized that this seemingly human opponent had strength and reflexes far beyond her expectations. But he didn't continue to press her down. Instead, he suddenly looked up at the referee, his tone eerily calm. Teacher, would doing something a bit unsavory in this arena count as a violation? Referee, you know it's unsavory, and you're still asking? How am I supposed to respond to that? Before the referee could speak, Shun Biku panicked. What are you planning to do? Bai looked down at her, a faint, unsettling smile on his lips.